what is karate? What seems like an easy answer actually has a rather deep and detailed background. But before we get into that, let's first establish what karate is not. Karate is not a single style or individual art. Now this might seem like a common fact among many of you out there, but I do get comments on occasion that refer to karate as a single art. In particular, the What Kind of Karate is in Cobra Kai episode, I have a few comments that correct me to say I should name the video What Kind of Martial Art is in Cobra Kai because the building says karate, so the art is karate. It also doesn't help that in the 70s and 80s, the word karate was often used as a blanket word for most martial arts, especially in American media. Additionally, as I mentioned in the previous episode, we are going to be adding a lot of more art-based content into our episodes of various styles and cultures. This video will serve as an overview intro video to the Karate series playlist, which already includes our 3-part episode on Kyokushin. As we go forward developing this channel, we will continue to add to the series with documentaries on individual arts and techniques. So for those of you who ask me if I will ever do a video on Goju Ryu, Ryu, Shotokan, and so on, the answer is yes, and they will be a part of this growing series. So with that being said, let's take a few minutes to answer the question of what is karate? Now, to give a quick answer, karate is a classification of martial arts that predominantly uses a balanced regimen of punches, kicks, elbows, knees, and a variety of open-handed techniques. Beginning in Okinawa and eventually spreading to Japan, karate is more than just a list of different styles. It's rather an interesting study of multiple disciplines that have intertwined and branched off of each other. Now, the study of karate and its origin can be an academic commitment, so we're only going to take a brief introductory look today and kind of check out the history of how it began. To find the beginning of what we know as karate, we first need to look at its Okinawan roots, specifically the Ryukyu Kingdom, which was around from roughly 1429 to 1879. The Ryukyu Kingdom is a chain of islands in the Pacific, just south of Japan. Even though this kingdom was small, its location gave it an advantage in maritime trade. The kings of Ryukyu decided to unify on the island of Okinawa, and 3 principalities were established: the northern mountains, the central mountains, and the southern mountains. These would be known as the 3 kingdoms or the 3 mountains. The early roots of karate began to emerge as locally developed fighting systems called te, or hand. The Ryukyu Kingdom had established a strong trade relationship with the Ming Dynasty in China, and as a result, many Chinese fighting arts were also introduced to the islands of Okinawa. Over the course of many years, between Chinese families moving to Okinawa and upper-class Okinawans sent to China to study abroad, elements of Chinese fighting, particularly Fujian White Crane from the Fujian province, began to influence many of the local Okinawan styles. Now, study of the fighting arts was not always allowed in the kingdom, and in 1477, King Shoshin banned the study of martial arts. But despite the ban, many of them were still taught in secret. Now, over its lifetime, the Ryukyu system went through different reigns, starting as tributary states of the Ming and Qing dynasty, and then later taken under Japanese command. In 1609, the Satsuma domain of Japan invaded Okinawa and took control, and the ban of martial arts remained in place. It is believed that this was the beginning of taking farm tools and implementing them into secret weapons practice. The practitioners in Okinawa began to combine many different fighting styles together locally, taking much of the Chinese influence along with other local disciplines, and they formed Tode, which means Chinese hand or Tang hand. Now, this was also referred to as Okinawan Te. After a while, 3 main styles of Te had begun to develop, and their designation came from their cities of origin. Those cities were the capital city of Shuri, the city of Naha, which eventually took over Shuri when the Ryukyu Kingdom fell and Okinawa became a prefecture of Japan, and also the port city of Tomari. These 3 main styles became respectively known as Shuri-te, Naha-te, and Tomari-te. Now, there is a long list of practitioners who had great influence on the evolution of karate, and they would each be a great deeper study on their own. In this video today, however, I'm only going to touch on a few just in order to illustrate how karate began to spread and develop. We have a man by the name of Kanbun Uechi who took kata that he learned when he went to China and combined it with his own fighting style, and he created the art of Okinawan Uechi Ryu. We also have the prominent figure of Chojun Miyagi, who combined his training in Naha-te and other Chinese arts such as Fujian White Crane and established the very well-known art of Goju Ryu. Sakukawa Kanga began teaching an art in the city of Shuri that he called Tudi Sakukawa, or Sakukawa Chinese hand. His most prominent student Matsumura Shokan, took on his teachings, combined Shuri-te with Tomari-te, added in some Shaolin influences, and created the art of Shorin Ryu, which would later become the foundation of Shotokan. Now, his student, a man named Itosu Anko, adapted the art, created new standardized katas, and made a rather impressive push to implement karate into public schools, teaching students at a young age, and his additions to the art have remained, with his katas appearing across multiple styles of karate, and he is sometimes referred to as the grandfather of modern karate. So we could spend a lot of time going into more lineage, but I hope that at least gives you a good idea of where the roots were planted and how it began to branch off as the early karate practitioners, or karateka, made the arts their own. Gichin Funakoshi is largely credited with having a large influence on the spread of Tang Han into Japan. He was invited to teach in a public demonstration in Tokyo in 1917 and again in 1922. Funakoshi's teachings proved to be popular in Japan and started to become standard training in schools. Now, at this time, Japan was also in the process of invading China, so Funakoshi felt that it might be better in their interest to make some name changes. So he ended up changing many of the kata names and techniques into Japanese words, and he even decided that maybe we should change the word from tang, or Chinese hand, into empty hand, or karate. Now, Funakoshi taught a mixture of the Okinawan arts of Shorin Ryu and Shorei Ryu, along with kendo that he learned in Japan, and he simply referred to his art as karate, not giving it an official name. He also adopted the use of the karate gi and belt ranking system established by judo founder Jigoro Kano. Now, we talked about that in great length in the previous video, how many belts are in karate, so I recommend you check that out. So if Funakoshi did not give his art a name, then where did the term Shotokan come from? Well, Funakoshi was also a poet, and he wrote under the pen name of Shoto, which means pine waves, as in pine trees waving in the wind. So when he established his own dojo in 1936, it was called the Shotokan. Kan means hall or house, so the name literally translates to the House of Pine Wave. It was simply meant to be the name of the training hall, but as time went on, it stuck and eventually became referred to as the name of the art. People went to go train at the Shotokan, so people trained Shotokan. Today, Shotokan is one of the largest and influential styles of karate. Now from there, different branches of karate began to splinter, merge, and evolve into various disciplines. Shorin Ryu and Shorei Ryu formed the base of Shotokan. Shotokan is a foundational art in the Korean style of Tang Soo Do. Sosai Masutatsu Oyama took Shotokan and the Okinawan art of Goju Ryu and formed the very powerful and popular art of Kyokushin, which still retains a set of katas from both arts. Now, Kyokushin itself continues to branch off into other offshoots, such as Kudo, which is the art of Kyokushin now infused with a strong grappling curriculum. And it doesn't stop there. Today we have the art of Gosoku Ryu, which is derived from Shotokan and Goju Ryu. We have Isshin Ryu, derived from Goju Ryu, Shorin Ryu, and Kabuto. Then there is Shito Ryu, the art practiced by legendary karate master Fumio Demura, which is derived from Shuri-te and Naha-te. And we also have Tang Soo Do, a Korean art that is sometimes referred to as Korean karate. Now, there's a little bit of a gray area here. Some people consider it a form of karate and some don't. It's kind of up in the air. It didn't originate in Japan or Okinawa, however, it does have a lot of similar influences, as well as having Shotokan as its strong base. Plus, the name itself literally translates to way of the Tang hand, which is pretty much the same as karate or karate-do, way of the empty hand. So as you can see, this is a rather easy rabbit hole to go down, and we could spend hours examining all of it. Just a really fascinating study of history, really. Now, before we close out this episode, there's one other aspect I'd like to touch upon, the term karate-do. Do means path or way. So to say that you study karate-do, it means that you follow the path of the empty hand. It's a philosophical reference, and it denotes a particular mindset and lifestyle of the practitioner. Now, this is in contrast to the term Karate-jutsu, in which Jitsu means method or technique. And in this context, it usually refers to the context of combat. So in a very, very simplified way, you can say that one is a mindset of state of being, and the other is a method of fighting. And it's not just a distinction of karate-do and karate-jutsu. You can find similar relationships between aikido, aikijitsu, judo, jujitsu, kendo, kenjutsu, and so on. Now, there is a major divide in the martial arts community. Many martial artists today feel that the only point of the art is to fight, and that only the basics and simple combat elements are relevant. I mean, how many times have you heard the phrase or somebody refer to karate saying that it's totally useless, katas are garbage, and it should be completely thrown away? I don't know about you, but I hear it on almost a daily basis. But I also hear from people that find great value in kata and find the introspective part of the art really handy and valuable. So what it really comes down to is why you train. Some people want the martial arts to be a way of life, a method of psychological balance, health, focus, strength. Others want to engage in sport or competition, therefore focusing on the tactical and combat side of the arts. But there is also another way to look at it, a philosophy that I like very much. In simple terms, pure Karate-do is about strengthening your character. The focus is not on fighting, but rather finding your weaknesses, strengthening your focus, and finding peace in conflict resolution. Pure Karate-jutsu is all about the ability to fight, pure skill in combat. But the truth is, can you really have one without the other and still be a fully balanced martial artist? If you only focus on the philosophy, well then how can you better your character or find your weaknesses without that pressure testing of the intensity in real life situations? And vice versa. If all you learn is punching and kicking, if all you care about is the fighting aspect, then what keeps your character in check? Sure, you can fight, but do you grow as a person? Without the introspective part of the training, what do you have? So I feel there's definitely a balance to find, and it really comes down to, again, what you yourself are personally looking for in the martial arts. So you've got two sides of the coin that work well together. There is a quote that was written by Funakoshi that I really like. It reads, "One whose spirit and mental strength have been strengthened by sparring with a never say die attitude should find no challenge too great to handle. One who has undergone long years of physical pain and mental agony to learn one punch, one kick, should be able to face any task, no matter how difficult, and carry it through to the end. A person like this can truly be said to have learned karate." Thank you for watching. I really hope that you enjoyed this episode as an introduction to what we will continue to grow as our karate series. I would love to hear from any of you out there who practice any of these arts, and also to vote on which arts you'd like to see covered first. So if you've got any recommendations, please send them our way. Also, please subscribe, share, join us on Patreon so that we can keep making more art history documentaries. Thank you. What is Kung Fu? Now this is actually a really heavy question, and it would be impossible to do it justice by answering it in just a few minutes. In the previous video, What is Karate?, we talked about establishing a collection of playlist series that would cover different categories of arts. Now we have a good start so far with playlists set up for Karate, Kempo, and the Korean arts. And we will be adding all sorts of different series as we go on, but one that we really wanted to delve into is a list for the Chinese martial arts. So today, this video is going to serve as a very brief introduction, and then we will continue to add videos that go into greater detail and highlight the different arts. But first, let's answer the question, just what is Kung Fu? I'm going to start this video right off the bat apologizing for any of my attempts of pronouncing Chinese words. I have zero experience speaking Chinese, so I'm going to do my very best, but I take full responsibility for any stern reprimands that I might receive in the comments. But speaking of words, let's start with the name. What is Kung Fu? The term Kung Fu has been very big in pop culture, from film to TV shows, and it's often the blanket statement term that's usually applied to Chinese martial arts. But in reality, that's not entirely accurate. The word Kung, or Gong, roughly translates to achievement or work. In the context of its usage in China, Kung Fu generally means the process of acquiring any skill through practice and hard work. It is not exclusive to the martial arts. For example, you could say that a good dancer has great Kung Fu. An artist paints a beautiful picture that they have great Kung Fu. Kung Fu is often understood to mean Chinese martial art, but in reality it's much, much more. Now you may also hear the terms Wushu and Kung Fu used interchangeably, but this would also be incorrect as there is a distinction. It is actually the term Wushu that translates to martial art, any martial art. If you wanted to specify Chinese martial arts, you say Zhuangwu Wushu. However, it is also important to understand that the word Wushu also refers to a very specific style of Chinese sport martial art developed around 1950 for the People's Republic of China. It is meant for exhibition and competition, and it's actually really impressive to watch. Now we can cover that in a future episode, but it's important to understand that Wushu can either mean martial art or refer to the specific sport depending on the context of its usage. Then there's also the word Xuanfa, which roughly translates to fist law or fist method. Now this word, when translated into Japanese, becomes Kenpo or Kempo, depending on which way you want to spell it. Now I broke down this translation of the word Kempo in my Origin of Kempo video, so please feel free to check that out for more elaboration on the word. The Chinese martial arts have had a very deep history, a wide range of influence, and include hundreds of different styles. To put in the context of just how far back it goes, old school karate is about less than 200 years old. With the Chinese martial arts, you can find some trace elements and roots that go back as far as 2,000 years. However, much of that is lost through time. China is a country with a very complicated history. It's full of wars, political changes, and loss of documentation. There are some direct lineages that are documented to go back at least, they're about up to 400 years old. For example, Tai Chi and the Shaolin martial arts. However, most of the traditional systems you see today don't typically go back that far, but usually go back maybe about 200 to 250 years. Now, as far as origin goes, there are different opinions and debates depending on which perspective you're looking at. The concept of fighting methods go way back to early human. I mean, we're competitive and combative by nature, so we've had methods of fighting since forever. As far as what has become Kung Fu today, many believe it began with the Shaolin Temple built in the Song Mountains in China's Henan province during the 5th century AD. Now, the style of combat developed at this temple, Shaolin Kung Fu, is often attributed with being one of the first institutionalized forms of martial arts in China. A Buddhist monk by the name of Buddhabhadra became the monastery's first abbot, and then later another Buddhist monk, Bodhidharma, arrived and is often credited with training the Shaolin monks in methods to strengthen mind and body, as well as bringing Chan Buddhism to China. Now, this is a very popular and romanticized version of history. Many like to attribute the Shaolin temples as the origin of Kung Fu. Now, while there are some styles that did originate and develop there, this is a big misconception. While the Shaolin Temple does have its historical significance, it is not realistically the origin of all Chinese martial arts. Most traditional styles of Kung Fu developed outside of the temples, in local villages, and as regional arts, and most likely through the military. The Chinese arts have also had a wide influence among other arts of the world. Even the roots of karate began during the Okinawan Ryukyu Kingdom and trade interactions with China. Local fighting systems in Okinawa merged with Chinese combat influences to create the basis of Te, and some of those ideas are still in karate that we know today. Now, if you take a look at some Chinese arts, particularly Five Ancestor Kung Fu, you can see a lot of similarity in movements with that and traditional karate. Even with similar roots, Chinese martial arts differ from Japanese and Okinawan arts. And a lot of people ask, well, what is the difference between karate and Kung Fu? And the truth is, it's a bit of an unbalanced question to begin with. Karate refers to a specific type of art within similar origins and attributes, while Kung Fu involves hundreds of varieties, many of them extremely different from one another. Speaking in broad strokes, however, they often differ in movement. Japanese karate tends to have more linear motions, uniformity, and precise movements. This is a reflection of Japanese culture, which often has a much defined structure and hierarchy. The Chinese culture tends to be more lenient and adaptable, and this translates into the movements as well, and in their martial arts you will find movements that are more rounded out and fluid. A great example of this would be their use of the spear. In Japanese arts, the spear is often rigid, stiff, and strong, where in the Chinese arts they're usually flexible and they utilize the bounce and rebounding motions. This is particularly emphasized in competitions. You can even see differences in their use of swords. Japanese katanas have weight distributed towards the blade, are often wielded with two hands, and typically move in linear motions with stabs, slashes, and parries. The Chinese Dao, in contrast, has more weight with a curved blade, which lends the wielder to move the weapon in more circular patterns. Additionally, the majority of Japanese and Okinawan styles focus more on the waist for generating power, while the Chinese martial arts tend to put more emphasis on the hips. Now, these are generalities, of course. You're going to find hard, soft, circular, linear movements in both Chinese and Japanese arts. It's also worth noting that in many cases, in Japan, the martial arts were often the privilege of the elite and the upper class, while in China, martial arts were commonly practiced by farmers and civilians. In China, the three main avenues one could find an art were through a local village, sometimes temples, and very often through the military. Chinese martial arts like Baji Xuan and Pi Gua Zhang came from villages. Wu Dang and Shaolin styles came from their respective temples. Shuai Jiao, which is Chinese wrestling, was commonly used to train soldiers, being the equivalent of samurai's jiu-jitsu. There are even martial arts like Wing Chun and Southern Praying Mantis Kung Fu, which at the times were taught and developed by rebel armies. With so many styles of Chinese arts, they are often categorized in a number of different ways. Now, styles are often grouped together in families or sects based on common themes. Now, these themes can be based on religion, movement, geography, competition, or how they utilize energy and chi. For example, many styles of Kung Fu are based on the movement observed by many animals, such as the crane, monkey, tiger, and snake, just to name a few. A very common distinction of Chinese martial arts is the classification of northern styles and southern styles. Now, some examples of northern style Kung Fu systems are Xingyiquan, Eagle Claw, and Northern Praying Mantis. Wing Chun, Choi the Foot, and Fujian White Crane are some examples of the southern styles. Now, it is often said that the northern styles tend to be more fluid with a heavy focus on kicking, while the southern styles utilize shorter range combat and lower kicking techniques. Now, while you can find some systems that fit into this mold, this is not a fair or accurate description of the arts. The truth is, you're going to find a blend of techniques in both regions, and the Chinese arts are way too diverse and regionally influenced to be classified in such a broad way. But nevertheless, you will still hear them referred to as northern and southern styles. Balance and harmony are often an important part of the Chinese culture, and you can see this influence in their martial arts as well. Now, while each individual art can vary greatly from one to another, most of them are influenced by one or more of three primary schools of philosophy: Confucianism, Taoism, and Buddhism, also known as the Three Teachings. Confucius was a scholar who lived in the time of the ancient Greek philosophers. Now, speaking very broadly here, Confucius taught that society would be better by adhering to three things: good moral deeds between people, proper hierarchy between people, and adherence to rituals between people. A few generations after he passed, his teachings became the state religion in China. For about 2 millennia, everyone in China, including the martial artists, of course, studied Confucianism in some way. Therefore, the Chinese martial arts came to adapt Confucian ideas, such as teaching morality as part of the curriculum, catering to a strict hierarchy between members of the martial arts clan, and adhering meticulously to ceremonial engagements. The martial arts forms themselves, in that sense, are also ceremonies. Taoism is the most ancient of the Chinese philosophies and has existed already for many thousands of years. Unlike the teachings of Confucius, Taoism does not deal with society. Instead, Taoism tries to teach the principles which govern the universe and creation. Central to Taoism are the concepts of Taiji and Baohua. Taiji is the symbol containing the yin and yang. Baohua is breaking the yin and yang further into 8 symbols. The 8 symbols are called the 8 trigrams, or Baogua in Chinese. In the Chinese martial arts, the principles of Taiji and Baogua are found in countless styles, and they are used for a variety of things, from techniques to strategies, forms, and health cultivation methods. Because Taiji, Baogua, and the whole Taoism are also the basis of traditional Chinese medicine, then the Chinese martial arts inherently share the same core philosophy around which Chinese medicine was conceived. The internal martial arts of China, such as Xingyiquan, Bagua Zhang, and Taiji Chuan, all use Taoism and its terminology in their teachings quite abundantly. Buddhism follows the idea that pain is a part of life and suffering is going to happen, but one can transcend past that by finding enlightenment. There's an emphasis on meditation and purifying the mind, breaking away from material attachments, and striving to reach nirvana, or a state of perfect happiness. Buddhism has therefore inspired many martial artists to utilize their practice as a means of movement, meditation, and seeking enlightenment and peace through the subjugation of one's violent nature. Most Chinese martial arts are influenced by at least one of these philosophies. Many of the arts will base their practice in 2 or all 3, creating their own blended system of philosophical thought and interpretation. Like most traditional systems, Chinese martial arts are composed of basics, self-defense, and forms. Chinese forms are called Taolu, which translates to routine, sets, or set of roads. Standard to Chinese forms, stances are called steps, so when you move through a sequence of steps, you are performing part of the form. Now, when you're doing that, when you've moved from one point to another in which you're about to change direction, you have completed a road, and then you will continue in another road. Hence, what is created is a set of roads. A Taolu, with each road in itself based on a given number of steps. Each form will draw out a different set of roads. They can be formed individually, or there are forms designed for partners. Taolu is an integral part of training in the Chinese arts and are extremely popular for competition. If you've not seen them before, I highly encourage you to check out some Wushu Taolu competitions here on YouTube. They can be extremely impressive to watch. Just be aware, however, that Wushu Taolu are usually leaning towards aesthetic sport competition as opposed to the more traditional Taolu. Now, beyond the basics, you're going to find application and combat drills. This includes sparring, self-defense application, and drills known as pushing hands and sticky hands. Pushing hands, as a general concept, is a semi-compliant method of practice in which 2 students make hand contact and attempt to push, pull, divert, disrupt their opponent's balance, all without breaking contact. These drills are great for learning flow and how to anticipate and defend by feeling the movement of an opponent's body. Now, anyone who studies Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu or any other grappling system can fully understand just how much you can read by feeling your opponent shift their weight and more, and how they move. The Chinese martial arts also have their own set of distinctive weapons, many of which demonstrate the dynamic movements of the arts. Now, there are 4 major types of Chinese weaponry. The first is the Chinese Dao, which is a single-edged sword with a blade that is moderately curved. It can be wielded with one hand, and these are great for slashing and chopping. We actually featured a unique version of this sword in the previous episode, the 9-Ring Dao, as part of our 5 Coolest Swords segment, so be sure to go check that out when you're done. The Jian is a double-edged sword with a straight blade. Now, this is an effective cut and thrust weapon. It can be one-handed or 2 for larger variations, and it has many different versions in the history, which is believed to go back as far as 2,500 years. Then we have the Gun, which is the Chinese staff weapon. This can be made of wood or steel. It's typically sized to be about the same height of the user, and sometimes it's thicker at one end and slightly thinned at the other. There are also 2 and 3 sectional variations of this weapon as well. Those get pretty interesting. And then we have the Qiang, the Chinese spear. Now, as I mentioned earlier, this weapon is characteristic of the flexible nature of the Chinese arts. At a length of 9 feet long, places this weapon on the shorter end of the scale, with variations increasing up to 14 and sometimes even up to 21 feet. With its flexible and whip-like ability, this weapon was often used for striking as well as stabbing. The spear tip is leaf-shaped and often sports a red tassel. Now, this tassel is usually made from horsehair and often helps stop the blood running from down the tip to the wielder's hands, and it was also a possible distraction for an opponent trying to keep an eye on the blade in battle. There are many other Chinese weapons such as the fu, or axe, gong, or Chinese bow, and the ever-deadly hook swords, which we also covered in our 5 Coolest Swords video. Now, unlike karate and the Japanese arts, the Chinese martial arts don't have a standardized uniform. Even historically speaking, the karate gi and Korean dobok are fairly new. In the Chinese arts, this uniformity doesn't exist. Each art determines their own code of dress, and each one is very different. Some wear civilian clothing, or sometimes a robe or wrestling jacket. Now, while there is no standard, many modern arts have adopted the tangzhuang, or a type of jacket that is straight collared, often made of silk, and features frog buttons. So now, this leads us into topics of belts and what kind of belt system the Chinese arts use. The broad answer to this question is the Chinese don't use a belt ranking system. That was developed by judo founder Jigoro Kano and is something found in the Japanese arts. In the Chinese martial arts, ranking does not work the same. The hierarchical structure isn't arranged by rank and levels as much as it is by familial relationship. Many styles treat their training and practitioners as family members of a unit. So you're not giving someone respect because of a rank they've achieved, but rather their position within the family. So a grandfather holds superiority over a father who holds superiority over a son. In many cases, an outsider who wishes to train in Kung Fu in a particular style will find a Shifu, which is a skilled teacher or master, and sometimes you'll hear it referred to as Sifu. You have no familial relation to this Shifu, and you're considered an outsider and a customer until the day you prove yourself worthy, and then you are initiated in the ceremony in which the Shifu takes you as an apprentice, or tudi. From this point on, the father-son hierarchy comes into play. The depth of material taught will vary greatly on the length of time and dynamics of the relationship. Now, that being said, some modern-day styles of Kung Fu will use a ranking system, but you'll find this most notably in the West. These may be the same colored belts that karate uses, or sometimes they're sashes. Some schools will use colored shirts or other garb to be worn to denote rank. In any case, every style and every school will generally have their own way to rank students. Now, sometimes there's a system of ethics that are taught in the Chinese arts called the martial morality. Why teach morality in the martial arts school? Well, there's many good reasons. This is something that the Chinese inherited from Confucius, who taught that morality and courteous behavior between people are an important means for correcting society. So martial morality, or wudu, is divided into 2 parts. The morality of deed, which pertains to the social relationships of others, and the morality of mind, which focuses on inner harmony between the wisdom and emotional mind. One example could be the etiquette used between teacher and student. It would be considered unethical to study under 2 Shifus in the same style. And if a student wishes to study or try an additional art, it would be proper to consult your current Shifu and obtain their permission. Now, as I said at the beginning, we could go deeper into each one of these topics, as Chinese martial arts have an unbelievably detailed and rich history. The goal of this episode was to serve as a starting point of discussion and kick off what I hope will be a long-running series of videos as we develop them. Many of our viewers are Kung Fu practitioners, and I would absolutely love to read any elaboration you can offer or recommend any Chinese arts that we should be covering first. I would also like to extend my extreme gratitude to Shifu Jonathan Bluestein for his guidance and assistance on this topic. He is a scholar of the Chinese martial arts and he contributed a lot of text to this episode. I would also like to heavily recommend his 2 books as I find them incredibly insightful and there's a lot of content to sink your teeth into. They are The Research of the Martial Arts and The Martial Arts Teacher. You can find both books listed in the description below. I am also pleased to announce that we are currently collaborating with Shifu Bluestein for an episode on the Chinese art of Xingyiquan. Now we will keep you up to date and be sure to subscribe and click on the bell icon so that you can be notified and catch any updates when this episode starts to come out. Thank you all for watching, and I want to close out on a quote that I came across while I was researching this topic. There's an old saying that states, "One must first learn civility before he can learn the art, and one must first learn his ethics before he knows his skills." I really like that, and I hope you do too. So in 2019, we did a 3-part episode on the history of Kyokushin, and as we wrap up this year in 2020, we're going to take all 3 and we're putting them together in a single presentation because we have a lot of new viewers since then, and many of you might not have seen it, so here it is in one complete presentation. And for those of you who have seen it, we're adding a little bit of extra information, just some more tidbits, so that way, you know, there's something for you to find too. And if that's the case, you can find some chapter marks in the description below for all the new stuff. And we did this previously with our Kempo trilogy, and we'll also be doing it again with Shotokan to wrap up this year. As we work on new art topics, we just kind of wanted to collect these, put these together, and represent them with a little bit of added information. So thank you so much for watching, and I hope you enjoyed the presentation. Kyokushin is a style of karate founded by Oyama Masutatsu, a Korean-born Japanese citizen who carries quite the legacy in the martial arts. Now this is one of our most requested arts from our viewers, and with good reason. Training in Kyokushin karate requires a will of steel, and it's not a good art for those who just want a light to moderate workout. This art is known around the world for its toughness, and it's also considered one of the most influential styles of full contact karate. One can often recognize Kyokushin by the delivery of rapid, full-powered body blows and as a leader in international competition. It is also renowned for its extensive kumite sessions, with practitioners often enduring 20, 30, even 40 or more matches in a row. Translated from Japanese as ultimate truth, it stands as an icon of discipline, conditioning, and character building. Now this is going to be the first of 3 episodes in which we attempt to catch a glimpse of this truth and take a look at the history of Kyokushin. So how would one describe Kyokushin karate? Founded in 1964 by Sosai Oyama Masutatsu, Kyokushin is predominantly a stand-up, full-contact, and self-defense-based style of martial art. It is a style of Japanese karate, but you can trace a lot of its roots to the hard linear techniques of Shotokan, combined with the many circular movements found in Goju Ryu. There are also elements of judo and kabuto, or weapons training, which makes Kyokushin a very powerful and effective combination of techniques. It also has continued to rise in popularity and has over 12 million practitioners all over the world. The founder of Kyokushin karate is Masutatsu Oyama, often referred to as Mas Oyama. He was born on July 27, 1923 in what would later be South Korea. When he was still very young, he was sent to Manchuria, China to live on his sister's farm. Now, Oyama was first introduced to the martial arts at the age of 9 when one of the farmers began teaching him Chinese Kempo, called 18 hands. Now, the 18 hands is very important in the history of martial arts. It was one of the foundations and is often found in the roots of many arts, including my own art of American Kempo karate. At the age of 12, Oyama returned back to Korea and continued his training, but this time in Korean Kempo. Now this was only the beginning of the multiple building blocks Oyama would use to develop his own system. In 1938, at the age of 15, Oyama traveled to Japan with his brother to enlist in the Japanese Imperial Army Aviation School. While he was there, he continued his training in karate, adding judo and boxing into his regimen. It was very clear that young Oyama was finding his way in the martial arts, constantly adding more and more skills to his arsenal. When World War II ended in 1945, Oyama left the aviation school and settled down in Tokyo, and in 1946 enrolled in Waseda University School of Education, and he pursued a study in sports science. Oyama pressed forward in his martial arts training, seeking out a Shotokan school run by Gigo Funakoshi, son of Gichin Funakoshi, who is the grandmaster and founder of the art, and then later he trained under Gichin Funakoshi himself. Oyama showed great skill and prowess and added yet another discipline, that of Goju Ryu, founded by Chojun Miyagi. After several more years of training, Masayama had proven himself to be a highly skilled and formidable fighter. In his lifetime, he achieved the ranks of 4th Dan in Kodokan Judo, 4th Dan in Shotokan Karate, 7th Dan in Goju Ryu Karate, and eventually 10th Dan as the founder of the art he would later form, Kyokushin Karate. As skilled and disciplined as Oyama became, the war had left him unsettled, and he was noted for often getting into fights with US military police. He once said in a television interview, "I lost many friends during the war. The very morning of their departure as kamikaze pilots, we ate breakfast together, and in the evening, their seats were empty. After the war ended, I was angry, so I fought as many US military as I could until my portrait was all over the police station." Masayama sought a way to ground himself, and having become interested in the Samurai Bushido Code and what it represented, he had committed himself to spending 3 years in isolation to focus entirely on his training. He built a small shack in Mount Minobu in Japan, and there he trained and lived. At one point, a student had joined him, but this was not a recreational retreat nor a weekend seminar. It was a harsh outdoor workout, and there were no modern conveniences. Nature was the dojo. He embodied a lot of what you see in martial arts films, glamorized training out in the wilderness and the waterfalls, becoming one with nature, and in pure isolation. However, this wasn't Hollywood, and this wasn't glamorous. It was pure, hardcore training. Masayama kept a very strict regimen, training at least 12 hours a day, no days off, under cold waterfalls, breaking stones and logs, and even using trees as a makiwara. Now this was a bit overwhelming for her student, who after about 6 months snuck away in the night, leaving Oyama to train in solitude. Oyama was dedicated to becoming one of the hardest and best fighters in the world. Unfortunately, after 14 months, his sponsor was unable to continue to offer support, and Oyama returned back to civilization. He came back a hardened martial artist, winning competitions and earning respect, although he felt unresolved as he had not yet completed his 3-year commitment in the mountains. At this point in his life, he knew that he wanted to dedicate himself to the martial arts, so on his own, he took off again for the mountains, where he would spend another 18 months of this rigorous routine, complete solitude, out in nature, 12 hours a day. Masayama was a different man this time when he returned. He was confident, powerful, and ready to show the world his craft. In 1950, Masayama began to test and prove his power. In one of his more notable claims to fame, Oyama demonstrated his skill by fighting live bulls with his bare hands. He would reportedly knock them out with single strikes, and he is believed to have killed maybe 3 instantly, and wrestling others down to the ground and chopping their horns off with his bare hands. Now, I have seen some conflicting information in my research, and some people claim they weren't really bulls, but just steer that he wrestled down. Honestly, is that even less impressive if it is true? I mean, how many people do you know who could do that? In addition to battling bulls, he took on any challenger who wished to fight him. He toured North America, giving live demonstrations and exhibitions, and even live on television. He won every single challenge, most fights lasting only a matter of seconds, and most of his opponents he knocked out with a single blow. His power was undisputable. It was even said that if you were to block one of his strikes, he would still break your arm, and if you didn't block, well, the result was often worse. This iron fortitude and exhibition of his skills earned Oyama the nickname God Hand. And as if the skill and power he showed wasn't enough, Oyama also wanted to lead the example of endurance. He introduced the world to one of the most grueling tests in the martial arts, the 100-man kumite. This was a bare-knuckle battle lasting 100 consecutive rounds, with each round lasting 1.5 to 2 minutes. And we're talking full contact, no pads, no breaks. So when an opponent was knocked out or time ran out, another opponent immediately jumped in. Now, in many cases, the fighter attempting the challenge would see the same opponents multiple times because there weren't always 100 people available. But the big difference is those people had a chance to rest and the challenger would not. So this was 100 non-stop rounds of bare-knuckle, full-contact fighting. Masuyama not only completed this challenge, but then he did it 3 days in a row, completing 300 undefeated rounds. It's also been said that he was up for a fourth day, but no one wished to challenge him any further. Oyama would go on to establish Kyokushin as one of the leading and toughest karate systems in the world. So, what does the name Kyokushin mean? Founded officially in 1964, the full official name of the art is Kokusai Karate-do Renmei Kyokushin Kaikan, which I apologize if I pronounced it incorrectly, but it loosely translates to International Karate Organization Kyokushin Kaiken. In simpler terms, the art is usually referred to as Kyokushin Kai, which means Ultimate Truth Society, or even more common, just Kyokushin, Ultimate Truth. The kanji for this name is a prominent emblem of the art. Masuyama held a very high regard for the samurai Miyamoto Musashi and his Book of the Five Rings. As a result, Oyama wanted the calligraphy of the kanji to resemble a sheathed sword in honor of Musashi. The calligraphy was designed by Oyama's close friend, Sensei Haramotoki. This official icon of Kyokushin is written in blue and embroidered on the uniform's left side of the chest. Another distinct symbol representative of the art of Kyokushin is the kanku. This is an emblem based on the kankudai kata, which also means viewing the sky or raising sun. In this kata, the hands are raised to scan the sky and they form the symbol. The points in the kanku represent the fingers and symbolize ultimate peaks. The thicker sections of the right and left of the image are the wrists of the hands, and they signify power, and the center represents depth and infinity. The entire emblem is encircled, standing for circular activity and continuity. So the official uniform of Kyokushin is a solid white gi with the embroidered blue kanji of the name on the left side of the chest and the red badge of the kanku stitched on the left sleeve. Now, we're going to take a more detailed look at the Kyokushin curriculum in the next episode, but let's quickly explore the fundamentals. The foundation of the curriculum is built on 3 components, sometimes called the 3 Ks, based on their Japanese names. These components are Kihon, Kata, and Kumite. Kihon generally means basics, and they are the fundamental movements and strikes. Blocks, punches, kicks, posture, breathing practices, throws, and body movement all fall under Kihon. They are the root and foundation of practice. If a student does not develop strong basics, then the rest of their training will be unreliable. Kata. Kata is short for the word katachi, which translates to form, shape, or pattern. Most katas are performed individually and are composed of basics, or kihon, in a sequence of pre-choreographed motions. By practicing basics and sequences repeatedly, it helps students to develop polished technique and also to help in memorization and understanding the relationship of the movements. Many martial arts have katas for a similar purpose. And in Kyokushin, katas are actually organized into 2 main categories, Northern style and Southern style. Oyama formed the Northern style katas to draw from influences he learned in Shotokan Karate, while the Southern style draws from his experience in Goju Ryu. Then we have Kumite. Kumite means fighting, or basically freestyle sparring. Now this is where skills built by the student during Kihon and Kata training are translated into real fighting skills and application. Now, although head protection is sometimes used and face punching is restricted, Kyokushin Kumite is usually unpadded and full contact fighting. In competition, opponents deliver heavy blows and powerful kicks in an attempt to submit or knock out their opponent. Now, Kihon, Kata, and Kumite are terms also found in other styles of karate, but in the next episode, we're going to break down the Kyokushin training a little bit more to get a better idea of the curriculum. Now, this episode would not be complete if I didn't talk about os. Such a short, simple sound, yet with it comes a heavy and well-respected meaning. The word is a combination of 2 other Japanese words, oshi, which means push, and shinobu, which means endure. Kyokushin is an incredibly demanding art. It's very taxing on the body, it tests the spirits of the practitioner, and it represents one of the highest forms of discipline, technique, and commitment. So the sentiment behind os means to push oneself to the limit of ability and then under pressure, push past it and endure. In Kyokushin training, os carries many uses. It is used for all greetings and it replaces many words such as hello, goodbye, yes sir, yes ma'am, or in any instance in which you are given a command and you reply in agreement. When you arrive at the dojo and you bow, you say os. When you bow out at the end of the class, you say os. Your sensei gives you a command, you respond with os. When you perform a technique, you call out aloud, os! If you receive a well-placed blow from an opponent in Kumite, you credit them with respect and you say, os. Os is everything in Kyokushin. It is dedication and determination. It is respect and appreciation. It is patience and perseverance, and it is a reminder for all Kyokushin students to push themselves and endure. So, if you could encapsulate the spirit of the art of Kyokushin into a single word or sentiment, Os is that word. Now, a word of caution. Os is a signature tradition of Kyokushin, and its usage is well respected. But with that being said, you should also be aware that outside of a Kyokushin dojo, that might not always be the case. In Japanese culture, Os is also sometimes taken as a contraction of Ohayo gozaimasu, which generally means good morning. However, its usage and inflection can change on context, and it's often considered slang or even possibly crude. So for example, in English, when you meet somebody of higher rank or in a formal environment, or someone who's like a senior to you, you would say something along the lines of, "Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you." Well, os in this context would be like saying, "Oh, hey man, what's up?" It can come across as, less respectful, sometimes crude, maybe even a little uneducated. So while os carries a mark of respect in the Kyokushin dojo, don't assume it is always the case everywhere else. Some dojos and other arts use os in a similar manner, while others might find it offensive. So basically, do not use it in a dojo unless you know ahead of time if it is appreciated or not. Oyama also established the International Karate Organization. Throughout his lifetime, Masuyama continued to spread his craft, and Kyokushin began to plant the seeds across the world. He would hand-pick instructors, and he would send them to new countries and territories, where they would then draw a crowd, and they would perform demonstrations out in public, drum up excitement, and then spread word of mouth. Once interest rose, they would establish a school. As a result, Kyokushin now has 12 million practitioners or more in thousands of dojos spread across over 100 countries in the world. Masuyama never quit on his dedication. Remaining the true warrior that he was, he continued to push and endure even as he aged and health problems developed. In his later years, he was diagnosed with osteoarthritis, a joint disease that breaks down cartilage and bone. Now, despite this normally being a debilitating disease and condition, Oyama did not let it stop him, and he continued his practice to demonstrate his craft, even still breaking wood and bricks and blocks and stones. In his final years, and despite never having been a smoker, Masuyama developed lung cancer. On April 26, 1994, at the age of 70, Masutatsu Oyama passed away. While his absence is heavily felt, he left behind a legacy of a man who became one of the best karatekas in the world and creating a system of martial arts that pushes boundaries, develops character, cultivates respect, and it retains the true Bushido spirit. He was a pioneer in the martial arts, and Kyokushin is now one of the leading systems of karate in the world. For more information on Masuyama and Kyokushin, and to get a copy of Miyamoto Musashi's Book of the Five Rings, I've included some links below in the description. And that concludes today's video. I would also like to extend a giant and sincere thank you to one of our most loyal viewers, Sensei Juan Ferentino Iorio from Melbourne, Australia, for his generous help and time in researching this project. Your contribution and friendship is greatly appreciated. I hope you enjoyed this video looking on the origin of Kyokushin. In the next episode of this 3-part series, we're going to explore Kyokushin training, highlight the curriculum, and find out what it takes to become a black belt in the art. Thank you so much for watching. So today I'm going to talk about a few different Kyokushin practitioners, and there's no particular rhyme or reason as to why I chose who I chose. It's just, I just grabbed 3 people I found interesting. This is no disrespect to any other practitioners out there. I know there's a whole list of different high-level practitioners and shihans and people we could talk about, and they could definitely be future topics. If you have suggestions of who we should look at, please list them in the comments below. But the first person I want to talk about today is Kenji Kurosaki. Besides being one of the fiercest fighters in Kyokushin, Kenji Kurosaki has another important and sometimes overlooked distinction in the art. He was integral in the establishment of Kyokushin, and many of our viewers have recommended looking into him, sometimes referring to him as Kyokushin's other founder. He was born just outside Tokyo on March 15, 1930. In 1951, he decided to train in the martial arts, and he joined the Goju Ryu school. While there, he met his close friend and training partner, Masuyama. And as we saw in this history video, Masuyama spent a considerable amount of time in both Shotokan and Goju Ryu, which are the parent arts of Kyokushin. In 1953, Oyama decided to leave and create his own system, and Kurosaki went with him to help him establish it. It is said that Kurosaki tended to take more of a behind-the-scenes role, such as public relations for the art, and he wasn't always forefront. And while he isn't always known for his contribution to the art, but he is definitely known and had the reputation of being one of the most fiercest fighters that Kyokushin had to offer. In 1964, Muay Thai practitioners challenged Masuyama to choose 3 of his men to fight up against 3 of their men. Masuyama accepted the challenge, and Kurosaki was one of the 3 fighters put forward. As most people will agree, Muay Thai is not an art to underestimate. The fights were intense, and you can see in the footage of the bout that Kurosaki definitely held his own in the battle. In the end of the match, he caught a blow that took him to the ground. Even in defeat, he upheld his passion for his training and pushed forward and set up a future for himself as a trainer. In 1976, as a result of political difference in the direction where Kyokushin was going, he left the organization and he started his own gym known as the Kurosaki Dojo. During his career in the martial arts, Kurosaki trained and unleashed several great kickboxing champions and cemented himself in the history as a pillar of excellence in the martial arts and in the history and legacy of Kyokushin. Welcome to the History of Kyokushin, a 3-part series on one of the toughest karate systems out there. Last week was the first episode, and we talked about Sosai Masutatsu Oyama and his dedication to training and how he formed the art of Kyokushin. If you have not seen that video yet, I highly recommend that you watch that one first, as it will lay out a stronger foundation for what we'll cover today. In this episode, we're going to explore the training of the art, belt ranks, techniques, etiquette, and testing requirements in part 2 of the History of Kyokushin. Now, just a disclaimer, Japanese is not my native language, so I do apologize if I butcher any names. I'm going to do my best. So to summarize the previous video, we explored the background of Masutatsu Oyama, the founder of Kyokushin. Oyama, born in Korea, lived on his sister's farm in Manchuria, China, where he was introduced to Chinese Kempo. Later, upon moving back to Korea, he continued to train in Korean Kempo. During World War II, Oyama had been part of the Imperial Japanese Army Aviation School. Through his young adulthood, he studied judo, boxing, Shotokan Karate, and Goju Ryu Karate. He also found great inspiration from the Bushido Samurai Code and admired the spirit of the warrior. He followed the ideals from his favorite book, The Book of the Five Rings by Miyamoto Musashi, and he spent a collective 32 months training in solitude in the Japanese mountains. When he returned to civilization, he came back a hardened fighter and an incredible martial artist. He demonstrated his combat skills by fighting and defeating live bulls and establishing the 100-man kumite, in which a challenger takes on 100 consecutive rounds of bare-knuckle, full-contact sparring. Oyama completed the challenge 3 times, defeating 300 men over the course of 3 consecutive days. He founded the art of Kyokushin, which translates to ultimate truth. Kyokushin is one of the most influential styles of full-contact karate, especially in competition. Most tournaments are unpadded and allow full-contact punches and kicks to the body. Now, strikes to the face usually aren't allowed by hand, but kicks to the head often are, and have resulted in some impressive techniques and knockouts. First, let's talk about arrival to the dojo. Kyokushin embodies a very strong spirit of discipline and respect, and their customs should be observed when visiting a Kyokushin dojo. All students are expected to bow in upon entering the school, and once again while exiting. Bowing is performed facing the front of the dojo, where there usually hangs the portrait of Sosai Masutatsu Oyama. The student then bows towards the direction of others. In the previous episode, we talked about the tradition of os, a word used to represent the spirit of the art. It is a combination of the words oshi, which means push, and shinobu, which means endure. In essence, the sentiment behind it means to push oneself to the limit and endure going past it. All greetings are observed by os, so the student is to deliver the word when bowing towards teachers and fellow classmates. During class, when given a command or instructions by a teacher, os is also used to acknowledge and agree. This is very similar to the traditional I used in many Japanese arts. So in Kyokushin, I-sensei or yes-sensei is replaced with os. Kyokushin dojos typically observe formal and proper behavior. So this means you should act appropriately while you're in a dojo and show respect to senior students and teachers. Students of lower ranks may address each other by names. However, this is not appropriate practice with senior students or instructors. When you're addressing a senior, you should address them according to their official title or rank, followed by their first name. Many Japanese schools have what's called the Dojo-kun posted on the wall. Now these are the codes of conduct and rules expected in the dojo. In Kyokushin, the Dojo-kun is recited at the end of each class. Students lined up by rank, they kneel down with their eyes closed, and the senior student recites the code out loud for the class. As the senior student reads it, the class will follow and repeat it word for word. We will train our hearts and bodies for a firm, unshaken spirit. We will pursue the true meaning of the martial way so that in time our senses may be alert. With true vigor, we will seek to cultivate a spirit of self-denial. We will observe the rules of courtesy, respect our superiors, and refrain from violence. We will follow our religious principles and never forget the true virtue of humility. We will look upwards to wisdom and strength, not seeking other desires. All our lives, through the discipline of karate, we will seek to fulfill the true meaning of the Kyokushin way. Like most Japanese martial arts, student ranks are represented by colored belts. Now, as we explored in the previous video, how many belts are there in karate, we looked at the difference of ranking systems across many systems of martial arts. The concept of colored belt ranks was first established by Jigoro Kano, the founder of judo, and many arts followed suit with their own. Now, what we learned is each discipline has their own set of colors and belt ranks, each meaning something completely significant and different to that art. And in this respect, Kyokushin is no exception. Consistency is something that's also an issue in some styles, with belt order and customs changing wildly from one school to the next. Now, at least in Kyokushin, the order is generally consistent between schools with some possible minor variations. Similar to the other arts, colored belt ranks are called Q ranks, and they count down as the student approaches black belt. The different ranks of black belts are called Dan ranks, and they progress higher as the student achieves higher levels of mastery. In Kyokushin, there are 10 Q ranks and 10 Dan ranks. The first belt a student receives is the white belt. Now, in many martial arts, the white belt is considered the first Q rank, but in others, such as Kyokushin, it is called Mukyu, which means ungraded. This is an entry-level belt and requires no skill or work to acquire it, and it is not included in the 10 Q ranks. The white color of the belt reflects this, as the canvas is clean and the student has not yet had any experience in the art, so it stands for a level of purity and potential. The first official colored belt is the orange belt. Now, when Post-Oyama first established Kyokushin, this belt was originally red. Now, the color red in martial arts is a little bit of a wild card. In some arts, the red belt is a lower grade belt, while in others, it is the color and symbol of mastery. So in Kempo and some other arts, red stripes are applied to black belts to denote Dan ranks as they increase. In an art like Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, the red belt is the highest achievable rank, even above black belt. It is believed that due to this discrepancy that Post-Oyama changed the red to orange as to avoid confusion. Today, most traditional Kyokushin schools observe the orange belt, while some still might use the red. The meaning behind the color stands for a level of stability. Orange or red symbolizes the color of soil and earth, building the foundation from which the seeds of basics can be planted, cultivated, and grown upon. The blue belt represents water and a level of fluidity. Water is free-flowing and it can move and change based on its environment. So too should the student at this level displaying a level of fluidity and adaptability. The student at this point in time learns to flow within the context of what they have learned. The yellow belt represents a level of assertion. By now, the student has been training hard and should have developed a strong skill set of basics and physical ability. Now, as with most arts, Kyokushin students are not only expected to achieve physical strength, but they're also expected to develop mental fortitude as well. At yellow belt, the student is entering a psychological phase of training, understanding and dissecting what they have previously learned, and they are now learning to analyze new information. When the student achieves the green belt, they are entering the first level of senior ranked belts. This belt represents a level of emotion and sensitivity, and the student is expected to be aware and embrace the concepts of benevolence and compassion. It was once said that Oyama would declare that strength without justice is violence, also justice without strength is impotence. Mastery of the basics, strength, and speed are an expected combination at this level. Now, as with most arts, the brown belt is a senior rank and typically the last colored belt rank. In Kyokushin, the brown belt signifies a level of practicality. A student should be adept in their own training. They should be strong, fast, and they should be comfortable in the performance of what they previously learned, and they also understand not to abuse their strength and power, but rather to guide, mentor, and look after the junior ranks. The black belt, synonymous across the martial arts as a rank of expert. Now, I think we've all heard the expression that a black belt is simply a white belt and never quit. Now, while it sounds easy to say, it is certainly true. The The black belt represents a several-year-long journey and hard work, and in Kyokushin this is no different. The black color represents strength, as the color black is too strongly pigmented and not easily overcome by other colors. So this philosophical notion applies to the student in that at this level, their skills should have reached a level of proficiency and that lower color belt ranks should not be able to overcome them. Once the student obtains their black belt or first dan, they will spend a lifetime progressing, each additional dan grouped by a single gold stripe. Kohai. This is a term used to refer to the colored belt ranks or Q ranks. Now, generally, Kohai implies a junior student, especially in comparison to another. If two students have the same rank, then the younger one is generally referred to as the Kohai. Now, an important note is that this is not a title used to address someone. The word Kohai is used strictly in the context of generalization, such as comparing, a student to a senior rank. It is considered inappropriate to address someone personally as Kohai. Senpai. Senpai means senior student. Now this term is used in many dojos of many different arts, and the senpai is usually the senior ranking student and often the mentor to the lower ranks. Now in some styles it can refer to brown belts or may even refer to someone senior in age. In the context of Kyokushin, however, it is reserved to those who have achieved their first and second dan black belt ranks. Sensei. Now this is a term that pretty much everyone knows. It simply means teacher in the literal translation. And it's sometimes used in Japan as other teachers, not necessarily in the martial arts. In Kyokushin, sensei is a title applied to third and fourth dan black belt ranks. Shihan, or master teacher. The title of Shihan is typically bestowed upon those who have reached a level of mastery and usually lead a school or even multiple schools. In Kyokushin, a fifth dan rank and upwards is awarded the title of Shihan. Now there are also some other titles that are much less common, but you may hear them in the context of Kyokushin. Kancho, in which the word kan means building or hall, and the word cho means head or the top. So kancho literally means head of the hall or head of the training hall. Kaicho is similar, except that kan is replaced with kai, which means society or association. Therefore, kaicho means the head of an association. Hanshi translates roughly to gentleman, scholar, warrior, and while it may not be a widely utilized term in Kyokushin, when it is used, it is usually applied to those with an extremely high ranking title, usually 7th dan and upwards. Finally, the term sosai. This is generally to refer to the president or director general, and no one in Kyokushin or its derivatives have really utilized it, and it seems to be an honorary and prestigious title applied to Sosai Masutatsu Oyama for his extraordinary contribution to the martial arts. The closest equivalent to this title may be considered Grand Master, that is sometimes used in other arts for the founder or the highest ranking masters. Training in Kyokushin is divided into three main classifications, or the 3 Ks: Kihon, Kata, and Kumite. Kihon is a Japanese term that means basics. These are the fundamental concepts of the material. So all punches, kicks, blocks, steps, throws, posture, and movements are all part of basic training. Without these strong basics, the rest of the student's training becomes compromised. Kyokushin dojos also use what is called Ito Gaiko. Now this refers to training techniques in motion. Ito Gaiko is executed with combining some of the basics into a sequence. Now this is used to test and judge the student's ability to combine and craft concepts as well as effectively determine the strength of their technique. So perhaps a student can deliver a great punch from a stationary position, but can they deliver the same punch with the same energy and power and speed while moving and in combination with other techniques? That is the Ito Gaiko. The Kihon portion of the curriculum is always performed at the beginning of class. So after bowing in, the class will begin a regimen of basics and practice before getting into the main lesson of the day. This consistent repetition helps these movements become natural and fluent. Kata is the second categorization of Kyokushin training. Kata is an abbreviation of the word katachi, which means shape, form, or pattern. So in Kyokushin, as in most karate systems, katas are longer sequences of techniques, often simulating a combat scenario and demonstrating how movements, strikes, and defenses can be used together. The main purpose of kata is to teach the bunkai, or practical application of the movement. Katas are usually performed individually, and they allow the student to really break down and understand the concepts of the material. Now, Kyokushin also has a distinct organization to their katas. The majority of Kyokushin katas are grouped into one of two main categories, Northern style and Southern style. Muay studied many arts and drew from many influences, particularly from Shotokan and Goju Ryu karate. In the Northern style katas, they are derived from the Shurite tradition of karate, drawn from Shotokan. Oyama had spent a lot of time studying under Gichin Funakoshi, the founder of the art. Southern style katas are based on the influence of Nahate traditions, while Oyama was studying and practicing Goju Ryu karate. You can often see and find similarities between Kyokushin katas and katas from other systems, as many of them share the same roots. There are also some katas dedicated to weapon usage, but even more interesting are the ura katas. Ura katas are katas that are performed in mirror image. They are also sometimes called reverse katas, and they were formed by Muay to aid the student in performing circular techniques, sometimes spinning, turning, or moving forwards or backwards. It also prompts some coordination adjustments. If any of you out there practice a martial art and you have a kata perfectly memorized, try to perform it in mirror image and see if you can do it just as easily. Definitely a great training concept and a distinct part of Kyokushin kata training. Then we come to kumite, or freestyle sparring or fighting. Kumite is where Kyokushin really shines in the public eye. Kihon and kata are important to learn and develop concepts and skills, and kumite is where they are put into play. In a teaching setting, freestyle fighting is used to learn how to fight an opponent or how to adapt to a live situation and change your technique based on the scenario. Sometimes kumite can be simplified and broken down into variations, such as ippon kumite or one-step sparring. This is when an individual practices the reaction by responding to an attack thrown by an opponent. There's also sanbon kumite, or three-step sparring. This is very similar, except that instead of just one step, it's done in the sequence of 3 counts. Kyokushin is a no-nonsense style of karate, and you can clearly see it in their competition. Full-powered body blows and devastating kicks are a staple in the tournament scene. Kyokushin tournaments are usually continuous fighting, and they're not point-based. The idea is get your opponent to submit by delivering rapid full-power strikes, or by knocking them out with a well-placed technique. It is not for the casual tournament participant or the faint of heart. And it's not uncommon to see opponents exiting the ring covered in blood, either theirs or their opponents. Kyokushin is also known for feats of strength, breaking bricks, rocks, baseball bats, even roofing tiles. Now, we did a video a while back about rebreakable boards for training, and we mentioned that they also made rebreakable bricks. As we looked a little bit further, we discovered there's also rebreakable tiles, so those might be perfect training tools for those in Kyokushin or those who want to train how to break tiles. So if you are interested, we have a link below in the description. Earning the black belt in Kyokushin is an incredible achievement. A student will go through a gauntlet of hard and rigorous training, rough conditioning, and a test of mental strength. I have spoken with some of you out there who have tested for a Kyokushin black belt, and after hearing what you went through to get it, you have my serious respect. Testing is often done twice a year, typically in winter and summer. Many schools will do testing camps, and the test itself is a gauntlet, usually spread out over the course of several days, 6 to 8 hours or even more a day of exercises, condition, fighting, drills, katas, more exercises, more drills, etc. Much of the test occurs outdoors in the elements, which can add a great degree of difficulty if you're somewhere where it snows or if you're in an extremely hot environment. In the spirit of Masuyama's 100-man kumite, tests often have abbreviated versions of this, with belt candidates having to compete against 20, 30, or 40-man or more kumites. Now that's 40 rounds of full contact continuous sparring, non-stop, lasting 1.5 to 2 minutes per round. Again, my serious respect to anyone out there who has completed that test. For more information on Masuyama and Kyokushin, I have listed some references below in the description. And as before, I wanted to extend my utmost sincerest gratitude to one of our viewers, friend and Kyokushin martial artist, Sensei Juan Ferentino Iorio from Melbourne, Australia, for his help in creating this project. Your generosity and efforts are greatly appreciated. That concludes today's episode on the history of Kyokushin. Next week, and the third and final part of the series, we're going to take a look at the impact of the art and the derivatives of it. Thank you so much for watching. Those of you with any experience in the art of Kyokushin already know about the actor Dolph Lundgren and his dedication to the art. But if you were like me, someone who only knew broad strokes about it before researching it, it was quite a nice surprise to see such a high-profile actor with such a clear-cut and deep dedication to the art. I'm going to be referring to the Kyokushin Academy website. They've done a profile on Dolph Lundgren and other practitioners, so I do recommend checking them out. Dolph Lundgren was born in 1957 in Stockholm, Sweden. He trained in judo at the age of 16 and then about a year later switched to training in the Goju Ryu karate. The power of Kyokushin caught his eye and he joined the art training under 4th Dan Brian Fitkin. Dolph Lundgren started his tournament career at the age of 19, and even though he took a loss in 4 of his first 5-point fighting matches, he was invited to fight in the second World Open Karate Tournament in Tokyo in 1979 while still serving in the Swedish Marine Corps. It was his first full contact tournament, and according to Kyokushin Academy, the competition was for brown belts and higher, and having only been a green belt at the time, he had to borrow a brown belt in order to compete. He began to turn some heads when he won his first 2 matches by delivering knockouts via knee strikes to the face. He met a more substantial adversary in Makoto Nakamura as they fought for the world title. Nakamura was pegged as the favorite, but Lundgren proved to be able to go toe-to-toe with some early powerful blows. The fight went the full distance, with Nakamura winning by a close controversial decision. Dolph took home a few more titles, winning the BKK British Open Knockdown Heavyweight title in 1980 and 81, as well as a champion in the Australian Open in 1982. Despite playing the lumbering jock or meathead type characters in his films, Dolph went back to school and completed a master's degree in chemical engineering when he attended college at Sydney University. For a time, he also taught at his own karate club. As he was training for the World Open in Gleason's gym in New York, he was working on the heavy bag and he caught the eye of several managers that were there and that noticed how well he could move. This earned him an audition for the role of Ivan Drago, facing off Sylvester Stallone in Rocky IV. Since then, Dolph's career took off. He has continued his Kyokushin training, including exhibitions in world tournaments, and also in 1998 he achieved his 3rd Dan after a 3-hour technical test and 20-man kumite. He now holds the rank of 4th Dan and often works with the Spanish Kyokushin Federation in Spain, where he and his family own a home. The general moviegoer may know Dolph for his roles such as Ivan Drago or even the Punisher, but for those in the art of Kyokushin, he is known as a dynamic athlete and dedicated martial artist. Welcome to the History of Kyokushin, our 3-part series based on the full-contact, no-nonsense karate system founded in 1964 by Sosai Masutatsu Oyama. Now this is the 3rd and final episode of the set. If you have not seen parts 1 and 2, I highly encourage you do so because they include a lot of backstory on the development and curriculum of the art. In today's episode, we're going to wrap things up and see where Kyokushin is today, from the politics that occurred when Masayama passed away to impact on media and the tournament scene. So once again, Japanese is not my first language, so I do apologize if I mispronounce any words. I'm going to do my very best. Now, to briefly recap our first 2 episodes, we explored the life of Sosai Masutatsu Oyama and his rigorous training in the martial arts. Knowing from an early age that the martial arts were his destined path, he dedicated his full effort to becoming one of the toughest fighters known in karate history. He began training in Chinese and Korean Kempo, and then later became proficient in boxing, judo, earning the 4th Dan black belt, Shotokan, earning the 4th Dan black belt, Goju Ryu, where he also earned a 7th Dan black belt, and he eventually became a 10th Dan in his own system of Kyokushin. Oyama was as tough as they come, spending a collective 32 months training in the Japanese mountains in solitude and establishing the 100-man kumite, a harsh battle of endurance in which a challenger enters a freestyle, bare-knuckle, full-contact sparring session for 100 consecutive rounds. And that's each round lasting 1.5 to 2 minutes. Now, Masayama himself completed this challenge 3 days in a row, competing in and emerging victorious in 300 kumite matches. Now, this helped Kyokushin garner a lot of respect and attention. To this day, the 100-man kumite challenge still exists and has been performed and completed by only a handful of people. As an example of the hard work required to complete the 100-man kumite challenge, I highly recommend checking out 100-man fight on YouTube, and I have included the link in the description. This video documents the challenge undertaken by Kyokushin champion Shihan Judd Reed, who completed the 100-man kumite in 2011. This documentary gives a great insight into his karate training as a teenager, his time as an uchideshi, or live-in student, under the direct training of Masuyama himself, and his full commitment to the challenge. If Kyokushin means ultimate truth, then Shihan Judd Reed is a true embodiment of the meaning, becoming one of only a few who have completed the challenge. I also recommend Shihan's book, The Young Lions, which documents his 1,000 days learning under a karate legend. You can find that link in the description as well. The kumite rules in Kyokushin are usually unpadded, though sometimes protective headgear may be used by some organizations. Punches to the head, face, and neck are usually prohibited. However, strikes to the body, such as kicks, punches, elbows, knees, are all fair game. Even kicks to the head are usually allowed. Its influence can be seen in other arts as well, and is considered one of the first leaders in the competition of knockdown karate. Many styles that began in Kyokushin and branched off to their own organizations continue the tradition, and many other arts have also drawn influence and compete with the same format. Masuyama went up the mountain to become one of the best martial artists, and he came down a leader and a pioneer. Unfortunately, as with many martial arts systems, Kyokushin is not without its politics. As I've said in many previous videos, the purpose of this channel is not to get too political or take any sides, but rather offer an objective view and overview of some scenarios. Now, while I have not experienced the depths of Kyokushin politics firsthand, I know many of our viewers have. So we're going to take a quick overview of generally what happened within the Kyokushin community in a world without Oyama. Masuyama passed away at the age of 70 in 1994. What is very unfortunate to the art is that he did not appoint a successor to take his place and lead the IKO, or International Karate Organization. In his absence, he left a power vacuum in which many senior students sought to take the reins and lead. Now, this part I can relate to. In my own art of American Kempo, Grandmaster Ed Parker passed away and similarly left no appointed leader, which resulted in Kempo splitting apart into multiple factions and a wide array of organizations that still continue to splinter and divide today. Now, division and independence isn't necessarily a bad thing, but it often comes with bad blood, animosity, and conflicting egos, and when that happens, it can become toxic, regardless of what art it occurs in. In Masuyama's passing, Kyokushin was left without an established leader. Some claimed to be the rightful leader, and they all sought to take over the IKO, while others decided to branch off to their own organizations and just name themselves the head of their own groups. When this happened, any organization that laid claim to the name International Karate Organization, they were known by the Kyokushin community by either a number, such as IKO 1, IKO 2, and so on, or sometimes by the name of the head official. Shohei Matsui was born on January 15, 1963, and he began to train in Kyokushin at the age of 13. He quickly took to the art, and he became highly proficient in it, and achieved the rank of first dan after only a year. He then went on to earn many placements in tournaments, including first place in the All Japan Open Karate Championships in 1985, 86, and in 1987, he won the 4th World Open Karate Tournament, becoming the youngest competitor ever to become champion in the event. He also completed Oyama's 100-man kumite in 1986 as 4th dan, and his achievements and skills were noticed by Oyama himself. He opened his own school in 1992 in Tokyo, and he was later promoted to branch chief by Oyama. In addition to his martial arts skill, he had a shared Korean ethnicity with Oyama. Now, here's where the controversy comes in. Upon Masuyama's death, the community looked for a new leader. Events that followed have been debated, but some say that Oyama had wanted to appoint Matsui as the new head of the IKO. Oyama's family and Matsui himself dispute this, but it has also been said that his name may have been mentioned in Oyama's will. Matsui was reportedly surprised that he was considered, and this caused a major rift among the Kyokushin community. Many senior officials felt disgruntled and insulted that such a young leader was appointed before them. Many of them decided to break off and form their own organizations. IKO 2 was originally established by Yukio Nishida, but leadership has since changed hands, with the current leader being Midori Kenji, a champion of the World Tournament himself, and he renamed the organization to the World Karate Organization Shin Kyokushinkai. Now, we could spend an entire video series exploring each of these organizations in depth as they continue to splinter further, with IKO 3, IKO 4, and so on. For more information on these organizations, there is a link below in the description. Now, these are all the Japanese-based organizations operating within the name International Karate Organization. A few other Japanese organizations, such as the WKO, branched off as well, and also there's many non-Japanese groups. It is unfortunate and sad to see such a state of disagreement and break in the martial arts community. I'd be really curious to know any viewpoints from our viewers on the topic. I'm sure there's a lot of you out there with a lot of perspectives, so please feel free to discuss in the comments below. I just ask that you keep it civil. There are many styles of karate that exist today that have branched off of Kyokushin, much like Kyokushin is derived from many other arts itself. We couldn't possibly list them all here, but these are just some of the larger ones that are pretty well known. Ashihara Kaikan Karate. In 1980, Hideyuki Ashihara, a former Kyokushin karate student of Masutatsu Oyama, branched off on his own. In doing so, he established his own style of karate, calling it the New International Karate Organization, Ashihara Kaikan Karate. At his new organization, he established himself as the head with its world headquarters in Matsuyama City, Japan. Saido Kaikan Karate is yet another style that finds its origins within Kyokushin Karate. It was developed and established by Kazuyoshi Ishii, a former practitioner of Kyokushin Karate, under the formerly mentioned founder of Ashihara Karate. This style was also established in 1980 with its headquarters in Osaka, Japan, with Kazuyoshi Ishii himself as head of his own organization. He is also famous for establishing the world-famous K1 World Grand Prix kickboxing circuit, where all styles of stand-up fighting could compete under a single, unified, semi-Muay Thai, essentially Kyokushin Karate fighting rules with boxing gloves. As such, all stand-up fighting arts of karate, kickboxing, Muay Thai, it also included Kung Fu, Kenpo, Taekwondo, as well as boxing, all eligible to compete. Daido Juko Karate, today more commonly known by its abbreviated name as Kudo, is a style that emerged from Kyokushin Karate as well. It was founded by Takashi Azuma as its leader in 1981. Now, he is a former karate student as well as a Judo third dan black belt. What makes this style interesting and unique is that it actually combines the striking elements of Kyokushin Karate, but also adds the throws, submissions, restraints, joint locks, strangleholds, and the ground fighting of Judo. It could be referred to as a mixed martial art with the karate gi, along with gloves and protective headgear. Kudo is currently being practiced in 52 countries in the world, with Russia as its largest representative. Enshin Kaikan Karate is once again a style of full contact karate that was created by Joko Ninomiya. Again, a former Kyokushin practitioner as well as a former student of Ashihara. Enshin Karate, with its lineage both an origin of Kyokushin and Ashihara Karate, became a style in its own right, with its world headquarters in Denver, Colorado, USA. It is typically a full contact style of stand-up fighting with striking techniques of Kyokushin, punches, knees, kicks, elbows, leg sweeps, as well as numerous grabs and throws associated with Judo. There are many schools that have roots in Kyokushin, which just goes to show you how influential the style really is. In a related note, recently in the news, there was an incident in North Carolina in which a large man attempted to kidnap a woman. Now, he tried to grab her and pull her into his car. She was able to escape and she ran for help and sought refuge inside a local karate school. The man decided to go in after her. Now, the dojo staff quickly realized that he didn't belong as the woman pleaded for help and the man insisted. The instructor then asked him to leave, and after some words, he was able to get the man outside, but once they were outside, the man attacked him. The assailant was then taken to the hospital with injuries. So when I first heard about the story, I was immediately curious as to what style the school was. And the article mentioned it was a Bujinkan Karate Charlotte Dojo. Now, I was not familiar with Bujinkan, so I looked up the school's website, and sure enough, it is a Kyokushin spin-off. No wonder he went to the hospital. So it's really amazing sometimes to see just how far and wide the influences of a martial art can spread and grow over time. Kyokushin also has a very strong presence in media and entertainment. Many notable movie stars such as Dolph Lundgren and Michael Jai White are practitioners of the art. Several years ago, the Discovery Channel had a show called Fight Quest, in which two martial artists would tour around the world and they would spend 2 weeks in a new location. They would work in a dojo, they would learn the art, discover their culture, and then they would compete in a short competition to kind of test what they learned. It was a really fascinating show, and one of their best episodes, in my opinion, was the one on Kyokushin. It was a really good one, and I recommend looking it up on YouTube. Kyokushin can even be found in many video games. For example, one of the characters in the Tekken fighting series has a Kyokushin background and can even be spotted performing katas during demonstration modes of the game. It is also said that the characters of Ken and Ryu in Street Fighter use Kyokushin techniques, but I'd be curious to hear from viewers if you agree with that or not. Additionally, there's a relatively new game called Karate Master Knockdown Blow that, despite the odd name, is clearly based and inspired by Kyokushin. And that concludes our series on the history of Kyokushin Karate. I really hope you all enjoyed this as much as I enjoyed learning about it. This is such an incredibly durable art that offers a little bit of everything. It has roots in traditional Okinawan and Japanese arts. It has powerful strikes, speed, incredible conditioning, and endurance. It has the practical application of real combat, and it has a very strong sense of respect, discipline, and family. Post-Oyama sought to become one of the best martial artists in the world, and he ended up establishing a powerful and ever-growing foundation for many generations yet to come. If you are still interested in more information about Post-Oyama or Kyokushin, I have listed several references below in the description. And once again, in closing, I would like to thank Sensei Juan Ferentino Iorio for his help and assistance in putting this project together. Os. Another actor I like is Michael Jai White, and he's had some fun and badass roles over the years. For example, he played the title character of Spawn in the 1997 live-action film, the Cyborg in Universal Soldier 2, the mobster Gamble from The Dark Knight, Mike Tyson in HBO's 1995 biopic, and he even played the role of Major Jackson Briggs in the Mortal Kombat Legacy web show. On the screen, we can see an imposing sense of his combat, but in real life, we can see his dedication comes from his experience and training in Kyokushin Karate. Michael Jai White is a man with a lot of martial arts experience. He started training at the age of 7, and he's trained in at least 8 different martial arts and currently holds a black belt in 7 of them. He has experience in Goju Ryu, Taekwondo, BJJ, Wushu, Tang Soo Do, Kobudo, Shotokan, and Kyokushin, which Kyokushin became his primary focus of dedication. I would like to reference an article on Michael Jai White from Black Belt Magazine. White has been a lifelong martial artist and part of the Victory Dojo and fitness family. He called the art his savior. I had a lot of angst growing up, and martial arts just felt natural to me, he said. I enjoyed fighting when I was a kid, and I used every excuse I could to fight. Our school is very basic and traditional. The way we train is the way we've trained in Japan for the past 50 years. White still spends a lot of time at the dojo, trying to mold Victory Dojo and Fitness into a school that will continue to provide to use as it has for him. When he's not working, he can be found at the school teaching clinics and techniques and weapons. Discipline has helped me in all facets of my life, he said. You can pretty much do anything if you have discipline. When you push yourself, you realize you can accomplish anything you set your mind to. I'm not a celebrity at my school. That quickly goes out the window when you're sweating together. It's more about the fact that I'm a 230-pound guy who hits hard, and I think that supersedes celebrity. If you're trying your best, if you're pushing yourself, I don't care if you're athletically gifted or not. It's the effort you put out, he said. As long as you do that, I have respect for you. I personally enjoy seeing Michael Jai White on film, especially in scenes and movies that let him showcase his martial arts skill set. This includes the direct-to-video films Never Back Down 2 and 3, in which he both starred in and directed. And in one particular sequence, he's actually kind of in his mindset, remembering kata moves and applying them in the fight. So it's kind of interesting to see a movie approach the topic of kata application in a fight. I think it's great to see celebrities who have gotten so much from the martial arts wanting to showcase it and bring attention to their art, and then also carry that torch and pass it on to the next generation and dedicate themselves to teaching as well. That is the mark of a truly great martial artist. So guys, thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed this presentation of Kyokushin. Hopefully everyone got something new out of it. Like I said, we also did this on Kenpo, so if you haven't checked that one out yet, go take a look at that. And we also have one coming out in a couple days from now, the compilation of Shotokan, so keep an eye out for that one. Click on that notification so you get notified when it drops. Thank you guys so much. I hope you all have a wonderful and safe new year, and we can't wait to get into new material the following year coming up. 2021 is going to be awesome. Hi everyone. Earlier this year, we released a 3-part episode on the history of Shotokan Karate. So, as we've done already previously with Kyokushin and Kempo, we've taken those episodes and we've compiled them together in a single release. So, we've got a lot of new viewers, so anyone who has not come across them yet can see them in one presentation. And for those who have seen it, we've added a few little tidbits of information to each one just to kind of at least bring something new. So, if you've already seen these series of episodes, you'll find in the description below some chapter marks for a couple of new little tidbits that we're throwing in there. And I just want to extend a great big thank you to Ryan Mooney of Combat Karate. Gotta represent, wear a shirt. Ryan went out of his way to help us with the production of these episodes. He took the time and effort to film original footage for us to use, so we had some extra B-roll to work with. So I thank you so much for making that effort and helping us with this project. I appreciate it very much. And this Shotokan compilation is actually the last compilation that we're doing for the year. We're wrapping this year up, and we're hard at work in season 4, so we can't wait to bring you some new material. And thank you all for watching and making this channel what it is, and hope you enjoy the presentation. With the first dojo established in 1936 by Gichin Funakoshi, Shotokan Karate has taken its place as one of the most prominent styles of traditional martial arts. Known for its low-rooted stances, hard kicks, powerful linear techniques, and deeply established traditions, the art has embedded itself into the very fabric of martial arts culture. The history of Shotokan is a 3-part series, and in today's episode, we're going to dive into the origin of the art and ask the question, why is Shotokan the most definitive style of karate? I would like to thank some of our viewers for their help with this video. A special thanks to William Armenteros, Keith Westmoreland, and Sensei Santino Ramos for helping connect us with footage, and a special thanks to Ryan Mooney from Combat Karate for filming original footage for this series. So, why is Shotokan the most definitive style of karate? Before we can answer that, we first need to talk about where Shotokan came from and how it developed into the art and influence that it has become today. And as always, I apologize ahead of time for any imperfect pronunciation, as I'm not very well versed in Japanese. Funakoshi was born prematurely, weak, and in a very poor state of health. While he was attending school, he befriended the son of Anko Azato, a prominent master and teacher of Shurite. Funakoshi went on to study philosophy and even became a teaching assistant. During this time, his relationship with Anko Azato's family grew, and he officially began his training in the martial arts. As quoted by Funakoshi himself, "I was rather a sickly baby and frail child, accordingly. It was suggested that when I was still quite young, that to overcome these handicaps, I ought to begin the study of karate." Funakoshi also befriended Anko Atosu, another prominent master and a man who introduced early karate into the elementary school system by promoting the many health and developmental benefits it had to offer. Itosu is also heavily credited with his contribution to Kata. Taking traditional older styles, he reformed them and simplified them so that they could be learned by young students, and invented what is known as the Pinan Kata. Funakoshi trained under both of these men, and at various times other masters of different martial influences, giving him the seeds to many disciplines. Eventually, he learned the systems of Shorei Ryu, which developed from Nahate, and Shorin Ryu, that was derived from Shurite. Funakoshi found strength, passion, and personal growth from his time training in the arts, and was about to embark on a personal journey that would cement his legacy in karate forever. Funakoshi spent years on his training, blending the Okinawan arts and later implementing his philosophy to enrich the art and the lives of its practitioners. As chairman of a martial arts organization called the Shobukai, Funakoshi established a group of practitioners that toured around Okinawa, spreading the art and holding public performances. This gained him a lot of national attention and awareness of his teachings, and in 1916 he was given the opportunity to travel to mainland Japan for a demonstration. He was invited to perform at the Butokuden, the official center of Japanese martial arts. The event went extremely well, and his demonstration was well received. He was bringing a unique blend of Okinawan arts with his own teachings. He eventually attracted the attention of the Japanese crown prince, Prince Hirohito, and Funakoshi was invited by the Japanese Education Ministry to come back in 1922 and demonstrate his art for the first all-Japan athletic exhibition in Tokyo. Now, according to the organization SKA, or Shotokan Karate of America, Funakoshi had intended to return to Okinawa immediately after the demonstration, but he was convinced to stay by Judo founder Jigoro Kano and Kendo authority Hakudo Nakayama. He was quoted as saying, "I had planned to return to my native island immediately after the demonstration, but postponed my return when the late Jigoro Kano, president of the Kodokan Judo Hall, asked me to give a brief lecture on the art of karate. Sometime later, I was again preparing to return to Okinawa when one morning I was called upon by the painter Hoan Kosugi. So once again, I put off my departure and began giving lessons to members of a painters group called the Tabata Poplar Club, of which Kosugi was president." Now, Hoan Kosugi would prove to be another important figure in the history of Shotokan, which we'll revisit in a few minutes. So he remained in Japan, and it appears that Kano had some additional influences on Funakoshi and the development of his art. Funakoshi officially adopted the dogi as the official karate training uniform, and he also embraced the colored belt system, also established by Kano. Now, we covered this topic in great depth in How Many Belts Are in Karate, but just to quickly recap, Jigoro Kano is the one who devised and created the belt ranking system that we see in karate today. There is an old tale of ancient karatekas wearing a white belt that would get dirty and darker over time until it became black, which symbolized great time and devotion to the art. And over time, the belt would wear and shred and turn white again. Now, while this seems like a really cool and philosophical origin, it is unfortunately romanticized fiction. Belts may get dirty over time, but unless the practitioner is literally rolling around in the dirt, it would not turn black and would even fade and shred before it even got to that point. In fact, the first belt ever used in karate wasn't even white at all. It was the black belt. Kano drew his inspiration from professional Japanese swimming teams. Now, this was a big national event, and swimmers who had met a certain level of proficiency were given a black armband to wear to signify that they had reached an expert level of skill. Kano liked this idea, and he decided to implement it into his teaching. So the original judo ranks were no belt or black belt. It wasn't until years later into developing judo that Kano began to add additional colors. Kano also adapted the terms Kyu and Dan. Kyu ranks are numbered ranks that count down as the student progresses and eventually gets to Dan rank, which is black belt. From there, the Dan ranks count up as the student gets more advanced. And the terms Kyu and Dan were borrowed from the Chinese game of Go. Oh, and fun fact, in Kano's original judo ranking system, the white belt was the second belt, not the first. So I do recommend checking out that video if you want to learn more about what the first belt color was and just get some cool belt history. So Funakoshi decided to adopt the belt system as well, and just like many styles of karate, the early ranks were white, brown, and then black. 8th Kyu through 4th Kyu was white, 3rd Kyu through 1st Kyu was brown, and then 1st Dan and up was black. The first official karate black belts that Funakoshi awarded were in 1924, and he himself personally never promoted anybody above Godan, or 5th Dan. So while his introduction of karate to Japan was well received, Funakoshi was going to have to do a lot more than just demonstrate it and adopt the judo belt system if he wanted it to proliferate and spread. You see, Japan had a lot more restrictions than Okinawa, and karate had to be modified if it were to take hold. The first conflict was with the name. See, originally karate that was developed in Okinawa had a fair mixture of Chinese martial arts in its roots, and the Japanese kanji for karate originally translated to Chinese or Tang hand. Now, there was a lot of political tension between Japan and China at the time, and Funakoshi feared that a nationalistic conflict of interest would be at play, so the first ideograph of the kanji was changed to mean empty instead of China. Additionally, to distinguish karate from simply a combative practice, Funakoshi promoted it as a way of life, with philosophy and meaning, and the word do, which means way, was added. Thus, we have the term karate-do, or simply the way of the empty hand. Zen Buddhism was also greatly infused in Japanese culture, as it was in China, and this spirituality was considered an important part of Japanese Budo, or martial way, and therefore linked and associated with Karate-do. So when it came to the katas that originated in Okinawa, many of them still had Chinese names, so Funakoshi made the attempt to change them to Japanese names as well. For example, the Pinan katas that we mentioned, as created by Anko Itosu. Pinan means peaceful and safe. Funakoshi changed the translation to Heian, which also means peaceful and safe. Even with this effort, some of the original names just stuck, so there's a kind of an interesting mix of kata names, some Japanese, some Chinese. Now, as a result, Funakoshi now had a unique blend of Okinawan martial arts, mixed with his own philosophy, and modified it to fit within the Japanese cultural paradigm. He had succeeded in bringing karate to Japan, and he is often regarded to many as the father of modern or Japanese karate. And now it was time for him to open up his own school. Gichin Funakoshi opened up his first dojo in Tokyo in 1936. Now, an interesting thing about Shotokan karate is Funakoshi never gave his art a name. He simply referred to it as karate. Now, to find out where that name came from, we need to dip back a little bit into Funakoshi's other passion, writing poetry. He was known to have spent a considerable amount of time contemplating and meditating in Mount Tarao in Okinawa, also known as Tiger Tail Mountain. He liked his time in solitude, especially on days after a long and hard training session. Now, he found his refuge in the narrow, pine tree covered mountain trail, and he would often sit up there at night under the moon and just listen to the breeze as it gently whispered through the pine trees, and that reminded him of the sound of ocean waves breaking along the shore. Now, this inspired a lot of poetic imagery for him, and he embraced the pen name of Shoto, which in Japanese means pine waves. The word kan in Japanese means house or hall. A lot of dojos use that term, such as Judo's Kodokan. Ko translates to lecture, do, as we already established, means way, with kan meaning hall or house. So Kodokan translates to the hall to study the way. So when Funakoshi students want to learn karate, they would say they were going to the Shotokan, or the Hall of Pine Waves. And over time, the name just stuck and people began to refer to his art as Shotokan Karate. Unfortunately, the original dojo was destroyed in 1945 in an air raid by Allied bombing during World War II, but it was later rebuilt when the war ended. Perhaps one of the most recognizable elements of Shotokan is that of the tiger patch representing many of the schools. Now, we took an extensive look at this emblem in the previous episode last season, but we're going to include that segment again here because of its connection to the origin of the art. To start with, let's circle back to Funakoshi's painter friend, Hoan Kosugi. Kosugi was believed to have been instrumental in inspiring Funakoshi to spread his art, and it is said that Kosugi convinced him to write down all his notes on the art into a master text, also known as a Tora no Maki. Now, this refers to an old tradition that goes way back when a master would write down all of their notes on long scrolls, which became the master text. Now, even though that tradition was already gone by Funakoshi's time, Kosugi still convinced him that this could be his Tora no Maki. He also promised to paint the cover of the book after it was finished. So, Funakoshi went on to write his book, Ryukyu Karate Kempo, and published it in 1922. Now, some references say that this might possibly be the first official book written on karate in the world, but that would be something that would need to be further verified. Kosugi kept his promise and he painted the cover of his book, which included the image of a tiger. Now, this was an interesting choice because there are no tigers in Japan. However, the tiger is often a symbol of power, strength, and ferocity. In Chinese culture, the tiger can also represent keen awareness and never sleeping. The choice of the tiger image is also very fitting in that Funakoshi spent his free time up in peace up in the Tiger Tail Mountains. And even though the name Tora no Maki means master text or master scroll, the word Tora in Japanese sometimes also means tiger. And you can often hear the text referenced as the tiger scroll. So the image of the tiger fit the poetic symbolism often associated with Funakoshi. The tiger is also inside of a circle to show that it is contained. It is a power and strength that should not be used liberally, but rather with discretion and should remain contained until only it was necessary to unleash its power. The circle is also imperfect to show that it was done in one continuous stroke. Now, as for the tiger itself, Kosugi didn't just simply draw a tiger, but rather he compiled a collection of lines and patterns that individually represented nothing, but when together as a whole make up the image of the tiger. Now, this also is representative of Shotokan, and honestly this can apply to the philosophy of any martial art really. The idea is that the art is not composed of just one piece or one element. It is a system of very important smaller ideas that when put together create a larger, more powerful concept. If you really look closely at the tiger's tail, you can also see part of Kosugi's signature in kanji. A lot of thought in such a simple image, and quite honestly, this has been one of my favorite martial arts emblems. And to the point where I wore it as a kid in my early training, not even realizing I was representing a different art. In April of 1957, Shotokan master Gichin Funakoshi passed away. His life's work had culminated to a point of creating an art that was enriched with Okinawan training, lifestyle philosophy, and it became a staple in Japanese karate. It would also be unfair to end this video without even mentioning Funakoshi's third son, Yoshitaka, or Gigo Funakoshi, who played a rather important role in the history of Shotokan. Like his father, he grew up sick and weak and was stricken with tuberculosis as a child. Now, at this time, tuberculosis was a very deadly and serious disease, and yet he was determined, just as his father was, and he also turned to the martial arts as a method to get stronger and healthier. He trained vigilantly, and he found a passion for karate, and he was known for his hard fighting style, lower stances, and the inclusion of additional basic kicks that he brought into the system. As he mastered the art, he taught at the Shotokan alongside his father and earned the nickname Waka-sensei, or young teacher. Gichin Funakoshi taught his art and his style during the daytime, and Gigo taught his harder version of the art in the evenings. His teachings had a great influence on the legacy of what remains in Shotokan. So Gichin Funakoshi is referred to as the father of modern karate, but I kind of like to think of them as the father and son of modern karate. So why is Shotokan the most definitive style of karate? Now, I'm sure many practitioners out there right now watching would disagree with the statement, citing and crediting the establishment of karate to Okinawa, which is fair and accurate. However, Shotokan has the unique credit of taking strong Okinawan karate along with its Chinese roots, infusing it with Japanese culture, adopting the gi and belt ranking system standardized by Kano, and standardizing it further across all karate systems to the extent that many Okinawan systems picked it up, and effectively cemented its place in history as the foundation block to many other styles of karate that developed and are commonplace today. The philosophies, dojo etiquette, training techniques, and essence of most karate systems today are in some way touched by the influence of Shotokan and the teachings of Master Funakoshi. And for anyone who's interested in getting an introductory look at Shotokan, I recommend picking up the Shotokan Karate Bible by Ashley P. Martin. Now, I got this over a year ago because I just wanted a good breakdown of basic Shotokan techniques, and you're not going to learn the whole system from this book, but this is a great starting point to get yourself familiar with the art, and you can find it in the description below. So that is part one of the history of Shotokan. In part two, we're going to dive into the characteristics of the art itself and see how it branched off into other arts, organizations, and even the role it plays in MMA. So be sure to check back next week. So we talked about how founder Gichin Funakoshi and his son Gigo worked together to contribute to the art of Shotokan and make it what it was. And what's interesting is that the older style of arts, many times the martial arts came from families, and it's a martial arts family. So I want to just take a moment to talk about another member of the Funakoshi family that also put his mark on the art of Shotokan. And this brings us to Kenneth Yoshinobu Funakoshi, the fourth cousin of Shotokan founder Gichin Funakoshi. Now, he doesn't get talked about as often as the others, but that doesn't mean his contribution was any less significant. He was born in Honolulu, Hawaii in 1938, while it was still in American territory. He got into athletics early. He began training in judo at age 10, played high school football, and was also captain of the swim team at Farrington High School. And in 1956, he began to train Kempo under Adriano Emperado, who would later go on to establish Kaju Kempo. From 1956 to 1959, Kenneth Funakoshi attended the University of Hawaii on a swimming scholarship and continued his judo training, achieving his first dan at age 17. He dual trained with Kempo until eventually he dedicated his efforts to Kempo purely, and he became the youngest person to achieve a first dan in Kempo at that time. He joined the United States Air Force in 1959 at Cannon Base in Clovis, New Mexico, and while he was there, he actually taught karate to both civilians and non-civilians. Seeking to continue his training, he became a student of Hirokazu Kanazawa, who was a notable fighter in the Shotokan-based JKA organization, or Japanese Karate Association. Kanazawa had been there to teach and spread the art of Shotokan in Hawaii. Kenneth Funakoshi put on his white belt, and he joined the art of Shotokan. Over the course of the next 10 years, he trained under 3 different Shotokan masters, and after winning the Grand Championship of the Karate Association of Hawaii 5 years in a row, he was appointed the organization's chief instructor. Kenneth Funakoshi has devoted his life and efforts to the art over the years. Instructor of the Year by Black Belt Magazine in 1978, and continued to rank up on the art, eventually earning his 9th dan in 2001. He also established the Funakoshi Shotokan Karate Association, choosing to use the art to develop character and closely following his cousin, Gichin Funakoshi's 20 precepts for karate. So I think it's wonderful that other members of the founding family found their place in the art and they continue to push it forward. Last week we started to talk about the history of Shotokan Karate. We explored the origin and how founder Gichin Funakoshi combined his training in the Okinawan arts and then reconfigured a system that not only fit the cultural paradigm of Japan, but it also thrived as one of the most influential and definitive styles of karate in the world. So if you haven't watched that one yet, I encourage you to please do so. Today we're going to talk about the structure of the art itself and how it set a trend of differences between different styles of karate, and we'll also look at how the art has grown and spread, and even answer the question of, well, why don't we see Shotokan in the MMA? Spoiler alert, you do. And we'll talk about how as we continue with the history of Shotokan. I would like to thank some of our viewers for their help with this video. A special thanks to William Armenteros, Keith Westmoreland, and Sensei Santino Ramos for helping connect us with footage, and a special thanks to Ryan Mooney from Combat Karate for filming original footage for this series. Alright. I'm sure now we have several MMA practitioners watching right now that are saying that Shotokan is ineffective and it wouldn't work in a real fight or in the cage. Well, we're going to come back to this after we cover some aspects because I'm willing to bet it's a little bit more relevant in the cage than it gets credit for. So why is Shotokan such a pillar in the history of karate? Well, mainly because from this point forward, Shotokan became an established foundation for several arts to come, and it set many of the standards associated with karate today. Now, I highly recommend watching part 1 for the origin of Shotokan and how it developed by founder Gichin Funakoshi. Today, we're going to take a closer look at the art of the Shotokan itself and what it teaches. Now, upon stepping into the dojo, there is an immediate sense of culture that often comes with Shotokan. Now, Shotokan may have been derived from Okinawan arts, but make no mistake that there is a very important difference between the two cultures. Now, we're going to dive into this a little bit deeper in the next episode, but Okinawan karate traditionally is a little bit looser on formality, focuses more on teaching individuals in smaller classes, has higher stances and focuses more on upper body, does not typically take part in sport, utilizes more weapons, and treats karate as a family heritage. Shotokan and Japanese karate in general, you will find is a traditional system and many rules of etiquette are in place. There is a strong focus on technical detail and uniformity. Respect and discipline are emphasized, as well as pride and presentation. Most traditional karate schools will require that the gi is clean, tidy, and intact, and some schools will even require that the uniform be pressed and ironed. Show up to a class looking proud and crisp. Most Shotokan schools will wear traditional white gis, although in modern days, and especially in the United States, you might see a variety of other colors, and the colors honestly will depend on the individual school. And the same goes with the belt ranking system. There are many different associations for Shotokan, each with different requirements. Now, while there are some arts such as American Kempo, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, and Kyokushin that have a fairly consistent colored belt chart, Shotokan schools seem to be a little bit more varied in belt order depending on one school or another. Also, most schools will have some sort of a patch worn over the heart on the left side of the gi jacket. In many Shotokan schools, you may see the Toro no Maki, or tiger emblem worn, or some emblem derived from it. Now, this emblem is rooted in the history of the creation of the art, and it represents the philosophy and poetry of Master Funakoshi. Now, we have given karate uniforms, belts, and the Toro no Maki all their own dedicated episodes, and those links are provided in the video description below. Like many martial arts, there is a general code of conduct within the Shotokan dojo. Bowing is commonplace and demonstrates respect, trust, and humility. You have the standing bow and the bow from the kneeling position, or seiza. Upon entering the dojo, you bow to show respect before entering the floor. Now, whether you are arriving or leaving, you face towards the front of the dojo as you bow. Now, if you arrive late and the class has already started, do not just quickly bow in and run to join the floor. Proper etiquette is to quietly bow and then kneel near the entrance until you are acknowledged by the sensei to come join class. Line up by rank, and when instructed, kneel down into seiza. The proper kneel in the traditional Shotokan dojo begins by placing your left knee on the floor, followed by your right knee, and then you sit back onto your feet with your toes overlapping one over the other. Hands are placed on your thigh, left on left, right on right, and they are open with fingers pointed inward. Your back should be straight and your shoulders relaxed. The sensei may call for meditation, and this is the moment to quiet your mind leave your distractions outside, and prepare yourself to focus on today's class. Some schools may have you place your left hand into your right hand as you meditate. At the end of meditation, the sensei will prompt you to stop and then call out Shomen Nirei, which signals for you to bow in a kneeling position towards the front of the dojo and issue respect and humility towards the institution and those in the lineage of the school. After that, the sensei may call out Sensei Nirei, which is another bow to show respect to your teacher. Repeat the motion, and with a signal from your sensei, you quickly get up to your feet and you stand at attention. This is commonplace at many traditional Shotokan schools, but of course this may vary from one individual dojo to another. Some schools may omit or alter the bowing in sequence. And as with most martial arts styles, respect, good behavior, cooperation, and self-control are expected during class. Once class is over, many schools will close with the same sequence as the class opening. But at this point, meditation is used to reflect on what you learned today and give your mind a moment to let the experience soak in. Upon closing out, many dojos will recite what is called the Dojo-kun. The Dojo-kun in literal translation means rules of the dojo. Now, the Dojo-kun is a set of principles and behavior expected from all participating karateka. Most of the time, they are printed or written and hung in front of the dojo. Now, this is yet another traditional practice that is often attributed to Gichin Funakoshi and his philosophical contribution to the arts. You see, Funakoshi desired ethics and mental fortitude to be balanced with physical strength. Shotokan karate wasn't only about being strong and fighting, but rather it was to serve as a way of life, to have balance in body, mind, and spirit, and to use the art for cultivation of health, and if in a dangerous situation, the preservation of life. The Dojo-kun was written as a set of 5 guiding principles to be practiced in Shotokan karate. 1. Seek perfection of character. 2. Be faithful. 3. Endeavor to excel. 4. Respect others. And 5. Refrain from violent behavior. Now, of course, you might see some variations of this due to translation, but those generally are the 5 principles of conduct as defined by Funakoshi. Now, being the philosopher and poet that he was, Funakoshi also established the Nijukun, or 20 rules. Now, we're going to revisit a couple of these at the end of this video, but the 20 Shotokan principles are: never forget karate begins and ends with rei, or bowing and showing respect. There is no first strike in karate. Karate stands on the side of justice. First, understand yourself, then understand others. Mentality over technique. The heart must be set free. Calamity springs from carelessness. Karate goes beyond the dojo. Karate is a lifelong pursuit. Apply the way of karate to all things, therein lies the beauty. Karate is like boiling water. Without heat, it returns to its tepid state. Do not think of winning, think rather of not losing. Make adjustments according to your opponent. The outcome of battle depends on how one handles emptiness and fullness. Think of hands and feet as swords. When you step beyond your own gate, you face a million enemies. Formal stances are for beginners. Later, one stands more naturally. Perform prescribed sets of techniques exactly. Actual combat is another matter. Do not forget the employment or withdrawal of power, the extension or contraction of the body, the swift or leisurely application of technique. Be constantly mindful, diligent, and resourceful in your pursuit of the way. Like many traditional karate styles, Shotokan is broken up into 3 main categories: Kihon, Kata, and Kumite. Now, Kihon is the Japanese word for basics. These are the fundamental concepts of the martial arts. So all punches, kicks, blocks, steps, throws, posture, movements are all part of basic training. Without strong basics, the rest of the student's training becomes compromised. See, Shotokan is very well known for its power and embodiment of strong basics. From the deeply rooted stances to snapping punches and dominant kicks, Shotokan is as sharp and crisp as karate pretty much gets. Much of this comes from the Okinawan roots that Funakoshi adopted from Shurite and Nahate prior to coming to Japan. Its signature is commanding linear driving power. Shotokan also employs the kiai and the concept of kime to underline the basics. Kime is a Japanese word that means to decide, and in the context of the martial arts, it means to focus all of one's energy, effort, and strength into each technique. It is full commitment to the strike without any hesitation, with the intent of ending the confrontation with a single blow. This can be applied to punches, kicks, and even blocks, which in many cases can be used as strikes in their own right. The kiai is the famous karate yell we all hear practitioners exclaim upon the execution of a powerful technique. The purpose of the ki isn't just to sound badass, although if done right, it totally does, but it serves a few different functions. First, in the context of the dojo setting, a powerful ki can set the tone of a workout, excite students, and get them more invested, highlight the punctuation of a technique, and also to help learn proper breathing to deliver maximum intensity into a strike. You can inadvertently hold back a lot of power if you hold your breath, so learning how to ki properly helps you establish effective times to exhale and tighten in order to inflict a margin of extra energy. Now, in a real-life confrontation, the ki still serves for power generation, but it also might potentially intimidate your opponent, or at least possibly attract attention to the situation. Kata is short for the word katachi, which means shape, form, or pattern. In Shotokan, and quite frankly in most traditional martial arts, katas are longer sequences of techniques, often simulating the combat scenario and demonstrating how movements, strikes, and defenses can be used together. Katas help with memory retention and repetition, as well as address themes in particular areas of focus. Now, many contemporary martial artists dislike and will brush off kata, which is fine because honestly, people have different areas of focus. Now, with that being said, there is often a lot of valuable information embedded in kata, and the practice of studying deeper meaning of kata, or bunkai, can yield some interesting insights and philosophy to the art and relationships between techniques. The number of kata and Shotokan training will vary from school to school as they construct their own curriculum. However, there are usually about 26 or 27 kata in the system created by both Funakoshi and his contributing students. Many of these kata were adopted from the Okinawan arts Funakoshi trained in, heavily drawing from the influence of former teacher and karate master Anko Itosu and his contributions to the development of kata. See, many of the kata bore Chinese names, and as Okinawa, shared strong roots entwined with the Chinese arts. There was a political tension between China and Japan at the time, so just as he changed the characters of the Japanese kanji for karate to mean empty hand instead of China or Tang hand, Funakoshi renamed all of the katas for his system into Japanese counterparts. Now, some of them caught on, while many of them still retain their original names. For example, the Pinan katas, which Pinan means peaceful way, were 5 original empty hand katas from Okinawa. Funakoshi renamed them to Heian, which also means peaceful way. Now later, as the Korean art of Tang-Soo-Do was founded on the base of Shotokan, those katas, or pumse in Korean, were adopted and modified for the Tang-Soo-Do system and are known as Pyongan. So it's really interesting to see Shotokan in the middle of the chain of influence as it spread around the world. Another interesting example is the Kanku kata, originally known as Kusanku, named after a traveling Chinese martial artist whose teachings predate the early roots of karate in Okinawa. Now there are 2 versions of this kata, which Funakoshi renamed to Kanku, which means to look at the sky. So you've got Kanku Dai, big, and Kanku Sho, small. This kata spans across many arts, including Okinawan Shorin Ryu, Shotokan, Kyokushin, Tang-Soo-Do, and more. It is very interesting to find videos of these katas performed in these different arts and notice the similarities as they were adapted to new practices. Now, as we mentioned on how important the ki was when practicing basics, it holds a place in Shotokan kata as well. In most kata and Shotokan, there are 2 designated times which the practitioners unleash their ki. It is part of the form and part of the grading and judging. It is to punctuate certain moments in the kata, as well as to demonstrate commitment and full force into the form. So go ahead and watch some Shotokan katas on YouTube and watch the practitioners, and you'll find that there are usually only 2 ki during the entire sequence. Now, as Funakoshi's influence continues, it is also rolled into the concept of embusen, or the route or line of movement a practitioner takes during the performance of a kata. Every kata has a unique flow, and therefore their own signature diagram if you were to draw it out. It designates a starting point and outlines a path of action. Now, Funakoshi's contribution to this practice was to adjust many katas so that the starting point and the ending point are roughly the same spot. Now, this has one benefit of being able to be performed in smaller spaces, in case there are many students in one room. As well, it is also helpful for the students to confirm that they have performed it correctly if they have ended up in the same place that they started. Now, many people believe that this aspect of the kata was traditional. However, it is credited to Funakoshi as it was documented in his writings and not before. And it's often not present in a lot of the earlier Okinawan arts. The concept of starting and ending at the same points have found its way into other arts, American Kempo included. So, traditional karate systems have 3 components: Kihon, Kata, and Kumite. Kumite means freestyle fighting, and it is where you apply the tools of the basics along with the principles of the kata into a strategy of fighting that works for you. Now, beginners will start off with what is called Ippon Kumite, which means 1-step sparring, and Gohan Kumite, which is 5-step sparring. Now, This is where a lot of criticism of Shotokan and traditional martial arts in general may stem from. See, one-step sparring is very simple, and each drill typically consists of one partner performing a single pre-planned attack and a defending partner performs a single-step defense, such as a block followed by a counter-strike. With five-step sparring, some of the attacks and moves are repeated, but overall these are very choreographed and basic drills. Now the misconception here is that many critics of traditional martial arts look at this and will dismiss the system saying, well, that isn't realistic and these drills won't work in a real fight. I think it is really important to remember or note that this is not the complete self-defense portion of karate. These 1 and 5-step drills are meant to teach the very basic application of a single technique, demonstrating control, targeting, and getting used to working with a partner. It doesn't end with this. As students progress and become more comfortable and understand how the basics work, the drill evolves into more free attacks of one-step sparring and eventually to more advanced freestyle fighting, which may involve many varieties of speed and loud strikes. Now, as far as actual fighting skill goes, we've said this on the channel before, but I want to stress it again, that regardless of what drills you practice, or how many times you repeat a choreographed motion, unless you apply it on a regular basis with a resisting opponent, you're not going to get an accurate idea of what actually works for you or what doesn't. This means regular, continuous sparring with someone trying their hardest to hit you back. Now, some schools practice point sparring as well, and that is completely fine, especially if the school is a competitive school, and point sparring definitely has its benefits. But I believe for proper self-defense, you need to practice with the resistance and pressure as close to a real fight as can be safely done in the classroom. And with that being said, yes, the one-step drills can work in the heat of a good sparring session. There have been many occasions that I've been trading shots with someone and I've seen the punch coming and the upper block punch combination worked brilliant, or the inward block punch, and I've had it done to me as well. So yes, they absolutely can work if they are applied at the right time. If you understand what it is teaching and you're able to apply it effectively in a full pressure sparring situation, then the basic drills taught in Shotokan can go a long way. So let's rewind a little bit here to our question in the beginning. Why don't we see Shotokan in the MMA? Well, we do, and we see it in a couple different ways. First, there seems to be this divide between mixed martial arts and traditional martial arts. I don't like this debate primarily because mixed martial arts can be an independent mix of traditional martial arts. MMA is not a different system or way of fighting. It's just a personalized combination of arts primed for a sport competition by individual competitors that choose mixes that work for them. I think MMA is fantastic and it has the world's best fighters, but not because of what systems they use, but rather how they choose the arts that they choose and the extreme training and conditioning they apply in order to fight like this. MMA and traditional martial arts are not two separate entities. They are entwined and they simply address different things, and I always try to bridge that gap. And with that being said, many mixed martial artists have some sort of traditional karate as part of their arsenal. And as we've explored in this series, the threads of Shotokan run through many of them. I want to use Lyoto Machida as an example, primarily because he is a high-profile MMA champion, as well as one of his primary arts being Shotokan karate. Now, watching him in the stand-up fighting, you can clearly see many trademarks of Shotokan and traditional karate. First, he often takes on a little bit of a wider stance. Many MMA fighters have a more natural boxing stance, and while Machida does as well, he will sometimes drop into a lower stance, very stylistic of Shotokan. And it's from there that he delivers the devastating kicks he is known for. His front kicks and his round kicks are perfect illustrations of the power Shotokan strikes can have. And if you watch some of his fights, you see many of his opponents taking those kicks to the body and just reeling from the impact. And going back to those one-step drills, if you watch closely, and there are several videos on YouTube that highlight this, but Machida does employ some of those traditional drills in addition to some basic Shotokan striking combinations. For example, an advancing triple punch combination is a very common karate kumite basic drill. Lyoto Machida employs this frequently and very effectively, along with another combination of a rear leg kick advancing followed by a front hand punch. Basic steps in kumite drills, but as you can see, Machida mixes them into his fights with great success. Another example is the calf kick intended to take the opponent off balance and combined with a reverse punch, either preceding or following the kick. Just keep watching fights closely and you'll see takedowns and other combinations play out in very similar fashion as to what you learn in the basic one-step kumite drill. The key is in learning how to perfect the technique, knowing when to apply it in freestyle, and then conditioning yourself with a resisting opponent to fine-tune it and make it work. But some of you might be thinking, well, that's all well and good, but Lyoto Machida may just be one lone example. Well, not really. Remember, Shotokan is the foundation to a lot of arts that came after it. Many high-profile MMA fighters have traditional arts as part of their striking regimen. For example, Georges St. Pierre is a third-degree black belt in Kyokushin. Kyokushin has Shotokan and Goju Ryu at its core. Anderson Silva has a very diverse mix of martial arts, including Wing Chun, BJJ, Muay Thai, Capoeira, and Taekwondo. Taekwondo is derived from Tangsido, which is heavily derived from Shotokan. Chukta-del is an 8th dan in Kajukenbo, which has traditional karate and Shotokan mixed in it, and Boss Rutan holds a black belt in Taekwondo and the Kyokushin. And that's just the high profile guys. If you take a look at some of the lower weight divisions and lower profile fights, you'll see a ton of fighters employing traditional karate into their arsenal. So if you are asking the question, why don't I see Shotokan in MMA? The answer is simply, you aren't looking for it. I also encourage you to go back and revisit the Nijukun list and see where you can find some relevance to those 20 principles into your training. Several of them definitely hold true in MMA. For example, calamity springs from carelessness. If you are reckless and unfocused in the cage, you're going to have a bad time. Make adjustments according to your opponent. Formal stances are for beginners. Later, one stands more naturally. Perform prescribed sets of techniques exactly. Actual combat is another matter. You see, these all hold very true for competitive fighting, and I think my favorite one is, karate is like boiling water. Without heat, it returns to its tepid state. Such a powerful and accurate statement, and it applies to all martial arts. If you stop putting passion and effort into your training, and you forget that you're always a student, it's very easy to get comfortable and complacent, and then your skill set might not have enough steam to be effective when you need it. That is just one of many important lessons that Shotokan teaches us. So if you are interested in getting an introduction to Shotokan before committing to any classes, I do recommend this book. It's the Shotokan Bible by Ashley P. Martin. It's a really good book that breaks down the basic curriculum from white belt all the way up to black belt, and while it's not going to replace a live class, it gives you a great idea of what to expect and encounter in a Shotokan class. So I wanted to highlight a little bit more about Lyoto Machida and how he's such a great example of how to represent Shotokan and its place in MMA. But I think the reason he makes Shotokan so effective is the incredibly dynamic background he has in the martial arts. First of all, he's well versed in the martial arts. You know, with extensive experience in Shotokan, he also trained in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, Muay Thai, Sumo, and Jeet Kune Do. He was trained in the art of Shotokan by his father, Yoshizo Machida, a Japanese sensei who currently holds an 8th dan in the art of Shotokan. Sensei Machida fell in love with the art, and he strongly believes in the character that karate built and how it prepares practitioners to overcome life's challenges. He moved to Brazil in 1968, where he met his wife and moved there permanently, and devoted himself to share his teachings in the art in Brazil. Lyoto and his brothers trained under their father, with Lyoto starting at the age of 3 and earning his first dan in Shotokan at age 13. He traveled and continued training in multiple arts and winning several tournaments before coming to America to pursue a career in the UFC. Besides having a respectable record in MMA and the UFC, Lyoto, along with his brother Shinzo, also established the Machida Karate Academy. Shinzo also has experience as an MMA fighter, and together with Lyoto, they have taken their family's karate and modified it into their own fighting system. Their facility is located in Lomita, California, and is over 20,000 square feet, and they teach a wide variety of students from all ages. They also run the Machida Association, with the goal to spread the Machida karate methodology around the world through training and certification of new program instructors. Lyoto Machida and his family are wonderful role models in the martial arts, and it's wonderful to see such a legacy in that they can take and show that even traditional martial arts can hold their own and have their place in modern combat paradigms. Combined from early forms of Okinawan karate and adapted to blend into the Japanese culture, Shotokan has flourished across the world, spawning several derivative arts and even working its way up into the UFC. So, how did Shotokan become the most popular and the most influential style of karate in the world? Well, we're going to answer that in today's conclusion of the history of Shotokan. I would like to thank some of our viewers for their help with this video. A special thanks to William Armenteros, Keith Westmoreland, and Sensei Santino Ramos for helping connect us with footage, and a special thanks to Ryan Mooney from Combat Karate for filming original footage for this series. Now this is part 3 of the history of Shotokan, and if you haven't seen parts 1 and 2 yet, I highly encourage you to check them out. Part 1 shows us the origin of the art that founder Gichin Funakoshi put together, and Part 2 takes a closer look at the art and its standards that are still present today, even in the MMA. And you can find a link to both of those in the video description below. Okay, so what makes Shotokan the most influential style of karate in the world? In order to begin to answer that, we need to define its place in the history of karate. Traditional karate originated in Okinawa. With local fighting systems combined with Chinese influences, this led to the rise of three primary classifications of Okinawan karate, or te as it was called at the time. So we had Shuri-te, Naha-te, and Tomari-te, each named after the village it was primarily present in. Now, Gichin Funakoshi had an extensive training in Shuri-te and Naha-te in the form of Shorin-ryu and Shorei-ryu, respectively. He combined a lot of the elements between the two systems, infused a strong sense of his philosophy, and he took it to Japan, calling it simply karate, or empty hand. And again, we went into much more detail in part 1, but this is just to get us started. So Shotokan became very popular in Japan, and it spread very quickly. But before we can talk about how it grew and branched into future arts, let's take a moment and acknowledge the history and contribution of the Okinawan arts. Because to be quite honest, without them, Shotokan would not exist and would not have proliferated into the several arts that we have today. So many traditionalists will consider the Okinawan karate to be the true official type of karate, and they wouldn't be wrong. However, I think it's very important to both respect its origin while also appreciating and exploring the ways that karate has grown and evolved from there, and I believe that Shotokan has been a very powerful vehicle in that respect. So before we talk about where Shotokan has taken karate, let's observe how it differentiated from its source material. So how do Okinawan karate and Japanese karate compare? Well, I've talked to enough people who have trained in both to know that it would have to be a video in and of itself to cover this adequately. There are some big differences between them, both in philosophy and in technique. Now, this is by no means a comprehensive comparison, but rather just a few ways in which they differ. In Japan, formality and honor are extremely important, and they often take a regimented approach to their cultural activities, extending to the martial arts. Now, there is a strict sense of etiquette in Japanese dojos. For example, the requirement of bowing before and after class and in response to instruction from the sensei. Also in Japanese karate, priority is often placed on form, timing, and perfection of technique. Uniformity plays a big role, and in an art such as Shotokan, it is extremely efficient to teach a large academy of students at one time if everything is well regimented. It preserves the details of technique and also facilitates in the transmission of the knowledge. In contrast, Okinawan karate tends to be a little less formal, less emphasis on bowing and formality, and dojos in general tend to have smaller rosters. As a result of this, a lot of Okinawan senseis will often tailor techniques based on the individuals learning it, focusing more on the efficiency of what works for that person as opposed to a uniform solution intended for a large class. Now, this uniformity has probably contributed to how fast Shotokan spread around the world, becoming one of the most common styles of karate taught. It is streamlined, efficient, and even Funakoshi himself is said to have wanted to implement it into elementary schools as a core subject. Traditional Okinawan schools tend to be smaller, often hidden within the town, with a tendency towards individualized teachings over mass instruction. Also, generally speaking, you can see a lot of differences in stances. Japanese karate tends to focus on developing the lower body and implementing some deep stances. Now, this is often attributed to Funakoshi's son Gigo, who loved deep stances, diverse kicks, and loved to compete. This in contrast to his father, who had preferred the higher stances he had learned in the traditional Okinawan Shuri-te and Naha-te. Now, it's pretty interesting to watch a performance of a kata that exists in both Japanese and Okinawan styles of karate. Again, generally speaking, you'll often see a greater emphasis on lower stances in Japanese kata and higher, more upper body focused movements in Okinawan kata. When it comes to martial arts weapons, you're more likely to see them in Okinawan karate. Now, this is not to say that Japanese systems don't use them, but typically they focus more on open hand techniques. And honestly, most of the traditional weapons you see associated with karate, the bow staff, nunchucks, sai, the tonfa, all originated in Okinawa, and kabuto, the martial way, is a big part of Okinawan arts. So while you may see weapons in both styles, you're more likely to encounter them in the Okinawan teachings, at least historically. Another stark difference is competition. Japanese karate has far more emphasis on competition in sport than Okinawan karate does. In Okinawa, karate is embedded into a part of their lifestyle. A person doesn't merely do karate, it is part of their heritage and their family life. Now, while some Okinawan schools do compete, such as Goju Ryu and Shito Ryu, which are represented in the World Karate Federation, it is far more common to see Japanese karate take part in sport fighting. Now, with all that being said, both Okinawan and Japanese karate have a lot to offer, and it would be a very interesting topic to go down that rabbit hole in the future episode, as there are a lot more differences than what we can cover today. Sensei Jesse Enkamp from the Karate Nerd YouTube channel has an absolutely fantastic mini-series on his trip to Okinawa and experience with Okinawan karate, and I have included those links in the description below if you are interested in checking those out. In 1930, Funakoshi officially established his organization, Dai Nihon Karate Do Kenkyukai, which was later known as the Shotokai, which basically refers to Shoto Society. Now, Shoto was Funakoshi's pen name that he used when he wrote poetry, and Shoto means pine waves, referring to the sound that wind makes as it ripples through pine trees. So, with Shotokan taking root in Japan and flourishing among a wide range of students, it was only a matter of time before the art itself became a starting point for future systems. Prior to World War II, during the Japanese occupation of Korea, the Koreans had limited options regarding the martial arts. A lot of their own local ways were forbidden, and many were forced to learn Japanese arts. Shotokan was one of those primary arts being taught, so naturally it became implemented into the training of any Koreans that wanted to train in the martial arts at that time. And one of these men was the man who would go on to later found Tang-Soo-do. Now, another Korean national who was in Japan immediately after the end of World War II was Post-Oyama. He grew a love for the martial arts, and he sought out the training of Shotokan, and he was actually a direct student under Gigo Funakoshi, the son of founder Gichin Funakoshi. Now, this was also the time that American soldiers were based in Japan and Okinawa, and they began their introduction to karate. In the 40s, karate was a very unfamiliar art in America, so many soldiers wanted to learn this new combat style. So right away, I think we can start to see how some of the early seeds were planted. Shotokan was growing in scale and popularity, and it was in 1949 that some of Funakoshi's senior students decided to establish an association to help govern, promote, educate, and spread the teachings of Shotokan. So, led by Masatoshi Nakayama, the Japan Karate Association, or JKA, was formally established as the central authority on Shotokan. An elderly Funakoshi, aged 80 at this time, was named an honorary head of the organization. Now, we have already established that the basis of Tang-Soo-do was Shotokan. You see, Ki mixed in some other influences from Chinese and other martial arts to direct the path of Tang-Soo-do. Now, this includes Taekwondo, which is a derivative of Tang-Soo-do and still has a lot of Shotokan in its lineage. So Post-Oyama had trained directly under Funakoshi's son Gigo in Shotokan, and then later he took up the Okinawan art of Goju Ryu, training under the senior student of founder Chojun Miyagi. Now, Post-Oyama took this material and then went into years of seclusion into the mountains for vigorous training, and he came back and introduced his own art of Kyokushin karate, an amalgam of Shotokan and Okinawan systems. Actually, in fact, Kyokushin retains two sets of kata, both from Shotokan and Goju Ryu. Kyokushin has then since also branched off and spawned further derivatives such as Kudo, Enshin karate, Ashihara karate, and others. Wado Ryu and Kenpo have also been influenced by Shotokan in their early development. Wado Ryu was founded by Hironori Otsuka in 1939. Otsuka was one of the first students to receive a black belt in Shotokan karate directly from Gichin Funakoshi, and then he went to blend in Shotokan with Okinawan karate and Jiu-Jitsu and came up with what is now known as Wado Ryu. There are trace elements of Shotokan and Kenpo, a greater mixed pot of arts founded by the efforts of many martial artists, including the notable Adriano Imperato. So Shotokan has definitely cemented its place as one of the pillars of the martial arts, and it's hard to ignore the influence and reach it has, and it continues to have. Unfortunately, Shotokan was not immune to the affliction that most major martial arts are stricken with: politics. Now, when we announced this series, I received many messages asking me to highlight the differences between all of the different Shotokan associations. I'm going to go over a very brief summary of some of the couple top prominent ones, but a full deeper look will have to be in a future video. The topic of that scale alone is an episode in and of itself. But like most arts that have toxic politics, we start at the same trigger: the death of the founder. Gichin Funakoshi passed away in 1957 at 88 years old. He had left his mark on the history of the martial arts, but what he did not leave was a successor. It did not take long for the rifts to begin, starting with his own funeral. Funakoshi's original organization, the Shotokai, formed in 1930 and focused on the spread and education of Shotokan. They represented students from many universities to help spread the art. Now, this was the first and oldest Shotokan organization. The Japan Karate Association, or JKA, registered with the Japanese government in 1957, just prior to Funakoshi's death. They wished to represent Shotokan on a larger professional scale. The JKA was the only legally recognized karate association at the time. Now, there are said to have been disputes over the arrangements of Funakoshi's funeral. Supposedly, both the Shotokai and JKA asserted the right to arrange it, and the rift between organizations only continued from there. Now, as happens with any organization with new leadership, changes began to occur. The Shotokai was largely influenced by one of Funakoshi's senior students, Shigeru Igami. Igami had originally began training under Funakoshi's son Gigo, but then he began to stray away from Shotokan's competitive nature. He did not believe that karate should be a sport, and he withdrew the organization from tournaments and other competitive events. Igami continued to alter the teaching of the system, focusing on looser and less explosive training methods and placing greater importance on spirituality, mental balance, and sticking closer to the Nijukun, or the 20 principles established by Funakoshi, and stressing an emphasis on kata. I would like to read an excerpt from the Shotokai official website. Shotokai follows the words of Master Funakoshi, who said, "Karate-do is an art for training our own minds, sports that can be practiced by people with little physical strength, an art for maintaining health, and the art of self-defense. Therefore, Karate-do is not a martial art only for people who have strong muscles and physical strength, but is an art that all people of all ages all over the world need and can practice." Shotokai follows the last instruction of Master Funakoshi. There are no contests in karate. Be devoted to kata. Shotokai has a lesson system that focuses on practicing kata. The Shotokai often refers to itself as the system closest to the original teachings of Gichin Funakoshi. Now, the JKA went a different direction. First, they asserted their position of being the only legally recognized karate organization. Led by Masatoshi Nakayama, the JKA began to make changes to the material, hardening the art and focusing on explosive power and rigorous training. Now, unlike the Shotokai, they do engage in competition, but they take it much more seriously than your typical point-based tournaments. Two different excerpts from their official website highlight this philosophy. Unlike many other karate organizations, the JKA was not created as an organization whose major purpose is holding matches and tournaments. Though it does sponsor tournaments, its major focus is the practice of karate. Its purpose is the teaching of karate as a way of life. The website also goes to say, "Karate is not a sport one plays for points. In JKA Kumite, there are no weight classifications and no arbitrary point system. JKA tournaments are much stricter. At the JKA, there is only ippon, one full point, which means you have downed your opponent and won. The basis of JKA karate is the ability to take down your opponent, regardless of size or weight, with one blow. There is no room for incremental points in such a tradition. The difference is obvious. We teach our students how to gain mastery of themselves and overwhelm the opponent." Two pretty diverse philosophies, and unfortunately, these were not the only disagreements. Other senior students disagreed with the direction the JKA was going with the Shotokan, and the JKA splintered off into several groups, which we will have to elaborate more on in another future episode. Shotokan karate found a strong foothold in the United States as well. Shotokan Karate of America was founded in 1959 by Tsutomu Oshima, who currently at age 89 still leads the organization and teaches to this day. Oshima was a direct student of Gichin Funakoshi himself, and in 1955 came to America to continue school at the University of Southern California. Now, at the school, he opened the first American Karate Club in 1957 and established the Southern California Karate Association in 1959, later being renamed to Shotokan Karate of America. The SKA is a non-profit organization with a strong goal to lead Shotokan in the United States and reach a wide base of students, offering traditional karate under one of the original students of the system. The SKA does perform in competition and tournaments, although they stress a balance on karate as a lifestyle. They are also known for holding special training events twice a year, typically in the summer and the winter. The goal of these events is to engage in an intense training session for a short duration with large groups of practitioners. It's basically a karate camp. Kyokushin karate is also known for their intense karate camps held twice a year. So one notable mark on the SKA is that Oshima received his 5th Dan black belt directly from Gichin Funakoshi himself. Now, this was the highest rank ever given out by Funakoshi, and in the spirit of the tradition of the SKA, they retain the original ranking system used by Funakoshi and does not recognize any ranks above Godan. Now, there are many more Shotokan organizations and notable practitioners worth getting into, but it would not do them any justice to just cram them in here. And I do apologize to those of you who are hoping to dig deeper into that topic. However, they would require an entire episode for themselves, and I thought it was worth doing a quick overview just to kind of set the first stone of that path. I do, of course, welcome any contributions to those of you who can expand or elaborate or want to add to the different Shotokan associations of the world. And if we get enough information, then we can do a follow-up episode in the near future. So, how is Shotokan one of the most influential styles of karate in the world? Well, it started with one man learning the roots of Okinawan karate, combining them into his own practice, resorting to the poet that he was, and infusing his own deep philosophy and crafting a balance between the importance of physical and mental training. He knew how to adapt the system to fit different political paradigms. He adopted and established standards in ranking, etiquette, practice, and teaching that resonated across generations of future karate styles. His influence rippled back to Okinawan roots, some of which took on some of his new standards, and the threads of Shotokan can still be found today in many derivative arts and even in the UFC. So this concludes our series on the history of Shotokan. Now, Shotokan may not have been the original form of karate, but there is no doubt that Gichin Funakoshi was a true pioneer, and his legacy will be embedded in the foundation of martial arts forever. Shotokan, in my opinion, is a fascinating study, and not only is it one of the most popular and common styles of karate out there, if not the most popular and common, you can also trace the art back to multiple different varieties and other styles that have stemmed from it. Now, it's not uncommon for a martial art to diverge and evolve over time, but what I find interesting about Shotokan is all the different varieties that stem from it in such a short amount of time. Gichin Funakoshi and his son Gigo both taught the art at the dojo, but approached it very differently. Gichin streamlined the art to fit the Japanese culture a bit and toned down a lot of the violence, focusing more on character development. We already discussed how he retained the higher stances of the Okinawan arts and took a softer approach. Gigo, on the other hand, favored a harder version of the style, adopting a deeper, lower stance and developing the more competitive version of the art. The dual teaching started Shotokan on an early path to be the basis of many other martial arts. For example, Gigo implemented far more legwork and kicking into the system. Shotokan tended to be more linear and mainly utilized front kicks, but Gigo favored longer range attacks, and he developed and introduced a whole array of additional kicks and legwork, which included round kicks, thrusting and snapping side kicks, back kicks, and utilizing the kicks for higher targets as well. Gigo taught higher chambers and as a result, a lot more kicks to the head. Now, this is an aspect that we would see continue to progress as Shotokan became the foundation for the Korean arts of Tang-Soo-do and Taekwondo. Tang-Soo-do took the kicking even further, which helped establish dynamic kicking techniques as a trademark of the Korean martial arts, something that was emphasized even more in Taekwondo. While Shotokan often focused on linear power attacks, going for single devastating strikes and then moving out, Tang-Soo-do implemented more hip rotation and adding more rapid strike sequences. They often share the same kata, but with some key differences. Now, if you really want to showcase and explore the differences and the nuances between Shotokan and Tang-Soo-do katas, I highly recommend checking out our friend Sensei Ichi's channel. He did a wonderful video on taking a kata that he knew and learning the Shotokan version of it and performing at a tournament. So I highly recommend checking that out. You can find a link to that in the description below. Shotokan also blended a bit more as it became part of the Kyokushin system. Kyokushin founder Post-Oyama trained in both Goju Ryu and Shotokan, so his system is an interesting mix of both. The katas are retained from both systems, split into north and southern categories. Kyokushin also retains the hard linear striking movements and kicks of Shotokan, but takes it even further in a hard forward drive and devastating rapid sequences of strikes. And there's several other systems out there that have their roots and bases that are built on Shotokan, and I find it to be a really interesting study. It's even to look at Shotokan itself and see how it evolved from Shorin-ryu and Okinawan Te, and that an art as young as Shotokan, as new as it is in the grand scheme of things, how it's been able to come together and grow and develop and become so widespread and influence so many other arts and be the basis and roots of so many other systems and varieties. I think it's really, really interesting in an academic and historical study of the martial arts. So there we go. This is the compilation episode of Shotokan Karate. I hope you enjoyed it. If you have not seen them as well, we also did the same thing for Kenpo and Kyokushin. And that kind of wraps up our videos for this year. I thank you guys so much for watching us and supporting us the past couple of years. We've got a lot of work we're putting into season 4. We're really excited, and hopefully we have a lot more opportunities this year. You know, knock on wood, social situations are a little bit better and it can open up a lot more opportunities. But we're excited about the upcoming year. We thank you all so much. We value your viewership. We value your support. We love our community. We hope you guys have an absolutely wonderful, safe holiday season and a very safe new year. And we will see you soon in season 4. Goju Ryu is one of the most recognized forms of traditional karate. Translating to hard soft style, it holds deep roots in both Okinawan and Chinese martial arts. Now, regardless if you are a traditional martial artist or prefer the more contemporary styles of MMA, Our goal for this episode is to leave you with at least a little bit of appreciation for the art and what makes it so distinct. This is the history of Goju Ryu Karate. Celebrate the art of Goju Ryu Karate with this commemorative Forefather t-shirt, available only here at Art of One Dojo. Pick yours up on the product shelf below the video or at the link in the description. I would like to thank both the Goju Ryu philosopher and Sensei John Paul Williams for their help and guidance on this project. The Goju Ryu philosopher has a great YouTube channel that goes much more in depth on individual aspects, and I highly recommend his videos to further elaborate on this topic. Sensei John Paul Williams has an extensive background and experience with the art and is a highly regarded authority on the subject, and his new book, Goju Ryu Karate Do Desk Reference Volume 1, is now available and a definite recommended read. He will also be joining us next week as we discuss the efforts to preserve the art. Links to both of these gentlemen are listed below in the video description. Goju Ryu Karate translates to Hearts Off Style, and it was formally founded by Okinawan master Miyagi Chojun sensei in the 1930s. The name refers to the nature of the art having both hard and soft techniques. The word go, or hard, is generally in reference to the closed hand techniques in the application of linear moves and hard strikes. Ju, or soft, sometimes translated as gentle, refers to the circular motions that can ride or deviate attacks and are generally open-handed techniques. The combination of these two attributes is a common duality in the structure of the art. Now, while Miyagi Chojun is the founder of Goju Ryu officially, to appreciate its roots, we have to go back a little bit further to Higaonna Kanryo, born in Nishimura, Naha in 1853, back when Okinawa was still a part of the Ryukyu Kingdom. We did an episode on the birth of karate in Okinawa and the Ryukyu Kingdom in our episode, What Is Karate?, that elaborates on that a little bit more, and we have linked that below as well. During this time in history, there were established trade routes between China and Okinawa, and Higaonna Kanryo was born into a family of merchants shipping goods between the islands of the kingdom. He learned the value of working hard, and through labor was able to develop and build physical strength. At the young age of about 14, Higaonna Kanryo began training in the martial arts. It is generally believed that he began his training under the influence and tutelage of Arakaki Seisho in the art of monk fist boxing, and specifically the Chinese arts. However, greater doubt is being cast on this concept as more research is being conducted. For example, the names of the kata taught by Arakaki were uniquely Okinawan, and like most boys in Okinawa at the time, Arakaki began his training at home using local or native Okinawan utensils. With the total time spent in China by Arakaki, we cannot logically conclude that he would have had enough time to have mastered any form of monk fist boxing, and it is also known now that there was much more focus on philosophy, politics, and his education during his time in China. Wishing to improve on his martial arts training, Higaonna traveled to Fuzhou, China, where he was said to have studied several different Chinese arts. Now, there is often dispute as to which arts exactly he trained in and who he trained under, but there is no question that he was able to expand on his education, and he came back to Okinawa in the 1880s and opened up his first martial arts school in Naha in 1905. It is also believed that Higaonna was allowed to have access to the Bubishi, which is a highly regarded Chinese text that is often considered the Bible of karate. As fighting arts became established in Okinawa, the term Turi was often used, which translates to Tang hand. The word te, or hand, was also commonly used. Local systems developed in various cities of Okinawa, and at this time it was traditional to name the fighting style after the region it developed in. The three most prominent of these arts were Nahate, Shurite, and Tomarite, named respectively out of their cities of origin. These names were officially agreed upon and recognized in 1926. Higaonna Kanryo is credited, sometimes along with his teacher Arakaki Seisho, for establishing Nahate, implementing a combination of the Chinese arts he learned along with the developing systems in Okinawa. Higaonna Sensei is a significant figure in the early development of karate, and during his years of teaching he had several prominent students, including Shito-ryu founder Mabuni Kenwa, Tuon-ryu founder Juhatsu Kyoda, and eventual Goju Ryu founder Miyagi Chojun.
If you really think a little further or deeper into the style, Kanryo Higaonna was more, if not equally, the founder of Goju Ryu. Miyagi Sensei named Goju Ryu. Before Miyagi Sensei, it was just called Te. But the person who introduced Goju Ryu and brought those styles or brought those kata into a more modern use and spread it, that was Higaonna. Miyagi then, of course, added a few kata. The rest of the kata he got from his teacher. So both are considered the founder of Goju Ryu. Miyagi a bit more so, but Higiona a bit more important.
Miyagi Chojun was born in Naha, Okinawa on April 25, 1888, while Okinawa was under the Empire of Japan. He was raised in an upper-class family and took an interest in the martial arts, beginning his training at age 11 in the Okinawan arts under instructor Aragaki Ryuko. In 1902, at age 14, Miyagi began to train under Higaonna Kanryo and became one of his most prominent students. There are some accounts that say Miyagi dedicated his time to Higaonna, cleaning the school, and possibly becoming an uchideshi, or live-in student. Miyagi trained under Higaonna in the style of Nahate from 1902 until Higaonna's death in 1915, with his training only interrupted by a tour of duty in the military from 1910 to 1912. Becoming an authoritative figure in the martial arts in his own right, Miyagi followed a similar path as his teacher, traveling to China to expand on his training and bringing back Chinese combat influences. He traveled to Fujian province in China with Go Genki, his friend and interpreter, and they continued his research. Much like Higaonna Kanryo, Miyagi returned to Okinawa and blended his new education with what he had learned in Nahate, which was the beginning foundation to his own art that would later be referred to as Goju Ryu. An example of this is a kata known as Rokishu, also known as Six Hands. Miyagi did not retain this form in its native format, but instead used it as the basis to create the Goju Ryu kata of Tensho. In fact, Miyagi developed several kata for his system that to this day form the basic core of the curriculum. Now this is important because if you're one of those people who hate kata and feel that it serves no purpose, I believe that even you will be able to appreciate some of the thought behind it. So stick with us because we're going to elaborate on this in a few minutes. Upon his return from China, Miyagi Chojun also opened up his own dojo, and in 1918 he founded the Karate Research Society. In this new society, he brought in some of the most prominent martial artists at the time in an attempt to combine the education of other prominent karate masters. Miyagi also became friends with other notable Japanese martial artists such as Funakoshi Gichin and Kano Jigoro, founders of Shotokan and Judo respectively. How did the art of Goju Ryu become named as such? While it seems anecdotal and details of the account differ slightly, there is a generally accepted story of how the art gained its name. In 1929, there was a large martial arts exhibition being held in Kyoto, Japan, called the All Japan Martial Arts Demonstration. Many founders and prominent masters were invited to showcase their arts. It is said that Miyagi Chojun was unable to attend the event and instead sent one of his students, Shinzato Jinan, to go in his place. Also during this time, in Japan, was an attempt to categorize and organize martial arts styles, and many were registered with the Dai Nippon Butokukai, or Greater Japan Martial Virtue Society. After the demonstration, Shinzato was approached and asked what style of karate he was practicing. At this juncture in the art's history, an official name had not yet been given, and it was said that Shinzato didn't have an answer. Some accounts report that, being put on the spot and not wanting to be humiliated, he called it Hanko Ryu, or half-hard style. Upon returning back to Okinawa, he recounted his experience to Miyagi, who mulled it over and decided to refer to a poem written in the Bubishi ancient text. He drew from the 13th article a poem called Haku Kempo, or the 8 Laws of the Fist. In that poem is the line, "The law of inhaling and exhaling is hard and soft." Miyagi liked this reference as it reflected one of the core focuses of his art, the importance of breathing and the principles of using both hard and soft techniques. It was from here that he derived the name Goju Ryu for hard soft style, and it was said that he was the first to register the name of his art with the Dai Nippon Butokukai. Goju Ryu began to proliferate from here, with Miyagi taking on notable students, many of whom would become influential figures in the evolution and spread of the art. Miyagi also began teaching in schools, as well as the Okinawan Police Department, and in 1934 he wrote The Outline of Karate-Do. This is said to be one of his only surviving written works. He spent his time growing the art and traveling, and was awarded several teaching titles from the Dai Nippon Butokukai. Miyagi had firmly established a strong foundation and was on a path for success. Unfortunately, as with many things, life got in the way. From 1939 until 1945, World War II rattled the globe. Spanning across both the European and Pacific theaters, the war left behind a trail of death and destruction, ravaging many nations in the process. Okinawa was no exception. From March through July 1945, the Battle of Okinawa pummeled the island nation in a 98-day campaign. Okinawa was the unfortunate recipient of a head-on conflict between the Empire of Japan and the advancing American forces. The United States Armed Forces were capturing islands and were eyeing a landing on the small nation to prepare for a ground invasion of the Japanese mainland. Now, Japan mounted a massive counter, and Okinawa found itself bombed and destroyed in an attempt to prevent the United States from getting a foothold. These campaigns were conducted with little to no consideration of civilian casualties, and as a result, the Battle of Okinawa was one of the most devastating and bloodiest battles of the Pacific Theater. According to Britannica.com, the battle claimed 12,000 American lives, 100,000 Japanese, and at least 100,000 Okinawan citizens. Other sources report up to a possible 150,000 dead or missing Okinawans, which was half of the standing population before the war. In the end, the United States was able to secure the island and was preparing for the invasion. However, due to the atomic bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki in August of 1945, Japan surrendered and the war was over, negating the efforts of taking Okinawa and the casualties that it incurred. Miyagi Chojun survived the destruction, but his home was left in ruins and he lost a number of relatives, including some of his children, as well as his close friend and student, Shinzato Jinan. When the war ended and Okinawa was under US occupation, Miyagi Chojun was permitted to reopen his garden dojo. For the remainder of his life, Miyagi continued to teach at his dojo and at the police academy, but it was said that he was never the same again, having lost so much in the war.
There was a heavy heart, and there's pictures of Miyagi again that you could see a happy, smiling Miyagi at one time in his life. And after the war, it's almost a forced smile, and that is in very few photos where you can actually see a man who's been through war. It's obvious there was a lot of heartache and suffering that he went through. But previous to that, a lot of the pictures, he's a chubby little boy. Had some weight on his face there. There's a clear difference. We have to face that and give him credit for what he was able to still pass down.
On October 8th, 1953, Miyagi Chojun passed away at the age of 65, leaving behind a solid legacy that would become a pillar in karate and a roster of master students and allies that would help the art spread throughout the world. As with what happens in many martial arts when the founder passes away unexpectedly, Miyagi Chojun did not name an official successor. Now, while there were claims and conjecture, without the official declaration of a successor, Goju Ryu divided into different branches as it began to propagate throughout the world. Now, each one of these masters surely deserve an episode on their own, as their contributions to the art cannot truly be summarized in just a few minutes. However, I do want to give them an honorable mention as they had a pivotal place in history. The first is Shinzato Jinan. We can recall his experience at the All Japan Martial Arts Demonstration and his consultation with Miyagi Chojun to designate a registered name for the art. Shinzato was said to be one of Miyagi's most trusted students. He was born in Naha in 1901 and he was a sick and weakly child, but through the training in the martial arts, he was able to build up his health and strength. He trained with Miyagi for several years, often accompanied him on trips, and he was one of only 3 people to get Miyagi's approval to open up his own dojo. He also trained in judo, was a member of the Okinawan police force, as were many Okinawan masters, and even received the title of Renshi, or polished teacher, from the Dai Nippon Butokukai. He contributed greatly to the spread and development of Goju Ryu and served in the military and fought in World War II during the Battle of Okinawa, where he was killed at the age of 44 in a bombing campaign. It is a common narrative that Shinzato was to be named Miyagi's successor if not for his untimely death. However, there has been no official confirmation of that, and it remains conjecture to this day.
I do believe Shinzato was the successor. I believe this almost exclusively because he told his own son, Takeshi Miyagi, if anything were to happen to him, to contact Shinzato. Now, of course, Shinzato died also, and Takeshi, which most people call K, but that's not how you read his name. You read there's the kanji for his name. There's a big misconception. His name is K Miyagi. It's Takeshi. If you look at his own documentations, he puts here in hiragana in parentheses, Takeshi, so that everybody makes sure that they have the correct wording or pronunciation for his kanji for his name. K couldn't get home to Okinawa in time for the funeral. It's just impossible in 1953 to go from Okinawa, from mainland Japan to Okinawa by boat. You're just not going to show up in 4 days for a funeral. So Takeshi Miyagi could not go to his own father's funeral, which is where this big hoopla of who the rightful leader is. So today we just have to deal with the point of we have multiple organizations, and none of the organizations, I think, should make claim over one or the other. They became the leaders of their organizations equally, and everybody really should just accept that because the old question of who the successor was is dead. And if they really want to make an argument of anything, the true successor should be Takeshi Miyagi, the oldest living son of Miyagi when he died. Just because he couldn't make the funeral doesn't mean you count him out.
Yamaguchi Jitsumi is a pinnacle figure in the history of Goju Ryu, if not a bit of a colorful character. He was born in 1909 in Kyushu, Japan, and began studying the martial arts at a young age. He was also experienced in swordsmanship, and while studying law at Ritsumeikan University, he started the Ritsumeikan Karate Research Society with friend and fellow martial artist Yogi Jitsui. Miyagi Chojun was invited to visit the school, and he accepted the invitation in 1931, and Miyagi made the first of a few known trips to the university where it is believed Yamaguchi trained with him directly. There is actually some controversy over Yamaguchi's given name. The name Jitsumi has been the widely believed name for many, many years. However, with deeper research within the family and translations, the name of Yoshimi may be more accurate. I'd like to credit John Paul Williams for this research, and this is just a sample of the level of detail you'll be able to find in this book. Being of small stature and sporting long, dark, flowing hair, he was sometimes called the Cat by American GIs. However, he was most notably known by his nickname of Gogen, meaning rough. He was also a strong nationalist, very spiritual, and was captured by the USSR during World War II and spent 2 years as a POW from 1945 to 1947. There is a lot of controversy with much of Yamaguchi's claims throughout his life. It was said he often got into trouble, and he had a habit of getting into altercations, and he would recount stories of his victories against multiple attackers. One of his most debated claims, and the one he's most famous for, was declaring that Miyagi appointed him the true successor of Goju Ryu and tasked him with spreading the art throughout mainland Japan. Now, there are many who dispute this, mainly citing that Miyagi Chojun never publicly appointed anyone as successor, and there is skepticism that he would have appointed Gogen Yamaguchi over any of his long-standing Okinawan friends and students. Now, regardless of which of his claims may or may not be true, we can't overlook his contribution and impact on what was to become the future of Goju Ryu karate. In 1950, he established the Goju Kai, which has become one of the most well-known Goju Ryu organizations in the world, represented by the Golden Fist emblem. Through his teaching and networking, Yamaguchi was able to propagate Goju Ryu across not only all of Japan, but opened the door for its journey to America as well. He is credited with his emphasis on freestyle sparring in karate, which may have helped shape the landscape for many of the competitions we see today. He helped establish the All Japan Karate-Do Federation, also known as the JKF. Yamaguchi carries a heavy legacy within the art of Goju Ryu, and while smarter minds can debate which of his claims were true, he was able to elevate the art to a much broader global base. Upon his passing in 1989, Yamaguchi left the direction and administration of the Goju Kai to his sons, Gosei, Gosen, and Goshi. Gosei, his eldest son, established and currently presides over the Goju Kai Karate-Do USA as Hanshi and chief instructor. There are several more influential figures in the art, and we'll revisit them later in this episode when we talk about the different organizations. Right now, let's explore the art of Goju Ryu itself and the distinct characteristics of this karate system. Many karate systems have overlapping concepts, techniques, and principles, so to the uninitiated, it can be hard to tell them apart. I personally love learning the smaller distinct features of each system because that's where all the heart and flavor of the arts come out. With Goju Ryu, let's start directly with the name, hard soft. This system imparts equal emphasis on being able to deliver hard linear techniques as well as softer circular moves. The idea here is to balance and being able to use one concept to counter the other. I'd like to refer to an excerpt from John Paul Williams' book that says, "The system is based on the concept of hard and rigid is not good. However, completely soft and gentle can be equally harmful. The two should complement each other. This combination gives Goju Ryu its beauty, refined movements, grace, and flowing form." So it's really about this perfect tandem between the two methods that gives Goju Ryu its foundation. Another main core focus on the art is the importance of body conditioning and proper breathing technique. You can see a very conscious effort in deliberate breathing in Goju Ryu practice, specifically in the kata of Sanshin as well as Tensho. Proper breathing in these forms is intended to be isotonic and isometric and used to promote stronger lung capacity, better heart health, and improved body posture. Conditioning is another distinct characteristic of Goju Ryu. Now, much of what Miyagi Chojun taught and implemented came directly from his teacher before him, Higaonna Kanryo, so much of the foundation was already laid down. As Miyagi Chojun propagated this teaching, he was essentially teaching an updated and next generation version of the art that he learned from Higaonna.
The difference between Higaonna and Miyagi was mostly with the strength conditioning. implementation of Hojo Undo, all the tools. So Miyagi also put together a scientifically organized basic exercises and warm-ups. Junbi Undo, which didn't exist. There was basic warm-ups and stretching with Higiona, but not scientifically organized. It changed with Miyagi. It became more systematic.
There are several notable differences between Okinawan and Japanese karate. Popular Japanese styles such as Shotokan are strong with driving linear power, generally have deeper stances, higher kicks, and explosive techniques that are implemented in competition. Okinawan karate tends to exhibit narrower stances, lower kicks, and closer range combat. We can see this in Goju Ryu through the emphasis of close proximity fighting over ranged attacks. There's a lot of pulling, grabbing, tearing in this close contact, and it's often referred to as standing jiu-jitsu or standing grappling. There are some accounts that suggest that Shinzatsu Jinan helped Miyagi define some of the grappling aspects of the art. He had an extensive judo background, he was personal friends with judo founder Kano Jigoro, and he was a close and trusted student of Miyagi, so it is reasonable to believe that he contributed to the development of the art. The Okinawan term of muchimi translates to heavy sticky and is in reference to and closely related to kaki or pushing hands. The concept is that you want to be able to stick to your opponent. Once you make contact, you want to keep that contact in order to manipulate and control their body. It is the concept of eliminating gaps and seizing control and leveraging your opponent. We see this concept in a lot of grappling arts, BJJ, judo, Kempo, wrestling. Once you touch, you should be able to close your eyes and feel your way through the struggle. While there are many practices and attributes that make Goju Ryu as distinct as it is, we wouldn't be doing the art any justice if we didn't talk about kata and the emphasis on bunkai. Kata is often the point of contention in the martial arts. Most traditional disciplines have kata of some form, but a lot of contemporary schools and practitioners tend to disregard it as impractical or unnecessary. Now, even though kata is not an exclusive concept to Goju Ryu, I think the way that it is processed and approached has a lot of value to it and can at the very least establish an appreciation of how kata came to be and the purpose it serves. To appreciate kata, we need to understand why and how they were developed to begin with. In the early days of karate, students worked many partner drills with each other. These were often sparring sequences taught in attack and counter formations, very similar to a BJJ class in which you would learn a counter to a takedown or a reversal from an attempted submission, attack and defense sequences. These were worked in class with a partner, but part of the training is to be able to review and practice the material on your own time. But imagine an era in which students did not have access to handbooks or printouts or reference videos, or imagine the horror, the internet. So it was common to string a lot of these attack and defense sequences together into longer sequences, typically organized thematically. These sequences were an easy way for the students to memorize a particular set of drills so that they could study and practice on their own. In essence, these sequences were simply textbooks or reference manuals written in motion. So as a modern example, imagine your MMA coach showed you 5 different takedown counters, but put them together in a string in an ordered sequence as an easy way to remember them and practice them on your own. It wouldn't be just a dance, but rather actual academic information that you could use as a reference and study tool. So over time, these sequences would be adjusted, altered, and passed down to more students, establishing the essence of kata. The problem is, kata doesn't mean anything if you don't understand what the movements represent. To make the deciphering process even more difficult, since those sequences were to help the students memorize their own defensive movements, the attacking portions of the drills were not included, so these sequences essentially only contained half the information. One of Miyagi's closer students, Tokuchi Sakichi, dedicated a lot of focus on exactly this, understanding and preserving the concepts taught. The challenge, however, is that it was believed that over time, these sequences were altered and abbreviated, and the meaning wasn't always passed down correctly or withheld to exclusive students or mistranslated over time. Long kata sequences often required a lot of space to work, so it is believed that many of them were pared down to make them easier to memorize, but students got used to memorizing the motions and forgot or never learned what the original movements were teaching. Couple in the possibility that teachers may have withheld some translations or altered forms to denote lineage, and you wind up with a sequence that has lost a lot of its original value. The practice of bunkai, which means separating or pulling apart, is a method of studying kata and breaking the motions down in an attempt to reconstruct what the original sequences might have been teaching and extract the practical combat information within it. Toguchi approached this challenge in a very methodical way. He heavily endorsed an analytical process Miyagi taught him called Kasai no Genri. This was a general set of rules and guidelines used in an effort to unlock some of those secrets when applying bunkai to a kata. By using this list of guidelines, Toguchi felt that the extracted moves needed to be pressure tested, so those sections of the kata were then put back into partner drills called bunkai kumite and tested over and over to see if the analysis held up. Basically, reverse engineering the kata back to its original attack-defense steps. There are three main principles and several supplemental rules to follow when analyzing the kata. The three main principles are: 1. Don't be deceived by embusen or the directional path used in the kata. Many kata were redesigned at some point to be practiced in smaller spaces, so often footwork was abbreviated or directional changes were added. 2. Techniques executed while advancing imply attacking moves, while techniques performed while retreating imply defensive maneuvers. 3. There is only one enemy and he is in front of you. If the kata has you turn to face a different direction, it does not imply a second opponent. Toguchi added the following advanced rules to break down the analysis even further. 1. Every movement in kata has a fighting application. 2. A hand returning to a closed position usually has something in it. 3. Utilize the shortest distance to your opponent. 4. If you control your opponent's head, you control your opponent. 5. There are no blocks. This implies that techniques that appear to be blocks are likely throwing or grabbing techniques. 6. Angles in kata are important. 7. Touching your own body indicated that you are touching part of your opponent. 8. Don't attack hard targets on your opponent with hard parts of your body. 9. There are no pauses in application. Now these are, of course, just general guidelines, and there's no guarantee that the interpretations are 100% correct. But it is an ongoing effort and a very important part of kata study to not only preserve history, but to make kata a more powerful training tool in karate. While different Goju Ryu schools may vary in the kata they teach, there's a general set of core kata taught, and each one covers a very specific theme or purpose. For example, we've already mentioned Sanshin and the emphasis it has on breathing. Translating to 3 battles, the goal of Sanshin's focus and breathing patterns is to unite the body, mind, and spirit. Sanshin is also considered the harder focus, so its softer counterpart is Tensho, meaning revolving hands, concentrating on tension and soft-flowing hand movements. Seiyunshin is a kata that incorporates tactics to grapple by grabbing and pulling your opponent off balance. It was the featured kata in the Karate Kid Part 3, although it is widely considered an inaccurate depiction of the form. Shisochin, meaning fight in 4 directions, which incorporates linear attacks and circular blocks. We catch a very quick glimpse of this form again in the Karate Kid films, this time Miyagi himself performing it in Part 2. There are also promotional kata that were developed for demonstration and promotional purposes. These were not standardized kata to be implemented into the curriculum, but rather used to introduce children to some of the basic concepts in physical education taught in Goju Ryu. We could spend an entire episode breaking down more kata, but this is just a sample of how much focus and education goes into the bunkai of the Goju Ryu kata and has become one of the signatures of the system. Goju Ryu also features the Okinawan weapons arts, or kobudo, which typically sees the inclusions of weapons such as the bow, sai, nunchaku, 3-sectional staff, tonfa, and several others. Freestyle fighting also became integrated with the art, with a heavy effort from Gogen Yamaguchi and the Japanese influence of competitive fighting. And speaking of Japanese influences, while Goju Ryu is Okinawan in origin, as it spread throughout the world and experienced a degree of, deviation and variation, and John Paul Williams gives us a little bit of insight on some of the differences seen in Japanese and Okinawan Goju Ryu.
Okinawa Goju Ryu and Japanese Goju Ryu follow the same styles of kata and pattern, but not necessarily the same types of kumite. Japanese Goju Ryu has a lot more focus on competition kumite, on speed versus all the power, on literally budo. Whereas Okinawa Goju Ryu usually has more focus on bujitsu, so protection of one's body and building the body, whereas in Japanese Goju Ryu, it's more of building the mind and building the individual. They're supposed to meet at one location, but if you went to 2 different dojo, one Japanese and one from Okinawa, the Japanese dojo, you'll note clearly they probably have a lot more kumite going. The Okinawa Goju Ryu, you'll note that it clearly has more kata work going on. The kata in the Okinawa Goju Ryu dojo will seem heavier and more rooted and deep and solid, whereas the Japanese Goju Ryu will seem more Shito Ryu, a bit more flair, a bit more flavor. As of right now, the two are marrying back together again, and that's mostly through the JKF Gojukai. And the JKF Gojukai is heavily influenced by the Okinawa Goju Ryu Kyokai, OGKK, and the Japanese dojo in Japan are now taking that heavy influence of OGKK and Goju Ryu from Okinawa and recognizing that all karate is from Okinawa. So they're getting the depth of that Okinawan knowledge, and they're using the sports that they've already built up on their own and combining the two. So it's Goju Ryu now is becoming better. The difference, but it's also coming back together to where it's supposed to be.
As Goju Ryu spread across the world, many organizations were established to represent, preserve, and sometimes grow the art. As is the case with most martial arts, each organization has their own flavor and philosophy behind it. Let's take a look at some of the more notable and larger organizations and see how Goju Ryu exists in today's landscape. The International Karate-Do Goju-Kai Association, or the IKGA, is an organization founded by Gogen Yamaguchi in order to represent and spread his version of the art. It is sometimes called Yamaguchi Goju-Kai, and its reach has spanned over 60 countries since its establishment in 1965. Goju-Kai strives to teach a traditional and balanced version of the art, keeping intact the breathing, conditioning, and spiritual aspects. The insignia of the Goju-Kai is perhaps one of the most striking and recognizable symbols in traditional karate. A gold fist clenched tightly and said to be modeled after Miyagi Chojun's right hand is worn on the left lapel. This emblem is also widely present in other iterations of Goju-Kai organizations around the world. Today, the Goju-Kai is governed by Gogen Yamaguchi's third son, Goshi Yamaguchi. The International Okinawan Goju Ryu Karate-Do Federation, or IOGKF, claims the title of the largest traditional Okinawan karate association in the world. The organization touts a roster of more than 75,000 members and strives to preserve the integrity of traditional Okinawan Goju Ryu as a cultural treasure of Okinawa. It was founded in 1979 by Master Higaonna Morio, no relation to Higaonna Kanryo. Higaonna Morio, a 10th dan in the art and one of the most respected Goju Ryu karateka today, has a direct lineage to the roots of the art, and within the organization he is recognized as the successor of Goju Ryu. The IOGKF is currently headed by Sensei Nakamura Tetsuji. However, Sensei Higaonna Morio still offers advisory support to the federation. The emblem of the IOGKF is called the Kenkon and was designed to represent the symbolism embedded in the heart of Goju Ryu. Consisting of both square and circular designs, the Kenkon represents the duality of hard-soft nature of the art. The circle stands for the soft aspects and the block stands for the hard. The name Kenkon means heaven and earth, again demonstrating the dual nature. The flowing circle is the heaven that surrounds the hard earth. The block design itself is Miyagi Chojun's family crest. The International Meibukan Goju Ryu Karate-Do Association, or IMGKA, was established by Grandmaster Yagi Meitoku, a direct student of Grandmaster Miyagi Chojun. Meitoku trained with his master from 1926 to Miyagi's death in 1953. According to the IMGKA website, Miyagi was impressed at his aptitude for the material and dedication to learning the art, and Meitoku became the only student to learn all of the system's kata directly from the founder. Upon the passing of Miyagi Chojun, Meitoku opened up his school and named it Meibukan, which translates to House of the Pure-Minded Warrior. Meitoku continued to teach his Meibukan Goju Ryu karate globally until his death in 2003. Leadership of the IMGKA was picked up by his eldest son, Yagi Meitatsu, who had trained under his father for more than 50 years. He continued his teaching of Meibukan Goju Ryu and recently passed down the reins to his own sons. Sensei Yagi Meitoku was a well-known figure in the art during his training. He was known for hand strength and was also known as the Makiwara breaker. He created 5 of his own kata unique to his Meibukan style, and in 1986 was named a national treasure. The crest also sports the same message of duality that is common throughout the art. The logo represents the sun and the moon. The sun is thick and constant, the moon is slender and flexible. This expresses the hardness and the softness of Goju Ryu. Additionally, an excerpt from their site explains part of the name. It reads that Mei of Meibukan correlates to the karateka's overall character and personality, pure, clear-minded, having a good heart. The kanji Mei also appears in all the men's names of the Yagi family. A young Miyazato Eiichi began training in the martial arts under his father, who was a direct student of Higaonna Kanryo. This opened a door for him to really start his training early in Goju Ryu directly under Miyagi Chojun. Miyazato became a dedicated student, and with the exception of World War II and the disruption it brought to Okinawa, he remained under the master's tutelage until Miyagi passed away. At this time of his passing, Miyagi's family had chosen Miyazato to take up the reins and continue his teaching at Miyagi's home garden dojo. It is even said that he inherited Miyagi's dogi and belt. He was also an experienced judoka, and he heavily encouraged cross-training in the martial arts. In 1957, Miyazato opened his own dojo called the Jundokan in Naha City, Okinawa, and it was later rebuilt in concrete where it still stands today. The dojo consists of 3 floors, with the top floor serving as the Miyazato residence. The website Judokan New Zealand gives an explanation of the name. The name Judokan is sometimes translated as place to follow in footsteps. However, that is not exactly correct. It is in fact a unique play on two concepts important to Miyazato. Firstly, the first character, Jun, is the same character in the name Chojun, as in Miyagi Chojun Sensei, the founder of Goju Ryu Karate. But Jun can also mean obedience, order, and justice. Thus, the name Judokan can mean either the house of the path of Chojun or the house of the path of obedience, a sign of Miyazato's dedication to his teacher. Higaseko was a great contributor and practitioner of Goju Ryu. He originally started training alongside Miyagi Chojun under Higaonna Kanryo. However, he was only under Higaonna's tutelage for a few years before the master's passing. Afterwards, he continued his karate education under Miyagi himself. Higaseko served as a police officer for many years before retiring in 1931 and decided to teach karate. He opened a dojo in his own home, and he was one of the few students permitted to open their own dojo during Miyagi's lifetime. The dojo itself became known as the Shotokan and has since developed into its own organization, Shotokan Goju Ryu Karate Association. The name very roughly translates to Respect the Way School, and they strive to continue teaching and preserving traditional Goju Ryu and instilling respect, discipline, and life skills among all students. Shoreikan is a school and organization founded by Master Toguchi Sekichi. Now, we spoke about Toguchi earlier and his efforts in Kasai no Genri, a systematic approach to breaking down and reverse engineering the bunkai of traditional Goju Ryu kata. Now, according to their website, the Shoreikan school was established to provide a system in which the student could make systematic progress in learning how to perform the very sophisticated art of Goju Ryu. In his effort to teach kata at basic level, Toguchi formulated several entry-level kata unique to his system to help students transition into the process of bunkai and practicing Goju Ryu. After Miyagi's passing, Toguchi set up his own school near the Kadena Air Force Base in Okinawa, teaching American Airmen karate. Now, I personally believe that Toguchi was the inspiration of the character of Sato in The Karate Kid Part 2. In the film, Sato, having been a student of Mr. Miyagi's father, opened up a dojo in Kadena Air Force Base and taught karate to the airmen stationed there. This link is even more evident when you consider that Sato's last name is Toguchi. Shoreikan has had its own growth and evolution as well. After Toguchi, the organization was overseen by Master Toshio Tamano, and as another excerpt from the website says, Shoreikan Karate is for the people who wish to learn self-defense techniques and to improve physical and mental conditions. As Master Tamano wished to distinguish it from ordinary karate, he changed the name Shoreikan Karate to Shoreikan Okinawan Budo Kasai. USA Goju Karate is an offshoot of the Goju Kai organization established by Gogen Yamaguchi. It was founded by Peter Urban, who, according to their website and Kick Illustrated magazine, is sometimes referred to as the George Washington of American Karate. In 1953, Peter Urban became a student and apprentice of American martial artist Richard Kim and transitioned into an uchideshi, or live-in student. Urban was working for the Intelligence Division of the Navy and a year later was transferred from Yokohama to Tokyo. Unable to continue his training with Kim, Kim introduced him to Kyokushin founder Mas-Oyama and Gogen Yamaguchi. Now, this was an extremely rare turn of events, as non-Japanese were not usually accepted as students, making Urban one of the first American practitioners of Goju Ryu. After training with Yamaguchi under Goju Kai for a few years and earning his black belt, Urban returned back home to the United States. Now, the origin of USA Goju Karate is controversial and a hot topic, but to summarize, Urban wished to continue teaching his art in America, and he wished to establish an American branch of Goju Ryu. In 1963, he had traveled back to Japan to seek this blessing of Yamaguchi, as well as to seek promotion to 6th degree black belt. Well, to Urban's surprise, Yamaguchi refused and did not give his consent. After a falling out between the two men, Urban sought out his previous teacher, Richard Kim, obtained his rank, and went on to establish his American brand of the art anyway. Despite the controversy or bad blood involved, Urban succeeded in getting a foothold, and through the USA Goju Karate, he helped propagate the art of Goju Ryu throughout America. Seiwokai is an international organization that has formed a huge network of Goju Ryu schools, hundreds of them around the world. This network spawned from the original Seiwokai school established in 1972 in Tokyo by Hanshi Tasaki Tsuji. This organization has grown to many international branches, including Seiwokai Karate of Silicon Valley, which is a nonprofit organization formed in 2018 by John Paul Williams. SKSV not only works to preserve the art of Goju Ryu as taught by Miyagi Chojun, but it also serves as a pillar of support for a network of Goju Ryu schools that often face hardships and challenges of staying open. There are more organizations and associations, but this brief list should at least give an idea of just how popular, influential, and how widespread the art of Goju Ryu really is. With roots going back to original karate systems in Okinawa, Goju Ryu has persevered throughout time and remains a pillar in the martial arts community. It is a living art, and it continues to carry the torch of the light that Miyagi Chojun and Higa Kanryo once carried. Its influence has also found its way as a component in other arts such as Kyokushin and Isshin-ryu. It has even found its way into media such as the Karate Kid franchise, serving as the base art for the fictional Mr. Miyagi. There is so much more information on the history of Goju Ryu, especially the numerous masters who carried it. Our goal for today was to lift the veil and provide an introduction to those who are not familiar with the art, as well as a nod of appreciation to those who practice it and keep it alive today. I highly encourage everyone to visit the Goju Ryu Philosopher on YouTube for more detailed accounts on the masters, and also be sure to pick up John Paul Williams' book, Goju Ryu Karate-do, Desk Reference Volume 1. In this book, you will find arguably the most historically accurate chronology of the art to date. I offer my extreme thanks to both gentlemen for their help with this project. Now come back and visit us next week as we talk with John Paul Williams in a new episode about the efforts of preserving Goju Ryu Karate. Thank you so much for watching, and don't forget to grab your own Art of One Dojo exclusive Goju Ryu t-shirt. You'll find a link for everything below in the video description. Back in 2019, we released a two-part episode on Xingyiquan Kung Fu, and we did this as a collaboration with good friend Sifu Jonathan Bluestein. It was a fantastic experience. I personally learned a lot. I think we got a lot of great insight into the art. So what we're doing today is, it's been a few years, so we're taking another look back at it. We're taking both episodes, putting them together in this compilation, and at the end, I'm going to offer a commentary from my point of view a couple years later, and how maybe I would even implement some of these techniques and these concepts into my own art of Kempo. So, ladies and gentlemen, we now present to you the history of what is Xingyiquan Kung Fu. Hey everyone, and welcome to our very first episode that actually dives into the Chinese martial arts. Now, a while back, we released an episode called What is Kung Fu? And that set up a series of Kung Fu videos to follow. If you have not seen that one yet, I definitely encourage you to do so if you want to get a rundown of what defines Kung Fu, the terminology, philosophy, and distinguishing features of the systems. Today, we are adding the first art to that playlist with a two-part episode on Xingyiquan. Now, I want to thank scholar and Shifu Jonathan Bluestein, who provided us with the research and presentation of his art, and we're going to use our platform here today to share it with all of you. Now, I also apologize to Shifu Bluestein ahead of time for my attempt at the Chinese words. I promise I'm going to do my best. So we now present to you part one of what is Xingyiquan. Now, this episode is going to be broken up into two parts. Today, we're going to focus primarily on the history and theory of the art, and in the next episode, we'll dive into the curriculum, movements, and methods in combat. So, when and where did Xingyiquan start? Legend has it that Xingyiquan came down to us from the famous Chinese general Yue Fei. Famous and renowned in Chinese history, Yue Fei was one of the nation's greatest generals who lived in the 12th century. Now, it's common in Chinese culture that when a wonderful art or skill is created, it is attributed to a great man of the past, as the creator himself is too modest to assume ownership, or otherwise to glorify what was created and give both it and the ancestor more credit. Now, either way, there's really unfortunately no evidence that Xingyiquan actually came from General Yue Fei, but he is still commonly considered the founder of the art, even though this continues to be disputed today. In truth, Xingyiquan is a martial art which came to us from an ethnic minority. Now, when you have a country that has a large mix of minorities, you often wind up with such a wonderful mix of culture, cuisine, traditions, and so is the case in the Chinese martial arts, where Chinese minorities will often have their own unique systems. Now, China is a very big place though, so even when you speak about a minority, you would be talking about a very large group of people. One such minority are the Muslims, who today make up for over 20 million people. Nowadays, the majority of Muslims live peacefully among the other Chinese, but for many centuries, they had to protect their close communities from outside threats. And to do this, they created several martial arts which were essentially secret, as only the family and clan members were taught to them. Now, they did, however, keep their religion and martial arts separate. A notable characteristic of the Muslim martial arts in China is that their emphasis is on practical self-defense and effective combat, taking precedent over spirituality. Now, initially, the martial arts created by the Chinese Muslims were mostly used to defend the community, teach physical exercise, and have a nice cultural common ground between people. But by the 1700s, these martial arts were being used for business as well. What kind of business? Mostly that of physical protection. You see, China of the 17th to the 19th centuries did not have what we know as a police force. And in fact, they didn't even have a mail or shipping service. So how did people send envelopes and packages? Well, you had to physically embark on a journey with the caravans to deliver things from point A to point B. Now, this was very dangerous, as such caravan parties were easy prey for various gangs and thieves. So the insurance policy of the day was to hire tough and capable martial artists to escort your caravans. Now, this was good business for the Muslims and non-Muslim martial arts alike. Otherwise, for similar reasons, bodyguards were also in high demand all over. Now, one Muslim martial art which shone and stood out at the time in northern China was called Xingyi Luichuan. Over 250 years ago, it was already popular among the northern Chinese Muslims. Xingyi Luichuan was one of these martial arts which were used by the Chinese Muslims to fend for themselves and as bodyguards or caravan escorts. Over time, the secrets of this art spilled out though, and it arrived to the hands of the rich clan. Now, this Chinese clan is called the Dai. They developed the art to their own tastes and understandings, creating their own branch of the style with its distinct flavor. The Dai clan kept their own traditional Xingyi Luichuan to this day, being their family's treasure. Now, their martial art is still alive and well, taught by many teachers in China and abroad. Now, it was from the martial art of the Dai clan that the style known as Xingyiquan eventually developed. So let's take a look at how that came to be. Around the year 1845, an outsider arrived at the village where the Dai clan resided. The stranger's name was Li. This man came to the Dai clan with the intention of learning their martial arts secrets, knowing that they had great martial arts and they were very successful with their business. Now, the Dai clan was not enthusiastic about teaching a foreigner, to say the least. He was not of their clan or ethnicity, and he came to them without any prior acquaintance or recommendations. But Li was very stubborn, and he set up a shop in the village, growing and selling vegetables. Now, Li already had a lot of martial arts experience prior to coming to live with the Dai clan, and he was willing to bide his time and prove that he was worthy. After several years of this, Li warmed his way into the hearts of the locals, and he was finally taught the Dai clan's interpretation of the art. Now, after learning from the Dai clan for a number of years, Honored Farmer Li, as he was now called, traveled around northern China, and he taught various groups of students. His interpretations of the art was now called Xingyiquan, and from the various groups Li taught arose the various lineages and branches of this new martial art. Now, this all happened roughly about 150 years ago. Xingyiquan. Now, what does that even mean? The name is pretty interesting. Xing means shape, any shape you can make, kind of like a baking mold which creates a shape. Yi means your mind's intention. So the name Xingyi means to use your intention to create any shape you want. Now, this martial art tries to teach people how to understand movement and fighting concepts so that they could mold their mind's intention into any shape. Meaning that no matter how you move or use your body, you could always apply the principles and make it work, either for combat or promoting one's own health. So that's the concept in a nutshell, and a deeper explanation would be a full discussion in its own right. Now, the word chuan simply means fist. It is common to put the word chuan or fist at the end of names of Chinese martial arts, much like the Japanese will add the words do or jitsu for the names of their martial arts. Do means way, and jitsu means technique or method. So karate-do translates to way of the empty hand. Jiu-jitsu translates to gentle method or gentle technique. So with that being said, the name Xingyiquan literally translates as the fist of the shape and the intention. Or if you want to get even more broad, you could say it stands for the fist method, which allows you to use your intention to make any shape work. Xingyiquan does not approach the learning curve like one would expect from Taekwondo, Karate, or Muay Thai. The people who historically studied this art were Chinese farmers. They were already strong, fit, and flexible from lifelong work in the fields. So, although the art does become very physically demanding, it does not begin at that point for the novice practitioner. It assumes that the person is either already versed in the martial arts or at least physically fit. What Xingyiquan does instead is teach people the very basics of how to move the body very differently to what is normal and intuitive. So first taught methods are called jiangzhuang. These are standing practices. You stand and hold one posture for prolonged periods of time, typically anywhere from 5 to even 60 minutes. Now such postures one holds are initially static, but over time they become very dynamic. These postures are used to teach internal body mechanics. The practitioner is gradually instructed how to move the body from the inside emanating from the core. Now, the advanced result of this, after a decade or so of practice, can be that the body will move and behave like a miniature, vibrant, and powerful ocean, waving its flesh about with minute and subtle motions. Now, depending on the lineage, there might be anywhere between 2 to 12 types of standing postures taught. And in fact, it can even be practiced sitting and laying down in bed if one is injured or sick. It is a form of internal practice which can be used to benefit health, fighting ability, or both. Now, after jiangzhuang comes the walking practices and methods. These methods are often called plow stepping or mud stepping. They teach the practitioner to use special bodily skills and structure learned with jiangzhuang while you move around. Now, this is an important part of the curriculum for beginners during the first 2 to 3 years of practice, and it serves as a bridge between jiangzhuang and their fighting skills. The advanced version of walking methods is called chicken stepping. Chicken stepping teaches you how to rapidly advance and retreat in all directions. The idea is that each step is used to recycle the momentum of the previous one so that the whole body is continuously charged with kinetic energy, ready to explode at any moment. Now, before we go any further, let's review some of the fundamentals about Chinese philosophy, medicine, and culture. Because without these fundamentals, Xingyiquan would be very difficult to understand. Like any other internal martial art of China, Xingyiquan has a strong connection with Taoism. The theories of yin-yang, taiji, bagua, and others, which are part of Taoism, are commonly used in the language of these martial arts. Now, in the episode What is Kung Fu, we went over the basis of the 3 main philosophies in the Chinese martial arts and their culture. So aside from Taoism, which we will cover in a minute, there's also Buddhism and Confucianism. Now, I recommend checking the episode out for an overview and understanding of how they may overlap with each other as part of a person's beliefs. Now, in Taoism, there exists the idea of as above, so below. Taoism holds that the human body, for example, is a reflection of the heavens. So for instance, in Chinese medicine, there are 10 major internal organs and 12 main meridians. These are called the 10 celestial stems and the 12 earthly branches. Now, this is all Taoist theory. The 10 celestial stems and 12 earthly branches are not solely the 10 internal organs or the 12 main meridians. They are thought to be the human embodiment of the 5 main planets that affect the Earth and the 12 main constellations that we see in the sky. Now, we said 10 celestial stems, but we only mentioned 5 planets. Well, that's because the so-called 10 celestial stems are made of both the yin and yang aspects of each 5 planets, so that brings the total to 10. Xingyiquan is based on this Taoist theory. Its curriculum is structured around the 10 celestial stems and the 12 earthly branches via what are called the 5 phases and the 12 animals. Now let's break down how that philosophy applies. Everyone knows the game rock, paper, scissors, right? Easy peasy. You've got 3 options, either creating or destroying the other. We all know the rules. Scissors cuts paper, paper covers rock, rock smashes scissors. Now, some people also know the more complex version of that game, known as rock, paper, scissors, lizard, Spock. Now, many of you might have known this from the sitcom Big Bang Theory, but it was actually a game invented by Sam Cass and Karen Bryla prior to the show using it. Now, in this version of the game, you have 5 options instead of 3, and once more, each option is either created by or destroys the other. Now, the 5 phases of Taoism and Xingyiquan is very similar to the game of rock, paper, scissors, lizard, Spock. With the 5 phases of Taoism, we also have 5 options, and they can be many types of 5 things. For example, the classic 5 phases, often mistakenly called the 5 elements, are metal, water, wood, fire, and earth. Metal creates water, water destroys wood. Water creates wood and destroys fire. Wood creates fire and destroys earth. Fire creates earth and destroys metal, and so forth. But in fact, the 5 phases can be many groups of 5. For instance, the 5 organ pairs of the body, the 5 major planets affecting the earth, the 5 senses, etc. It's in all these 5 groups that you have the similar dynamic of influence of creation and destruction, or some prefer to say creation and restraint. Now, when old Farmer Lee created Xingyiquan, he wisely used the same model. He picked 5 basic movements to serve as the base and basics for his entire martial art. Now, these 5 movements correspond to the 5 phases, and each either creates or restrains the other. These 5 movements are called Pi Chuan, Juan Chuan, Bong Chuan, Pao Chuan, and Hung Chuan. These are collectively called the 5 fists of Xingyiquan. The 5 fists of Xingyiquan uses the structure and internal methods from Zhang Zhuang and the stepping skills that we discussed before to create the combative framework of the style. Now, these 5 fists can be practiced as single exercises or as solo practices or with partner talu. Now, if you're unfamiliar with what talu is, it is a very similar Chinese counterpart to kata, but with some distinctions. We also cover this topic in What is Kung Fu, and you can find a direct link to that section in the description below. So, this concludes part 1 of What is Xingyiquan. In the next episode, we're going to take a dip into the training practices of the art and explore some of the movements and combative ideas that make Xingyiquan what it is. Now, I would like again to extend my greatest gratitude and appreciation to Shifu Jonathan Bluestein for his role in this project. He provided us with the research and the script for me to present to all of you today. Shifu Bluestein is also the author of 2 great books on the martial arts, called The Research of the Martial Arts and The Martial Arts Teacher. Now, we've recommended these books before, and they're a really great read, and you can find them in the description below. He is also the headmaster of an international martial arts organization called Blue Jade. In Blue Jade International Schools is taught the art of Xingyiquan alongside several other arts. To reach Shifu Bluestein, search for Shifu Jonathan Bluestein on Facebook or click the link in the description. For Blue Jade International Schools, we have a link for that below as well. Hey guys, don't forget to pick up your own Colors of Combat t-shirt. We've got a brand new collection, 22 designs over multiple different martial arts. That way you guys can wear your art with pride. It's a way for us to support the channel without resorting to sponsorships while you guys have some really cool souvenirs. So get your own now. Check out the link in the description, artofwindojo.com/store. Hi everyone, welcome back to Kung Fu, What is Xingyiquan? Now this is part 2 of the series, so if you have not yet seen the first one, please be sure to go check that out as we talked about the history and development of the art that leads up to this point. Today we're going to get an introduction of the curriculum itself and see how a lot of the methods developed are applied in practice as we continue to explore the history of the fist of the shape and the intention. So stick around for the good stuff. In the previous video, we summarized the role that Taoism played in the art, particularly the concept of the 10 celestial stems and the 12 earthly branches. Xingyiquan is based on this Taoist theory. Its curriculum is structured on the 10 celestial stems and 12 earthly branches, via what are called the 5 phases and the 12 animals. Again, please check out the first video for more information on that. So, what comes after the 5 phases or the 5 fists of Xingyiquan? Now you might remember that the 5 fists stand to represent the 10 celestial stems. Now this leaves us with the 12 earthly branches. Now the representation of the 12 earthly branches comes to us in the form of 12 animals. These 12 animals are dragon, tiger, monkey, horse, alligator, rooster, swallow, sparrowhawk, snake, eagle, bear, and tai, which is a mythical bird. Now, are the 12 animals of Xingyiquan something like the animal systems of Kung Fu that you need to learn? Not exactly. The different animals are either combinations of movements, or taolu, and typically each animal has several of these combinations or forms. For each of these animal combinations or forms, there are of course numerous ways to apply them in combat. Interestingly, every lineage of the art also tends to feature small or even possibly major modifications for the animal movements, and it is common to find variations among schools and teachers. The animals of Xingyiquan also use the mechanics of the 5 fists in novel and interesting ways. Now just to reiterate, the 5 fists or 5 movements are Pi Chuan, Juan Chuan, Bong Chuan, Pao Chuan, and Hung Chuan. The 5 fists lay the foundation for the techniques and body methods, whose more advanced versions are studied through the animals. Now, the idea is not to make oneself appear like the animals. This is not an animal mimicking martial art. The concept of having the animals in the system is for the practitioner to borrow 2 things from them: First, their specific fighting spirit, and second, their strategies and tactics. The practitioner is supposed to adopt the psychological framework of the animal and adapt its unique way of moving for human combat. Now here's just a few examples of some of the animal concepts. The monkey is quite agile, quick, and sneaky. It presents you with a facade and then seemingly randomly goes in another direction. The monkey is therefore unpredictable and playful, with arguably even itself not knowing where it may come next, but it easily adapts once it does. The monkey is light rather than heavy, fleeting rather than committed, and it uses the opponent like a branch to hang on to and thus turns itself into a weight which the opponent is forced to carry. It also prefers using open palm heel strikes over fists. The rooster is direct and unrelenting, attacking continuously without retreat, but forcing itself through openings rather than via brute force. It is vicious and it does not surrender. It has the characteristic of sharp pecking through penetrating action, and its beak is the phoenix eye fist. The rooster can also suddenly and violently flap its wings, causing the opponent to lose his footing. Its strength is found in its courage and intensity, more so than its physical prowess. The alligator is a heavy beast, which sways from side to side as it advances. It waves its massive tail left and right, and it can slam into somebody, causing massive damage. The alligator can also bite or grab into someone with its mouth and aggressively pull them sideways and break them apart. It is powerful and oppressive, but it achieves its goals by adhering to circular movements and the acceleration of its own weight horizontally to drag down and drown his opponent. It also preserves conserving energy, only exploding when the timing is right. The swallow has the characteristic of soaring and then diving. While it soars, it is totally committed upwards. When it dives, it turns sideways. The swallow then goes up and down, swiftly changing direction. As it dives, it reaches between passageways like walls and trees, spiraling among them. In Xingyiquan, the trajectory of the flight pathways of the swallow have therefore been adapted for upward drilling movements aimed at the head and lowering of the body to topple the opponent. Swallow movements may also incorporate jumping forward into a sideways takedown and borrowing from this animal's character. Now, apart from the five fists in the animals, there are also various talu for solo and partner practice. Now, talu is sort of the equivalent of kata in karate, but with some distinctions. And we talked about this more in depth in What is Kung Fu, which you can find above or in the link below in the description. Now, these talu tend to tackle a very specific topic. Some will focus on connecting all the five fists and adding some combinations to them. Others link up together all the animal movements. There are even forms which combine the entire curriculum into a single, well-organized choreography. Though the talu may differ between lineages, typically there are at least 4 to 5 of them in each school. Some forms are even specifically designed to bridge the gap between cooperative partner practice and full-blown sparring. Though the main emphasis on Xingyiquan is the practice of single movements and single combination, forms are still important, especially for beginners and intermediate practitioners. Accompanying the forms are various partner drills, which are semi-cooperative or freestyle, culminating into full sparring, traditionally without protective equipment. Now, the method for developing whole body sensitivity through partner grappling is called rolling hands, as opposed to the pushing hands of Tai Chi Chuan or other arts. It is an effective measure of learning how to transition between both grappling and striking movements, and rather than being technique-oriented, rolling hands thus teach the movement mechanism which are taught between techniques. The art and its unique outlook are further explored with the practice of weaponry. Chief among them is the big spear. So for training purposes, such giant spears can be 3 to 5 meters long, and they're usually made from a flexible white waxwood. The spear is important for learning how to generate the art's famous and formidable vibrating power, connect the entire body as a single unit, and guide movements with one's dantian, or energy center. Other weapons vary between lineages, and they might include staves, swords, or specialized daggers. The spear is the most important weapon because the mechanics used to wield it are used in all the 5 phases and 12 animals. Many are of the opinion that the primary inspiration of creating Xingyiquan was the use of the spear. A common mistake uttered by many is calling Xingyiquan a linear art. That cannot be further from the truth. Now, while it is true that Xingyiquan prefers a straightforward manner of attacking, as well as using narrower steps and postures, it is not all linear. Proper traditional Xingyiquan contains small circles and spirals in every single movement. Such minute articulations of the body might be large, but they're often minuscule and undetectable to inexperienced observers. They cannot be understood and put to use unless much time is invested in the practice of single movements and zhangjiang. Using these tight circles and spirals allows the seasoned practitioner to either control the opponent or slide past his defenses. To the opponent, though, these mechanics feel like a strong force or vibration. Now, fighting in Xingyiquan exemplifies two Chinese idioms. The first is that one should do combat like he is on fire, and the second one is fight the opponent attempting to wear him like a shirt. When a person is on fire, he tends to run amok and get through any person and obstacle in his path. Trying to wear the opponent like a shirt is a metaphor for feeling the enemy as being pliable in your hands, something you can rip apart, manipulate, and draw very close to your body while still maintaining control. Now, this is all different from sports fighting, in which there's often the touch and go dynamic or a play of giving and receiving. Xingyiquan, being oriented towards self-defense rather than sport, strives to engage the opponent with a continuous, committed flow and barrage of blows until either winning or survival of the encounter is achieved. Xingyiquan is furthermore famous for its shocking, explosive power, which can be used from short or long ranges alike. This type of method is called power emitting, or fajin, in the Chinese language. Only quality traditional instruction will lead to the development of such power. To have the ability to fajin means that the practitioner can put power into a technique without the need for withdrawing the arm or foot back to gather extra momentum. Now, as we all know, and those of you who fight, this can be very, very useful when every second counts. So this concludes our series on Kung Fu, what is Xingyiquan. Now, I hope you enjoyed the presentation, and please feel free to share your thoughts and experience in the comments, but please try to do so respectfully. Now, there's so much more we could talk about in this art, but we've got a lot more martial arts topics to cover as well. And for those of you who enjoy this and wish to learn more, should find a qualified teacher and seek hands-on instruction. And as before, I would like to give my extreme thanks to Shifu Jonathan Bluestein for providing us with the research and the narrative in both of these episodes so that we can present them to you today. His contribution is valuable and very much appreciated. Shifu Bluestein is also the author of two great books on the martial arts called Research of the Martial Arts and The Martial Arts Teacher, and you can find a link to them both in the video description. Now, he's also the headmaster of an international martial arts organization called Blue Jade. Now, in Blue Jade International Schools is taught the art of Xingyiquan alongside several other arts. To reach Shifu Bluestein, search for Shifu Jonathan Bluestein on Facebook, or you can click the link in the description. And as for Blue Jade International Schools, we also have a link for that as well. First and foremost, I would like to extend a great big thank you to good friend Shifu Jonathan Bluestein, for his writing efforts and his providing footage for this episode. We really appreciated working together with him. It was a great experience overall, so I can't thank him enough for his contributions to this episode. And this was the first episode that we really looked deeply into a Chinese martial art. I don't have as much experience in Chinese martial arts as I do as the Japanese and the American arts. So this was a very big eye-opening experience for me personally, because what I really found to be a defining feature of a lot of these Chinese martial arts is just how old they are and how far back they go, to the point where a lot of these arts go back so far that even their origin can sometimes be contested and even in debate, where it's to the point where it's best guess theory. And you don't see a lot of that in the Okinawan arts, the Japanese arts, and the more contemporary American arts, because, history's been around long enough, it's recorded and the lineages are more clear. When you're talking about arts that could go back hundreds and maybe in some cases thousands of years old, there wasn't as much as, recorded written records, so it's a little bit harder to determine the origin. So a lot of times in this place, myths come up or folklore comes up. Sometimes it's true, sometimes there's elements of truth, sometimes it's completely fabricated. There were elements of this episode. When we were doing preliminary research, I know that there were some legends of the Yellow Emperor that had come up, that, there's the mythology around that, and Jonathan Bluestein was basically telling me, like, no, let's leave that out because it's really not pertinent to the information. So there's a lot of folklore out there that I find fascinating, because the martial arts have been around for so long that sometimes this folklore gets embedded, and we don't see that in a lot of contemporary arts. So it becomes sort of its own mythology and kind of interweaves itself in with the culture of the art. So I think that adds a lot of color, even if you have to kind of take a mindset of trying to separate fact from fiction. Just having that color and flavor and cultural impact in there, I think adds a lot to the romanticism of the martial arts. Now, what's really cool too is looking back at this episode, I'm on my own personal journey with Kempo. I'm looking back at my own material. I'm trying to determine where I want to kind of set my focus of study. And a lot of it is my desire to take a lot of the academic side of Kempo, which is immense and it's deep and it's robust. But I'm trying to bring a lot of that academic stuff to the surface and taking it and saying, okay, well, now that we're learning XYZ, how do you apply it in a real situation? How do you apply it, in any given scenario? And looking at this episode, I see there's a lot of concepts that I like, that intrigue me enough, that could possibly overlap, that I could actually bring into my own Kempo training. And part of that is looking at the art's name, Xingyi. Xing means shape, and Yi means mind's intention. So basically, you're literally taking the shape of your mind's intention. And I think as a concept, that can apply to just about any art across the board. But how would I apply that to Kempo? Well, the first thing is I would have to look at is watching this again is the whole concept of the zhangjiang, those little minute details and those core movements that you practice over a slow amount of time, and you really make yourself cognizant and aware, and you just pay a close mind attention to each individual the minutia of your movements, because over time you can train your body to move in a bunch of different ways. And I like this concept because this is part of one area I'm studying myself is, when you add, Kempo power principles, we have a lot of torque, we have a lot of rotation, and I've been trying to break this down into my own personal study of further action, where it's not just, rotating into the hips. You've got, you're pivoting on the balls of your feet, you've got your knees, you've got your hips, you've got your waist, but you also have rotations in your shoulder, your elbow, your wrist. Everything works together, and I'm finding this to be a very good drill to stop and slow down and breathe and slowly go through the motions and pay close attention to the individual rotations. Now, in Xingyi, when they do this drill, they spend hours, just focusing on these core movements, these internal, very intense, basic core movements. And I think that that approach could work for a lot of arts. If you're trying to fine tune something, or you're even trying to hone into something. In my case, I am trying to sharpen and tighten a little bit of my put some compactness into some of my strikes. In my personal opinion is I can do that by focusing on the individual parts of my body that are rotating and finding that synchronicity in terms of the timing and the striking and the energy. And a drill like this, I think, would be incredibly beneficial for me to carry over to Kempo. I'm not doing the same rotations, the same movements, but I can apply the mindset to the movements we do have. So I can take my time, I can breathe and not worry about actually striking the pad or actually delivering the move, but just focus on my rotation and movement. So that was a big part that's kind of stood out to me rewatching this again. I'm thinking, that's a great concept. That's definitely something I could carry over, and it's definitely something a lot of you could carry over into your arts too. If you wanted to break down the minutia of specific movements, spend some time. Wing Chun is a master of this. They spend a lot of time on the basic movements to get it down and make it natural. And I think that is an excellent way to train and an excellent method to implement into your own studies. And I also like the way the animals are implemented. A lot of kung fu systems, they're animal based. You hear this a lot. Crane, snake. You hear these styles of kung fu. I like in the context of Xingyi that it's not necessarily a whole system based on an animal. Rather, they're taking a whole bunch of animals and they're looking at specific attributes as inspiration, and they're thinking, how can this context work? Applied to these motions. Like the alligator, for example, using its weight, and everybody's got a different build. And I do believe that by studying some of these attributes, that you could take those attributes and take your body mass and your build and your structure and find out what works for you. In my case, I think I'm particularly drawn to the monkey and the alligator style that was kind of talked about in this video. The monkey, focuses on sneakier strikes, and it grabs and holds onto the opponent, and that you make them bear your own weight, and also a lot of open-handed strikes. These are things I'm personally a fan of. I do have mass, I do have weight, and I do try to use it in sparring. A lot of times if a jab comes in, I'll try to trap, or I will hook and I'll pull down, but I'll try to use my weight. And I also try to, use my weight as sort of a disruption to their balance. And the open hand strikes are great, palm heels to the side of the head, a lot of, palm heel strikes and hooking. So I kind of think there's elements of that conceptually that I could bring into my own Kempo, thinking that, that mentality of, moving like the monkey, sneaky attacks, making them bear my own weight. The alligator is definitely a heavy beast, and I like how it describes that it uses its body to slam to its opponent, and it grabs, it tears, it rips, it pulls. That's definitely, at least in my head, where a lot of my fighting mechanics are. Again, I'm a bigger guy. I do use my weight. There's a joke in sparring. They call me the wall because I am big, but I'm also solid, and I'm also able to brace myself. So when I take a hit, even if I take the hit, they're bouncing off of me. So I've got that weight that I can actually use into them, and I've even had instructors tell me use my weight and my mass to my advantage. If I can get in close to them and get my hands on them, it's overwhelming. And especially if I can do the grabbing and the pulling and the disruption, and that's where like a lot of the judo and jiu-jitsu training comes in from, and a lot of the takedowns and twisting. And Kempo's really good close range with the hands, so I like the concept of myself adopting the monkey style and the alligator style, the kind of modifying it and bringing it into my own training of Kempo. And this even goes the same with the rolling hand concepts, like the grappling that they have, where these hand drills, when once you make contact, you roll from grappling techniques to strike techniques. I'm really big into that. Kempo already has its own version of sticky hands, and it's not like Chi Sao. It's not quite the same, but it's a very similar concept of once you make contact with your opponent, you should be able to feel their movement, anticipate their reaction, ride with it, and transition from breaks and strikes and parries and grabs and grappling and back and forth, keep it free flowing. I do love that concept. So, and that is something I'm working on as well. So when I take a step back and I look at the big picture and I see that, Xingyiquan is focusing on X, Y, and Z, I look at these attributes, I'm like, this commonality here between a lot of the different arts. And I think there's a lot of things we could cherry pick conceptually wise and take out of the context of one art and go to your art, whether it be BJJ or boxing or Muay Thai or Taekwondo or whatever your art is. I think it's a healthy practice to look at elements of other arts. Even if you don't agree with how that art trains or you don't like that art to begin with, there's got to be a nugget in there somewhere that you can take and adapt. There's got to be something where you go, okay, not a bad idea. Take it, test it, modify it, put it into your own regimen, and see what you can do with it. I think that is one of the best things the martial arts have to offer, is that there's so many flavors. Make your own recipe, try things out. That's definitely what I'm doing, and I'm having a blast personally. And I just want to say again that this was a fantastic experience. This was a really eye-opening and educational project for me, and I really thank Seafood Jonathan Bluestein so much for your help with this collaboration. It was a great experience, and if you guys are interested, I definitely recommend his books. He's got a lot of great insight. He's got his website, thebluejadesociety.com. Check it out. Get his books. He's a wonderful scholar, wonderful gentleman, very, very insightful and knowledgeable. And I just thank him so much for being my friend and for helping us out with this episode. And I hope that this compilation brings this content to more eyes, because I do think, we need to make the effort to get it out there. And if you like these history episodes, I'm going to invite you to check out our playlist. We have a whole bunch. We've done Shotokan, we've done Kyokushin, we've done even Bujinkan, American Kempo. We've looked at a bunch of different arts. So you can check out our playlist right here. There's a lot to chew on for all you history buffs out there. And to let us know any history arts or any art history that you'd like us to delve into, because we're always looking for more content. We're always looking to expand. And as always, we thank you so much for your viewership, and we hope you all have a wonderful day.
Known for its speed, power, kicks, and acrobatic techniques, Taekwondo has become one of the most popular martial arts, especially in competition. So in this video, we're going to take a quick look at the history and origin of Taekwondo. Now, I just want to say that the Korean martial arts have an incredibly rich history, and I couldn't possibly include every detail in this video. So this is going to serve more as a nod of respect to those who practice the art, as well as provide a quick peek at its history for those interested in learning more. Now, if you want to further your studies on the history and origin of Taekwondo, I've included some links below in the description. Taking a look back at early history, Korea was originally divided into 3 kingdoms, one in the north and 2 in the south, which took up the entire Korean peninsula and also part of what is China and Russia today. These 3 kingdoms formed a joint system of unarmed combat called Subak, and each one contributed their own specific techniques and teachings, often based on the terrain and environmental influences. Subak flourished both in military training as well as culturally, becoming a very popular sport and form of entertainment. It is even said that the king practiced the art. Subak faded with the fall of the kingdoms and the rise of the Joseon dynasty. During the Joseon period in Korea, there was an emphasis on literary and cultural arts over the physical combat of martial arts, and Subak lost its dominance and its practice was restricted to competition and sport. At some point during the Joseon dynasty, the art of Taekyon emerged. Now there is a little bit of historical debate as to whether Taekyon was a new art or simply Subak under a different name. Taekyon utilizes techniques to trip, throw, or take your opponent off balance. It emerged as a popular art and even remains today in competition and exhibition. Now there is a lot more history to both Subak and Taekyon, as well as several other arts, including the art of Gongdo, but hopefully this provides a little bit of historical foundation. In 1914, a man by the name of Huang Qi was born and found a passion in the martial arts. He was said to have extensively studied and mastered Taekyon during high school. Under the Japanese occupation of Korea, it is believed that many native Korean martial arts were banned or restricted, with Koreans having to train in the Japanese arts. Qi seemingly had attracted the attention of Japanese authorities, so he sought out a new path and headed to China. While living in China, Qi claimed to have trained in the Chinese art of Yang Kung Fu, studying its effectiveness in close quarter combat. In addition to his native Korean roots and Chinese training, Qi also studied Okinawan Karate. When the Japanese occupation fell at the end of World War II, Qi returned to Korea and became one of 5 founders of a new martial arts system. These schools, or kwans, were established by martial artists that had a mixture of Japanese and Chinese influences. At the end of the Korean War, 4 more schools joined, and together they make up the original 9 kwans and created the foundation of Tang Soo Do. Each kwan taught their own version of the arts, and their influence and popularity spread quickly throughout Korea, even into the military. In 1952, the president of South Korea suggested that the kwans be combined into a single unified art. The kwans began to work together and called this art Tai Sudo. Qi continued to develop his own teachings, and his art of Mudokwan Tang Sudo went on to become one of the most dominant versions of the art. During the formation of this unified art, General Choi Hong Hai, and also one of the founding kwans, suggested the name Taekwondo. Choi is often referred to as the founder of Taekwondo, although there seems to be some controversy to this and is a topic of debate. In 1959, the Korean Taekwondo Association was formed in order to complete the unification of the arts. Choi did not fully agree with the politics, as the South Korean government did not want any inclusion of North Korean martial arts, while Choi felt that they should include all Korean arts. In 1966, Choi broke off and formed his own organization, the International Taekwondo Federation. The South Korean government eventually dropped support of the ITF, and Choi established headquarters in Toronto, Canada. In 1973, the South Korean Ministry of Culture, Sports and Tourism established Xingyiquan, the official World Taekwondo Academy. Together with the KTA, they formed the World Taekwondo Federation in an effort to promote the art as an international sport. In 1962, Taekwondo was introduced to America when Goju Ryu opened up his first American school in Washington, D.C. He is often recognized as the father of American Taekwondo. Taekwondo continues to flourish today with many different schools and variations, and is currently only one of 2 Asian arts to be included as an Olympic sport. So that is the abridged version of the history and origin of Taekwondo. As I said earlier, the martial arts in Korea have such a rich history, I couldn't include all of it in just as one video. So for those of you with further your academic study, I've included a bunch of references below in the description box. Also, I invite all Taekwondoan to contribute to this discussion and provide some more insight that we might not be aware of. Thank you so much for watching. Back in 2018, we did 3 episodes based on the history of American Kempo. They were the origin of, the evolution of, and then history on the Kempo crest. Now, we've gotten a lot more viewers since then, so what we're doing now is, now it's the end of the year, things are kind of wrapping up, and we're putting our efforts into next year's video topics. We are re-releasing all 3 Kempo videos in one video here. So for those of you who have not seen it yet, here you go. Here's all 3 episodes, easy access. Now, for those of you who have already seen it, we've added additional information, and you can find those time code marks below in the description. So thank you all so much for your support. Keep an eye out for 2021. We've got several more history of topics in the works, and we can't wait to get into our material and see what next year has to bring. Thank you so much, and enjoy the presentation. The origin of American Kempo. This topic hits a little close to home for me because this is my art that I've trained in for 25 years. Now, there are many different styles of Kempo out there, each with their own unique characteristics. Established in the 1950s by senior Grandmaster Ed Parker, American Kempo is an amalgam of martial arts with roots going back to Japan and China, as well as elements that are custom tailored for American street fighting. In this video, we're going to take a look at where the seeds of inspiration began and how Mr. Parker went about crafting a system that became a science of motion. Kenpo karate has a long history of various Japanese, Okinawan, and Chinese roots. This video is going to explore specifically the type of Kenpo that was brought to the United States and developed into Ed Parker's American Kenpo system. Ed Parker does touch upon some of Kenpo's historical development in his Infinite Insights book series, which can be found in the description below. This story begins with a man named James M. Matoshi. James Matoshi was born to Japanese parents in Kona, Hawaii in 1916. Just shy of age 4, Matoshi was taken back to Japan to receive a formal education and upbringing. It was during this time growing up there that he studied and learned the family system of Chuan Fa, or Chinese Kempo. Matoshi's ancestors had continually modified and grew the system to include a balance of religion and humanities along with a fighting art. This family Kempo system is sometimes referred to as Goju Ryu, or Old Pine Tree style. Matoshi's style featured strong kicks and linear techniques. In 1936, Matoshi returned to Hawaii and began teaching his family Kempo, which he sometimes referred to as Kenpo Jiu-Jitsu. Ed Parker had once stated that he believed Matoshi had modified the name so that the general public understood it was a fighting art. As the name Kenpo was not familiar at the time, however, Jiu-Jitsu was. One of Matoshi's most prominent students was a man named William K.S. Chow. Chow had various martial arts training growing up, including a background in boxing, jiu-jitsu, and karate. He trained under his Chinese-born father and eventually under James Matoshi. This is where Ed Parker believed the seeds of the modern system of American Kempo were planted. James Matoshi taught linear techniques and takedowns, while Chow's father had taught him many circular movements. Having grown up on the streets of Honolulu and in constant street fights, Chow saw value in merging the two ideals together and into a system designed for American street fighting. He began to modify and grow this art into what he ultimately called Karaho Kempo. Now, before going any further, let's talk about the name. There is a lot of confusion regarding the difference between Kenpo and Kempo. Going back to the Chinese root word of Chuan Fa, this translates into fist law. When Chuan Fa is translated into Japanese, it becomes Kenpo. However, in the rules of kanji, when a character ends with N, it is pronounced with the N sound, except when followed by another character that starts with P. In that instance, the N will make an M sound. This would mean that Kenpo is technically spelled with an N, but should be pronounced with an M. Through romanization, it is sometimes spelled Kempo, but we are at the point where translation errors have created two ways to spell and pronounce the same word. Edmund K. Parker was born in Honolulu, Hawaii in 1931. He started his martial arts training at the age of 12 when he began to study judo, earning his black belt 6 years later. He also later trained in boxing and was even an amateur boxing champion. But it was at the age of 16 that his martial arts path took its first major turn. At a church function, Parker met a man named Frank Chow, who was telling everyone about a street fight he had just won against a local bully. Frank Chow had a small build, and Parker was doubtful of his claims until Chow demonstrated the techniques he had used to defend himself. Parker was impressed, and he became a student of Chow. Having been involved in multiple altercations himself growing up, he constantly asked Chow questions and showed a great desire to truly understand the system. One day, Frank Chow told Parker that he had taught him everything that he could and that he should seek out his brother William, who at this point was a top instructor in Honolulu. Parker sought out William Chow and knew immediately he was on the right path. Chow was quick and exhibited an extreme knowledge of human mechanics and motion. This is where Ed Parker began to develop a deep analysis and critical thinking in the martial arts. In 1949, Ed Parker moved to Provo, Utah to attend Brigham Young University. 2 years later, the Korean War broke out and Parker found himself drafted into the Coast Guard. Almost as if fate had planned it, he was stationed in Hawaii where he would be able to continue his training with Chow full-time. When the war ended and Parker was to return to the university, he had made plans with Chow to open Kenpo karate schools in the mainland USA upon his graduation. The two agreed, and Parker returned to Brigham Young University. While he was there, he established the Kenpo Karate Club and began teaching. During this experience, Parker took every question, comment, and disagreement and began to rework the Kenpo system, implementing key concepts of motion that Chow had taught him. This was the beginning of the living system that would become American Kenpo Karate.
Two things. Number one, great humor, and probably the fastest individual I have ever encountered in front of me. I mean, you knew when he was in a room. He was dynamic. It was like a gun exploding.
Realizing that modern American fighting needed further development, he began to cultivate the seeds that William Chow had planted. Parker added new concepts, altered existing methods, and removed anything he felt was obsolete. He constantly modified his Kenpo and implemented a system of laws and principles that would become the backbone of the art. As his teaching grew in popularity at BYU, the school asked Parker to conduct a basketball halftime karate demo, which proved very successful. Soon, Parker was teaching various students, including local law enforcement and even part-time at the local gym. In 1956, Ed Parker graduated from Brigham Young with a bachelor's in sociology, and he accepted a job at a new gym in Pasadena, California. However, the deal fell through, so Parker made the choice to open up his first Kenpo Karate school instead and established the Kenpo Karate Association of America. In 1957, Ed Parker authored the Kenpo Creed, which would be recited at just about every Kenpo school from there on out, including today. We even have our own kids recite this in every class. Things were going as planned for Parker, and anxious to fulfill the promise he had made with William Chow, he flew back to Hawaii to bring him to California and continue with their plans to open more Kenpo schools. Chow, however, no longer wished to leave Hawaii, and he gave Ed Parker his blessing and told him to go forth and build his new American Kenpo. One of Ed Parker's first moves was to restructure the KKAA and reform it into the International Kenpo Karate Association with the hopes of a global spread of the art. He reworked the emblem and developed what is today the most iconic image of the American Kenpo Karate system, the IKKA Kenpo Karate crest. This crest, worn over the heart of each practitioner, is infused with symbolism and tributes. However, we will take a closer look at this in the third part of this 3-episode Kenpo series. Ed Parker drove a hard effort forward to spread the art, and it wasn't long until Kenpo was becoming a name of its own. He became known among Hollywood talent and actors, teaching at different clubs and holding several demonstrations. It was at one of these demonstrations in 1960 that Ed Parker met a man by the name of Elvis Presley. Elvis had held an affinity for martial arts, and from that point on, the two of them developed a close friendship. Elvis became a prominent representative and brought even more awareness to Kenpo. Throughout his professional career, Ed Parker instructed and worked with many of the Hollywood elite. In 1964, Ed Parker launched the first Long Beach International Karate Championships, a high-end tournament that still exists today. Throughout the 70s and 80s, Ed Parker toured and spread the art of Kempo across the United States and even branched out internationally. He released several publications and became one of the most notable martial artists in the country. Described as a living force, Ed Parker touched many lives and created the torch of an art that would be passed down from generation to generation. On December 15, 1990, Grandmaster Ed Parker suffered a massive heart attack at the Honolulu airport after returning home, and he passed away. He was 59 years old, and the Kempo community had lost a father. Throughout his life teaching Kempo, Ed Parker continued to modify and adapt his art. He'd like to take movements apart and put them back together again in different configurations, turning American Kempo into an organic and living art.
And Ed Parker was always evolving. He would do it spontaneously right there in a class setting. But he was always doing that. And he wanted to really get across about tailoring the art to fit the individual. He wanted these to be a template. He didn't want it to be concrete. Quite honestly, I think Ed Parker would always be changing and always alter. Now, he did say follow the general rules and principles.
I think when Mr. Parker said that the art should be tailored to the individual and not the other way around, what he was talking about was that rules and principles can be used by an individual differently from other individuals. For instance, I'm 5'5", there's people that are 6'3", bigger, I'm little. There's things that they can do that I can't do. And just because the technique says, well, it needs to be done this way, that it's teaching you a concept and a rule.
Borrowing from various Chinese, Okinawan, and Japanese systems, he observed the flow and the patterns of motions and created one of Kempo's most iconic emblems, the universal pattern. The universal pattern is a sophisticated study, as the circles and lines are all intertwined in a way to demonstrate the different paths and methods the human body can move. It may seem simplistic at face value, however, it's easy to see just how volumetric this design is once you realize you're only looking at one plane. In its full form, the universal pattern of motion exists on 9 planes, and then you can begin to see just how dynamic it truly is.
The universal pattern was just no more than to teach geometry movement, the body movement, like your body was a marking pen or pencil. And he would use the pattern, he would have it on the uniform, talk about the salutation all the way up where you want your hands like this and you come up like this. You can see the heart. Well, the upside down of that is form 6, right? So he would use that so you understood the movement that you're to illustrate, like a mime. And he did tell us that it was infinite. In other words, he himself never reached its potential.
What makes American Kempo different from other styles of self-defense? The signature difference is the scientific method and academics applied to the art. American Kempo is often called the science of motion or the science of fighting. It analyzes all of the different ways the human body can move and react, and it applies a series of principles or laws of how those movements work and how they can be utilized. For example, one of the primary principles of Kempo is economy of motion.
If I had to pick one principle, motion. Trying to be as efficient as possible to deliver the effect that you want without wasting energy.
Other key principles are point of origin, or being able to execute strikes and movements from your current position without having to load or telegraph movements. There are also power principles that dictate the different ways the body can generate power, as well as the dimensional zone concept, which studies ways to manipulate a person's height, depth, and range, along with a zone of obscurity or paths of attack outside of an opponent's peripheral vision. Kenpo is very heavy on the academics, and it takes years to learn and understand it. Many people often criticize it for being bloated and extraneous. However, if you can dedicate the time to understanding the science behind the art, then you can mold the art in many different effective ways. In the words of Mr. Parker,
understand the principles that are involved throughout. You understand principles, you now become a mechanic of motion. You become a mechanic of motion, you can dissect it, take it apart, put it together on your own. Okay? Then after a while, you're going to try to be an engineer of motion.
Another heavily stressed aspect of American Kempo is the encouragement of students to ask questions. In many traditional forms of martial arts, it is considered disrespectful to question an instructor on their teaching, as if asking the question why is an insult. William Chow and Ed Parker firmly believe that in order to understand the how, it was important to know the why. Kempo students are encouraged to ask why a technique is done a certain way, or to compare it with an alternative method. A Kempo instructor should be able to answer these questions and give reasons, given they understand the principles that are put into place.
I've done other arts, and I feel like Kempo is a science-based art. You're studying motion. It's not just, hey, do this because I'm doing it. And you're actually allowed to question your instructor and go, well, why would I do that instead of this? I like the rules and principles behind it.
Kempo also breaks away from other karate systems and drops the traditional Japanese words and commands and replaces them with new English terms. Ed Parker utilized these new terms as memorization tools for self-defense techniques. For example, mace is fist, kimono is shirt grab, talon is a wrist grab, wing is an elbow strike, and much, much more. These terms were often used to describe the essence of a technique. For example, crossing talon means a crossed wrist grab. Lone kimono is someone grabbing your shirt with one hand, where twin kimono is a technique based off a double hand grab. The Kempo syllabus is robust, containing much more curriculum than most other systems. For each belt level, students must learn a set of basics, a list of self-defense techniques, and a kata or form. Basics include strikes, blocks, stances, parries, and foot maneuvers. Katas are separated into two categories, forms and sets. Sets are individual katas that focus on an isolated concept, such as blocking or stances. Forms are much more dynamic in that they demonstrate many of Kempo's principles in motion, highlighting and teaching key concepts and showing how movement and ideas can flow smoothly from one technique to another. American Kempo's self-defense curriculum is one of the system's signature features, and yet also one that receives the most criticism. Each belt level has a series of pre-choreographed scenarios in which a partner comes in with a single attack and a defender executes a sequence of defensive moves and follows it with a series of rapid strikes to vital target areas. These strikes are designed to incapacitate the attacker so that the defender can escape. Many tournaments, demonstrations, and schools will hold a technique line drill in which students line up and take turns performing these techniques on each other. The line drill serves a couple of different purposes. First, it teaches the student how to apply the technique on a human body and understanding how the body will react to certain strikes. It also teaches spontaneous thinking when a person may not react exactly as expected, or a particular move didn't work so that the student has to adjust their strategy on the fly. Additionally, it's a major conditioning drill. Those who have trained at a serious Kempo school, especially from a Parker disciple, know that it is not light contact. By taking the hits as well as giving them, the Kempo student becomes conditioned and is less shocked later when actually hit. In the classes I studied in, our concept was we wanted to get hit harder in class than we would on the street, so that way it would take away the surprise element of getting hit. Now, this is where the controversy begins. The two most common criticisms are, you can't choreograph a fight, and no one is going to just stand there while you hit them 20 times. The answer to that is absolutely 100% correct. A fight will never go as choreographed, and no one is just going to stand there and let you tap dance all over them. However, the Kempo techniques are not actually meant to be performed exactly as they are written.
I think when people say Kempo is choreographed, they don't realize or they don't understand that the techniques are not designed to be followed as a recipe, but they're designed as teaching tools to teach you the moves and basics and the rules and principles of Kempo. So yes, I agree, you're not going to be able to do a 7-move, technique on one person, but you definitely be able to do pieces of those moves in a circumstance when you need it.
It's too choreographed. So is going to school learning how to write. Everything is systematic. Got to learn the alphabet. So Ed Parker did it in the martial arts. Got to learn the alphabet of motion. You know what's funny too is in boxing they do a thing called shadow boxing to warm up. Yes. Nobody ever critiques that. But a Kempo guy or a martial artist on social media does their form. Boy, everybody comes out of the woodwork on how they're the best. Not realizing forms and kata is the same as shadow boxing in boxing. You're just doing solo training without a partner. Just giving you the memory of sequence.
Each technique sequence is designed to teach specific principles or ideas. One technique will introduce an attack, while another might demonstrate how a power principle can be used. Another may highlight the concept of point of origin, while yet another shows new stance changes. Each self-defense technique teaches nuggets of information that are embedded in a sample sequence to show how they can be used. In reality, none of those sequences are meant to work exactly as they are written. There are actually 3 phases of Kempo self-defense: the ideal phase, the what-if phase, and the formulation phase.
So the differences between the ideal is when everything goes according to the way the technique is written, the attack is perfect, your defense was perfect, the timing is executed perfectly, so it's ideal. You get the response that you wanted. The what if is, somewhere along that, something changed, they maybe threw in or they moved their hand to a different position, now you have to alter or change the technique. And then formulation or the freestyle is when you don't know what's coming and then you just have to react and shift from one technique to another.
Ideal is to teach them, this is the threat, this is what we do. Because in the educational world, this is the word, this is how you pronounce it. Now let's give you a couple more words. Add them to this, you have now it's a sentence. Once you get into the tune of I've never been in that position before and you start to build up a sense of bravery, it's no longer foreign to you. But if we give you this punch, this kick, this attack, it's no longer foreign to you. So we teach you all these possible positions and the ideal. Then what if I go to do an elbow and they block me? Well, what if? We teach you that you find your own solution. And we may fix and give that to you too, hence extensions. And a lot of the extensions are just more additional information to complete categories. If you could do it with your right hand, let's teach you with the left hand. For the classroom setting. This is our laboratory, by the way. Out in the street, it's on you. There's where the last stage comes in. Grafting, formulation, spontaneous. Just go through it. If I threw this punch, you've seen that before. If I've done that grab, you've seen it before. If I put you in a reverse armbar, you've seen that before. If I threw a combination, you've seen it before.
For most people who don't study Kempo, only usually ever see the ideal phase and judge the system on misplaced choreography without understanding that there is a lot more to it that is not seen at demos or tournaments. Traditionally, karate black belts are called dans and are named by their translation of first dan, second dan, and so on. In American Kempo, the word degree is used, and each degree actually has a title. Mr. Parker liked to view Kempo as an educational and academic system, so black belt ranks started with junior instructor and worked their way up to senior master. Depending on which curriculum you followed, by the time you reach 3rd to 5th degree, you've been through the entire written curriculum and have completed all of the official testing. From that point on, a person moves up the black belt ranks by teaching, analyzing and implementing new concepts, and by contributing back to the art of Kempo. American Kempo Karate can be an amazing system to study. However, it also has one of the most polarized communities. When Mr. Parker passed away unexpectedly, he left a major gap in leadership. He had not appointed a successor, and in his absence, many chiefs stepped up to lead the tribe. However, due to Kempo's ever-changing nature and from constant modifications Mr. Parker implemented, each generation of his black belts had a different version of Kempo than the next. This led to some nasty politics of the system and brought on a lot of "my version is better" sentiments.
The politics in American Kempo, unfortunately, are just like the real world. You know, everyone has their own opinion, and if you don't agree with them, then you're not doing Kempo.
Politics will always be. If it bothers you, it will. If it don't, that's why they have a delete button on your keyboard.
So that reminds me of a joke about how many Kempo's does it take to change a light bulb? 100. 1 to do it, 99 to tell him that's not how Mr. Parker taught him.
This is really unfortunate because the system can be incredibly flexible as long as you still adhere to the mechanics and principles in the foundation of the art. There are many Kempoists that recognize this and embrace the difference and share different tactics with other practitioners. And in that respect, Kempo has a fantastic sense of brotherhood and camaraderie. But others lose sight of that, and when that clash happens, the politics get ugly and at times becomes toxic to the Kempo community. American Kempo Karate. It's heavy in curriculum, there is a lot to learn, and it takes a while to become good at it. But if you find a school that can teach you the science and principles behind it along with critical thinking and application, then it can be a highly effective art.
I would only encourage anybody listening, go to anyone you can that's considered part of that generation that is from the 60s, 70s, 80s, and up till 90 that I was a part of. Get them now because they're getting up to the point we're losing them, either by bad health or just because they're older or they're retiring. So they may not be around. But we do have a responsibility to groom the next generation correctly. I'd rather have the ability to congratulate a new white belt or a new yellow belt versus someone doing a self-promotion. You know, we need to be, it's like birth, right? Congratulations on your new baby. You know, we need some more birth.
So speaking of the different parts of the Kempo curriculum, you know, we've got your forms, you've got your Kempo techniques, you've got your sparring, you've got your basics. That's pretty standard. But there's also pieces of the curriculum that's missing and that you don't really see very often anymore, and those are the freestyle techniques. And while some schools still teach them, most seem to have abandoned it. And it's a pretty significant chunk of curriculum, big, you know, a lot of material in itself. So with freestyle techniques, you know, basically what they were is they were sequence of combinations of our basics put into different combinations, and they were used offensively. You know, in contrast to our self-defense techniques, which are all defensive based, the freestyle techniques were meant to be used in sparring. So they're all advancing and they're all different combinations looking for different entries. And what they were meant for was they were meant to be a bridge between the self-defense techniques and sparring. Because one of the criticisms we always hear is, oh, you never see these self-defense techniques work in sparring. No, that's not what they were meant for. And the freestyle techniques were kind of a place to bridge ideas, because the Kempo techniques teach us principles and how the basics work together. Well, now you take those principles and you put them into an aggressive combat style, and then you take that practice and you try to see what you get to work in sparring. So it definitely had its place in their curriculum. Personally speaking, I only saw the first few combinations back in like 94, 93, 94. Our school had them for a little bit, so we maybe for the first year we trained a little bit in the first couple belt levels, but then my instructor dropped them. And honestly, I didn't give them a whole lot of thought until many, many years later, and I realized, oh yeah, I wonder what happened to the freestyle techniques. So that's something I'm doing a little bit more of a deep dive into. But they were an interesting part of the curriculum if you look at it at a certain perspective. So the way the sequences work is they're all they're combinations of letters and numbers, and each letter and number corresponds to a very specific basic move. And you know, our techniques teach us specific principles, you know, like how to cancel an opponent's height, how to check zones and stuff like that. Well, so that's applied here. So for the example, sequence B1A, that's the first freestyle technique we learn. B stands for the base maneuver, which is the starting maneuver that we apply in our system. And, you know, generally speaking, you're in your fighting position, you take your lead hand, you kind of check and you pull down the opponent's lead hand. And what that does is simultaneously you're canceling their height, width, and depth. And that's what the principle's teaching you. And then from there, so that's what B stands for. That's the base maneuver, that hand check and pull down. So the techniques will build off of that. The 1 means in place switch. So we're not stepping forward, we're not moving, we're in place switch stance. And then the A, the lowercase a, stands for a punch to the face. So B1A means we're doing that base maneuver, the pull down check, we're doing an in place switch and doing a reverse punch to the face. That's the first one, B1A. In contrast, B1B, which is the next one, lowercase b stands for a punch to the ribs instead of the face. So where B1A is check, rotate, punch to the face, B1B is check, rotate, punch to the ribs. So it's kind of teaching you the concept of you can go higher or low. Then we have the number. Again, the number is the stance used. So where 1 is an in-place switch, 2 would be a push drag. So and so on. So each number that goes up is a different foot maneuver. You've got cross maneuvers or crossovers. You've got slide ups. So they all build upon each other. So again, for example, so B2A would be B, that base maneuver of grabbing the arm and checking them down. So you cancel the height, width, and depth. 2 is going to be the push drag. So we're not doing that in-place switch, we're doing the push drag and then the punch to the face. And then naturally speaking, B2B would be the same thing. Check, push drag, punch to the ribs. So basically it's a very simple concept. So each letter and number corresponds to a basic. Now where it gets confusing is, and I'm not gonna lie, it can get pretty complicated as you advance up in the belts, because you got a certain handful of sequences for each belt level. Once you get up into like the blues and the greens, the sequences get long, and I'm not gonna lie, it looks like somebody sneezed while typing. And you look at it like, what does that mean? Because you got K's, you've got other stuff in there, but honestly what it is once you learn the base maneuver, you're only adding a little module at a time. So by the time you get to these later techniques, the later sequences, these others should be second nature and it should be smooth. And the truth of the matter is, it's just like the self-defense techniques. They're not written in stone. It's not saying you have to do this base maneuver, you have to do the push drag, you have to do the punch. It's showing you the relationship of the basics, how you can use them in an offensive manner in sparring. So by the time you get to the higher sequences, you should be able to a snap of the hat reaction and do any combination that feels natural, applying the rules of the techniques and the principles, but now you're using your basics in an aggressive manner for sparring. So I'm taking it upon myself, this is kind of my personal study right now, is I'm going to dig deep, I have all the material, I'm going to try to learn them on my own, and then see how I can apply them in sparring and judge for myself. Was it justified in removing the freestyle techniques from Kempo curriculums, or is it kind of a missing gem that people are missing out on? So that's my personal experience. I'm going to try to do an experiment, take these and see how I can apply them to my own sparring. I will say for the record that B1A, the check down punch, I've used that many times in sparring very effectively. And I've even done variations where you check down with the lead hand and snap to a back fist. So I do know, at least at the root level, the information is good. So that's going to be my fun project, to expand on that and see what I can play with. But for those of you who are not familiar or who might not be familiar with the Kempo system, this was just a little bit part of the curriculum you don't see very often anymore. But it also addresses, again, the criticism where people go, oh, you never see these techniques applied in sparring. You don't, because there's a reason. They're not meant for sparring. They're rules, they're teaching tools. The freestyle techniques, again, were a bridge to connect principles and basics to real life combat, and then try to find a middle ground where you can practice them and break them down into bite-sized pieces. So that's freestyle techniques. On to part 2. Last week, we took a look at the origin of American Kempo Karate. That included a summary of how Senior Grandmaster Ed Parker took Chinese and Japanese influences, modified them heavily, and developed his own system of self-defense. So let's take a tour of some of the larger variations of the art and examine the evolution of American Kempo Karate.
In the previous video, we took a look at the origin of American Kempo and how Ed Parker learned a system of self-defense and then modified it to address American street fighting. I encourage watching that episode first if you haven't already, and there is a link in the description below. In this episode, we're going to build on that and take a look at this young system and how it evolved over the past 60 years. Now, as I've said in previous videos, American Kempo has a very fractured community. There is a great divide between different organizations, which often result in some nasty politics. Many of those politics and disagreements stem from the changes in the system we're going to be going over today. Now, with that being said, the intention of this video is not to take any sides, discuss those politics, or to point any fingers at who may or may not be doing Kempo correctly. Our goal today is to explore the system of American Kempo and the stages it developed over the life of Ed Parker and some of the directions it has branched off to today. To summarize, a man by the name of James Matosi brought his family's customized style of karate from Japan to Hawaii, where one of his top students, William K.S. Chow, took it, blended it with his family's Chinese art background, and created what he called Kata Ho Kempo. Hawaiian-born Edmund K. Parker trained hard under Chow, and with his blessing, took this system and over his lifetime modified it into a systematic art, emphasizing a scientific mindset and teaching it as a study of body mechanics.
Mr. Parker was like a bigger-than-life person. His energy, I don't know if you've ever been in the same room as him, but when he walked into the room, it was like just an energy that you can't describe. You knew that there was something special about him that you didn't want to, test or try. I actually have felt him do some stuff on me, and even up as he got into his later 50s and close to his passing, he was still moving pretty good. He still moved very fast, very powerful, very explosive. It was impressive to see. It was scary to be on the other end of it, hoping that he was going to have good control, because things were coming at you fast and hard.
American Kempo teaches its students an array of basics, which include strikes and maneuvers, as well as a whole curriculum of principles and laws of motion. These principles are then put into a series of example self-defense sequences. Katas, or forms, are also taught to teach the student a deeper study of those principles and how the mechanics of the system can flow together. These principles, along with extensive sparring and freestyle tactics, create an extremely robust self-defense system.
But he had been in quite a few, street altercations that he could kind of see what worked, what didn't work, and so it was cool to know that it was a battle-tested art. It wasn't just something that was given to you and said, do this, and this is why.
Ed Parker also believed in allowing his students to adapt the art for themselves and encouraged open thinking and contributions to the system as long as they adhere to the underlying principles.
He wanted to tell people is no matter how you look at things, you're going to find your strong points. I don't want to say it's complex, but it is sophisticated to the point where it's not an ordinary practice, because Ed Parker knew that some of the components of what we taught were going to be situations against a skilled fighter, not just someone who's just throwing a punch, kick, or coming up on you. And he also wanted you to find solutions.
This opened the door for Kempo to become an organic community art. As a fun side note, for those of you who are familiar with Adriano Emperado, he and his brother Joe were both top students under William Chow at the time Ed Parker began to train with them. Adriano would later go on to become one of the founders of Kojukenbo, a martial art with a mixture of karate, judo and jiu-jitsu, Kenpo, and boxing. Although it took a very different path than Ed Parker did, it's interesting to think of how many arts today stem from the same roots. Ed Parker began teaching at Brigham Young University and eventually opened up his first Kempo school in 1956 in Pasadena, California. The Kempo he taught at this time was derived from the system he had learned from Chow. Chow had also taught him advanced motion, and Ed Parker took this information and began to restructure the art. He modified techniques, made additions, and deleted anything he felt was obsolete. Students were encouraged to ask questions, and he would modify the art based on his own experiences and that of his students. To Ed Parker, understanding why a technique was used was just as important as learning how to perform it.
Based on the fact that we are allowed to question our instructor, and growing up when I was doing traditional karate and taekwondo, And I used to hear people say, when my instructor used to say, jump, you say, how high? I said, that's a lie. I said, when my instructor said jump, I jumped. If he wanted me to go higher, he'd say higher. You never questioned your instructor. I said, and one of the first things I learned in American Kempo was to ask questions. You need to know the why. Why are you doing this? Why would we do that instead of this? And that to me is superior, because understanding it makes it so much easier for you to relate to it.
In 1960, he released a book called Kempo Karate, Law of the Fist and the Empty Hand. This book was a fantastic guide for those training in the art at the time. It is loaded with instruction on traditions and etiquette, conditioning drills, both mental and physical, the study of human anatomy, basic strikes, and his entire curriculum of self-defense techniques. It is interesting to note that throughout this entire book, he refers to the system as Kempo Karate, not yet calling it American Kempo. As the system grew through the years, it was referred to by many names, such as Original Kempo, Traditional Kempo, Chinese Kempo, Ed Parker's Kempo, and eventually American Kempo. Some of the distinct features of this version of Kempo that differ from today are the belt ranks and the organization of self-defense techniques. In this curriculum, there were only 3 belt colors: white, brown, and black. White belts received brown stripes during promotion, brown belts received black stripes, and black belts received red stripes, which red often represents the color of mastery. Ed Parker also created the KKAA, or the Kempo Karate Association of America, as well as starting the Long Beach International Karate Championships in 1964. This event drew martial artists from all over the world and still exists today. The emblem for the IKC can be seen in full color, representing all the belt colors of Kempo Karate at that time. The self-defense portion was composed of 62 techniques, grouped together based on the attacks such as tackles, grabs, punches, weapon attacks, and so on. This would be the basis of what would become the web of knowledge, or the way techniques would be categorized based upon the way a person was attacked. Each technique was broken up into modular steps and were simply referred to as 32A, 32B, 32C, and so on. As Ed Parker's system of self-defense grew, he wanted to spread out and open more schools and introduce Kempo Karate to more of the American population. In doing so, however, he understood that the system would need to be modified, and he wanted to put together on paper a standard curriculum that would be taught at each Kempo school, keeping dojos unified and the quality of teaching consistent. Now, here is where the first major split of American Kempo occurred, and also the source of much of the bad blood and politics that still linger today. 2 of Mr. Parker's senior students were Al and Jim Tracy. Much of what occurred between them is subject for debate, with accusations on both sides, and stem into some of the ugliest Kempo politics that still remain. Regardless of what happened, the Tracy brothers did not want to go the same path as Ed Parker, and they parted ways. Al Tracy led the family in their own Kempo schools based heavily on the art they learned from Ed Parker. They kept many of the traditions and structure of the system as they grew, and opened a very successful chain of schools that can still be found across the country today. Ed Parker dropped the modular breakdown, eventually creating fuller and longer defense sequences, while the Tracys kept the shorter combinations.
If I was teaching like 5 swords, I go, okay, this is called technique 1, block drop. Technique 2, technique 3. So you had A, B, C, D, all this alphabet breakdown, which we went into base technique and then the extension. So there wasn't more techniques, they just broke down more and named them with a letter attachment.
The Tracy system of Kempo is one of the most widely known sister schools today, with a successful competitive history and widespread reach across America. It is also generally accepted that the Tracys took over the KKAA while Ed Parker created the International Kempo Karate Association during his effort to spread his art overseas. The 2 styles continued to diverge as Ed Parker continued to modify and change his system while the Tracys embraced what they call Original Kempo and claim a closer tradition to William Chow. In any case, despite any he said, she said sentiments, it is unfortunate that the animosity remains today. On October 31st, 2017, Great Grandmaster Al Tracy passed away. Both families have lost a father, and perhaps one day the anger can be put aside and new allegiances formed.
I think we have to praise them for really getting that out there in the beginning with the franchises. Ed Parker defined his system differently when he was starting to blueprint the 50s, the 60s. And it was a fighting system too, so a lot of it was on fighting. Mr. Tracy passed away recently, so we would only hope that his legacy is passed on through his people, as we would with Mr. Parker and those people.
As Ed Parker sought to spread his art across the country, he knew he needed a regimented, fully documented system that could be given to each school to use as their curriculum. With the help of his senior students and his son, Ed Parker put together a series of American Kempo manuals that laid out all of the basics, katas, and techniques to be taught. This first manual was released in 1970, and it bore some major changes from what he taught in the 60s. First, the modular self-defense techniques were dropped in favor of new sequences that would demonstrate how basics and principles work together. A new lexicon was developed in favor of the previous number system, and the terminology and the technique name served as a memorization tool for the practitioner. For example, Talon meant wrist grab, and Ram meant a tackle attempt. A technique named Obscure Wing meant delivering an elbow strike outside of your opponent's peripheral vision. Additionally, Ed Parker added 4 more belt colors to the rank and divided the 128 defense sequences among them. In order to promote to the next rank, students had to complete 32 self-defense techniques, a set of basics, and a kata. Once the techniques were completed at green belt, the student then had to learn extensions for the first 32 orange belt techniques. This rank was sometimes referred to as green-orange. Upon completion of the extensions, they were promoted to brown belt. And at this point, 3 katas, known as forms 4, 5, and 6, were required in order to achieve a black belt rank. This system is often referred to as the 32 Tech Manual, and such manuals are hard to come by today, existing only in the hands of those who received them originally. One of the challenges of the system is that many felt it was a lot of material for students to master at each belt level. This was fine for those who devoted themselves, but as Ed Parker wanted to appeal to a wider population, he noticed that many students were getting discouraged early in their training. He added the rank of yellow belt, which consisted of the first 10 techniques of orange. This allowed the student to get a good taste of the system and achieve their first rank earlier and give them a sense of accomplishment and motivation to go forward. In the early 1980s, Ed Parker released the second manual and the system exploded with new material. Most notably in this version is the distribution of techniques among belt levels. Many schools continued to express concern at the amount of material per belt level. Ed Parker considered dropping the required techniques per belt from 32 to 16, but decided it was too drastic of a change and he settled on a 24 technique system. Brown belt was divided into 3 degrees that counted backward, keeping it in line with the Kyu ranking system of traditional arts. In this new 24 technique system, ranking worked as follows. 10 techniques were required for yellow belt, then 24 for orange, purple, blue, green, third brown, and second brown. As in the first manual, in order to progress from this point, students had to learn extensions of previous techniques. Orange belt extensions for the first degree brown belt, purple extensions for black belt, blue extensions for second degree black belt, and green extensions for third degree black belt. At this point, the student had learned the entire curriculum and further promotion was based on teaching and contribution back into the system. This was a lot of new material that was added to the system. As Ed Parker continued to craft the curriculum, many of his senior students created techniques and katas and brought them to him, and upon approval, Mr. Parker added them into the system.
One of the things he wanted his black belts to do, like us, is always think on our own. Hence why he had some do thesis. He wanted to see how you thought. Some of the things even Ed Parker did, they weren't his. The kicking set wasn't Ed Parker's, that was Mr. Kelly's, that was Seabach Tom Kelly's. The staff set was Mr. Chuck Sullivan's. So he allowed his students to help him, for the best interests of all, to flourish. You know, the bottom line is you only have 2 hands and 2 feet. And it's going to be the same in 10 years, in 20 years. 2 hands and 2 feet. What's really going to change or evolve is your thought process.
Ed Parker students all wore white gis, keeping with the traditional karate uniform. In this revision, Mr. Parker added the black gi to be awarded to students who had reached their brown belt status. This was to distinguish the instructors from the beginning and intermediate levels. Today, this black gi has become synonymously known with the American Kempo system. Some schools keep with the black and white tradition, while others make black uniforms their standard throughout all ranks. Belt knot placement was also to be placed on the left for males and on the right for females. This was a nod to the Chinese idea of qi, being stronger on the left for men and stronger on the right for women. Only instructors were allowed to wear their belt knot in the center, representing a balance of energy. This version of American Kempo became deeply rooted and is probably the most common curriculum the system had. In the late 1980s, a third and final Kempo manual emerged of Ed Parker's American Kempo system. This third manual featured the 16 technique system that Mr. Parker had considered earlier. This new manual was very similar to the previous 24 system, with the main difference lying in the distribution of techniques. In this curriculum, 10 techniques were required for yellow, then 16 for orange, purple, blue, and green, and then 20 techniques for the 3 levels of brown and first degree black belt. This time, the previous required extensions were put into place for promotion to 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th degree black belt, with further promotion coming with time and contribution into the system. Ed Parker passed away on December 15, 1990, right as his manual began distribution. Many schools adopted it, while others stuck with the previous manual. With Mr. Parker's passing, a major hole occurred in the American Kempo community. He had not appointed a successor, and a power vacuum occurred, with many senior belts stepping up to lead the system.
It was kind of sad to me how when he passed away, the organization splintered off and created their own organizations, and everyone was kind of doing their own thing, and it really just created a void of any one person in leadership, and it created probably 6 or 7 or 8 different Kempo organizations that it's still kind of that way now.
As Mr. Parker had continuously changed his system throughout his life, each generation of black belts had a different version than the others.
Everyone feels like their way is the best way, and there's a lot of criticism of, well, I'm with so-and-so, he does it this way, that's how it should be done, not this way. So there's a lot of that, a lot of, well, you're doing it wrong, unfortunately. So it's still very fractured and splintered, in my opinion.
Other schools took a more extreme turn, and with their experience with Mr. Parker, they put their own spin on it to take Kempo into their own generation and revolution. One of the commonly known offshoots is Kempo Sublevel 4, created by Dr. Ron Chappell. Dr. Chappell took his training with Ed Parker and created a system that focuses on the fine details of human anatomy. The name refers to one of the principles Ed Parker taught, in that there are 4 ranges in hand-to-hand combat: out of contact range, within contact range, contact penetration, and contact manipulation. This last range refers to being close enough to your opponent to manipulate their body, not just strike them. Joint locks, throws, takedowns, and control techniques are all done from this range. Dr. Chappell felt that this 4th range had a sublevel to it. It analyzed the idea that utilizing precision strikes and nerve activations along with structural alignment created enhanced effectiveness not just for Kempo, but for any close range art.
They're using the delayed sword as a meridian strike from here to here. He just went into the actual infrastructure of the pressure point stuff. So anybody who's into those pressure points, they were just going into their research, and it's still under research.
Jess Speakman is one of Mr. Parker's most notable students. He was an ambassador for American Kempo into the film media and starred in well over a dozen films. There isn't a Kempo student alive who hasn't heard of Mr. Speakman or his 1991 film, The Perfect Weapon. Jess Speakman was a very close student of Mr. Parker, and they were working together while The Perfect Weapon was in production. Mr. Speakman has become a well-known figurehead in the American Kempo community, and his organization is home to Jess Speakman schools all over the world. He has remained a respectable name in Kempo and has continued to carry on the quality of Mr. Parker's teachings. What might be perhaps his most notable achievement, and definitely one that's become widely known in the martial arts world, is his Kempo 5.0 system. Kempo 5.0 is a radical modification to Ed Parker's Kempo. He drew inspiration from Mr. Parker in taking an art and modifying it to fit today's needs. There is no secret that Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu has become widely popular in America and that MMA has taken a firm hold in the sporting world. Explosive techniques, expert takedowns, and a highly effective system of ground fighting has made Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu a formidable art. When Mr. Parker first began to craft American Kempo, boxing and judo were popular arts and stand-up fighting was the norm. Now, while ground fighting and wrestling has been around for centuries, it wasn't until recent years that the Gracies and other schools brought Jiu-Jitsu to the mainstream American masses. Realizing this new trend, Jess Speakman sought to create a new version of Kempo that incorporated it.
We came here to tell you about Kempo 5.0, a new system of martial arts that incorporates the last generation of Ed Parker's Kempo with mixed martial art fighting and theory.
Now, many people often ask me, what does the name Kempo 5.0 mean? Now, we took a look at the 3 Kempo manuals that Mr. Parker put out. These manuals are referred to as American Kempo 32, 24, and 16 Tech systems, or versions 1, 2, and 3. In the 24 Tech manual, or version 2, there was a massive curriculum expansion with many new techniques developed by him and his students. Some of these techniques originated from movements and principles outlined in the katas and were extracted and implemented as self-defense techniques. Kempo katas, or forms, are sequences of techniques in the formation to categorize ideas and demonstrate the flow of movement. The act of creating new techniques from the forms created one minor side effect. Students were learning forms that had techniques in them that weren't taught until later belt levels. I myself had questioned this in my early training. When learning the kata that had an unfamiliar technique, I was told I would learn that technique in the next belt level or 2. In his teachings and continuation of American Kempo, Mr. Speakman created a new manual and restructured the organization of techniques so that they were learned at the same time as the forms. This new manual went out to all Speakman schools, bearing the words version 4.0 in reference to being a 4th manual. With Kempo 5.0, Mr. Speakman and his top students have crafted a completely modified version of the American Kempo system. The most notable change is the inclusion of ground fighting. Takedowns, locks, submissions, chokes, and other Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu techniques are featured in an effort to teach students how to utilize and defend against ground fighting. Additionally, techniques are now organized by what is called combat models, so that techniques that are based off a similar scenario are grouped together and teach variations of a situation.
I like where he's going with the grappling. I like the grappling. I myself do Jiu-Jitsu. I'm a blue belt. And so I think it was a good idea to incorporate grappling into Kempo.
Which I applaud, in that he has the courage to say, you know, we need to change and we need to do things a little bit differently, moving into a more modern society that has this to deal with now. So I, you know, tip my hat to him in that way. For creating something of his own with a little bit more practicality of learning, not necessarily saying that you want to go to the ground all the time, but God forbid you get taken to the ground. It's better to know what you're doing, what your opponent's trying to do, than to not have that knowledge.
It's still Kempo, so he uses the Kempo upper body entry, and then he goes into the grappling stuff. So, God bless him. And anybody like Jeff or anyone who's out there keeping the torch burning and carrying on the flame to the generations to come, I applaud them.
Mr. Speakman is also a firm believer that a student needs extensive sparring and fighting experience in order to make their self-defense effective. Part of Kempo 5.0 is a rigorous freestyle program called the 5-0 Fighter, and has students spar in a complete fight, from stand-up all the way down to the ground and into chokes and submissions. With the heavy blend of traditional Ed Parker Kempo, ground fighting, and freestyle sparring, Jeff Speakman's Kempo 5.0 is a very dynamic and unique system. And he's not the only one making the change, as many schools across America are now teaching their own blend of Kempo and Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. I have had the fortune of being able to train in a variety of Kempo that includes Tracy Kempo, traditional Ed Parker Kempo, Jeff Speakman's Kempo 4.0 and 5.0 system, as well as a customized Kempo Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu hybrid curriculum. They all have something wonderful to offer and have a rich history that continues to grow today. Hopefully one day, the different Kempo organizations can put politics aside and come together again to take Ed Parker's Science of Motion to new and exciting levels.
Again, one of the things that I'd like to see in the future would be a unified Kempo, you know, where we're all together working towards the same goals, regardless of, you know, how many people do things differently.
Okay, I just wanted to expand a little bit on the difference between the Tracy and the Parker system. And, you know, for the sake of the video, I was taking a very objective stance and trying, you know, to show a lot of comparisons, so it's abbreviated. Now, outside of this episode, I can kind of speak a little bit more freely about the observations that I have personally seen myself. And first and foremost, the differences I'm going to talk about, it definitely, there's not a clear line where there's a, you know, you're in this camp or this camp. There's a lot of overlap, there's a lot of blurred edges. So, again, it's going to vary from school to school. These are just my personal observations. So when I first started, the first 4 years of our school was based in Tracy Kempo, and that fourth year we were also learning Parker Kempo, so we had an overlap. So I had the unique experience of actually learning both versions side by side. And the one thing I will say is we might have had a little bit of a watered down Tracy system, because as we mentioned in the episode, they've got like 300 plus techniques because they add on combinations. We didn't have that many, so I'm thinking my instructor might have taken those combinations and put them together as one technique, like a Parker system would be, or he left them out. I'm not really sure. So that's one thing right off the bat. We had a little bit of a streamlined curriculum. And honestly too, the arts are more similar than they're different. I mean, they both share the same roots. It's just when you kind of get down to the smaller nuances and details, it's kind of just each system's kind of two different approaches to the kind of the same end goal, if that makes any sense. And I also noticed that the Tracy system tended to be a little bit looser on some of the principles than the Parker system did. And one example being, generally speaking, of course, the situation as it's presented to you will dictate your response. But generally speaking, in Kempo, Parker Kempo, we don't hit the same target twice in a row in this back-to-back. We do more of a, you get a shot, the body reacts, it opens up another shot, you kind of rebound, you move around the body, where Tracy sometimes we'll see multiple strikes to the same target. Again, so it's a little bit looser, not a big deal. Both ways can be right. It's different ways of looking at it from an academic standpoint. Now, what's interesting is when it comes to the self-defense techniques, both the Tracy Kempo side and the Parker Kempo side all have naming conventions for their techniques, which is interesting because when they share their roots back to the Kempo that Ed Parker taught back in the 50s and 60s when it was just called Kempo Karate, they didn't have names. Their techniques were just basically defense from a grab, defense from a tackle. It was just what it was. And you can really see some of those similarities in this book. So this is actually a very valuable book. It's old, it's from about 1960 publication. This is a reprint. But if you look in it, you can see techniques that are, you can see influences of both Parker and Tracy Kempo. You can kind of see where they started from because there's techniques in here that are like the beginning of a Parker technique, or there's a sequence in here that splits off, like, you know, Tracy does it this way, Parker does it this way, but you see both influences in the book. So it's interesting to see little nuances like that. So both Parker and Tracy Kempo stemmed from this curriculum right here that you see in this book. This material is pretty much the original Ed Parker Kempo. And Tracy just decided to continue more along these lines and adapt this, where Ed Parker kind of restructured and went a whole different direction. So same roots, different branches. So as we demonstrated in the video, Ed Parker created a lexicon of words that basically corresponded to either a specific move or a strike or a type of the body. So for example, anything with the word wing corresponds to an elbow. Mace is a fist. Sword is a sword hand, and so on. You know, and talon is a grab. All sorts of things like that. And so that way when you hear the name of a technique, so, you know, crossing talon and delayed sword, it gives you a little bit of an inclination as to what the technique is going to involve. So if you hear something say twirling wings, okay, well then that's going to involve elbows. Tracy kind of went a little bit the other way. They have a lexicon too, but the names tend to be a little bit more descriptive and are not as regimented as the Parker lexicon is. For example, technique 22 in the original curriculum is the defense against a rear hammer lock. In Ed Parker Kempo, we call that technique locked wing because the arm is bent in the elbow formation and we're also striking immediately with an elbow strike. In the Tracy system, they call it locking arm. Both are correct, it's just you see a little bit where one's a little bit more descriptive, one is more towards the code word. Technique 55 is another good example. It's a defense against an overhead knife attack. In Ed Parker's system, we call that raining lance because lance is the word that we use for knife. So any technique with the word lance in it tells us that a knife is involved. In Tracy, the same technique is called whirling thorn. So with wings, we know that elbows are involved, but in Tracy, the technique names describe the action a little bit more than just sticking to the lexicon. Now remember how I just said at the beginning that the freestyle techniques were meant to be a bridge between the self-defense techniques and sparring? Look at technique 38. Put him in a neutral fighting stance and have him grab that front hand and we've got freestyle technique B1B. The roots are there if you dig enough. Now when it comes to the katas, you know, in Kempo we've got short form and long forms, and many Tracy schools retain that and teach the same forms, but I've also noticed that the Tracy system tends to also add what's called universal forms, which are a little bit different. Some Parker schools have it, but my experience, I've seen it mainly on the Tracy side. I've also heard people describe Tracy system as a little bit more linear, more driving action, kind of similar to Shotokan, where Parker's more, you know, more dynamic. To be honest, that wasn't my experience. You know, I found the techniques to be very similar to each other. I've seen both Tracy and Parker schools, ones that will spar, ones that don't. So I've also heard some, you know, people say that Tracy tends to produce more fighters, where Parker produces more academics. In some cases, yes, but in some cases, no. Like I said, it really comes down to the individual school. I know fantastic schools that teach academics, but they don't spar. But I also know Kempo schools that spar all the time and kind of even neglect the academics a little bit. So that's going to come down to the individual location. So bottom line, honestly, when it comes down to it, the Ed Parker American Kempo system and the Tracy Kempo system, they're very similar. Yes, they have their nuances and subtle differences, but they both stem from the same roots, and it really comes down to which flavor of Kempo you like. It's just two different paths getting to the same destination. And I'm really curious if any of you out there who have experience in either Parker or Tracy or both, what are differences that you've observed? I'm curious to know. Please leave them in the comments below. Perhaps one of the most iconic emblems of Ed Parker's American Karate system is the IKKA crest. You've probably seen this everywhere. It's a very common symbol associated with American Kempo, but it also stands for a lot of different things, part of the brotherhood and the community, and it's got some really interesting history when we break it down. So today, we're going to take a quick look at the Kempo patch. In the first video in this series, The Origin of American Kempo, we explored how Hawaiian-born Edmund K. Parker took the style of self-defense taught to him by William K.S. Chow and adapted it for American street fighting.
William Chow himself was a student of James Matosi, and Chow had mixed the hard, linear style of Matosi's fighting with the circular Chinese movements his father had taught him. As Chow passed the system down to Ed Parker, the two of them had discussed taking this new mix and adapting it even further and introducing it to America as a newly structured self-defense system. In the second video, The Evolution of American Kempo, we looked at how Mr. Parker continued to adapt this system over the years into a living, organic, and community art. After his passing, his students continued the legacy and took Kempo into their own directions and adaptations of self-defense. Despite all of the interpretations that Kempo has gone through, much of the symbolism still remains. The two most prominent icons in the American Kempo system have to be the tiger and the dragon. While Kempo is a modern art, Ed Parker did not want to forget its roots. The tiger and the dragon go back into deep Chinese mythology and often represent a balance of energy. The two are also often seen entwined in various yin-yang formations to highlight this concept. In American Kempo, their presence is no less significant. The tiger represents a grounded physical strength. It has raw power and is dangerous to be trifled with. As Mr. Parker describes it in his Infinite Insights book, the tiger represents earthly strength derived during the early stages of learning. This is the stage where the individual is more impressed with his own physical prowess. The dragon represents a spiritual strength and an achievement of wisdom. If the tiger is the power the student first learns in the training, then the dragon is the state of enlightenment that comes with experience and seasoning in the art. Also in Mr. Parker's words, the attitude of the dragon is the ultimate goal of Kempo. Armed with this attitude, an individual will not be afraid of the opponent, but of what he can do to the opponent. Thus, he turns his back and walks away from an unwarranted conflict, confident that he could have been the victor.
One of the most important lessons that I try to impart on my students is, confidence. To have the ability to use martial arts doesn't mean that you need to go do it. You should have the confidence to walk away from a situation. I always tell them, the best fight is the one you can avoid.
This duology is a major component of most Kenpo systems, and their relationship together is included in Kenpo's most iconic emblem, the Kenpo crest. The Kenpo crest is the image that Ed Parker and his brother David composed while forming the International Kenpo Karate Association, or the IKKA. Previously, Mr. Parker had been running the KKAA, or Kenpo Karate Association of America, and it was represented by a fist emblem with the art's name. For the IKKA, Parker wanted an emblem that embodied the philosophy and integrity of the art.
It stood for a lot of things. It stood for, the tiger being physical strength, the dragon being spiritual strength. The shape of the crest was in a certain way that if you betrayed the art, they would cut you off with the axe at the bottom. Just the way it was shaped and things like that. There was a lot of meaning.
Generally, if you look at the shape, it has the arch on the top, which meant anyone under the top of the roof is protected like family. We watch it. The arcs on the side is to give out evil and separate evil spirits. Okay? And there's the axe on the bottom, which means if you do something to deface or to wrongdoings, if you will, or something that's not in a loyal content or embarrass, humiliate, you could get yourself cut off. In other words, you were asked to leave.
Now that we have the boundary set, let's take a look at the inner elements. Featured in the center of the crest is the circle and the line patterns. These represent several different ideas. First, the circle represents a continuous flow, as in life having no beginning or end, or the perpetual motion of techniques. According to Mr. Parker, the circle also represents the concept that all moves evolve from a circle, and it represents the bond of continuous friendship, and also that the circle is the base of our alphabet. The lines overlaid onto the circle also represent a few different ideas. First, it was Mr. Parker's homage to the original 18 hand movements found in the old Chinese arts. Additionally, if you imagine yourself standing in the center of the circle, the straight and diagonal lines represent the entry lines of attack from an opponent, as well as the paths of movements a practitioner can step to. Kempo is also an art that mixes both linear and circular movements and techniques, and one of the principles of the system stem from the concept of how they can cancel each other out. Generally speaking, a linear attack can be countered by a circular motion, and a circular attack can be cut short by a linear action. Also residing in the crest are both the tiger and the dragon, still representing strength and wisdom. Their placement is as such. The tiger, stemming from earthly strength, is positioned at the bottom, with the dragon placed above, the essence of a higher learning. As the tiger and dragon are present to retain the yin and yang balance of the art, and in respect of Kempo's Chinese roots, so is the Chinese lettering on either side of the crest. This is a nod of respect and remembrance to Kempo's early roots. The script on the left reads, Spirit of the Dragon and the Tiger. And the text on the right is, Law of the Fist and the Empty Hand.
There's the Chinese elements to the side, which stood for the Law of the Fist, Spirit of the Tiger and the Dragon. Ed Parker was very respectful to the Chinese, and they had high regard for him. That's why I used the Chinese lettering in there. Tiger on the bottom, dragon on the top. Tiger stood for earthly strength. Most of us have that physical tenaciousness if we tap into not quitting. And we give you those physical skills, which empowers the mind. Now we have courage and bravery because I did the I can attitude. Concept of the dragon is to look down at the tiger and say, calm down, be calm, think before you respond. So the dragon is really that spiritual side we hope that you have within yourself. Empathy, sympathy, mindfulness.
Finally, we have the colors. The interior foundation is white, like the art whose foundation is that of the beginning student, and the crest walls are black, as the art is shaped by those who become proficient in it. The circle is gray, symbolic of the brain, often referred to as gray matter, and is the combination of both black and white, showing that wisdom is being both an experienced martial artist and a student. The red lettering of Kenpo Karate represents small increments of mastery that are added to the professorship of black belt ranks. The color breakdown of the tiger and the dragon is a little more dynamic. As the tiger represents the early and raw strength of the students, it bears the early rank colors of white, yellow, and orange. The dragon, representing the higher wisdom and mastery of the art, is colored in red. However, the dragon never forgets its roots and retains the lower rank colors and trace. In the case of the patch that is worn on the uniform, it is typically red with yellow fins. However, in more elaborate illustrations, the dragon is composed of many colors, including all the belt rank colors of the system, showing that even as a master, the dragon can call upon all experience and never be too arrogant to go back to any level. All of the symbolism is immortalized within the IKKA, or Kenpo crest, and it is worn as a patch over the practitioner's heart. This was the definitive icon of Kenpo for many years.
These factors of Ed Parker's patch have a lot in the beginning that meant a life lesson, and it went over the heart was the art. Got to have it in your heart, okay? Which meant it's lifelong. That's the easy way of saying it.
A more somber variation of this patch occurred upon the passing of Mr. Parker in 1990. Frank Trejo, one of Mr. Parker's most senior students and also a man who took the tournament scene by storm, began wearing a black and white version of the crest.
That was Frank Trejo's patch. Him and one of his black belts, who was one of the first UFC fighters, by the way, Zane Frazier, they're the ones that did that for their group. What that stood for was, Frank said that the color was taken away. Ed Parker was the flame, he was the life. When the life of Ed Parker was taken, it took the life out of the patch, but not the art. So he wanted people to remember that life is precious, and that it's up to us to treasure life and learn from those lives that we lose.
Mr. Trejo and a few others wore this black and white version of the patch for many years and shows the love they had for Mr. Parker and how they mourned him after his passing. As mentioned in previous videos, the politics of Kenpo are volatile, and between legal disputes over who was allowed to wear the crest and the result of different organizations splitting off to teach their own Kenpo, many new crests emerged that retain the root imagery of the IKKA crest while adding their own flair and personalization. A quick Google search of Kenpo crest will show you just how many variations there are.
It meant a lot to me when Mr. Parker was alive as to what it stood for and what it meant. And then, when he passed away, it kind of, everyone created their own crest and kind of did their own thing. And
it's interesting enough that you could see all these different designs and all the different people who have patches. I usually like to ask people, tell me about your patch and what it means. And you'll get all kinds of interpretations, and they're quite interesting.
I had a couple different crests. This one that I have here was when I had my schools in Orlando and kind of put my own logo in the shape of the Kenpo patch. And now the logo I have on some of my other gis is a little adaptation of it. We still have the tiger and the dragon being above the tiger to represent spiritual strength is more important than physical strength. So we modified it just so we wouldn't be involved in that as to who could wear it, who couldn't wear it. So rather than be involved in that, we just kind of modified it a little bit and came up with our own.
My patch, the red perimeter, stands for bloodline, in our bloodline. So our lineage directly goes right, most of the generations that we have in the CKF were all generations directly to Ed Parker, let it be the first, second, or even to the last being myself. who helped me with my patch design was Ed Parker Jr., David Hepler, and David Stanley. David Stanley being the stepbrother to Elvis. David Hepler being the fact that he worked with Elvis for a couple of years. So I took that personality and we put TCB, that people in Kempo should take care of the business, take care of family, take care of community, help the weak, those kind of things. Also, there's 2 lightning bolts on the top, which means the ones at above was the relationship he had with Elvis. Because EP, Ed Parker and Elvis Presley are gone, from above looking down, we'll keep the spirit of the 2 alive. Take care of the business. And in a nutshell, that's what it is. Now the clock, if you look at the center of it, is multi-dimensional. Where if you look at it, you can see it's multi-dimensional because Kempo's a multi-dimensional system. Okay, so we put that there. We also put in the tiger and the dragon in balance, not one over the other. We felt like yin and yang, you need balance, both tiger and dragon. So in our patch, you have balance. So in the simple layout, there it is. That's what our patch is all about.
Personally, I think it's a testament to show how powerful his teachings were. They keep and honor elements of his teaching while adding their own meaningful symbolism as they take the art into the future. One example of this is a community effort to come together and create a new American Kempo crest, also called the Kempo Solidarity Crest or the Unity Crest, that stands for a strong brotherhood and a new era of cooperation. This new crest was composed by many, so that not a single person can claim rights to it, and it is free for Kempo practitioners to bear and represent their art as they wish.
And this patch became available to the Kempo community, and I chose to accept it. It's a modern American Kempo crest, and it's supposed to solidify Kempo. A lot of people that I've talked to have actually accepted it and are going to be wearing it as well. So this is not just the history of Kempo in it, but it's got a lot of the rules and principles. There was a group of Kempoists that got together to try to come up with a solution to the problem that was happening in our community. And I know Ed Parker Jr. was one of the supporters for the crest, and he really liked it. It still has the Chinese writing to represent the origin of American Kempo. It still kept the dragon and the tiger and the empty hand and the fist. Everything on the patch is placed in a specific location for a reason. The shape on top is actually Mr. Parker's original school in California. That was the sign outside his school.
Interior elements, such as the compass rose, are to honor Mr. Parker's days in the Coast Guard, as well as an homage to the fist used in Mr. Parker's original KKAA emblem. The flame stands for many things, such as the idea that it burns within each practitioner in the 3 levels of advanced achievement: instructor, professor, and master. It is placed within the white background of the triangle to remind the practitioner of where they started, and while it touches the bottom of the triangle, it never reaches the top to show a strong foundation and an effort to reach mastery. It's a very dynamic and intricate design, and I definitely recommend taking a further look at it. The link for the website is in the description below. It goes into further breakdown of the crest, as well as the mission of the Brotherhood. Once again, the crest is free for use, and for any of you who wish to wear a physical patch, all you have to do is contact ePax and request one. And this concludes our 3-part Kempo series. If you have not yet seen the first 2 episodes and are interested in the art and how it began and evolved, those links are also in the description below. Mr. Parker has left an unmistakable mark on the development of martial arts in the United States that spread internationally. What started as an area of personal study exploded into a widespread culture of self-defense, education, and the science of motion. Mr. Parker brought martial arts to a new level in the mainstream American media. He taught American royalty, brought notable names into the spotlight, and left a legacy of disciples that are taking Kempo into new and exciting directions today. He was the powerful tiger that resided here as an earthly force until he descended above as the dragon, watching down on us with all of his wisdom. As martial artists, we strive to reach perfection while never forgetting our roots. Only when we achieve that can we too be the dragon.
So that's today's look at the IKKA patch. Hope you liked it and enjoyed it. I enjoy the symbolism behind it, and I enjoy seeing how the community has embraced it and taken it in different directions. So, and as we continue to do these videos and look at other arts, we're gonna break down the other symbols and emblems of their arts as well, because part of it is the martial art, and it's symbolic and they have meaning. So we will go into further in-depth reviews of those as well. Okay, so for this subject, I want to talk about forms. And this is, when I made these episodes, I wasn't quite in the mindset of forms as I am now. You know, it's been a couple years since I've done these. My history of our kata is a little bit complicated. Our school changed so much where, you know, one instructor changed curriculum multiple times, we changed locations, we changed instructors. Our school went through so many changes that sometimes our forms were there and they weren't. So when I first started, we learned the forms, we just kind of memorized them, and they were just part of the curriculum. We didn't really question it. Later, another instructor came in and broke them down and taught us more information about the forms. Then they disappeared, then they came back. But bottom line, the reason I want to bring this up is because Kenpo forms tend to be very, very different than a lot of other martial arts. And I'm finding myself intrigued and doing more of a deeper study now. I'm actually putting more effort into my forms and katas now than I ever did, because I want to understand more. Now that I've discovered there's actually quite a bit of information embedded. And if you're interested in bunkai at all, Kenpo katas and Kenpo forms will give you a wealth of material to work with. So our forms are broken up into two basic categories. You have your dictionary forms and you got your encyclopedia forms. And the dictionary forms are the first 4 forms that you learn in Kenpo, which is short form 1, long form 1, short form 2, long form 2. And the reason they're called definition forms or dictionary forms is because what they do is they're actually taking basics, and they're all composed of small motions and basics, whereas the later forms, the encyclopedia forms, are a lot more dynamic and they explore more thematic, more themes in relation to each other. This is more of a teaching tool and teaching basics in motion. So Kenpo forms all teach the same basic 3 ideas. 1, you show the rules and principles of motion. 2, you demonstrate that everything has an opposite and reverse. And 3, we show these by giving an example. And sometimes when you look at Kenpo, this spreads out to the whole Kenpo system. Everything has an opposite and reverse. And sometimes they're spread across. So you might learn a technique or you might learn a motion in a form, but the reverse or the opposite of that, you might find in a technique later. So that's actually where it really gets fun to start to look at the relationship. Again, it's all academic, and this is the academics and the bunkai is for you, but trying to find everything complete like the references is quite the treasure hunt. Another thing to note about dictionary forms is all the dictionary forms, the first 4 forms, all start from a horse stance, whereas all the later forms start from a natural stance. So short form 1 is the first form that we learn as a white belt, and it teaches a few different things. 1, it teaches you your primary blocks. You're up, you're in, you're out, and your downward block, and you're applying it moving, versus, you know, when you first learn the blocks, you're stationary. Now we're traveling. And we're also traveling on the 4 main lines, front, back, side to side. So you're 12 o'clock, you're 3 o'clock, you're 6 o'clock, you're 9 o'clock. That's the travel. And the form also focuses specifically on the power principle of torque. That's the only power principle at play right now. Again, you're learning basics, and this form is the foundation for the next 3 forms to build on top of it. So for example, the next belt level, we learn long form 1. And basically this takes short form 1 as the foundation and it adds to it. So for example, we're still traveling on the same lines, 12, 3, 6, and 9. But the difference now though is with each block, we're now applying a counter punch. And that is now introducing the forward bow. So now we're seeing a stance change for the first time in our system, or at least as a student experiences for the first time, we're seeing that in motion. So now we're doing block with a counter punch and a stance change. It also has little highlighted motions for the deeper studies, has hints at what's coming up in the future forms. And the cool thing about long form 1 is any changes it makes either relates directly to the form coming up or it refers directly to the form previous, like short form 1. And as an example of that though is short form 1, technically speaking, you do on one side. Most people teach it and most people practice it, you do it on both sides for repetition. But academically speaking, in an interest of category completion, it's not necessary because the second side of short form 1 is embedded in long form 1. It's just done at the end when we're doing blocking isolations. If you really look at it, it's short form 1 but on the reverse. So that's what I mean. There's links to each one and it builds on top of that, and it's kind of cool to do that study and see that relationship between the forms. So then that takes us to short form 2. And again, it builds on this. And what we're adding in short form 2 is now we're doing advanced motions. So we're short 1 and long 1, we're all retreating forms. Short 2 and long 2 are advancing forms. And not only are we advancing, it's also teaching you strikes now, blocks and strikes with the lead hand. It's adding the power principles of gravitational marriage and backup mass. So now we're doing our full power principle teaching. And it's also teaching us how to move on the diagonal lines. versus just straight lines. Now what's interesting about this though is if you were to look at it from an overhead view and look straight down, this form never actually crosses the 3 and 9 o'clock line. So while you are facing and moving diagonally, you never quite cross that plane until long form 2. That's something that's added in long form 2. And long form 2 takes this theme even further, and it kind of plays and highlights and it demonstrates more examples of opposites and reverses. So like I said, it keeps building on each other. So these first 4 forms, short 1, long 1, short 2, long 2, they're all building blocks. It's almost like stories to a building. You keep adding on to it. And from there, those first 4 floors, you've got a really solid foundation, and now you've got your motion defined so that the next forms going up explore more essay topics, more thematic relationships, and these encyclopedia forms kind of really more highlight to show you how the science of the motion and how the system works together. So for example, we've got short form 3. Short form 3 is a combination of self-defense techniques that are strung together, but the theme is these are all techniques based off of grabs and holds. So they're showing you how, if this was a sample scenario, people are coming up and grabbing you. So it's showing you the flow between one technique to another and how you can transition from one position to another from that basic attack. And long form 3 enhances that as well. It builds on that, and it actually shows both sides. Because short form 3, you technically do only on one side. Long form 3 is a little bit more inclusive, a little bit more complete. Long form 4, for anyone who's even familiar with Kempo knows that this is the signature Kempo form. It is jam-packed full of information. It's all techniques that are based off of punches and kicks. So those are strung together. There's a lot of study. It takes a long time to learn this one properly. I personally struggled with this one because it was always on long form I was teaching when our curriculum changed. So I had to, in the middle of it, I had to go back and start over like 3 times. So this form gave me a little bit of grief just because it took me years to get it down for that reason alone. But this is the one you see at tournaments perform the most because it's got so much information and it looks the most Kempo of the forms. And technically, it's also very lengthy to demonstrate. So technically, there is a short form 4. But it's abbreviated where you're only showing one side of each technique and it alternates. That's for tournament purposes. It's not taught that way in the curriculum. And there's no more short forms at this point going forward. They're all full-blown forms. So form 5 goes further, and form 5 are all based off self-defense techniques that result in takedowns. So they're strung together and they show you the relationship of that flow. And form 6 is a combination of techniques that are weapons-based. Defense against weapons, defense against knives, clubs, and guns. And those are the core forms. And those you'll find in pretty much every single Kempo school that teaches traditional Ed Parker Kempo. Technically, there's a form 7 and 8. And there's a little bit of debate and controversy with these forms because some people say that Ed Parker never fully developed them. Some say his students did. There's a lot of conflict of information. I've seen footage of Ed Parker teaching at least part of Long 7, so I know it's at least out there to some degree. So you have some schools that won't go past 6. Long 7 is a stick form, and what's interesting about that though is it basically teaches you techniques and how the dynamic changes when you have a weapon in your hand. So it's definitely, I think it's worth learning. My instructor started teaching me it a little bit. It was never part of our official curriculum. When I saw the first half of it, I thought it was really cool. I definitely want to go back and learn it some more. Form 8 is kind of the same thing, but it's with knives. And historically speaking, we're not going to get complicated here because historically forms change a little bit. Like if I remember correctly, knives might have originally been in 7. I don't really know for sure. I never really experienced it. You can find Form 8 on YouTube by looking, but sometimes there seem to be some variations, and there's definitely even more debate whether Ed Parker developed this form or not. So you're much more likely to find 7 out there. 8's a bit of a rare form, and if you come across it, I'm not sure what version you're going to come across, but it's out there, but in small amounts. And I've heard theories and I've heard rumors that Ed Parker was planning Form 9 and 10. Again, as far as I'm concerned, that's hearsay. I was never privy to that information. I don't know how valid that is. A lot of things are said. It could be possible. He passed away while he was still working on the form or working on the system. He was changing Kempo up to the day he died. So who's to say what he had planned and what he still had on the back burner. But I just thought this was a really cool study. So for anyone who's really interested in forms and bunkai study at all, you're going to find a wealth of information in the Kempo forms. They're not just sequences you memorize. They take years to break down. And even now, like 27 years into my training, I'm still going back to short form 1 and learning stuff I didn't know that was there before and how it relates to other techniques. So there's an absolute wealth of knowledge. So if Kata is your thing, if you're interested from an academic point of view of Kata and what they teach, you'll have no shortage of information for the Kempo forms. So thank you guys so much for watching. We really appreciate all of your viewership and all of your support for the channel. We're going to be doing this also for Shotokan and Kyokushin, so look for those coming up in this week and next week. And Like I said, coming up next year, we got a lot more history videos coming, and we can't wait to get started right away and dig into it. Thank you so much. Hope you guys have a great, safe, and happy New Year, and we will see you soon. We all know the history of how the Gracie created Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and made it the global powerhouse art that it is today. Or do we? Today we have a very special guest with us. His name is Robert Drysdale. He's a 4th degree Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt, an MMA champion, and instructor of his own academy, Drysdale Jiu-Jitsu, located in Las Vegas. He's also a scholar of the art, and that's the topic of today's video. Mr. Drysdale's book, Opening Closed Guard, gives us a peek behind the scenes of his upcoming documentary that takes a second look at the history of BJJ as we know it. He's going to share his experience and research and perhaps give us a window into seeing the real origin of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. You have extensive experience with Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. You've competed in MMA, and now you have written a book and are currently producing a documentary that questions the accepted narrative of the origin of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. For those of us who are not familiar with it, what is that current narrative?
It's not so much that I'm questioning the narrative. It's more that, there was more to the story than we had originally heard. Like, it was a very simplistic story, and I've always been somewhat skeptic of it. The official narrative went, Maeda moved to Belém do Pará, and Mitsui Maeda from the Shotokan in Japan, and he brought his judo over, and it was like a different judo. It was the real jiu-jitsu that the Japanese were hiding from the people. But Carlos Gracie's father did a lot of favors for Maeda, so Maeda, in order to repay those favors, he would teach his oldest son, Carlos Gracie, the real jiu-jitsu, right? The one that judo was hiding, right? And that narrative kind of stuck. Carlos went on to train his brother Helio, and Helio went to become a huge name in the development of Brazilian jiu-jitsu. And and that became, the rest of it is history. Rorion Gracie brought over that style of, what they considered to be real jiu-jitsu, the one that judokas were hiding, which was in fact, just judo. That's what they were doing. They just called it jiu-jitsu, but it wasn't jiu-jitsu. And the narrative stuck, and it wasn't until recently when the Brazilian National Library digitized the files, all their newspapers from the early in the 20th century, that we can actually go back and understand these characters better. And it was no longer oral tradition that was coming down through one single source, which was Carlos Gracie. Everything we knew about that period had come to us through Carlos Gracie, no one else. Which is a very suspicious testimony, not to question him, but, if you were to tell your own story, it would probably be a very positive one of yourself. Very unlikely that you would tell us a complete story that gave a honest and, complete picture of your life. People tend to self-glorify. That's almost like an instinct to do that, right? So the job of the historian is to try to dig through all that and find out, what is it that this guy didn't tell us? What part of what he told us was true, and what part of it was not true? And, even though newspapers are not, they have their limitations as well, they're definitely better than oral tradition, because oral tradition suffers from bias, first of all, a greater bias than a journalist who doesn't train jiu-jitsu would, for example. But also because testimonies change over time. We learned this when we were interviewing some of these grandmasters, and you can see narratives changing over the years. They say one thing 30 years ago, 20 years, something else, 10 years ago, something else, and now they're saying something else. Well, what happened? The facts didn't change, but their narrative changes with time. So we learned that, and it was quite the experience, but the narrative was very incomplete, and we felt that it was time to do something about it.
So what led you to question the origin to begin with?
I thought it was too simple. I'm not a professional historian per se, but I know enough about history, and I've been reading history books my whole life. It's one thing that's consistent, is that people are never angels. They're never demons. It's it's never this or that. There's always nuance, there's always more to it, and there's always like different perspectives. And you're going to get 10 people witnessing the same event, and if you have asked them immediately after report what they saw, you're going to get 10 different testimonies, sometimes completely different from one another. So anyone who knows, is used to reading history knows these things. So when I heard that, like, Maeda taught Carlos, who taught Helio, and he invented lever, and the Japanese were hiding real jiu-jitsu through judo, I'm like, none of that makes any sense. Like, it's just not adding up. Like, you know enough about human behavior and how people are and how history is, and you go, no, I don't think that's what happened. So you start digging, and like, it turned out that, the instincts were right. And there was some work that was done, like, there's nothing really in terms of historical research. There's not much that we brought to the table, a little bit here and there. But I think that we mainly brought to light what was, what wasn't there and people didn't know about.
So how did you decide where to start your research to begin with? You said there was some work there. How did you pick that starting point?
I Googled it. I started looking for books on the history of Jiu-Jitsu, and almost everything went back to Carlos Gracie. It was like a website, or like Wikipedia, which is all meaningless, YouTube video, Wikipedia, websites, it's all meaningless. Like, enough about history, you're going to go like, where are my primary sources? Where are my historians? Where are the professionals that know how to do research, right? And I basically narrowed down to like 3 people. 2 of them were Brazilian. José Ficairos, he wrote a PhD dissertation on the history of Jiu-Jitsu in Brazil. And even though he wrote it in English, he wrote it for, I think it was like York University in Canada. But he's Brazilian. He comes from judo, and he wrote a very good PhD dissertation. It's online, it's available, it's free. And I loved it. And there's this other Brazilian guy who writes in Portuguese, who's not a professional historian, he's not an academic, but he's an enthusiast, and he did a lot of digging, and there's a lot of cool things that he had in his books. And his name is Marcial Serrano. But perhaps the book that most impacted our research or this documentary was Choque by Roberto Pedreira, who is an American academic who, has done some digging, a lot of digging, in fact, in the history of martial arts in Japan and Brazil. Very professional, very thorough, very reasonable in his analysis, a very dry read. Doesn't read like a novel, but his books are a huge influence. And I saw what was being done there, and I realized that needed to be put in with film format. So that sort of led us to like, okay, so what can we do to put this money together, put a documentary together? And yeah, it's been a great journey, but there's still a lot to know. There's still a lot that we don't know, and it's not, people want like a one fixed narrative, right? They want to know something so they can memorize it. Now, like, I got it, I memorized it. But really, the people that are interested in understanding the present, have an idea of what the future is going to be like, they have to have a good understanding of how the past has worked. And the past is full of nuance, it's full of perspectives, it's full of, there is such thing as objective reality, but there's also such thing as there are different inputs, different ways of looking at that same historical object, right? So really learn how to think history. And I think that's what's missing a lot of people. I mean, most people don't care, which is fine. But what's so shocking to me is that the people who are making decisions about the future of jiu-jitsu don't know a thing about its history or history in general. So to me, that's always like an alarm, because anyone that should be like in the forefront of guiding the sport ought to understand where it comes from very well. But that's completely missed by most people. They think, no, this guy, he's good at jiu-jitsu, he's good at arm bars, that's good enough. That's all we need to know. And to me, that's always like, oh man, that's not a good, it's just not a good criteria. It's one thing to know how to fight, it's something else to being a good planner for the future of the sport, right? So all these things are going on, and I think that the book and the documentary, they come in to maybe add something to this, and add something to the overall art of jiu-jitsu and where it came from, and perhaps point to a direction where it should be going.
So you say there's a lot of misconceptions that people have about BJJ and its history in general.
That's pretty much all of it. I mean, there's very few things that people can say accurately. I'll give you an example. Like Mitsui Maeda is a picture of Mitsui Maeda is in almost every gym in the world, right? In jiu-jitsu. Maeda is the most exaggerated character in this whole story. Like, I ask people, what did Maeda do? And they can't, like, oh, he taught Carlos. Where'd you get that from? Oh, from Carlos Gracie. That's not evidence. I mean, you can ask me something, Rob, like who killed JFK, and I can go, it was you. I mean, is that, I mean, you can say anything you want. But like people get stuck with these things because it's been repeated so times. And I don't even try to convince people. Like, look, the facts are here. You can understand them, read them, learn them, or not. I've done my part. Like, I'm not going to be on a mission to try to convince people to understand reality and history, because most people just don't care. They're perfectly happy just going about it and living. Like, putting a picture of Maeda, like, might as well put a picture of, I don't know, some other guy there, some baseball players. Like, what did Maeda actually do? And when you take him as away from, I mean, because we have better candidates to have been Carlos Gracie's teacher. We have much better candidates, but they're not famous because Carlos didn't make them famous, right? So there's.
So your book and your documentary goes into some of these other candidates to kind of bring to light what they have contributed.
Absolutely. So, we bring like one of them, was a student. In fact, was Maeda's best student. His name is Jacinto Ferro. And Jacinto Ferro was a very known athlete. He was an accomplished athlete in like a number of different, not just fighting, but other sports. In fact, he was famous there before Maeda had even come to Brazil, right? And he became good friends with Maeda. And he I mean, if anyone, he is, whatever evidence we have of Carlos even training in that period points to him being a student of Jacinto Ferro, not Maeda. Right? So if you're going to put a picture of someone up, there should be a picture of Jacinto Ferro. The other one, Jigoro Kano never taught Maeda. That's the other one. Everyone thinks that Jigoro Kano was Maeda's teacher. He wasn't. We know he wasn't. But like people, it's completely missed because there's people who make these associations off like they think it is. It sounds like it should be. Someone else said it was, so it must be true. There's not a lot of like skepticism and criticism. It's more like article of like believe whatever people are saying. And if a lot of people believe something, it must be true. So that was that's the other one. The better candidate, really. I mean, if you really need to create a link between what we now call Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and Japan, is Gio Omori. Most people never even heard of. He's a much stronger candidate than Maeda is. There's much better evidence for Gio Omori to having taught Carlos than Maeda. But people, they don't want to hear it. But Gio Omori, if you really had to create a link between the Kodokan and Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, that would be Gio Omori. And if not other Brazilians too, Donato Pires was, hey, this is a great candidate to having taught Carlos, because both times he interacts with Carlos in Jiu-Jitsu, he is interacting with Carlos Gracie as a superior, as someone who is above him in the hierarchy. So that's very instructive. Like, why is Carlos taking a back seat and letting this guy take the forefront, right, when they're interacting on the mats? Clearly, this guy held some sort of ascendancy over Carlos, right? So he's another strong candidate, but it is the weakest candidate. But everyone's like, going along with the narrative. And there's nothing connecting the two other than Jacinto Ferro. There's nothing else.
So to this date, you've put in considerable effort into this documentary with extensive research, travel, and interviewing relative players. What were some of the biggest challenges that you faced on this project?
I think my naivety, being so naive, and I think I wish I understood the history better before I set out to do this. I should have spent more time reading and thinking about it before I set out to produce this. The fact that my documentary team have not come through with their promises and agreements, and they have like deadlines and they never meet the deadlines, and that's to do with me being so naive and patient and understanding. And that quote, "Nice guys finish last." It's true, like sometimes you just got to put the hammer down and be the boss and be the leader and like stick to agreements and hold people accountable to their word and promises. And you're always like, oh, the guy's having a hard time, this financially, there's something going on in his life, he's having a baby, he's moving, always patient. But people they take that for granted, like a lot of times. And like, they're just, my team just didn't come through like they promised. So like, it's been a bit of an issue. But other than that, the filming was a pleasure, like putting it together, reading, writing the book, all of it, being able to better understand the origins of Jiu-Jitsu. That's been great. Like that, I have nothing to, I have no regrets there. But the history itself, I think based on what we know, based on the evidence available, it's pretty straightforward. I mean, the best history book out there on this is Shoki by Roberto Pedreira. I don't think it's my book per se, but it's a very heavy and dry read. So people that want to read like a watered down interpretation, that I think, my book does a good job of that. It's a pretty much, some would say even, I mean, it's funny because my book got called Pro Gracie and it got called Anti Gracie. So, which tells me I'm like somewhere on the right track, I think. But in some ways, I think that some things I've done wrong in terms of right. I would have done slightly different. And I plan on correcting in the second edition. So one of them was, this is interesting, like about a few months ago, Raleigh Gracie, Horion's son, he called me out of the blue, like, hey, I heard you wrote a book on the history of jiu-jitsu. I'm like, yeah, can you send me a copy? I'm like, sure. So I sent him a copy. A couple months later, he gets back to me and he goes, I liked your book. I thought you were very fair, except that you were not very fair with my dad, with Horion. And I go, you know what? You're right. That was the first criticism I heard about my book. I went like, you know what? That was spot on. I was not fair with Horion. And I changed my mind after I read another book called Worth Defending. It was like basically an autobiography of Richard Breslin, which was Horion Gracie's first student in California. It's interesting, very first student, right? 1981, whatever it was. And so he talks about like Horion handing out flyers in parking lots, trying to convince people who thought Bruce Lee was the greatest fighter in history to go into a garage to roll around with Brazilians in gis. Pretty difficult proposition in the 1980s, right? But this guy was doing that. So Richard was like observing all this growth of jiu-jitsu that way because of Horion and his efforts. And after reading all that and Horion thinking the UFC and putting the UFC together, he kind of didn't get enough credit for it when you think about it. I think that might have to do with his personality. Like he has a very, I don't know, I think he wanted to get the credit and he wanted it so bad that I think he didn't deal well with how as the sport grew, he could have dealt with things better perhaps, but Horion is a very undervalued character. There's no doubt about it. I plan on fixing that in the second edition. Also giving Gio Mori more credit. I think that I didn't give Gio Mori his due credit in terms of arguably being the, I mean, if you really need to create a founding father for Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and the link between Japan, Gio Mori is the better candidate. No, not Maeda. Maeda, to me, it's a mystery why he's such a, I put Maeda on a pedestal. Like, what did he actually do? No one can answer that question. Like they say, oh, tall Carlos, where? Show me. Where did you get that from? They can't show you anything because they don't have it.
Interesting. And it's interesting that you brought up the book because writing the book about the making of a documentary during the making of the documentary and then releasing the book first is a little bit unorthodox. Coming from a video production background myself, I personally enjoyed reading not only about the research you put in, but the material you were uncovering, but also the production challenges you were facing as well. So what actually prompted you to write and release this book?
Well, we had a deadline to release the documentary September 2020. Right? We originally, when the pandemic came out, we're like, we're going to release it during the pandemic. It's perfect time. There are no tournaments. People are going to want to, so let's sink our teeth in. So I was promised that it would be done in the summer of 2020. That was the promise. And then the summer got extended to the last day of summer, very last day of summer, right? Trying to extend that. And so meanwhile, while I'm thinking they're finishing the film, I'm going to write a book. I wrote a whole book during the pandemic and they still weren't done with something that I had been working on for almost 3 years. Right. And then in 2020, September 2020, of course, they weren't done. But my book was done. So I'm like, well, I got a book here. I don't have a film. Well, let's change a few words here on the conclusion, explaining why the film is not ready, because it's not my fault. And let's just go with it. Like, I'm going to release the book, and the book is going to be out, and at least the interviews are out, and the people get a little background in the history of jiu-jitsu. And honestly, I thought that the book, I'll be lucky if I sell like 200-300 copies over the course of the book's life. And I think we sold something like 500 copies in 2 days. So it was, the book has been far more successful than I expected it to be. We were ranked #1 on Amazon for Brazilian history, #1 on Amazon. We were ranked #3 on Amazon for martial arts. We were behind Art of War and Bruce Lee's biography. So we were #3 on Amazon for a minute there. So I was like, I couldn't even believe it. Like, this is astounding. I mean, I expected maybe sell 300 copies, and we sold 500 in like 2 days. So
You take great care in the way you address your Gracie family. Like you keep this level of objectivity about them, and you try to keep their place in history. What is their place in history, and how did you go about maintaining that objectivity?
I think you should. People get caught up with this, like I call it the kind of binary. I use that word all the time, right? You're anti-Gracie or pro-Gracie. Like it comes from maybe from politics, maybe it comes from religion, good and evil. Like it's just there's no nuance, there's no gray. And when it comes to people, it's all gray. There's no black and white. Like who's a liar? How can you say someone is a liar or that someone is honest? You can't even say these things because everyone is honest sometimes, and sometimes we're dishonest. Everyone sometimes lies, and sometimes we tell the truth. There's no such thing that a person only tells the truth or only lies, but we get caught up in these issues of language and we got up this mindset. It's like it's this or that. And I've always made an effort to get rid of that. Like you shouldn't think that way. Like get rid of those boundaries. Like what is actually happening? Interpret the information head on, straight down the middle, free of, ideological constraints, free of, emotional biases. What is the information? What are the facts? What did this person actually do objectively? Go, right? And then when you look at things objectively and you get rid of all that, you start seeing things a little bit more clearer, and you're going to go, oh, wait a second. What did Carlos Gracie actually do? And you see that he was extremely important, but it was primarily because he was so good at marketing. Like Carlos, for example, I said this in an interview, and like a lot of judokas got mad because the first judo guys loved me, right? Because I'm basically saying that we don't do Brazilian jiu-jitsu, we do Brazilian judo, which is true. There's no such thing as Brazilian jiu-jitsu. We call it that. But we do Brazilian judo. That's what we do. So they loved me. And then I said something like the extent of like Jigoro Kano's genius had nothing to do with fighting. Jigoro Kano's genius was political. Oh no, they didn't like me because he was supposed to be this incredible fighter, but he wasn't. He never fought. Not that we know of. He wasn't a great fighter. I mean, I'm not even sure he was a great coach either because he was always busy, worried, thinking about like how do you struggle, which is an extremely important job. You needed that guy. But his genius was political more than in the realm of fighting. That's where he comes in. And Carlos's real genius was marketing. Carlos is the kind of guy that if he were alive today, he'd be managing Jake Paul. He'd have 5 million followers on Twitter. Like that was Carlos. He was brilliant. He would have been an influencer today. That was the kind of guy he was. The kind of constantly trying to get his name on the press. Me. Like it's like he was that guy, right? And he was extremely good at it. He was very good at promoting his brothers. But the truth of the matter, he had one professional fight, and he lost. So his fighting was never a strong suit, but his brothers were better. George Gracie was the first hero of the family, and the family itself kind of neglected him. It's just something I always remind people of when they want to tell me that the documentary, the book is like anti-Gracie. I'm like, well, I think I've done more to bring back George Gracie's memory to life than any other person other than the historians I mentioned. I think I've done quite the effort. I've mentioned his name constantly in interviews just to give the guys due credit. He's arguably the founding father of MMA, which is really vale tudo. There's no such thing as MMA. The word MMA is it's an invention of the American crowd in recent years. The correct terminology is vale tudo. That's what it's called. And George Gracie is arguably one of its founding fathers, if not its founding father. The first vale tudo fight arguably was George Gracie versus Chico Soledad. No one remembers that, but it's an important piece of history right there, right, for MMA fans too. And then what did Helio do? Was Helio's genius fighting? I don't think it was. I don't think his genius had anything to do with fight. I don't think he was bad, but I don't think he was nearly as good as people made him sound. They made him sound like he invented all these things. I'm like, what did he actually invent? Like, what in technical terms, what is it that he's doing that's not in every judo Newaza book? There's nothing there, right? But he was important. Like, why was he important? Because judo made mistakes in terms of neglecting the ground. Now, why they did that, now that's a different discussion. We can why for a variety of reasons, right? But the reality is, judo was, in order to become accepted by the Ministry of Education, they lost a lot of the martial aspects of judo, like the combat, the fighting. And, a lot of that was kept alive by Brazilians. They had a more martial approach to the judo, right? They didn't call it judo because they couldn't call it judo because they wanted to create something separate. Issues for reasons of vanity and narcissism or whatever the case, but they wanted to create something separate from judo, and they did that. And Helio's personality, to me, was one of the most important ingredients of this whole story, because you have to remember what was judo in the 1950s, 60s, 70s. It's a steamroller of a martial art. That's what everyone wants to practice. It has government support. It has support from the private sector. It's in the Olympics, right? So all these things are happening in the 1970s. And so 50s, 60s, 70s. So what's jiu-jitsu? Not even Brazil. People didn't care. Like no one cared about what the Gracies were doing. But Helio was that figure that kind of kept it together. And I think a lot of it had to do with his personality. He was like a very strong, stubborn leader. And I think what we now call Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu needed someone like him. And I think that was his big contribution to Jiu-Jitsu. It had nothing to do with technique or creating, like crafting great students. I mean, from what we know about him, like I'm not even convinced he was a great coach either. I mean, I have my doubts. I think Carlsen was the man. You want to talk about fighting? What about fighting? Make people tap, take them down, fight, beat them up, any challenge, anytime, anywhere. I mean, I think George Gracie deserves a higher place than Helio, if anything, as in terms of fighting at least. He fought tougher opponents, he fought more, didn't pick and choose rule sets, didn't pick and choose gi, short gi, no sleeve, long sleeve, fight anyone, anytime, anywhere. And then you have Carlsen. Carlsen's the man. When it comes to fighting, Carlsen was the man. When it comes to coaching, Carlsen was the man. And then you get Holmes Gracie, very important for what we now call sportive jiu-jitsu or competitive jiu-jitsu. He was that guy that had that vision too, him and Carlsen, those two. So in terms of like, the things that we value the most about in terms of technique, right? Technical development, I think Carlsen and Holmes were far more important than Helio. Helio was important in terms of keeping it together at a time where judo was huge. And for the sport that we now call Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu to exist, it needed someone to help it survive and not be absorbed by judo. Because when you think about it, like, there's not a lot of, there are no styles that blew up, the way Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu did. Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu blew up because it was less technical. It was more the fact that they kept alive a martial culture, a martial aspect of judo. And I think that for that survival, for that to exist today, two things are key. And we don't like these things, but they're very important. One was marketing, right? And the other one was like that strong personality Helio had. That's where Carlsen and Helio come in, But in terms of fighting, like I don't think Carlsen and fighting and teaching, I think that Carlsen is probably more deserving than his uncle Helio, for example. If you really want to get down to the guy that made jiu-jitsu applicable for fighting, that was Carlsen more than anyone else in the family.
What has been the greatest pushback that you've received from this project so far?
I did not get as much flack from the Gracie camp as I thought I would. I was ready to pick a fight if I had to. Not why I wanted to do this, but I think that, facts matter. And if they upset people, if I say something that's true and you don't like it, the truth doesn't have a problem. You have a problem, right? To me, that's obvious. But some people, you offended me. So you said something that's not okay, and I'm upset and I'm offended, and you hurt my feelings, so you shouldn't say it. I'm like, well, the truth does not care about how you feel. Like, you have these things, and it's always expecting a lot of people have this emotional attachment to that narrative, right? Interestingly, most of them are not even Gracies. They're just students of the Gracies. Like, they're more Gracies than the Gracies themselves. A lot of the Gracies, like even Raleigh's like, no, I liked your book. I thought you were fair. I think Henslow Gracie reposted something on his page about an interview I gave once talking about his father. So there's been actually, the guys from IBJJF, like Carlos Gracie Jr., like he was congratulating me when he saw me. Congratulations on all the success of your book. That's Carlos Gracie Jr., like the president of IBJJF, founder of Gracie Baja. So I actually got a lot more support from these guys than it was like 90% positive, maybe even more than that. And then every now and then you get people that either didn't read the book or don't know how to read it. I remember one guy wrote me on my Instagram, "You're a liar, you're a scumbag, how dare you denigrate the Gracie family. You should have interviewed Hobson Gracie and João Alberto Barreto." And he goes on this rant talking about, you should have interviewed Hobson. Like, wait a second. I did interview Hobson. What are you talking about? I did interview João Alberto Barreto. And then I realized this guy never read the book. He goes on this rant about how awful my book was, but he never read it. So I messaged him, "Did you read the book?" And he goes, "No, and I'm not going to read it because it's full of lies and blah." And that's what you're dealing with. I'm like, why am I even responding to this idiot? And then the other common criticism that I can't take seriously was, "Oh, I failed in my mission to take credit from the Gracies." Like, who said that was my mission to begin with? You created that mission in your head. I never said that. but they go along with it because if they keep repeating, because once again, they're stuck with that binary view. If this guy's saying something that disagrees with the official narrative, clearly he hates the Gracie family, right? That's their simplistic, easy, simple mind going. I'm going, why on earth am I even speaking to these people, right? But I'm patient. I'm trying to like explain. And at some point I kind of gave up, right? At some point, like people are using arguments that I make in the book, right? To defend the Gracie family or give credit to them. They use it against me, acting as if I had not had used that same argument in the book. So to me, you either didn't read it or you're being dishonest or you don't know how to read, one of the three, right? So that was, but that's the minority. I'm giving you like the exceptions. Like the vast majority of feedback was very positive.
What was the most unexpected thing you discovered during your research or during production?
I think how underplayed men like George, Giomori, and Carlson were, those three. How undervalued, how much more important they are to this story, and how Maeda, Carlos, and Helio got all the credit, those three. And guys like Giomori, George Gracie, and Carlson Gracie kind of got like, the only reason Carlson Gracie is remembered, by the way, is because he left an enormous legacy of students. Other than that, his name would have been buried, just like George Gracie, just like Giomori, because they were not on board with Carlos and Helio anymore. Especially Helio and Carlson didn't get along, or during the second half of their lives, right? So Carlson would have been erased. He wasn't erased because of his students, kept his memory alive, and because he created like, the biggest MMA camps in history. A lot of guys came out of his camp, so that's why he's remembered. But these guys are very undervalued. That came somewhat of a shock to me. Even like members of the Gracie family were being buried, for political reasons or reasons of jealousy and family disputes. But again, like if it's, these things shouldn't matter. What should matter is what role did these guys play? What did they actually do for our sport to exist? And yeah, I think these three, Giomori, George, and Carlson Gracie, did not get their due credit.
Now, with the experience and insight that you have with BJJ and the martial arts, what are the most important aspects that you feel people should focus on?
I think people are really, really hyper focused on learning trendy techniques, and they become like the equivalent of like fashion victims. Like, it's funny how jiu-jitsu works today. It's no longer guided by objective reality, right? There are no statistics in jiu-jitsu, so we don't know. But it's more, it's if you see something, right, and you see it over and over and over, you take it for granted that thing is happening all the time. But if you see something that is really cool, and it seems like that is perhaps aesthetically pleasing, right, or it's being done by someone with large influence, that thing right there takes precedence over everything else, right? So to me, my criteria has always been, when it comes to training, you should never look at it rather something is old and new. So I never cared about that discussion. I think it's an idiotic discussion between old school and new school. Rear naked choke is pretty old. It doesn't mean it doesn't work, right? It's the #1 submission. So like, what is old school then? Like what? And then people get in this idea that new is better than old or old is better than new. And the question I always ask is, does it work? Right? That's the criteria. That's the measuring. That's the metric right there. Is, does what I am teaching or learning work? Is it efficient? Right? And what's the center? If it is efficient, what's the center? What are the most efficient techniques that we call Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu? And then we're going to have the margins, and it's fine to have margins, but we shouldn't be focusing on the margins. We should be focused on the center, right? And that's what I've always tried to focus on for myself and my students. But the center is not fashionable, so they're focused on the margins, which you can do, but there's going to be a lot of deficiency that comes with that, right? What other thing? I think that there's a lot of, in terms of training methodology, Jiu-Jitsu and MMA are very, very behind other sports. Like shockingly behind, and it's like almost like in MMA there's no excuse. In jiu-jitsu, it's a family-oriented model. You can only give them like X amount of hours per day. Very few people are professionals. But in MMA, it's shocking how unprofessional they are. When you think of it, and they have money, guys with a lot of money, and they're basically complete amateurs when it comes to their training. I'm just watching. I'm going, yeah, you win. You're incredibly talented. You hit hard. You're a beast of an athlete. You got a good work ethic. But when it comes to methodology and preparation and the environment and what makes, like the way someone would run like an NBA team or the way someone would run an Olympic team, And then you go to MMA and you see how incredibly amateur they are. You know, Jiu-Jitsu has a lot of that too. In terms of how teams should be organized, it's very, very inadequate in my opinion. I think in terms of psychological aspects of jiu-jitsu or like fighting in general, they're very undervalued. I think that how we teach jiu-jitsu is incorrect. I think we teach with an eye on keeping the student happy versus actually teaching them what they need, because what they want and what they need is not always the same thing. And the coach should be in a position to do that. But the coach is not the boss. You think the coach is the boss. Who's the real boss in the gym? The paying student. You understand there's a conflict of dynamics there where like the hierarchies aren't really set. Who's the boss? And that's a huge problem, because if a coach is modeling his training around making his student happy, well, then he can't do what's best for his student, because what the student wants and what the student needs are rarely the same thing.
You know, so that's because because this is interesting that you're saying this, because BJJ and MMA are often held as the gold standard for competitive martial arts, and people always compare everything else to MMA. So this is actually a very interesting perspective.
Oh, they're incredibly amateur. I mean, I can't speak for karate and taekwondo. Like, I don't know. Okay. Now I know that, for example, collegiate wrestling or like an Olympic training center, judo, they have a better dynamic because there is authority and it's top down. Coach is the boss. In MMA, you know who the boss is? The wife. The wife. Oh yeah. The wife tells the fighter who the fighter is going to hold pads with. You know why? Because she wants to buy a new couch. She wants a new car. So she got to save money. And if this guy's holding pads for free, that's the best coach. Because the guy will hold pads for free because he wants to get on TV and get free Reebok gear or Venom gear. You see what's happening here? Like, you get all these influencers like, wait a second. These things should not be factors in this discussion, but they're huge factors. Manager, bossing around. Coach, the fighter has like 8 different coaches, all saying 8 different things. Sometimes the coaches don't even meet until fight day, okay? The fighter is running camp. The fighter runs the camp, not the coach. The coach follows the orders. You know why? Because the fighter pays the coach. So who's the boss?
Commercialism. Yeah, so it's basically commercialism is just saturating it.
It's the same thing in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. If the parents are complaining about something, you have to change the program, because if you leave 20 kids, you can't pay rent. So the instructor, the coach, is unable to do his job due to this dynamic. So he has to accommodate, change, and assimilate to the wishes of the person that he should be training. So commercialism, yes, it throws a monkey wrench in the conversation. This is why collegiate wrestling is better in that regard, or like Olympic training centers, or even professional sports, like the NFL. The idea that the player is going to tell the coach how to run the show is laughable in those environments. Like, oh, bro, the collegiate wrestling, and the guy says, hey, my girlfriend is disagreeing with you, coach, on how you're running the program. I mean, the coach would probably shit his pants laughing. You know, like, get off my team then, you know. But if you're running a gym, or if you're like a coach, because you can't, like, you take a backseat. You're not in the driver's seat, put it like that. Whoever people in the fighter's personal life, right? And it happens a lot. If you ask people in the MMA world and they listen to what I'm saying, they're going to agree with it. They're not going to say anything, because they're like, this is how I get paid. I don't like it, but I like those checks that I get. So if I want to remain where I'm at and keep my social status and not lose this position, right? If I want to remain where I'm standing and not, I have to what? Abide by the game. Got to play the game. And I think I tried to change it. Like, I've tried, it's something impossible, because the culture, they look at you like you're crazy because you're swimming against the current, because you're doing something different. Like, I'm telling them, if you're fighting, you know, you should not be training with random coaches and random people. And they look at that, oh, you're trying to control me. It's like, listen, knucklehead, if you played for the Raiders, do you think the Patriots are going to let you watch them train? Absolutely not, right? Like, that's unthinkable in professional sports. In MMA, it happens every day. And I'm not making this up. You get random people walking in, recording, and no one says a thing. I'm like, are you people stupid? I don't know how else to say this. I'm sorry, but they allow it. And if you try, they go to 5 different gyms, and they're sparring with people they're going to be fighting next year, or they're sparring with people who their friends in this gym are going to be sparring, right? And all that is happening. People get injured. You know what they do? They call their friend that's going to be fighting that guy They just saw the guy get injured in practice, and they called him. He blew his left knee. I'm not making this up. I'm not going to mention names, but this is a real story of big names in MMA. The guy gets a phone call 15 minutes later telling him he just blew his left knee in practice. And the guy kicks his left knee the whole fight, wins the fight that way. And this is happening all the time. And no, this is why Khabib is smart. Khabib is the best because he's smart, not just because he's good. They block it off when he goes UFC. And no one watches this practice. They don't let anyone train with him. They don't let anyone watch. Only their coaches and only their friends. Boom. They keep the system they had in Dagestan. Whatever works there is going to work here. They never changed it. Genius. I mean, it's not genius. It's obvious, but it's unusual because very few teams are doing that. And the same thing happens in BJJ. Same thing. So I think in a lot of ways, they're just because they're winning doesn't mean they're doing things right. People get these things. Someone's going to have to win. I mean, you can have the worst methodology in the world everywhere. Someone's going to win. It doesn't mean they're doing it well,
So do you hope that this project impacts the future of the competitive MMA or BJJ as a whole?
I don't think it will. I don't think I have any hopes. I think that it's out there for people to, I mean, here's the thing. Here's the reality of this, man. How many people are reading history books to learn about American history or anything versus how many people are listening to podcasts, YouTube videos, and Wikipedia to learn? I mean, it's screaming different. Like, you can write a paper on the founding fathers, right? Full of sources. You can spend 10 years of your life writing an astounding paper on Thomas Jefferson, and you get 4 people to read it, right? That's the truth. And you make a dumb video where you're loud and you scream, you say words like patriotism and freedom and treason, and you say something like that, and everyone's like, yeah, it must be true, and it's going to get 1 million views. And that's the nature of things. I don't think that. I think the more serious and better quality things are, the less inclined people are to read it. The more inconsistent, the more flawed, the more deceiving, the more dishonest, the more people are likely to applaud it. It's very strange, but it seems to be the dynamic when it comes to knowledge, right? We're all looking for knowledge in the wrong places. I mean, I had a student of mine, I wrote this in the book, but this is a true story. The guy was like, Rob, why do you like to read? Like, he's looked like I'm crazy for reading. I'm like, why don't, just Google it. That's what he told me. And then I got into an argument with him. He was trying to tell me that you don't need to read books anymore because all you have to do is Google things. And this is coming from, not from an 8-year-old. This is coming from a 22-year-old or early 20s, whatever it was. And I'm going, and he was serious too. Like, he held his ground. Like, he thought I was nuts. And I'm like, this guy does, and I'm like, I'm not going to waste my breath. And it's like, me writing the book, the fact that it's sold the way it's sold is almost like, it does give you a little bit of hope. Okay, so maybe it's not all bad. But I feel that the people who are reading and, maybe enjoy the book are people from my generation and older. I don't think there's a lot of 22-year-olds reading and appreciating. And maybe they'll change when they're older. I don't know. But I think that the tendency we're watching, and that the internet has changed something in how people learn. And critical thinking, skepticism, these things, even like basic understanding of how science works. These people don't have that because I think schooling system failed in teaching them that. There's been a failure there. So they reach adulthood and they don't know how to process information. They just believe what they like to believe. So if they train with the Gracie, my book is shit. If their instructor happens to hate the Gracie, then my book is great. I think that's kind of like the criteria that people are using. So because of that, I don't know if I can, if there actually is going to be an impact from the documentary of the book. But in some ways, I think some things have changed in good ways. Like, when I first started this, out of curiosity, I went on Wikipedia just to see what the articles read, right? Like what was there. And it was like so incorrect. That was one of the things that pushed me to want to do this. Like, this is so wrong with people. Because I know that's where people are getting their information from. So I want to see what people are seeing. I did the same thing about 6 months to a year ago, and it was very different. It had changed. So some of the names that I had mentioned today were on there. Gio Mori, Jacinto Ferro. You're starting to hear about these names. So maybe there's going to be some change. I don't think that you could ever, no one's going to take down those pictures of Carlos and Helio and Maeda. Not that that's what we were trying to do. I think that, if people better understand their history, I think Jiu-Jitsu has a better chance of surviving in the future. That's what I would really like. It was more about what can we learn about the past so we make the future better, right? That's what history is for, as I see it. But I think the way the culture in jiu-jitsu is going, it's not going well. I think it's going the opposite direction it should be going. It should be following what judo did. There's a reason why judo was so successful. It's been around for 140 years. You know, Brazilian jiu-jitsu is going the opposite direction. And I don't think there's cohesion there. I don't think there's purpose there. I think Brazilian jiu-jitsu it is guided by people who want to make money. And when you have that as your north, you're not really thinking long-term. You're thinking about yourself. It's like thinking about me with jiu-jitsu as a vehicle versus doing what is sacrificing my efforts for jiu-jitsu. So you are the vehicle for jiu-jitsu, right? In that way. But what's happening is jiu-jitsu is the vehicle for me. You see the difference? So, and because we've created a culture, they call it American Jiu-Jitsu. And at first I was like, American Jiu-Jitsu is the dumbest thing ever. This is like resentment. There's no other way to put this. These are people who couldn't win tournaments, and now they're trying to create another separate world because they can't stand the fact that Brazilians are winning. Like, let's leave nationalism aside, right? Like, forget about that for a second. Brazilians are dominant in grappling. They've always have been, right? Talk about innovation. Like, almost everything we know, right, came from jiu-jitsu in Brazil in the 90s and early 2000s, right? Like, that's the foundation of the technical revolution. Even though Japanese had done it first, what we know did not come from the Kosen judo. It came from judo, Kodokan judo, you know, traditional, and then Brazilians like really like blew it up in the 90s in terms of technical innovation, right? But now it's like, you know, 3 things are invented over in the United States. Like, oh, it's no longer Brazilian, now it's American. And at first I was like, this is resentment. This is you guys not doing well in tournaments, right? And blaming Brazilians for it. Oh, I lost a match, Brazilian fault. Blame the Brazilians. Everything. I mean, Brazilians are this, Brazilians are that. Like, look at IBJJF, the most organized event in all of jiu-jitsu by far is IBJJF. They put on events with 7,000 people, you know, but some people don't like that. Why? Because they're making money. How dare these people already make money? So that creates, that's where this American jiu-jitsu comes from. That's where it comes from. But in some ways it has become American because it has so much, it's changed the culture so much. It's changed the guiding north of what we used to do was like, what is best for jiu-jitsu? Now it's going, how do I make money, right? And that is the priority in the sport. And ticket sales, as long as we sell tickets, as long as we get followers and views, then we're winning. That's what success is. And the worst part is you have to listen to people telling that they'll bring in more eyes to the sport. Like, man, it's ludicrous to believe that. The people watching these shows are people that are well within the IBJJF circuit. And if you didn't exist, they'd still be competing and training because those people are already in jiu-jitsu. Your grandma's not watching jiu-jitsu. The people that are watching these shows, these events, these professional events are all within the IBJJF sphere, but they keep repeating that we're bringing eyes to jiu-jitsu by acting obnoxiously, by being disrespectful, by self-promotion. And then you're teaching all this to a younger generation. And you think the sport has longevity when you're teaching kids that? It doesn't. So I don't think jiu-jitsu has a future, man. I think it's a sinking ship in a lot of ways because they've created an awful culture and everyone's applauding it like it's a great idea. And I'm like, okay, I'm not saying I'm perfect. I'm no angel, but I know a thing or two about the history of martial arts. And I've seen this movie before. It's not the first time we've seen this. What is happening now has happened before, you know, and we know what happened. So here we are, you know, I think that, I mean, some of my attempt, I guess like the back of my mind, like idealistically, I wanted, you know, to do something for jiu-jitsu that was meaningful and lasting, like helping, like kind of steer the sport in a better direction. But I don't think it's going to accomplish that. Maybe that was too ambitious, but it did make it clear to me that as is right now, jiu-jitsu is going in a very strange direction. And I don't care how many tickets they sell at the next ADCC, ticket sales are not a good metric. I'm sorry. You can put Hasbulla fight Kim Kardashian in MMA, and you're going to sell more tickets than Khabib and McGregor. You say you can have celebrity. If Justin Bieber fought Tom Cruise, that would have sold more pay-per-views than any other MMA fight in history. But is that what we want in the sport? Like Mudfest? It's not mud. I mean, that's what. I mean, you could put hot girls in a bikini, fight in MMA, or a topless. And how much is that going to sell? So ticket sales is not a good metric because it's short-lived, short-sighted. It has no longevity. There's no purpose. There's no direction, and that's kind of what's happening to jiu-jitsu. But the sort of culture of self-promotion and that they created, I don't think that's good long-term. You know, But the book is out, the history is out there. This moment we're living has existed before. It's not identical, but it has a lot of similarities, and hopefully, Jiu-Jitsu sticks around. It continues to change lives and makes people's lives better. Because that's what its ultimate goal always has been. It's improved. I know it's changed my life. It made me a better person, I think. I think that's why we like it. It gives us a second family. And for that, we have to incorporate it keep it good culture, not allow it to become something negative and narcissistic.
Well, if people walk away from this interview and in your book and all your efforts with just one message, what do you want that message to be?
Keep training, man. Keep training. Find a good place, stay around good people. Remember that, when you teach or when you're learning, you carry a responsibility to help others. Like sometimes, I see the cultural change I'm talking about. I'll give you an example. When I was a purple belt, if someone asked me to teach a white belt, I felt flattered that I had the opportunity to help someone. Like, oh, you ask me? Wow, I must know something, right? I feel happy to help. But now the purple belts, I'm like, I'm not getting paid. Like it's changed. Like it's changed. But be happy to help. Be happy to teach the white belts. Be happy. You should be excited about that. If you put a smile on your face, you get to share this. Man, I get to teach this to someone else. It has done me good. Maybe it's going to do someone else good, and maybe that is, it'll give you it'll be fulfilling in some way, right? Like it feels good. Like if you can do something, like if you brought your mom and dad over to Jiu-Jitsu and your little brother that was struggling with confidence, and now you see your little brother walking with his back straight and got his head up and looks you in the eye when he says hi. He's no longer walking with his shoulders down. He's not. So that right there, man, to me is the best Jiu-Jitsu has to offer, man. It really is. I think that as long as we don't lose that, everything else that happens is okay. That right there, we got to keep, and I think that we should struggle and fight hard to make sure that right there stays that way.
Fantastic. Well, I just wanted to thank you so much for your efforts in this project, in this book. I found it fascinating to read. I highly recommend anyone watching this to definitely go pick up your copy. We'll have a link in the description below, but it really opened up my eyes to a lot, because I kind of grew up with the same general narrative that you talked about, the general understanding, and reading this book, it was like, wow, there's so many more layers here that we didn't understand. And I definitely encourage anyone who has not read this to read this book, because there's a lot, you actually have to read it a few times to get all the information that's in there. So I just want to thank you for putting your effort and your time into making this project and bringing it to, make it accessible to everyone.
No, and if those of you who are interested in digging deeper, I'll recommend Shoki by Roberto Pedreira, Volume 1, 2, and 3. And there's another series out called Craze, also by Roberto Pedreira, 1, 2, and 3. Highly, highly, highly recommended if you want to understand the history of martial arts. Highly recommend, okay? There's a fourth one coming out soon, but the first three are out. They're on Amazon. I cannot recommend these books more for people that are really into history. So.
Perfect. Excellent. Thank you so much, sir, for your time.
Thank you, man. See you next time.
Now that's a lot of information to chew on, and I'm sure that the comment section is about to light on fire with a whole variety of opinions. Now, if you have any doubts or you want to learn more about what he found, then I highly recommend picking up his book. Now, this is not a sponsored video or a paid endorsement. I read this book as a personal curiosity, and I can honestly say it surprised me, and it presents some pretty credible discussions. I can't recommend it enough, so you can find a link to it in the description down below, and I cannot wait to see this documentary when it comes out. So a great big thank you to Mr. Drysdale for sharing your time with us and for the investment and effort into trying to preserve the legacy that Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu deserves. And quite honestly, this is why we continue to do this channel, to learn even more about the martial arts, even if it goes against what we may have learned previously. Let us know what you think down in the comments below. Please keep it respectable, and thank you so much for watching. What exactly is American Karate? Specific system or school, or is it the classification of martial arts under a larger umbrella? Now, martial arts in America is often a subject of debate, and today we have a special guest with us to share some inside perspective. Derek Wayne Johnson is a lifelong martial artist in American Karate with extensive competition experience, as well as an extremely talented filmmaker with documentaries such as King of the Underdogs and 40 Years of Rocky. So, what is American Karate? Let's talk to him and find out. Well, first of all, before we get started, I want to congratulate you on your recent achievement. You were accepted to the Carthage Arts Walk of Fame. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Thank you, and also it's good to be back on your show. I'm from a small town in East Texas called Carthage. It's population like 6,000 people, and they were so delightful. They inducted me into the Carthage Main Street Arts Walk of Fame, and they gave me the first star. It's not really a star, but it's a plaque in the sidewalk outside of a old movie theater, and that was just really, really cool, really neat. It's kind of like, my hometown saying like, we see what you're doing out there. It was really nice.
So let's start from the beginning. Tell us, how did you get started in the martial arts, and what was your first class experience like?
Wow. So naturally, our generation, hello, the Karate Kid movies. I think we mentioned last time I was on the show, like The Last Dragon, Bloodsport, like all those movies in the 80s and 90s certainly had a hand in the influence. I really wanted to be a martial artist, but small town in East Texas, there weren't many options. So actually, as a pre-teen, I would go to the library, kind of like Daniel LaRusso, and I would train out of a book and do the techniques and like learn from a book. Then I was playing, team sports and things like that, baseball and all that stuff. I was very small, very skinny little kid. And when I was 13, I caught a flyer at school for a karate program. And, I rushed home and, showed it to my parents. And my dad, who had trained a little bit in Shotokan, was like, I don't know, I don't want your nose getting broken or anything like that. And my mom knew, no, he wants to do this. So she signed me up. I was 13, and I've been with that school ever since. First class, I remember it very, very well. I mean, here I am, 13, in a gi, in a karate class. I remember, I'll never forget, this first self-defense technique I learned was to go for the eyes. I've never used it in a real fight, but I learned it that day. It was great. And I remember walking out just going like, this is what I'm going to do for the rest of my life after the first class.
Can you tell us a little bit about your school and your instructors?
The school that I've been affiliated with since I was 13 is the East Texas American Society of Karate, ETASK for short. And that is a branch of the American Society of Karate. And that's headed by Mr. Bill Gray out of Houston, Texas. Huge organization. And that's how my instructor, Mr. Robert Lamont of ETASK, earned his black belt. We take a lot of pride in calling it a society. It's I never really thought about that when I was coming up through the ranks, that this isn't a club. And I've come to appreciate that going into my 40th year, that I'm a part of a society of karate. I think that's a really interesting aspect of what I do.
Now, the term American karate can mean a lot of different things to different people. When you use this term American karate, are you talking about a specific curriculum or system, or is it more of a generic umbrella under like what you would call just karate in general here in the United States?
Both, and I'll explain. So it is a style, American karate. That is the style that I've practiced since I was 13, and it's a style all its own. And it's also, American karate could be used for that umbrella of systems in America, but that style is kind of one of its own, different aspects of it, different branches and whatnot, but it all kind of falls under that umbrella. I would say that American karate is a hybrid or a middle ground of traditional and modern martial arts. We're certainly traditional in some aspects, and then we're certainly modern in other aspects. So I would say a hybrid or a middle ground of traditional and modern martial arts.
How does what you're describing differentiate from other systems that have been, say, just westernized?
That is a good question. I think I can only really answer that, I guess, just from what I know, what American karate is and the things that we teach. I think that one thing is we certainly start off in a side stance. So we don't do necessarily traditional orthodox boxing stance, although we do in some instances, but we start off with a side stance. That's, to my knowledge, a very westernized stance. the Superfoot Bill Wallace system of fighting, and minimizing your target. Also, I would say we simplify techniques. In other words, we learn a great deal of amount of techniques. Don't get me wrong, traditional, modern, etc. We do quite a bit, but I think that we focus it in and we harness it in to just basic fundamental techniques that work, staying practical. We differ from other styles that are westernized. We don't do extreme kata. We do kata, but not the extreme tournament forms of kata. Again, we just keep it kind of the 5 or 6, 7 basic techniques in sparring that work, but we cover a wide range of techniques in our curriculum.
Now, you mentioned Bill Superfoot Wallace. How is he represented in your system, and what kind of influence has he had on your school and the society of the karate systems that you work with?
Well, I would say that Bill Superfoot Wallace is one of the pioneers of American karate. I mean, and obviously Ed Parker as well, and there are others, Joe Lewis, etc. Bill Superfoot Wallace, I mean, he's a legend in our system. As a matter of fact, my school is a part of the Superfoot system. We are affiliated with that. So I have a black belt in the Superfoot system, as well as the American Society of Karate and East Texas American Society of Karate. Again, all encompassing. So his influence is undeniable. I mean, I mentioned the side stance. He's close with Mr. Bill Gray, as I mentioned earlier, and he's been to the East Texas American Society of Karate many, many times for seminars and classes and tournaments with Mr. Robert Lamont, my instructor. So he is clearly an influence on American karate, a pioneer, a true champion, a legend. And a lot of his techniques, again, he likes to simplify things. I think he talks about, he does back fist strike, jab, hook, cross, side kick, roundhouse kick, hook kick. And that's about all he relies on. Well, we do more than that, but when we're sparring, we focus heavily on those techniques. That comes from Bill Wallace.
Now, you mentioned kata, and I want to kind of revisit that for a second. You mentioned that your system doesn't focus super heavy on deep kata, but you do have kata in your system. Can you tell us a little bit about what kata you do have?
So, yeah, as I mentioned before, we don't really emphasize on extreme kata, that kind of the screaming and the acrobatical style, which is fine. I mean, that's their thing. And we don't necessarily just focus on traditional Japanese and Okinawan kata. We kind of have our own American karate style of kata. Same fundamentals that come from the Japanese and Okinawan styles. And we have, for example, we do H forms. So we have H form 1, 2, 3, and 4, which are pretty, basic katas. And we have Tosan, which is very universal kata. And then we take it into other katas as well. We have one that's a step up from Tosan called Destiny. That was, I believe, created by Mr. Bill Gray. And then we go into original katas, weapons katas, where you start forming your own. So we have that foundation, and then you can take it as far as you want to take it. But I like to keep it grounded with kata, and I'm a big believer in kata. I mean, it's a formal exercise. It's breathing, it's tension, it's technique. Obviously, in my opinion, I'm not going to perform kata while in a real fight or sparring. Certainly, one of my problems I have with Karate Kid Part 3, using kata in the tournament. I do believe in kata if it's rooted in the foundations and it helps you perfect your techniques and your breathing and your tension, balance, etc. So again, taking that hybrid, I think, of coming from traditional forms and katas and modernizing it and simplifying it.
And talking about the competing and sparring, I understand there's a great emphasis on competition and sparring. Can you tell us a little bit about how your school approaches that and what your experience in competition is?
Absolutely, yes. We're very, very heavy on sparring. And let me say again, we're also heavy on kata. And in our tournaments and competitions, we do both. We do kata and we do sparring. Those are the two main things that we do for competition. We focused a great deal on kata when I was coming up. And now sparring seems to really, 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 really be more of a focus because we're sweating, we're moving, we're exerting ourselves, we're competing with someone else, we're feeling that person out because you can translate that into full contact or into a real fight. but also just that competitive spirit. I've been competing since, again, 13, 14 years old, numerous tournaments. I can't even remember how many tournaments I've been in, but I love to compete. I don't see I'll ever stop competing. And I just love how like karate's kind of making a comeback in a sense. I mean, you probably see the hat I'm wearing. This is Karate Combat, which is one of my favorite sports, and I love watching Karate Combat because it's kind of like that's us. That's our thing. Those are our guys. You know, they're out there doing what, you know. I wish that league was around 20 years ago. I might would have signed up.
Well, it's amazing to see that grow, and it's also a nice answer to any people who would say that karate wouldn't work in MMA. It's like, well, we're actually seeing it in Karate Combat. It does work in a full contact situation. These techniques do work when the person applies them in the same athletic manner and disciplined manner that these athletes do.
Absolutely, and I think it's also terrific that some of the spokesmen for Karate Combat are karate people. Vass Rutten, George St. Pierre, Stephen Thompson. I mean, these are Lyoto Machida. I don't want to leave anyone out. These legends are saying, look, it works. Here's a league that shows exactly that it works. And of course, those guys have all fought in the UFC and showed that karate works. And that's one thing I wanted to bring up as well is American karate. It sounds like, you know, we just do a bunch of techniques and kata. We do ground fighting. We do throws. We do sweeps. We do takedowns. We get on the ground and we fight. Does that mean that we do jujitsu? No, I don't want to ever say that, like, I know jujitsu. I don't. And I mentioned to you last time, I want to get started in that. But what I love about karate, and especially American karate, is I feel like we take all aspects and we just take what works. So we fight standing up. We fight on the ground. We don't fight at all, which is the best form of fighting as far as self-defense. That is also something that separates us from others is in American karate is it is American karate, a melting pot, just like America, where we're taking, Western boxing, we're taking karate, kickboxing, judo, jujitsu, and we're doing it all and staying practical with it.
Yeah, and this is an observation of mine. Like, I like to look at the different generations. So when people talk about different types of karate, you know, when they're like, "Oh, there's Shorin Ryu, there's Goju Ryu," I'm like, I like to look at types of karate more in generations. So you got the Okinawan generation, the Japanese generation, the Korean generation, and I really do believe that as it came over here to America, the American generation has become its own style because, like you said, it's a hybrid. And I find it interesting that you mentioned right now that you've implemented some throws and takedowns and sweeps and locks and ground fighting. It's kind of a mixture. Back in the original days of Okinawan karate, all that stuff was in there. And it's funny, as you see it jump from different cultures to cultures, they'll, like, the Japanese stripped a lot of that stuff out. The Koreans put more emphasis on kicks. So you start to see each culture adopted as its own. So what it sounds like you're describing is now that it's come back to America, it's kind of look at the big picture, say, well, this would work, this would work, this would work. And we're making that new generation of an actual new style of karate. So it's not just altered, it's not just an American flavor, it's actually a whole new construct with cultural influences and generational influences to make something new.
Absolutely. I mean, you hit the nail on the head. It's and like I said, my school alone was formed in the early 70s. So if karate came to America in early 50s, I believe, you can kind of see that American karate has evolved for the last 50 years, 60 years. I mean, it goes back to the 60s. It wasn't called American karate at the time, I don't think, when those guys were point fighting and the blood and guts era. But it started evolving, and I think that that's one thing I love about American karate is it is ever evolving. Look what jiu-jitsu has done since '93, since UFC, since Gracie came on the mat. It's revolutionized the martial arts. So I feel that karate is a complete art, a complete system, because it encompasses all. American karate focuses it on all of it because you don't know on the street what's going to happen. Are you going to stand up or are you going to go to the ground? I feel like the resurgence of the martial arts and karate in particular is just, we're just in a really wonderful period of martial arts and of karate. It's like a renaissance, if you will. And I think that the grapplers are starting to see the importance of striking. The strikers are really starting to see the importance of grappling. Of course, I'm not saying anything new here. This has been going on, again, I would say since '93.
So I just have to ask, since we're talking about competition and sparring, if you could choose living or dead, fictional or real, any dream sparring match that you could dream up, who would you choose and why?
Oh wow. Okay. So multi answer here. My dream sparring match, and I got to meet him briefly, and I was starstruck. But Benny the Jet Urquidez. I got to meet him. I was actually interviewing Judo Gene LaBelle. Sensei Urquidez walks in, and I'm like standing in between both of these two legends, and Mr. LaBelle introduces me to him, and I'm just like, wow. And they could tell I was starstruck. So I got to meet him, shake his hand. He was wonderful, and he's probably one of my all-time, not probably, he is one of my all-time favorite karate fighters. I've never got to spar with Bill Superfoot Wallace, but he did come and do a seminar at my school years ago, and he picked me to be his assistant, you know, the guy that he beats up on and uses the techniques on. And I remember, you know, he did a roundhouse to, you know, my backside, and he was like, now you can tell everyone you got your ass by Superfoot. So that was fun. But I would love to spar him as well. And then third, Bass Rutten. Now everyone's probably thinking like, he'll break you in half. Of course he will. But I got to know Bass a little bit, interviewed him as well for a documentary. And I just think he's just one of the coolest, like, you know, this big guy, just tough and just visceral when he fights, but he's got a great personality. I would love to spar with him as well. Now, again, I'm saying sparring, you know, training with these three men. I'm not saying that I want to go toe to toe with these guys, full contact. Come on. Like Bass would, you know, literally break me in half. But I would say those three, I know you only asked me one, but I would say those three would be my three dream sparring matches.
Since you're talking about a society of karate, does your school have a particular patch? Is there any particular emblem that can represent the art, or is it a little bit more of a mixed bag among schools? How does that work?
Well, there's definitely a mixed bag of patches. I mean, different schools, different, you know, organizations have their school patch. I mean, there are universal patches in the sense, you know, Shotokan. When you see a Shotokan patch, you know that's Shotokan. Kenpo, I know there's kind of a mixed bag there as well, but you know it's Kenpo. I would say that with my school, we have a designated patch. But I would say, is there an American karate style universal patch? I don't think there is, and I could be wrong on that. I would say clearly the American flag is a dead giveaway on a gi, but also the Superfoot system, if you are affiliated with Bill Superfoot Wallace's system, which my school is, there's a universal patch. So you could be from one school, you know, we're in, my school's in Texas, with your school patch and then the Superfoot system patch. You might meet someone from, say, Florida. Well, of course, a different style, different school. They might not even be American karate, but if they have the Superfoot system patch, there you go. That's kind of a universal thing right there. But no, I don't think there's an actual just American karate emblem out there.
So when it comes to the word American in the martial arts, there seems to be a stigma attached to it, especially among traditionalists. If viewers were to walk away with one idea about the merits of American karate and what it has to offer, what would that be?
Well, I think that a lot of times when you think of American martial arts, there is that McDojo kind of, you know, scarlet letter, if you will, on some dojos and some systems, which they should be called out McDojos. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, you know, Google McDojo and you'll know. But I think that stigma, sometimes they think that might be what American karate is or Americanized martial arts. But it's really, in my system, it's not. All it is it's saying, you know, we are karate, an Americanized version, yes, but it's just a simplified version. In other words, you know, we focus on what works, what's realistic, what's practical. We don't have that McDojo mentality. We don't focus a lot on theory and things like that. We just focus on hard-nosed karate, what works. And I think that we are traditional in one sense, Americanized in the other. I don't know. I've never really seen it as a problem when I tell people that I do American karate, because that is my style and I back it up. I've been doing it for 26 years. But I kind of understand how some people can misconstrue that once they hear American. It's like, as opposed to Japanese or Okinawan. Well, we come from that, but then we incorporated this, and this. American karate isn't saying that it's better than traditional karate or Americanized this or that. It's just, you know, the name of a style that has meaning, that has heart, that, you know, has a foundation. And again, it comes from the Asian martial arts, but it's a very American thing here. And again, it's a melting pot of ideas.
Now let's talk about filmmaking. Being a filmmaker, do you find yourself including any elements of American karate in any of your works, or do you plan to in the future?
You know, I really haven't in my films. Sometimes if there's like a little fight scene or just there's a little move here or there, I'll throw it in. But it's not like I've made a martial arts film yet. I do hope to make a martial arts film one day. I just haven't yet, but yeah, I'll sneak it in every once in a while in a little quick move or whatnot. Maybe you know, a wrist lock or you know, some sort of kick that is from karate.
So as we talked last time too, you were in the middle of working on a project called Bloodstreams. Can you give us a bit of update on how that's been going?
Yeah, so it's so funny. We shot this feature film, it's Bloodstreams. It stars Yuji Okamoto from Cobra Kai and Karate Kid 2, Han Soto from Cobra Kai, and several others. And we have a finished product, but we're actually decided that we're going to turn it into a trilogy. So we've actually are not releasing the film yet. We hope to release it this year or next, and we're going to take it into a trilogy. So it's exciting. I mean, we made this film. We're getting some steam with some producers that want to come in and take it to a different level. It's kind of exciting. It's really hard as a filmmaker to kind of shoot a movie and then wait for release. But now that, I mean, it's like, do I release it now and roll the dice, or do we do it right and do it as the trilogy? So we're going to do it as the trilogy.
Very awesome, very awesome. Well, I'd love to thank you so much for spending your time with us today. Is there anything about American karate that we haven't covered that you'd like people to know about?
Well, I think it's just, you know, we say this in American karate, the most important part of karate is having a good attitude. And I really feel that American karate promotes that. And again, I'm talking about the style of American karate, not just, you know, a certain school or Western influence or just karate in America. My style, American karate, promotes a good attitude. And I just feel that that's one reason why I was drawn to it. It was, I really like the positivity that comes out of it. And I think American karate has a lot to offer. It's not as well known, obviously, as Kenpo or Shotokan, but there's derivatives of that. And I'm not here to promote American karate, but you and our friends, and we just discussed about, you know, different styles, and you do Kenpo among other things. And you're like, hey, let's talk about American karate, what you do. So I'm very happy to have been here today to talk about it. This is what I've been doing for years. And again, not to say that I didn't do boxing and kickboxing and MMA and all the other martial arts, but I would say my foundation, the one that, you know, that I started with is American karate. And no matter how many other martial arts I study, my heart is always with American karate.
I love it. And I just look at it as it's like any other topic we approach. You know, we're approaching the martial art as a cultural symbol. It's not just a set of moves. It's not just a technique list. It is a cultural influence. It's an evolutionary influence. It's a generational influence. So I love exploring all that, how that comes together, because people can't ask the question, well, you know, American karate can be a very broad term. So people ask, well, what does that mean? I think you provided great insight today on how to look at it, take a step back and see it as a whole cohesive picture rather than a one specific set school or technique list that you mentioned. So I love that. And that's one of my favorite things about this channel is taking these looks and seeing how the cultures and the influence play into the art and mold the art. So it's not just tradition, but you've got a lot of contemporary ideas that mix in as well. And I think this is a perfect example of that. I just want to thank you for your time today to explain that to us.
Oh, thank you. I love your channel. I love what you're doing here. And I just love that you give guys like me a platform to talk about something that, again, that maybe needs a little bit of a definition for people that don't know. So thank you very much for having me on again. And I look forward to hopefully coming back again. Who knows what we'll talk about.
Welcome anytime. So we will definitely collaborate. And if anyone, guys, everyone out there watching has any ideas or wants more elaboration, please let us know in the comments. And then if there's something there, we can explore it further. But yeah, thank you everyone for watching, and thank you so much, Derek, for joining us again today.
Thank you very much.
A great big thank you to Derek for sharing some information on American karate. I think today's discussion opens up the door for some in-depth conversations about what the term means and the potential it has for the future, so please share your feedback and thoughts in the comments down below. I also cannot recommend his films enough, especially the documentary King of the Underdogs, which is one of my personal favorites, and it's a biographical look at John G. Avildsen, who was the director of Rocky and the Karate Kid trilogy. You can find a link in the description to his website. Now, Derek was also a guest on the show before, as we talked about the martial arts and how they are implemented into American cinema. So please be sure to check this episode out, and I'd love to hear your feedback on that one as well. We get messages daily as cover a variety of martial arts, which we are very pleased to see, and we are taking notes of all of them so that we can hopefully one day cover them all. Now, we're also trying to make an effort to deliver art history videos more often and branch out to a variety of arts. As of the release of this video, we currently have art history playlists set up for karate, the Chinese arts, Kempo, and the Korean arts. Now, in a recent episode, we talked about some Kempo systems that stem from Hawaii, and we asked if there was any interest in looking at Polynesian arts. The response was overwhelmingly positive, so today we're going to set up a quick introduction to what I hope will become a growing list of Polynesian martial arts. I also want to thank all of you guys. You guys are the best viewers on YouTube, and you have helped us come this far, but we still need some more help. We are asking you to join us on Patreon. As this channel grows, we can commit more time and production resources to produce the videos that you guys are asking for on a daily basis. So right now, our priority is to double or even triple the amount of art history videos that we bring you, and I hope you've noticed our recent efforts to deliver them more often. Our other goal is to set up proper live streaming with guests and interviews. So please visit our Patreon page where you can get an access to a rapidly growing collection of exclusive content and bring this dojo that you all built with us to the next exciting phase. We have a lot planned for 2020. Thank you all so much. The unfortunate thing about the Polynesian martial arts, which includes islands such as Hawaii, Samoa, Tonga, New Zealand, and more, is that they have an ancient history that is sadly going to remain that way. A lot of arts and training practices have been lost to time, either because they were either trained or taught by small tribes, or they were kept secret within the family, or they weren't recorded down and only taught in person, or they were lost when other civilizations came to Polynesia. There's a variety of reasons. So we are talking about a region that has had a long history of conflict and violence between islands, and they trained accordingly. Now, with all that being said, while much of the history has fallen wayside, there are still several standout arts that we can talk about. So let's go through a quick list to set them up now, and then we'll circle back later in the future episodes to take a much deeper and more detailed dive into these very distinctive and unique methods of combat. Now, Kenpo, or Kempo, depending on which way you prefer, is one of the biggest self-defense influences to come to the United States from Hawaii. There are many styles of Kempo that trace back to Chinese roots and filter through Hawaiian practitioners, and methods then spread from there. Now, we have covered Kempo extensively on this channel, and if you've not seen those episodes, I highly recommend doing so because that does come up a lot, and I have included those links in the description below. So we have Ed Parker's American Kempo, which is traced back through William K.S. Chow and James Matosi, who brought his family's art to Hawaii. Now, Ed Parker's American Kempo is one of the largest and most common styles of Kempo in the United States, and it itself has been broken off to countless offshoots and evolutions. It truly is a melting pot of the martial arts at this point. We also have a variety of systems under the name Hawaiian Kempo, with one of the most notable being the Hawaiian Kempo system taught at the Pit by John Hackelman. Now, John Hackelman has trained many fighters for the MMA and cage fighting, including Chuck Liddell. His system is focused on hard competition and building tough and durable fighters. So definitely check out the Kempo episodes for more detailed history. Now, Kenjukenbo is another art that we touched upon previously, but it definitely fits on this list because it originated in Hawaii. Kenjukenbo is actually a hybrid art established officially in 1947 on the island of Oahu. Now, the art is a blend of several different martial arts brought together by several founders, most notably Adriano Imperato. The name Kenjukenbo is a portmanteau of various arts used to combine it. Ka is for karate, Ju is for judo and jujitsu, Ken is for Kenpo, and Bo is for boxing. Imperato was also a student of William K.S. Chow's art of Kara-ho Kempo, so he contributed Kempo and Eskrima into the mix. Joseph Hoke brought judo, Frank Ordonez with Danzan-ryu Jiu-Jitsu, which also has Hawaiian roots, Peter Young-Yil Chu with Tang Sudo, boxing and Shotokan karate, and Clarence Change with Chin Na, a form of Chinese joint locking. Now, what I really like about Kenpo is that it places importance on becoming a well-rounded fighter. They incorporate striking, stand-up fighting, throwing, and grappling, and they put it all together. Now, I'm a firm believer that the person should blend arts to become a complete martial artist because no individual art is completely perfect in its own, and I really like that Kenpo adopts this philosophy. Now, it has also continued to evolve and adapt to keep the material that works and discard what doesn't. Now, even though Kenpo is a hybrid of arts that they're not all Polynesian, it does hold a firm foundation in the modern Hawaiian training. Now, as I said in the beginning, we will be circling back to these individual arts because there's no way to do them justice all in one video just like this. Now, I just mentioned Danzan Ryu Jiu-Jitsu as one of the arts in the Kenpo blend, and it's worth an honorary mention on this list. Danzan Ryu is a form of jiu-jitsu and grappling system founded in 1925 by Seishiro Okazaki. Now, much like Kenpo, Danzan Ryu isn't entirely Hawaiian. Okazaki was born in Fukushima, Japan in 1890, and at the age of 16 immigrated to Hawaii. Now, Okazaki also suffered from tuberculosis, and he sought to find a way to relieve the suffering. Now, at the time, he began to train in the art of Yoshin Ryu Jiu-Jitsu, and after a while, he found that his condition seemingly had gone into remission after his symptoms subsided. Now, this encouraged him to continue training and to see the martial arts as not only a method of combat, but also in pursuit of health and well-being. He went on to study a variety of arts, including Shotokan Judo, Eskrima, boxing, Shorin-ryu, and even Lua, an ancient Hawaiian art which is also focused on bone breaking. And we're going to get back to that one in a few minutes. Okazaki processed and analyzed everything he learned, and eventually formulated his own system that he named Danzan Ryu. The name was to honor one of his Chinese instructors, as in Chinese, the name for Hawaii is Tanshan, but when converted to Japanese, the kanji reads as Danzan, which in Japan means Sandalwood Mountain. So thus we have the art of Danzan Ryu Jiu-Jitsu. Now, Jiu-Jitsu isn't the only outside influence that came to Polynesia. Boxing and kickboxing were, and still are, very popular on the island of Tonga. Now, I'm not going to go into this one just now because as I was researching the topic, I found there is some good history there, and I want to familiarize myself with it more before I present anything about it. But in any case, you can find a lot of videos of Tongan boxers on YouTube, and they are finding evidence that even the ancient tribes of Tonga took up the sport many years ago. Now, going back to Lua. Lua is an interesting one, and it was a full art developed and taught in the ancient kingdom of Hawaii. The art's actual name is Kapo Kuia Lua, but it's usually referred to as just Lua for simplicity. The name translates to 2 hits, or actually the Kuia Lua part does, with Kapu translated to forbidden, so basically forbidden 2 hits. It is a form of grappling in which the primary focus of techniques are to break the bones. Many arts go for lethal blows, strikes, and submissions, but Lua's intention was to manipulate joints to the point of destroying them and immobilizing your attacker. It wasn't always to kill them, but rather stopping the attack in a brutal way that prevented them from continuing the attack now or even later, assuming they were able to heal enough to do so. Lua utilizes many different tactics other than just grappling and destroying joints. They also studied pressure points, strikes, throws, and even weapons, including firearms as they became available in modern times. Lua wasn't a sport, and it wasn't for casual defense. It was a very effective system of combat in a turbulent time that saw islanders fighting against islanders. Many of the Polynesian islands were isolated from the rest of the world, and some arts developed within their own realm without the influence from other outside global arts. Now, there was also a sense of pride and privilege with the instruction of Lua. It was restricted for nobility, and King Kamehameha restricted its training to select honor guards, and it was forbidden to be taught outside of that. Now, of course, over time, restrictions slowly lifted, and elements of Lua can be found in other arts, such as Danzan Ryu Jiu-Jitsu. Other unique aspects of the art are the training methods, such as training in the surf, learning how to catch spears, and the concept of mana, or life force. Now, this can be compared to the Chinese concept of qi. Lua warriors also utilized unique weaponry, many of which had to be creative because what they had at their disposal, which was mainly wood. Some of the distinct weapons are the hoe, or canoe paddle, a variety of spears and staffs, clubs, and also they had an affinity for making weapons that implemented shark teeth. Yes, shark teeth, and these weapons are no joke. They didn't have the same access to metal and bladed weapons that other countries did, so they had to get creative, and they embedded shark teeth into a variety of weapons. You could usually find them along the edge of tips of spears or along the edges of clubs and wooden daggers. Now, weapons like this did not cut the same as metal, and they weren't really effective against armor, but remember, these were tribes that fought, and they often wore very little clothing and protection, so these weapons were designed to swing and strike into the body and then tear away flesh, creating horrific wounds. This is very similar to the Aztec weapon of the Makawit, which used sharpened obsidian instead of shark teeth. Now, we covered that weapon in the 5 Coolest Swords episode, so go definitely check that one out. They even have a version of brass knuckles with a name I'm not going to attempt,
but it's basically wooden brass knuckles with shark teeth. You use it to punch people with shark teeth. That's badass. The Samoan art of Lima Lama is an interesting study as it is teeming with Polynesian culture. The founder, who went by the name of Tino, and once again, I'm not going to attempt to butcher his name right now, he created the art in the 1950s after growing up learning Polynesian fighting and dance movements from his father and his uncle. Also, after studying Aikido, Shaolin Kung Fu, Hung Gar, boxing, and Judo, Tino developed his own fighting techniques and blended them with the movements. He was also a decorated soldier with the United States Marines in the Korean War, and he taught hand-to-hand combat. Now, the name Lima Lama is a combination of the Samoan words for five and understanding, and he referred to the name of the system to mean hand of wisdom. Now, at an initial glance, Lima Lama does tend to resemble Kempo a bit, with a lot of similar movements and self-defense combinations. Ed Parker did draw a lot of influence from a variety of arts, and Lima Lama was certainly one of them. Now, however, there are a few distinct differences, namely that Lima Lama appears to incorporate more kicking. It feels like if Kempo and Taekwondo were blended together. The art also incorporates stick fighting, pressure points, joint locks, heavy kicks, palm strikes, and stand-up grappling. Also, interestingly enough, even though Lima Lama is Samoan, it has found extreme popularity in Mexico, where schools are very common. Now we venture to New Zealand, which is the home of the Maori. The Maori are indigenous Polynesian people of New Zealand, and their culture and practices are well respected and recognized. They are also known for their fierce fighting skills. As we talked about before, the Polynesian islands were rife with inter-island fighting and conflict, so just like other cultures, they took their combat seriously. They instilled discipline and concepts into children at a young age, such as waking them up suddenly in the middle of the night and randomly striking them with a stick to teach them reflexes and observations. Their games were structured around skills that they would be able to utilize in combat, such as running, jumping, dodging, wrestling, boxing, and other drills to sharpen their senses and reaction time. And with these skills, they brought to us the martial arts weapon system of Mau Rakau. The name translates to two-barrel weapon, and it utilizes many unique and traditional weapons of the Maori. One of the most prominent is the ta'ayaha, which is a close combat staff weapon. It is often made from wood or whalebone, and it consists of a pointed end used for stabbing and a long flat bladed end which is used for striking and parrying. Mau Rakau also incorporates other weapons, many of which are the variations of flat wooded bladed weapons and clubs. Now, I find the Polynesian arts fascinating. They are very different than many arts found around the world, and their isolation helped develop a very unique flavor to their fighting. They are also warriors with a very large sense of pride and honor, and they were willing to fight and die for their people. Now, even though their weapons were primitive, they trained extensively, and they were able to hold off invaders for quite some time, and given that context, it's incredibly impressive. Many of their cultures also implemented intimidation and psychological warfare, with uses of ritual dances, such as the haka, and exaggerated facial painting, expressions, tattoos, movements, and a larger-than-life presence. So I hope you enjoyed this quick introduction to Polynesian martial arts. I am really excited to break these down further and explore them at a closer level. And if you guys enjoyed this list and episodes to come, then we may eventually modify the playlist to also branch out and include Micronesia and the Philippines. Thank you so much for watching, and as we wrap up the new year, we will continue to release weekly videos without the break that we had last year. So please like, subscribe, and please be sure to visit us on Patreon and join us in the dojo. Thank you all so much, and we wish you all a very happy holiday season. For thousands of years, through science of motion, anatomical studies, and sometimes outright down and dirty trial and error, we've seen countless fighting systems emerge across various cultures. Categories of Kung Fu, Karate, Jiu-Jitsu typically top the list, but sometimes if you scroll down a little deeper, you can find some styles you might not have known about. Some are creative, others are just downright brutal. So if you ever wondered if there were any arts that use gun stock barrels, or punch people with glass, or what Batman uses, or if there happen to be any arts in which fighters had their teeth sharpened so they could bite off their opponent's genitals, then this list is for you. Today we're going to take a look at some martial arts that you've never heard of. Probably. Now, as a disclaimer, I apologize if I slaughtered the pronunciation of any of these arts.
There are many styles of stick fighting in the world of martial arts, and most people are familiar with the likes of Eskrima and HEMA systems. But the truth is, the concept of stick fighting goes back a long way in human history, as a stick is probably one of the most simple and readily available weapons to find or carry. So we start this list off with Batareicht, the art of Irish stick fighting that goes back hundreds of years with the rise of popularity in the 18th century. As is the case with many stick arts, the Irish living under English law were often prohibited from carrying weapons. So like many cultures under oppression, they strategized for fighting by using commonplace items. In Batareicht, practitioners use a hard wood stick called a shillelagh. A shillelagh can be of various lengths and they are customized per user, and they can be from a short club to a full walking stick. It is often used with both hands to allow for a wide array of disarms and strikes. Shillelaghs are sometimes covered in blunt thorns that do not inhibit the user from wielding the club, but along with a hard knobbed end can deliver devastating injuries from a single strike. Although this art has slipped into a bit of a zone of obscurity, if you look, you can still find schools teaching the art today, such as the ISF Worldwide by the Doyle family. Tracing the cultural history of Native American martial arts systems can be tricky, as many of their customs and tactics may have been regional or simply passed down verbally. Even though many of today's tactical systems claim to have Native American combat as part of their curriculum, it can sometimes be hard to accurately trace the source material. Enter George J. Lippin, who is the chief instructor and founder of his system, Okichita, Indigenous Combat Arts. Lippin is a Canadian martial artist who began his training at the age of 13 and was a student of Judo, Taekwondo, and Hapkido. He was also born in Manitoba and grew up as part of the Plains Cree First Nations. As a young boy, Lippin also learned wrestling and how to fight with tomahawks, gunstock clubs, and other bladed weapons. He sought to combine the strengths of the contemporary martial arts he had learned along with the combat tactics and traditions of his indigenous heritage. He began to organize and formulate his system in the late 1980s, and it was formally recognized as an art when he presented it at the 2002 Cheongju World Martial Arts Festival in South Korea. Okichita is primarily close quarter. It's a hand-to-hand combat system that utilizes quick takedowns, grappling, and deadly weapon strikes. The term no quarter has sometimes been applied, which means this was a no mercy art and that the intention was to quickly smother, take down, and finish your opponent. This one really honestly shouldn't be making this list because it's not technically an organized martial arts system. It is, however, a system of settling disputes using martial practices, and the art part is simply in how creatively you can maim your opponent. Seriously, folks, this was brutal. Rough and tumble developed in the poor and rural South of the United States in the 1700s. It was not only used as a manly way to settle a dispute, but it was often used as entertainment as well. Disfiguring your opponent, groin shots, scalp ripping, head stomping, and biting were not only allowed, but they were encouraged in these no-rule bouts. Actually, there was one gentleman's rule, if you can even call it that, but rough and tumble was also known by the name of gouging. This was in reference to the objective of gouging out one of your opponent's eyes. This was unofficially considered a knockout or winning move of the fight. As a result, fighters would often went to great lengths to weaponize their bodies. They would grow their nails out longer and sharpen them, and sometimes even dip them in wax to make them stronger for acquiring said eyes. Some veteran combatants went to such extremes as to file their teeth in the sharp points so that they could bite off ears, noses, and in many cases, their opponent's genitals. Some people call this an unofficial origin of MMA because any and all fighting methods were mixed in, but honestly, this was just a messy and brutal system of dueling. Thankfully, it began to wane in popularity during the 1800s, so you're not likely to find any institution that teaches this today. But if the question ever comes up again between fighting for sport and fighting for the street, I don't care if you are a traditional martial artist or a mixed martial artist, that's the kind of insanity you may have to find yourself trying to defend against. So be ready, because not everyone sees eye to eye. And speaking of brutal street fighting, this segues us to Pacom, a Peruvian method of street fighting organized and established by Roberto Puig Pezeda. We often use the phrase, what works in the street, a lot in the context of martial arts discussions. The truth of the matter is, when we say the street, that can mean a lot of things, and it's highly dependent on the context and setting. It can mean a drunken street fight, defense against a mugging or personal attack, or multiple fighters, but sometimes a street fight can be a matter of which one of you walk away. That is what Bezeda was bringing to light with his system of Bacom. Roberto Puch Bezeda is a former Peruvian army commando, an ex-convict, and highly experienced street fighter. This man has seen things, and in the 1980s, he established his hybrid art that teaches a ruthless system of combat and self-defense. The fights on the streets of Peru were not typically friendly street fights. Bacom is composed of elements of jiu-jitsu, vale-tudo style of street fighting, and deceptive weapons techniques. It's similar to the concept of Kempo and the effort of overwhelming your opponents with close-range techniques, bone breaks, chokes, and vital strikes, but this is amped up way to an extreme. Hiding and deploying knives deceptively is employed, as are distraction techniques to obscure an opponent's view of the weapon. Roberto Bezeda even established the 7 formal rules of Bacom. First, study the opponent and analyze their build. Second, keep calm, use reason, use your mind, and keep your body relaxed and not rigid. Third, always remember that skill is better than strength. Fourth, memorize the weak points of the body. Fifth, never turn your back, never neglect an angle on your body. Sixth, switch and combine different tactics. Surprise is success. And seventh, never give up your opponent and attack him relentlessly. Seriously, folks, there is no fooling around with Bacom. Dambe is a unique form of fighting, and it is speculated that its roots go as far back as ancient Egypt due to the stances and visual cues matching illustrations from Egyptian boxers. Dambe, as we know today as a combat art, is often used for sport that was developed by the Hausa people in West Africa. It is a striking-based system, and it was common for fighters to travel from village to village to take on fights to earn extra money. Many fighters today consider this a profession. What makes Dambe stand out is its method of fighting. 2 competitors fight in a match composed of 3 rounds. Now, these rounds are not timed, and they will continue to go on until there is a gap in activity, or when someone's hand or knee or body touches the ground, or if an opponent calls a halt. Wait, they can call a timeout? In all seriousness though, Dambe is no joke, and even though it's often for sport and competition, it can still be incredibly dangerous and often results in brutal injuries. The reason is each fighter has their dominant hand wrapped up and bound in a tight cord, which makes their arm resemble a clubbed instrument, though they refer to it as a spear. In less civilized times, fighters were known to have dipped their clubbed fists into resin and broken glass. Now, we don't need too much imagination as to the kind of damage that could do, and honestly, I'm a little surprised that it wasn't a common tactic of rough and tumble. Thankfully, this brutal enhancement has been outlawed, but the spear is still something you do not want to be on the receiving end of. Fighters often also wrap up their lead leg with a chain so that it can be used effectively as a shield to block kicks or deliver crushing kicks of their own. It never ceases to amaze me all the different ways of fighting people figure out. Today, it's common for Dambe fighters to still compete and travel in fighting circuits. Bokator has been interesting because, upon looking into this art, I came across a lot of comments online from people confusing it with Muay Thai. Honestly, in still images, it does resemble Muay Thai, at least on a superficial level. Bokator is believed to translate to pounding a lion, based on the folk tale of a warrior who had to face a lion and took on the beast, killing it with a single pinpoint knee strike. Now, as much as that probably falls into the category of romanticized myth, it does lead to the idea that much of the techniques were based off animal styles, which was very common in the Asian martial arts. The curriculum of Bokator is robust, to say the least. Based on the animal movements of the crane, horse, snakes, lions, eagles, and many more, there are over 340 sets in the art that are based on living examples in nature. So think about that the next time you complain that your art has too many katas. Bokator is complex, and it employs an exceptionally diverse curriculum of techniques. It focuses on various strikes that include elbows, knees, kicks, as well as joint locks, throws, submissions, and do not be surprised if you find your opponent literally climbing you and dropping some pain. It is incredibly versatile and is said to have up to 10,000 individual techniques, which gives fighters an almost infinite combination to use. Bokator does include a colored ranking system designated by the krama, or type of scarf. Colored grades typically are ranked as white, green, blue, red, brown, and black. They also typically wear silk cords around their heads and biceps, and in the early days it was believed to give the fighter strength and luck. Exhibitive, yet brutal, and battlefield tested, Bokator is definitely a solid entry on this list. This one is an interesting addition to the list. One, because it's one of the few fighting systems developed and considered indigenous to the United States. It's also an art of interest because its official status seems to be contested and debated. Jailhouse Rock refers to a handful of different hand-to-hand fighting styles developed and or used in the United States prison system. Some of these various styles are referred to as Sato, Comstock style, or the most common one, 52 hand blocks, or 52 blocks for short. The techniques of 52 blocks are generally close combat, using lots of elbows for blocking and striking, bum rushing, rolling punches, and lots of street fighting and boxing strikes. The upper body should always be moving, and footwork should be applied with bare fist fighting and confined spaces in mind. Now, sometimes the name is attributed to the brutal fighting method of placing 52 playing cards on the ground, and the practitioner has to pick them all up in order while fending off, 1, 2, maybe even 3 possible attackers. It could even be a reference, coded, symbolic, or otherwise, to a specific cell block. However, a more likely explanation is that it simply refers to 52 blocking techniques encompassed in the art. In any case, even with a vague and disputed origin, 52 blocks can be found taught today in various gyms, and it is a practical self-defense style that is growing in popularity. Keishi is another interesting art that is extremely young in the context of martial arts, and it was also the martial art featured and taught to Christian Bale as Batman in Christopher Nolan's Dark Knight trilogy. Now, this was a great choice for that character, but we'll come back to that in a second. Keishi comes from Spanish roots and was developed by Justo Dieguez in 1980. He grew up in the small mining town of Seville in Spain, and growing up he found himself in a conflict and struggles, and he was determined to find a way to defend himself and stand his ground. Now, Dieguez has experience in Filipino Kali, Jeet Kune Do, and boxing, and taking those arts and mixing it with real-life street fighting experience, he developed the Keishi fighting method. Now, according to the official website, the birth of the word Keishi dates from the early childhood of Justo Dieguez. As a small child who was learning to speak, he had his own special way of pronouncing the words in Spanish, que sí, which means, yes, I will. What makes Keishi so unique is that it's a system of self-defense that is intended to focus on a 360-degree fighting environment. Its objective is to teach the combatant how to defend themselves against multiple attackers, and you can see this influence in the close, compact strikes and elbows the system employs. The concept is practical. With multiple people trying to hit you, many of them have to reach out to get to you, but by staying tight and keeping strikes close range, you can deal with the immediate threat without having to reach outward and giving the attackers more to work with. And this is why the art has picked up popularity for the characters such as Batman and even in the Jack Reacher films. When the fight scenes need to be quick, compact, and perhaps even look a little more unique and exotic, there you go. After Andy Norman, the co-founder of the Keishi fighting method, left to work on his own organization called Defense Lab, KFM has been renamed to simply Keishi by Justo Dieguez. It would be so easy to continue this list, as there are many, many more arts that we could have mentioned and included, such as Taekyon, Kalari Payatu, Sistema, Ledrit, and more, but these could easily be subjects of their own videos. We could also go into much more depth on any of the arts that we talked about today, and if there are any particular that you'd like us to talk about more, please let us know in the comments below. We depend on our viewers to keep this channel going, so if you haven't yet checked out our Patreon or YouTube memberships, click on the join button below and you'll see a video explaining the perks and exclusive content that you will have access to. Thank you all so much for watching. If I were to say that Muay Thai was one of the most practical, toughest, and competitive fighting arts out there, I don't think I would get much pushback from that. Featuring powerful and devastating blows and wicked speed, Muay Thai is also a favorite staple in many mixed martial artist regimens. However, it's more than just an exotic kickboxing sport, and today we're going to look at the traditions of Muay Thai to find out what makes it the rich and unique art that it actually is. So is Muay Thai a traditional martial art? That's honestly not an easy question to answer, especially depending on how you define the word traditional. We often hear a lot of debate between what is better, traditional martial arts or more contemporary martial arts, with boxing and BJJ and Muay Thai usually grouped into the latter, but we're going to table that question for now because we're actually going to tackle that shortly in an upcoming episode. Today, we want to take a deeper look at Muay Thai itself, which will involve a quick summary of its origin, the spirituality and pre-fight traditions which has become integral to the art, and the typical rules found in Muay Thai competition and how they might differ from what we see in the MMA and UFC today. Many of the most popular martial arts styles today have been modernized with the roots going back to the history of other arts. So for example, Taekwondo and Tang Soo Do come from Shotokan Foundation, which in itself is a mixture of Okinawan, Shorin-ryu, and Shorei-ryu. Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu comes from Judo, which comes from Japanese Jiu-Jitsu. American Kempo has mixed influences going back through Karaho Kempo and other arts often referred to as Chinese karate. Muay Thai literally translates to Thai boxing, and some say that verbal history goes back to 1238 in Siam, known today as Thailand, although the origins of its ancestral art, Muay Boran, go back to over 2,000 years. Now, Muay Boran, roughly translated as ancestral or ancient boxing, was a brutal art developed for the purpose of self-defense and warfare. There was a long stretch of history in which Siam was heavily at war with neighboring Burma and Cambodia, so the warriors of the Siamese army were skilled in the handling of the spear, the sword, and hand-to-hand combat, with the latter using techniques based on kicks, fists, knees, and for short-distance striking. Being a battlefield art, Muay Boran employed deadly tactics, utilizing both aggressive takedowns and grappling, along with a robust stand-up fighting style. Muay Boran also divided into slightly different flavors as it developed in different regions of the country. The country entered a period of peace in the 19th century and saw the ascension of a new king to the throne. He took a personal interest into the sport of Muay Thai, which had developed into a stand-up only competitive fighting system. Competition and training was also encouraged to keep fighters sharp, ready, and physically fit. Muay Thai became a professional national sport. Fighting was carried out in roped rings up to 24 feet wide, and the rules were simple. Fight until there was one left standing or one of the fighters surrendered. Today, Muay Thai is practiced worldwide and is one of the most popular contact sports, especially in MMA competitions. And even today, the best training gyms, or Kai Muay, are still considered to be in Thailand. The uniqueness and universal appeal of Muay Thai are found in part in the fact that not only is it a very efficient form of martial art, it is also infused with the Thai cultural values that make Muay Thai a reflection of some of the most intrinsic qualities of Thai society. The Wai Kru, or ceremony of respect for teachers, is an ancient Thai tradition closely linked with the fundamental concept that all providers of knowledge, or Kru, are teachers and are worthy of utmost respect. That respect is expressed in the spiritual, elegant, and highly symbolic Wai Kru Ram Wai, or ritual dance of homage to the masters. It is accompanied by traditional music immediately before the fight. In a traditional competition, this music is often continued throughout the fight, intensifying at times in an effort to motivate the fighters to push harder. During this ritual, upon entering the ring, each fighter will proceed to pray at each corner of the ring in a counterclockwise movement. The second phase of the ritual is the Ram Wai. The Ram Wai itself is a personalized ritual of movements unique to each fighter, with motions often done in triplicate that can represent many different ideas, such as their influences, their teachers, their land of origin, or other symbolic clues. It may also be used to help the fighter relax and release stress from the body. When opponents enter the ring, they are often traditionally seen wearing a mongkon on their head and a pong malai around their neck, which are ornamental floral necklaces given out as a gesture of good luck. The mongkon is a special, carefully woven band that represents the gym where they came from. This is a very unique aspect of Muay Thai, and this carries great symbolism for the fighters. A mongkon is given to an individual fighter by the trainer after the teacher feels that the student has mastered the art enough to represent the honor of Muay Thai. Superstition often plays a heavy role in Thailand, and this headpiece is believed to carry special powers and luck. The teacher, or Kru, will often say a prayer when presenting the fighter with the headpiece. The mongkon is to only be handled directly by the fighter or his trainer and be stored in high positions, never touching the ground, and a prayer to be said anytime it needs to be moved or handled. Any violation of these rituals is believed to strip the mongkon of its powers. The prajied are ribbons worn around the bicep and are also an old traditional symbol of luck. In modern Muay Thai gyms, these are sometimes used in place of colored ranks, but originally they held spiritual meaning. A standard Muay Thai competition will consist of 5 rounds lasting 3 minutes each. Fighters win by either knocking out their opponent or by winning on points. Now, Muay Thai has a very unique scoring system which we'll cover in a minute. A Muay Thai boxer, officially called Nak Muay, has a variety of techniques at their disposal. Muay Thai is often referred to as a discipline of 8 limbs, which refers to the availability of the fists, the elbows, the shins, and the knees to be used as weapons. If you've ever seen a Muay Thai match or anyone experienced in the art, then you have seen the powerful round kicks they can deliver. These kicks are not like traditional or Taekwondo kicks with clean chambers and snapping strikes. A Muay Thai kick is meant to swing and go through you. Their knee strikes are rapid and penetrating. The elbows fly furiously, and bottom line, these are just well-conditioned and tough athletes. Now, as far as rules go, most strikes are valid. Front kicks are good as long as they're above the belt. No groin shots of any kind are allowed. Catching an opponent's leg and sweeping their other leg out and takedowns are allowed, but there's no grappling. Unlike boxing, fighters can still attack each other from the clinch position, typically with a series of elbows and knee shots. Good, clean techniques are generally valid, however, there are still fouls to avoid. According to MuayThaiFighting.com, violations include biting, eye gouging, spitting, or headbutting, back or arm locks or any similar judo or wrestling hold, deliberately falling on your opponent, holding the ropes for any reason, swearing or the use of abusive language during a match, knocking out or injuring your opponent after the referee has ordered the match to stop for any reason, or deliberately striking the groin area. In the event of a knockout, the standing fighter is the winner of the match, which is standard for any knockdown karate or full contact sport. But in the event that the 5 rounds end and both fighters are still standing, how are the points tallied? You see, unlike Taekwondo, karate, and other arts, individual techniques are not worth a predetermined amount of points. So if each successful technique itself isn't awarded a point, how does it work? Well, in a nutshell, Muay Thai fights are composed of 5 rounds, which is less than most other combat sports. In each round, the maximum amount of points a fighter can get is 10. So that's 50 maximum points for the entire fight. The kicker here is judges have to award 10 points to one of the fighters for each round. What's interesting here is the judges rate the round as a whole, but it's not a matter of a front kick landing and earning X amount of points or a takedown worth Y amount of points. It doesn't work on individual techniques. The fighter who lands the most definitive, clean, and impressive techniques is determined the winner of that round. The winner of the round will get the 10 points put on their card. If there was a good trade-off and the round was deemed evenly matched, judges might award both fighters 10 points. So if one fighter is deemed the winner, he'll get 10 points and the loser of the round will typically get 9 points. Unless perhaps he was knocked down during the fight, in which he might only be awarded 8 points. At the end of the 5 rounds, if both fighters are still standing, then the judges will tally up all of the points and the winner is the combatant with the most cumulative points. It's a rather unique system, and the winner could be decided in the context of which rounds they dominate. So as to how the judges deem the points and decide who the winner is, well, they're looking at 3 specific aspects of the fight: effective technical aggression, general ringmanship, and pure aggression. I would like to read an excerpt from combatgroup.com and the way they break this down. Effective technical aggression. Not too much different from other combat sports. The more clean, solid strikes landed, the better. This also accounts for roughly 70% of a judge's decision. Keyword here is effective. Point boxing doesn't not work, but it doesn't necessarily work either. Simply landing the shot to an unprotected target won't sway the judges. Strikes need to do some damage. Judges recognize damage in a few different ways. Strikes that move an opponent, take him off balance, cause him to look hurt through the gesture or facial expression or an audible grunt, draw blood or a marking, or obviously by knocking him down. It doesn't matter if these shots are counters, being defensive, delivered moving forward, backwards or sideways, or against the ropes. Knees, kicks to the bodies, and kicks to the head get more attention, but again, it's all about the effectiveness in Muay Thai scoring. General ringmanship. This accounts for 20% of the judging, and this has to do with the boxer's ability to dominate the opponent, defend his attacks, set the pace, and ultimately control the fight. One way to think of this is to ask who seems to be in whose house. Who seems to be deciding what's going to happen to that moment. You'll often see Muay Thai fighters stand and trade kicks one after another in an exchange. Each boxer is trying to get the last kick in as to say, I was in control, I ended the exchange, I had the last word. Defensive prowess isn't scored as much in Muay Thai as it is in boxing, but this is where it applies. A strong defense demonstrates ringmanship. Pure aggression. Now this only accounts for 10% of the decision, but aggression is very important in Muay Thai. This is about who is forcing the action. Avoiding exchanges is looked down upon by judges. Muay Thai is so much about the heart. The practice of training Muay Thai starts when the fighters are youthful. A few kids start at 8 years old, or even much more juvenile. Ordinary schedules are based on preparing, getting up on time, and going through hours of wellness and battling strategies. There are numerous reasons youngsters may start Muay Thai, but ultimately they are grooming their youth to become victors and condition them to life's challenges. It is generally passed down from a master to a student. Contenders have a profound regard for their seniors. Mentors help to create fighting abilities, mental quality, and self-conviction. They pass on devotion, responsibility, and energy. Teachers favor understudies for well-being, achievement, and battling well. Contenders honor coaches with a Woi Cry custom before each battle. For many individuals, Muay Thai is not just a profession, but a livelihood and social reputation. In the ring, warriors resemble machines. On the outside of the ring, notwithstanding, Muay Thai shows modesty, regard, sympathy, perseverance, honor, and colossal discretion. We may only catch glimpses of it in MMA fights, but if we take the time to watch a pure Muay Thai match, then we can really get a sense of what a tough and incredible art it really is. I know a lot of our viewers out there have MMA experience, so I would love to hear about how the art differs from the perspective of a contender of the cage and that from a traditional Thai fighter. Thai fighter. The Marine Corps Martial Arts Program is the official hand-to-hand combat training system of the United States Marine Corps. Now, we've talked in previous episodes going over the differences between traditional martial arts and mixed martial arts, and even real-world fighting versus sports fighting. So today we ask, is the Marine Corps Martial Arts Program the best of both worlds? Now, we're definitely going to circle back around again to reapproach this topic and hopefully conduct some interviews with those involved in the martial arts program. But today is going to serve as more of an introductory and a beginning discussion topic on the Marine Corps Martial Arts Program, or MCMAP for short. We're going to look at what the program is, the scenarios in which it can be used, then to look at the training regimen, including which arts are implemented and also how the ranking systems work. And then we're going to maybe get some feedback on what some of the Marines that have been through the program feel about it. So for those unfamiliar with this, the first question might be, what is MCMAP? MCMAP is the official hand-to-hand combat training system of the United States Marine Corps. It consists of a mixture of many different arts and focuses on close-range combat with single or multiple attackers in a variety of environments. Marines are taught to employ a wide net of techniques based on unarmed combat, as well as edge weapons and weapons of opportunity. Now, a weapon of opportunity can be anything from a bladed weapon, or a tool, a piece of furniture, a helmet, literally anything a Marine can get their hands on and be able to use to defend themselves in a life or death scenario. This has led the Marine Corps to embrace the motto, one mind, any weapon. In this frame of mind, they consider every Marine a rifleman and always armed, even when they find themselves without a weapon. It was created and put into place by the Marine Corps in 2002, and it acts as quote-unquote a revolutionary step in the development of martial arts skills for Marines and replaces all other close combat related systems preceding its introduction. Prior to MCMAP, the method of combat training was line, or linear infighting neural override engagement, but that is a topic for another episode. Now, the manuals for this program are readily available, and any Google search will quickly bring you some results. Now, during my research, I did come across a few different versions of manuals, so today, when I refer to the manual, I will be referring to the newest version as of the recording of this episode, which was dated September 2019. Not only are all enlisted Marines required to go through the program, many are often encouraged to become instructors or trainers. The Martial Arts Center of Excellence, located in Quantico, Virginia, is the official training center for all MCMAP instructors. So, Marines that show a proficiency in training are encouraged to become leaders and share their insight, ethics, awareness, and inspiration with other Marines that learn from them. Now, some might ask why the Marines, or quite frankly, any member of our armed services, are required to learn a hand-to-hand combat system in the world in which warfare is dominated by firepower and technology. Modern warfare has come a long way from the marching armies clashing with swords and shields on the battlefield, so why the emphasis with the martial arts? Well, to put it as bluntly and honestly as possible, sometimes happens. There could be any instance where something goes horribly wrong. A vehicle can break down, a position can be overrun, a Marine might encounter somebody on a perimeter check, a gun might run out of ammunition, a gun can jam. We go back to the concept of a Marine always being armed, even without a weapon. And that dictates that in any given situation a Marine might find themselves in, they should always have the means to fight, even if that entails hand-to-hand combat. Now, let's consider some environments that members of our armed forces may find themselves in. Holding a city, or clearing out a building, or doing perimeter checks. It's not uncommon for a Marine to turn the corner of a building and come into close contact with an enemy combatant. And because of this, Marines are trained in the MCMAP system to fight in many different environments, including close quarter hallways, streets, woods, beach, and other natural environments where a violent clash may occur. Now, there's a phrase I encountered a lot while researching this, and that phrase was ethical warrior. Included in MCMAP are both lethal and non-lethal techniques. Marines are taught to use judgment and awareness and realize that sometimes a situation may not require lethal force. It could be a matter of submitting a person of interest and placing them under arrest, or having to subdue a non-combatant or other situation in which a Marine may decide that lethal force isn't necessary. Enlisted Marines are encouraged to mesh together any previous martial arts training that they might have. Much like an MMA gym would take pieces and be a melting pot of multiple arts, they try to make the best combination of striking, kicking, takedowns, throwing, grappling, and weapons defense. According to one of the manuals, McMap approved civilian arts are grappling or throwing arts such as, but not limited to, Judo, Jiu-Jitsu, Sambo, Hapkido, and Aikido. Striking arts are, but not limited to, Karate, Taekwondo, Kickboxing, Muay Thai, Kung Fu, and Capoeira. Weapon arts are, but not limited to, Kobudo, Eskrima, Kali, Kendo, and Iaido. And much like you would find in an MMA gym or UFC fighters, you'll see that McMap utilizes mainly stripped-down versions of these arts. They will combine the techniques into quickly delivered maneuvers, because while McMap may simply resemble outdoor MMA, there's a very important luxury that UFC fighters have the privilege of that Marines or other service members don't have. Time. Time ahead of a competition to prepare for an individual opponent. Time to prepare for that specific person's weaknesses. Time in the ring to experiment, find your pace, rhythm, look for openings. Patience and pacing, or a clock with timeouts. It's not a sporting match, it is literally life and death. If a Marine turns a corner and finds himself face to face with an armed combatant, it has to end like that. They have to end the confrontation in 1 to 2 movements. They can't tie themselves up on the floor with BJJ, and they can't spend 5 minutes duking it out back and forth. It has to end quickly, because there's a good chance that one assailant might not be alone, and the Marine needs to be prepared for multiple attackers. And as awesome as the UFC is, it is still a game with rules and safety built in. Real life combat is not. The Marine Corps martial art program is broken down into 3 broad areas of focus: physical, mental, and character. So let's take a quick look at each one as they are outlined in the McMap manual. McMap is a weapons-based martial arts that utilizes physical discipline to improve mental resiliency and confidence. The martial arts fighting techniques include stances, posture, movement, striking, cutting, thrusting, grappling, restraints, joint manipulations, and weapons integration, which include rifle/bayonet, bladed weapons, and weapons of opportunity. There's also a high priority placed on physical fitness. Physical fitness allows Marines to temper physical abilities in order to react better to the demands of combat. Physical exhaustion is one of the most effective and available tools used to prepare Marines to handle the physical and mental fatigue associated with combat. Now, the mental discipline of McMap consists of the warfighting doctrine and professional military education. The warfighting doctrine includes the study of the art of war, tactical decision-making, the tactics, techniques, and procedures of expeditionary maneuver warfare, Marines Corps, common skill training, force protection, and risk management. Professional military education is the mental development of each Marine to create the eternal student through formal schools, distance learning programs, the professional reading program, battle studies, warrior case studies, the historical study of war, and the study of the Marine Corps history, customs, courtesies, and traditions. And then we have the character discipline, which is the development of the moral compass on and off today's complex battlefields. The core values of honor, courage, and commitment form the cornerstones of the character discipline. Leadership traits and principles provide Marines with guidance on how to lead in any situation despite the circumstances. Marines will have the tools to effectively lead their subordinate and peers no matter how dire their situation. McMap utilizes character development tie-ins, which focuses on values-based decisions such as responsible use of force, substance abuse, social responsibility, suicide prevention, sexual responsibility, equal opportunity, and much more. Regarding uniforms, as per the manual, when conducting McMap training, boots and utilities are required at the minimum, with a plan in place to eventually upgrade in training with Kevlar vests and armor. So think about that. It's like training for the UFC, but you have to wear 50 pounds or more of boots, utilities, gear, and you have to be prepared to perform and fight unknown assailants, multiple of them, immediately having run upstairs or a hill or jumped out of a vehicle. So forget the comforts of a karate gi or MMA shorts, wear all of that and then be prepared to fight for your life here, here, and here. However, the Marine Corps martial art program still retains a little bit of traditional martial arts in that they employ their own belt ranking system and their actual practical uniform belts. The colors are tan, gray, green, brown, and black. And black belt goes from 1st degree all the way up to 6th degree. Every Marine has to test through tan belt at a minimum. Each belt level has its own curriculum and required hours of training, both in new material and sustainment hours to reinforce previous belt's material. Tan belt introduces the Marine to the basic fundamentals of the physical, mental, and character-based disciplines. Gray and green belt teach the intermediate fundamentals of each discipline, not only learning new material, but sustained hours reinforcing the previous material. Brown and black belt teaches the advanced fundamentals of the system, and any Marine wishing to advance past first degree black belt must train at the MACE, or Martial Arts Center of Excellence, and only there may they be promoted to higher ranks, which involves instructor training and time and grade into the system. Additionally, any Marine that conducts infractions or inappropriate behavior may have their belt rank suspended or reduced, even always far back as tan belt. Marines whose ranks are suspended, they may retest for their previous rank at the discretion of their commanding officer. However, Marines who have had their belt ranks reduced will have to work their way back up to the curriculum and testing procedures again. Any trainers that were reduced will have to go through their instructor training program again. So on paper, the Marine Corps martial arts program seems like a pretty comprehensive system to learn. I mean, it pretty much has all the best of MMA in terms of, you learn the effective techniques. There's hardcore fight training and resistance training, but it's all done outside, without the rules in the sport, against multiple people on weapons and terrain and all that. It's pretty hardcore, honestly. So what do the Marines who have been through the program feel about it? To be honest, I was a little disappointed and discouraged to find that some of the feedback wasn't as favorable as I had hoped, and there seems to be somewhat of a mixed opinion and feedback about the system. Now, I have not been through this myself. I can only echo the comments that I came across while researching this episode. Some feel that MCMAP serves more as a checklist for instructors to show progress. Some say that training hours are even cut just to advance the Marine quicker. Other comments said it was a waste of time and served more of a hazing ritual than anything else, and that it was good for learning the basic locks, sweeps, and weapons techniques, but that the rest was a little bit too complicated or impractical to use in the real world. Now, on the positive sides though, I found that there were those who said it was good for getting into shape and improving their endurance. Many liked the boxing and grappling aspect, even though some felt it should have been kept to just that. And one highlight is that much of the training and sustainment hours are dedicated to free sparring, so at least there seems to be a consistent amount of resistance training in place. As a general consensus, I think this program is fascinating, at least at surface level, and regardless if you think traditional martial arts or mixed martial arts are better, this serves as a great example to set aside the difference between combat in a dojo or a ring and the real world life or death scenarios that are really out there. Now, regardless of what art you train in, I fully believe it always comes down to the individual and the skills that you can achieve based on the hard work that you invest into the program. I have a tremendous amount of respect for all of you out there who put yourselves on the line every day to serve and protect us all, so thank you so much for that. And I think we can all learn the important lesson of one mind, any weapon. So now I invite all of you service members out there who have actually been through the program. Is it an effective way to learn combat, or do you feel there's areas that require a little bit of improvement? I encourage all feedback. Please keep everything civil. I'm looking forward to the discussion. Thank you all so much, and we'll see you next week. The Bujinkan is a style of martial art that is often associated with ninjutsu. It was founded in 1970 by Masaaki Hatsumi, and it is a collective of 9 ancestor schools. I recently received an invitation to take part in an opening of a brand new Bujinkan dojo that was setting up in West Palm Beach. Now, having no previous experience or contact with the art, and in addition to receiving many requests from viewers to cover Bujinkan and other ninjutsu arts, I figured it was worth checking out. I first want to thank Daishihan Chris Carbonaro for reaching out to me and inviting me to spend a day training with them. He teaches Bujinkan Ninjutsu in New Jersey, and his student, Sensei Philip Angel Smith, was opening up his own dojo here in West Palm Beach. To celebrate, they were getting together a small group of students to break in the new dojo and have like a little seminar. Now, the whole purpose of this YouTube channel is to explore, learn, and then share the martial arts with everyone. We've talked about this before, but many arts are plagued with politics, and Bujinkan is no exception. In my research, I found a very large stigma against the art, and there have been unfortunately many who have taken advantage of the commercialization of it and only hurt the integrity of the name. But I also found that there were a lot of pockets of dojos that stood out as being reputable and passionate about what they do, and offered a valuable school of thought. So when I first arrived at Sensei Angel's school, I immediately recognized that this dojo was part of the latter group and that they took their art very seriously. They hold a very deep respect for those who trained before them, and they work very hard to preserve the traditions of the art. They welcomed me into their home, and they gave me a taste of their craft.
My name is Christopher Carbonaro. I've been studying the martial arts for about 25 years. I started when I was 12 years old with Taekwondo, did some Wing Chun Kung Fu at one point, as well as Aikido. When I joined the military, I was stationed in England. During that time, I studied Ed Parker's Kenpo Karate for a few years, and then I got stationed to Japan. I went to Yokota Air Base, Japan, and at that time, I started studying the Bujinkan Budo Taijutsu martial arts under Masaaki Hatsumi in the Hombu Dojo in Noda City, Japan.
My name's Philip Angel Smith. Been studying martial arts since I was 3. Studied all styles, Taekwondo, Karate, Kung Fu, mainly Jeet Kune Do, Muay Thai, and boxing, and a little bit of Kali Arnez Eskrima, but that was when I was younger. I started training with a gentleman by the name of Paul Fisher when I was a teenager, and then after a couple years he introduced me to a gentleman by the name of Dick Severance, who's a very well-to-do Bujinkan instructor and Navy SEAL. I trained with him until he passed, and then when I moved to New York, I eventually found Chris Sensei. And I've been training with him for the last 5 years.
To explain what the art of ninjutsu is actually a very difficult question. Everyone thinks ninjutsu is Hollywood ninja, and it is not, right? It is a very deep study. The techniques themselves come from various different schools that we study, which there's basically 9 different schools of martial arts that we study, and we try to reach that goal or obtain that goal with everything that we practice. The whole idea of Bujinkan, Bu is warrior, Jin is Kami, or God, and Kan is hall. So really Bujinkan is a place where the martial gods study. The whole idea of the Bujin comes from paying respects to Takamatsu Sensei. It's this idea of how Hatsumi Sensei looks at Takamatsu Sensei, and that's what the name Bujin is actually attributed to. Every school basically has its own makeup of different techniques, such as throwing techniques, striking techniques, weapons. You know, some schools concentrate more on one weapon than another, but more or less they all have everything, right? So you have all these techniques that we practice are found in each of the 9 schools, including the weapons, but it's done slightly differently. There's what's called tokucho, or a characteristic from each school, which makes it slightly different. So Hatsumi Sensei, learned the 9 schools that we practice from his teacher, Takamatsu Sensei. He basically studied with him for roughly 15 years, traveling back and forth, from his home to Takamatsu Sensei's home. And during that time was able to, learn the 9 schools that we currently study today, along with the weapons and everything encompassed in that. Hatsumi Sensei basically took what was originally called Togakuri Rinpo Taijutsu and at one point called it Bujinkan Budo Taijutsu. I actually asked him this question personally one time, and I said, why did you combine everything together? And his answer at that time was, because if you take all the schools and you put them together, you have more tools to pull from out of, like your toolbox. Instead of just having one specific movement from one school, right, you're able to then learn all these different schools, and you have different techniques that you can utilize at one point in time.
I have a lot of experience with private security and with the other styles. It was very engaging and aggressive, and with Bujinkan I found that you had options. You could interact with people in a different way, and it was tactical. So you studied what you were engaging yourself into, not just one way to handle a situation. It gave me options to disengage, engage, and survive, really.
Having Takamatsu Sensei teach Hatsumi Sensei directly, and there are a number of individuals who are still alive that were training with Hatsumi Sensei at the time that he was training with Takamatsu Sensei, is a very, very close moment in time to learn these techniques. Mainly if you train with someone who studies in sword, their teacher may have used a sword in battle. Takamata Sensei had lived in China for roughly 10 years or so, and during that time, he utilized most of the skills and most of the arts that he had practiced up until then. So you're getting a very direct transmission, which is quite interesting from that point of view. And then Hatsumi Sensei, obviously, who's 87 years old now, still actively teaching, making DVDs, movies, videos, and he's teaching that then directly to us. That close transmission, I think, is very special, but unfortunately, it's very difficult for people to grasp, right? Ninjutsu is something that's very difficult and takes a lot of dedication. It's not possible for everyone to grasp it.
Now, Bujinkan is not an art that you take casually, or at least not if you want to become good at it. It is a commitment, and even the simplest of basics can take years to master.
Hatsumi Sensei is a true master. I was very fortunate that when I studied these other martial arts, I did study with people who are higher level martial artists. As you study these other schools, you tend to see that at the higher level, these people tend to have a certain level or a certain aura about them, if you want to say. And with Hatsumi Sensei, it's the same. He is basically inspiration. Right? You go and you go to see Hatsumi Sensei so that you can be in his presence, listen to what he says, watch and what he demonstrates, so that you can be inspired. This is what I take away from it. A long time ago, and I was very mistaken, trying to mimic the techniques that he was doing when I went to Japan. I later learned that it's not possible, right? And because you have a guy who, at this point has over 60 years of martial arts experience, how can it be possible to mimic something that he does without having that background? It's not possible, right? You have to study deeply. So, I was on a certain path, and then I ended up starting a new path and starting from the ground up because, I realized that there's a lot more to this, and I have no problem, starting from the beginning.
Chris Sensei is obviously very strict on the basics, Kihon, but within the basics, everything is accessible. So with my students, try and teach a broad understanding of survivability. How do you engage your environment? So all your options to engage, not engage, etc.
I've been studying Bujinkan and Jitsu for about 13, 14 years now. The Bujinkan is very unique. I personally like it because there's so much history and background in it, and it's a martial art that you can't learn overnight. It takes deep study and self-practice in order for you to get good. So someone cannot read a book and just learn it, or just go to a class and learn it. You have to really dive deep into it within yourself, and you have to really want it.
This is the official opening of my dojo. So Chris Sensei was kind enough to come down from New Jersey. Usually we all go up to him several times a year, and he was kind enough to come down and do the opening for us and teach. So I didn't look to open up a dojo. You train diligently, and your sensei kind of advances you. He'll come up to you, or she'll come up to you and say, okay, you're ready for this. After a while, he said, okay, it's time for you to start being a teacher, like officially. And then after a while, he said, okay, it's time for you to open a dojo. So I never really sought it. The dojo kind of found me.
This dojo here specifically is called the Bujinkan Okami Dojo. And Okami, not meaning big god, but meaning wolf. This is one of my students, Philip Smith's dojo, and this is what we're calling Dojo Buraki. So this is the first official event here at his dojo. Usually in the beginning of every year, we do a Dojo Buraki. We open up the new year, and usually I hold that event at my dojo in New Jersey. Every January, the guys come from all the different locations, and we hold this event. But the significance of today, that's what this is for.
We bowed into class, and we went over the basics as an introduction to the art. We ran through several drills that included warm-ups, rolls, light grappling, and even basic weapons drills. Now, a lot of these concepts were very, very different from my experience, but I knew the second that they put their hands on me that a lot of these techniques were very effective. I was particularly impressed with how tight and controlling the joint locks were, and resisting against them was actually pretty painful. Additionally, they were very good at concealing strikes, and there were several instances when they were demonstrating techniques that they would suddenly insert 2 or 3 strikes that I never saw coming. So I had a blast on this day, and it was a very positive experience, learning something new and different.
We start off with what's called bowing in, bowing out. Basically, we get ourselves centered, and we pay respects, to those who have died before us. Obviously, these techniques were, came from the battlefield. People died for these techniques, so we have to have that respect. Then we start with stretching exercises, then breathing exercises, then we do, rolling, leaping, break fall exercises. Then we practice stances, kicks, punches, kicks, the basic ideas of movements. Then usually we choose what the theme is for the class. And then we usually end the last part of class with some type of weapons training. The one thing that's interesting is you have sports martial arts, which is very good. I mean, it's very useful. It's very effective, right? We can't, no one should discredit any martial art, right? There is credit or merit due, right, to all martial arts. If you do not pay attention to the fact that people in the street do carry weapons, whether it's a chair, a knife, a broken bottle, or something like this, the way that you move will determine whether or not you can get out of the way safely and you can counterattack if it's necessary. So the movement is foreign, and it actually takes a deep study or dedication to try to learn the movement. But the thing is that if you study with a sports mentality and you're fighting someone that has a weapon, it could be very dangerous. It's not about my technique is better than your technique type thing. It's this awareness that you build while studying. And of course, the same. If you come across someone who does Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu or boxing or something like that and you don't respect them, there's nothing to say they're not going to lay you out or choke you out. And it's very important to have respect for all martial arts. It's just the goal is a little bit different. We also try to build the body and move our body in such a way that we are able to preserve our body for old age. For me, it's very fascinating to see Hatsumi Sensei, 87 years old, still very flexible, can sit up, can sit on the floor and stand up very easily without any problems. The way you practice now is an investment for your future. One of the biggest things is a lot of martial arts today have become this type of dance. I think a lot of the time that happens because they don't have an instructor that necessarily knows how to maybe teach correctly, didn't receive the information correctly. In order to receive correct teachings, you must have a relationship with a teacher. And it doesn't mean any teacher. It means a teacher who actually knows what they're doing. Especially in America, most martial arts are all about making money now. Right? So it's all about fitness, it's all about jumping around, and maybe those teachers do know the real way, but they have prostituted the art. Or maybe what they do is they have a generic class, but then on the side they do have personal students. You need to seek out a teacher who actually knows, and then you need to build a relationship with them. I never give up on being a student. I think a lot of teachers nowadays are teachers. That's it. I know everything and I can teach it. For me, it's not like that. I'm constantly trying to learn. I think the difference is our school is dedicated to the preservation of the art. We study very diligently, and it's not for everyone. And my school is not commercial, but if people want to learn, I will accept them, of course, But they have to put in the time and the dedication for that.
Now, it's important to keep in mind how far back some of these methods go. Bujinkan has some deep roots, and some of the ancestor schools go back several hundred years. Now, there were times where I was struggling with the concept or didn't quite understand certain body stances or hand placement until it was demonstrated within the context of a weapon, and then everything made sense. Some of these techniques date back to the time of sword fighting on the battlefield, and it was really fascinating to have the opportunity to catch a glimpse of some of this history. Even after 26 years of martial arts experience, this felt like day one to me.
I think the weapons training is an equalizer, and if you don't practice properly in the basics, when you move into the weapon, it's non-functional.
Traditionally, Japanese martial arts would start off with long-range weapons. And you would work your way down to intermediate range and then close range, and then you usually would end with mutodori. So when you practice with these long-range weapons specifically, it really helps to reinforce your kamae, or your stance, your distance, your timing. And then while working through the different ranges of weapons, you learn different distances, you learn different timings, you learn the difference between a weapon without a blade, a weapon with a blade, a weapon with a 3-foot blade versus a 2-inch blade or something like this, a projectile. So it gives you experience because you have deeply studied all these different weapons, all these different ranges, and now it's the point where you're able to move freely without a weapon because you understand those distances. So it's all study. There's no magic. If you talk about shuriken, projectile weapons, maybe on the surface is for distraction, right? I throw something at your face, you then get distracted by it so I can stab you with something. There are also things like putting poison on the end of a shuriken. There's all types of way to hold it, there's all types of way to stand with it, there's all different methods of throwing, all different directions, angles, holding other weapons while throwing it, using it in the middle of a technique, how to deploy it. There's many things to each one. It's not so simple. In the Bujinkan, you have a black uniform. Usually, we wear patches. Those are what signifies the ranks. It's called wapen. And there's different colored patches as well with stars and as you go up the ranks. Usually a white belt is, before you get any rank. And then as you go through 9th Kyu to 1st Kyu, you're wearing a green belt. And then as you get Shodan and up, you're in a black belt. Also for females, sometimes you see them wear a red belt during the Kyu ranks. And sometimes they have a red gi or a purple gi. There's a company out there that we use, it's called Yari no Hanzo, it's out of Italy. He makes really good quality weapons and uniforms. He studies the same style, the same lineage, I guess, that we study, we follow. So he was able to modify things and make things that made more sense for what we practice for. So basically, what we have is we have the Kamidana area, and the Kamidana area is the center focus of our practice. The Japanese people put a lot of emphasis on paying respects to the ancestors. So one of the things, and there's a lot of history for the Kamidana, but for us specifically, one of the things that's important is it's up there to remember those who died in battle before us. So we use that as a focal point. So usually when you walk into a dojo, you bow. In most martial arts, you find this. But in America, you don't have kamidanas. So you lose that tradition, and now it becomes something where, okay, I just bow to pay respects for the space, right? That's what it turns into. But it really comes from having kamidanas and things like this. And there's other martial arts that have shrines, whether you're Chinese martial art or Korean martial art or Indian martial art. So this is where all these things are coming from. And that's the main focus, that's the main point in the dojo. And it gives us a different respect when we're in the dojo. This is not a place where we horseplay or, curse or mess around, with each other. The idea is to be respectful and always be mindful of those things. So that reminds us of that. Then the main thing for me, I am very big into the culture and the traditions. And, there are some people that have way more knowledge than me, but they don't get into the cultural stuff, or that's not for them because they have their own ways of thinking or their own religion or their own culture. But for me, when you study with us, we preserve everything, because that's how I was taught. I started in Japan. It doesn't make me any better. I'm just saying I started in Japan with the Bujinkan, so I speak Japanese, and I was brought up with one of my first teacher, which is Kamioka-san, and I lived with him and everything, and I was taught a certain way. So I can only do for my students the way that I was taught, and I think that's important to understand, because sometimes people don't know why someone's doing something, and you have to understand that you can only do what you were taught to do. So if you don't have that experience, it's impossible for you to teach that. And you shouldn't try to teach something you don't know. Always be humble to know that there's still more to learn. I am always in a disbelief that this stuff actually exists, that this stuff actually made it through 1,000 years. And there are, of course, other schools that have done the same. I always am excited when it's time to practice. And I think that it's very important to have this type of feeling when you do martial arts. Once you lose that and it becomes too, rigid, or it's not fun anymore, or I think it's not good. So I think that it's important to maintain that if you're training martial arts today, you have to have a certain mindset. You have to have a certain dedication. And I think that through the practice that you see today and this interview, I hope you guys get a sense of that it's not just kicking and punching, or it's not just fluff, mystical silliness, right? But there's actually something behind it. There's a foundation, there's something actually there. And this is what we're trying to do. But most people don't dedicate themselves. I mean, when I say most people, I say probably 99.9% of people. It's a very few people who actually dedicate themselves for the practice itself, and they're not trying to get some personal gain or something, because it turns to something else. And that's what happens in most martial arts, not just the Bujinkan or whatever, right? It's the same all over, I think.
It makes things very real. It allows you to look at things differently, and you have to, when there's a weapon pointed at you, you have to really control your emotion. So it becomes very real when weapons are added.
This is hard work, and it's a tradition. It's not just what you want to do. So you have to follow those before you to be effective in it. You can't pick and choose what you want to learn. You have to learn the right way, and there is definitely a right way to learn and a structure to learn through. And if you follow that, you'll go very far and be very successful in this art and successfully be a part of a tradition. Not what you want, but an actual tradition that's been alive for a very long time.
I would like to extend a great big thank you to Daishihan, Christopher Carbonaro, and Sensei Philip Angel Smith for including me in this experience. It was a true privilege and only reinforces our goal. This is why we do this channel, to learn different ways, even if it's something that you aren't personally interested in as a lifestyle, but to observe, learn, understand, and appreciate others' ideas and share them with everyone else. Thank you so much for watching. I hope that you've enjoyed this episode as we're trying to bring different flavors of arts into the mix. So please subscribe, click on that bell icon, and that way you'll be notified of the next art videos that we come out with. I would love to hear your feedback, so please share your comments below. Thank you. American Kempo was probably one of the broadest and fastest spreading of the American martial arts. Founded by Ed Parker and perpetuated by his generations of his students, the system exists today in a variety of different flavors. Now, perhaps one of the most prominent of these evolved systems is Jeff Speakman's Kempo 5.0. Taking the powerful stand-up fighting Kempo is known for and merging it with the robust grappling that is popular and prominent today, Kempo 5.0 has positioned itself as a powerful hybrid. Today, Master Jeff Speakman himself joins us as we take a deeper look into the art. So the first thing people tend to ask me is about the name Kempo 5.0. Now, as I understand it, there were 3 previous manuals that Ed Parker had put together or that were during his time. And looking back at my own material, we have a manual when we were part of your school that says 4.0 on it. Can you tell us what the 4.0 system was and how you transitioned from that to 5.0?
Absolutely, and really good question. It comes from the perspective of when, for example, when I first began, it was 1983, and there were 32 techniques per belt. That would be Kempo 1.0. During all those many years, Mr. Parker was rewriting the entire system and changing the extensions and updating it as he did all of his life. So that by the time that would probably be 85, that I began to go to his house once a week with 3 other people, become a private student of his, then that had changed to 24 techniques per system. And in the top right-hand corner, it had V 2.0. So that began that, evolution reflected by the 1.0, 2.0. So before he died, he had told me that he wanted to go to what he called a 16 and 20 system, which is 16 techniques below brown and then 20 through the 3 levels of brown and into the 1 level of black, accomplishing the 154 techniques for the entire system. And there was only one school he had doing that, which was Brian Duffy in Austin, Texas. So after Mr. Parker died, and of course some time has to pass when you clear your head and start to figure out how to move on, then I went to the 16 and 20 system because it made so much sense, because there are extensions for 2nd degree black belt, 3rd, 4th, and 5th. And then if you move to a 16 and 20 system, it really cleans that up because it gives you base techniques till 1st degree black belt, and then logically orange extensions for 2nd, and purple and blue and green take you to 5th. Okay, so by changing the order of the techniques, that's what we called, it wasn't the order of the techniques, but the number of techniques per belt, that was 3.0. That presented a problem, because if you just cut the bottom and move them to the top and cut the bottom, move, pretty soon, very soon, you have techniques that are taught in the form that you're responsible for that belt level that aren't taught till much later, which makes no sense at all. So you can either now change the order to fit that problem, create a solution for that problem, or you can just say to your students, okay, I'm going to show you this technique, don't worry about it now, you'll learn about it later, in the form. And that also doesn't make any sense. So we restructured the order of the techniques to fit so that every technique that's taught in that belt level is in that form or earlier. So there wouldn't be that conflict. And that was version 4.0. And then that takes us to the complete tipping over of the apple cart. And, you know, going from scratch to bring in to address the issues of the 800-pound gorilla in the room, which is jiu-jitsu / MMA, and how that ripped Kempo karate from the place it had for decades, which was the ultimate in self-defense for the street. That was then yanked out, rightfully so, by first the Gracies and then the Machado and then the evolution of what we now call MMA. And so then adapting the system to answer that question, which essentially is, okay, how would you guys do your Kempo on your back? And so we then address that, but to make that work and make it a Kempo ground system, not, you know, we do Kempo Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and Tuesday, Thursday, some guy comes in and teaches us jiu-jitsu and you guys figure it out. We didn't do that. We took many of my students very accomplished in grappling, ground fighting, wrestling. I became a student in a school in LA for 4 years. So then we all came together and created solutions, answers to how would you do your Kempo on your back. If you fight one of these guys and he takes you down and you don't know what you're doing, you can start writing bad checks, you know, because he's not gonna let you up and he's not gonna let you strike him on the ground. So the mountain of information of the jiu-jitsu / MMA world had to be brought in and interwoven into the fabric of Kempo. And that's where the enormous workload and difficulty came in, because I had to then, with a lot of deliberation and communication with my other senior black belts, figure out what we were going to take out of the system, how we were going to change it, what techniques we were going to add now that there's, you know, an opening because other techniques were taken out. And that's how we arrived at the 5.0 and accepted the responsibility, which, by the way, was the mandate directly from Ed. So if any of you didn't know Ed Parker, didn't know him that well, you can just read everywhere. It was all about continuing evolution and using scientific principles and concepts to help evolve the art. And the direct quote from him that we lean into is, the ignorant refuse to study and the intelligent never stop. If you remember that Kempo will always be the art of perpetual change, it will never become obsolete. So there it is. All his life, he was concerned about Kempo becoming obsolete unless it used the methodology of advancement and change and altering the techniques to keep it relevant. And that was the mandate from him to all of his black belts. The other quote we turn to is, again, from Ed Parker, is, when I'm gone, I hope no one traditionalizes my art. And as you fully know, almost everyone did. Very, very few people ever tried to adapt and advance the art. And of those small group, nobody really, you know, jumped on the 800-pound gorilla and said, okay, let's figure this out. So we took that responsibility on. And in the process of doing that, it was necessary to eliminate somewhere around 25, 26 techniques from the system, because not only would they be ineffective against that guy, what we call the new fighter, but in some cases you were actually doing exactly the wrong thing. You would lean into what he wanted you to do, and then it would be over for you. So those that were much more ineffective were selected for extinction from the system, and therefore opening the opportunity for us to bring brand new Kempo techniques that either start standing up and go to the ground, or start on the ground and finish on the ground.
That's one thing I noticed when I went through the 5.0 system for a little bit. The combat modules, you actually grouped a lot of the techniques that were related together. So you had like, here's step A, but if that doesn't work, here's your what if, here's your what if, here's your what if. And
exactly.
That, from a student point of view, that made it so much easier to grasp the whole bigger picture, I guess the family group of that. And I like that a lot. So yeah, so a lot of the new techniques adopted that format.
Yes, and even when I refer to everybody who isn't doing 5-0 to 4-0. You might be 3-0, 2-0, 1-0, it doesn't matter. But 5-0 guys that come over and want to look or talk or maybe even join with us, whatever the case may be, that's one of the things I point out is if you would forget the 5-0 system, forget all that controversial stuff of what we did and took out and didn't take out, blah, blah, blah. If you just kept the 4-0 system and reorganized the techniques so that techniques that belong together were taught together, like 1, 2, 3, 4. So there'd be 3 or 4 or 5 techniques that needed to be moved around and put together in a model you might call family grouping or some other related term. But the idea is to create a learning experience for the students where they approach a physical problem with an ideal phase technique and then immediately default to the technique that answers the question of, okay, if that goes wrong and he does this, what do you do? And on and on and on, down and down. So even if you didn't do the 5-0, if you restructured the order of the techniques with a combat model in mind, the learning of your students goes through the roof, their capability through the roof, and their spontaneity. As you know, that's job number 1 of the Kempo homies, is to be able to spontaneously, shift from one mode to the next within the flow of the technique. Very, very difficult to do. So then when you add this monster of information called grappling, then we would have to be able to, by doing what we did was we created these combat models. So there's a stand-up model, like the typical one everybody knows is, shielding hammer, followed by 5 swords and then a few others. So those are now put together instead of spread out over 6 months, 2 years, what have you. And then we have that model. And then we have another model, like let's say how to fight on the ground, how to escape a guard and what you do and how to finish on the ground. So now the Kempo 5-0 student is capable within this combat model. And then what he can do is jump to another model instead of another technique. So you've got like 3 techniques in this model and 3 in that. And when you intertwine them like that, there are many, many, many choices in here. So you should be able to start with your classic, typical stand-up Kempo technique. That guy realizes it was a mistake to try to stand up and use striking techniques against you because Kempo is really phenomenal at that. So what does he do? He would drop down, grab your leg, and take you to the ground. Okay, how can I move from that state of consciousness to a radically different environment and not miss a beat? And that's what we have done in Kempo 5-0.
So the combat models basically take the ideal phase, the what if phase, and even the grafting formulation phase and kind of teach it all at once.
Yeah, that's exactly correct. And if you think about that for a minute, see, here's what we do as Kempo black belts that I think is a mistake. We always look at us doing the art. If you would stop for a minute and say, okay, what are the experiences of a guy coming in at yellow belt and orange belt and all that? What do they see? How can I help them? Not just how can I help myself? How can I give the information to them so not only is it meaningful and they retain it and they can perform it to get their rank, but most importantly, can you do it? Can you move from this situation to that radical different situation and have you just seamlessly move from one technique to the next?
And I'm glad you addressed that with the different, the restructuring, because that's exactly what happened when we did, because when I started, our school was doing the 16 technique system. And when we started getting up into the couple belts in, I had that exact same question. We were learning techniques in the form, and I would ask the instructor, I'm like, well, what is this? And his answer was, well, don't worry about it. You'll learn about that the next belt. And that was very confusing for me. So when we got to the technique, it's like, okay, now I get it. But in the meantime, it was just moves. I didn't know what we were doing.
And perfect. You're exactly the guy I'm thinking of when I did this. The next question becomes, how do we fix that? And this is the uncomfortable conversation that I've had with many, many people over the years, is that cognitive paradigm of, okay, here's a problem, let's start creating solutions and move ahead. Just that seems to be so foreign to so many people because they have this righteous indignation in their head about how they think about this system was set up and their loyalty to Ed Parker and on and on. And then so what I did is literally offensive to them, even though I'm doing exactly what Ed Parker asked us to do and you're not. So you're the perfect example of exactly what we did. I thought, how would you think?
No, and I'm glad that you did it that way. So now I want to ask you, when you started to approach the 5-0 system, was it, did you first look at it like, oh, we have to make a couple of tweaks, or did you just sit down and say, we need to start from scratch and completely rebuild from the ground up?
It pretty much, it was the latter of what you said. It was back in 2002 when I, for lack of a better expression, I gave myself permission to open Pandora's box and start the what I hoped would be incremental changes that ultimately turned out to be a mountain of information. Really what I did was I went into it with a really open mind. And I said, okay, if I open that door and I change that technique to fit this, then what are the other effects of that moving down the line in the system? And bringing in, I mean, as you know, Kempo karate is a mountain of information. It's absolutely astonishing when you compare it to other types of martial arts. It's just in its own universe. Okay, now we're going to bring in another mountain of information that we as Kempo karate guys are completely ignorant of, which is how to fight on the ground, and then figure out how to bring that in and make those jiu-jitsu or MMA techniques a part of the Kempo syllabus. Again, it's really important that everybody that listens to this understand this point. We are not having separate jiu-jitsu MMA techniques in our system. We learned what those were. We brought them into our thinking, the scientific, the physics, the principles, the concepts that are the foundation of the art of Kempo, which is what puts Ed Parker on his own planet. He was absolutely a genius for doing that. So we didn't create that. What we did was we took his brilliance and applied it to another world, and we were able to make this interwoven, cohesive world. It's not that tough to learn, but it is challenging to be sure.
And when you talked about, it's a question I get a lot about the 5-0 system. People ask me, well, what is the ground stuff? Is it BJJ? Is it judo? Is it the mix? So you said you went and trained for a few years and you brought your guys in. Is it primarily Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu elements? Is it judo? Is it the mix of different grappling arts put together?
So it really is bringing in a lot of what's known as Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, which in turn morphed into this thing called MMA. So there's a huge crossover there anyhow. But I think you're right that it was primarily Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and bringing that back in and making that a part of the cohesive Kempo system. We had no idea that Jiu-Jitsu with no striking at all whatsoever is every bit as dangerous and brutal and effective as Kempo is standing up. And I personally was completely ignorant of that until I started, put on a white belt and a white gi, and I went to the Jiu-Jitsu school in LA and started learning firsthand just exactly how incredible that system is. So freeze frame that for a second. So take really well done Kempo and really well done Jiu-Jitsu and put those two worlds together that harmonize with one another, then you've got really the best of both worlds. So the primary goal, what I really wanted to accomplish, was to create a student body who was extremely effective at both those ideas, stand up or on the ground, and really not care that they would be so effective on the ground. You wanted to go there? Okay, let's go there. You want to stand up? We'll go there. And I really think that we've accomplished that now for quite some time.
It's actually kind of a funny story about that, because I encounter so many people who, in multiple different arts, that they want to deny the impact that ground fighting has had in the modern landscape. They've been training in martial art for how many decades, and they feel that, oh, I don't need to learn grappling because, I've got X, Y, Z. And I've got a really good friend who trains in Kempo, and him and his student years back decided, you know what, we're going to try to develop the anti-grappling Kempo. So they figured they would work on their Kempo to defeat Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. But the more they trained and the more they realized and worked the material, the more they realized we need to just learn Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu so we understand it, so then that way we can implement it into the system.
There you go. Exactly. I mean, you really have to, and this is exactly who Ed Parker was. You have to open your mind and investigate these things from a scientific point of view and take the emotion out of it. If a technique doesn't work against one of those guys in the street, then you got to fix it. You got to create a scenario where you go after a solution. And if it can't be fixed, then it should be extinguished from the system, because why are you then teaching techniques to your students that wouldn't work against that particular guy? Now, granted, that guy didn't exist back when, or in very, very small numbers in the United States, back when Mr. Parker was alive. So the push or the need to fulfill that gap wasn't there, but it is now. And ever since the Gracies came here in 91 and changed martial arts forever in the world, but certainly in the United States. And actually, we're the beneficiary of that, because we didn't back away from it. This is a really important thing. We didn't just put the blinders on and say, okay, we're going to be, I'm sure you've heard Kempo people say, oh, would never let any of those guys take me down. Ridiculous. Completely ridiculous. I mean, I'm a white belt in jiu-jitsu, clearly, and I'm never not going to be a white belt. But for those Kempo guys who haven't studied ground fighting or defend against a shoot attack, I will be able to take you down. And believe me, I'm just an average white belt in jiu-jitsu. So if I can take you down, imagine what would happen if you went against one of these guys who was really, really talented. Not only would they take you down, but they would humiliate you. You would be crushed. Your joints would be twisted out of their sockets, and there would be pain for a long time to come, because you just don't know. So I just wish people would listen to me and say, when I say what you don't know is going to get you and your students in a lot of trouble. Now, I'm not inviting you to come to Kempo 5.0. This isn't a sales pitch. I'm sure you hear many organizations say, come, yeah, join us, be a part of our group. You never hear me say that, for one reason. I'm not sure I want you. I want only serious, dedicated athletes who are going to embrace the teachings of Ed Parker, see clearly the necessity for being able to defend yourself on the ground, even though you might be a magnificent Kempo black belt practitioner, a tremendous striker. But when someone takes your ability away to strike, now what skill set do you saying that I'm going to beat somebody, a jiu-jitsu guy on the ground? That's just not going to happen. But can I survive? Can I even maybe thrive down there and get out of that situation, get back up on my feet, which is where I want to be?
And to go back to the point you said that a lot of techniques that you found in the traditional Parker system put into this new scenarios, that it was actually creating more danger for yourself. And I'd like to kind of bring up, I guess locking horns would be a good example of that. The front defense against the front headlock. That would not work against the guillotine move now.
No, that's exactly right. In fact, there are 3 techniques that are the charging ram family grouping. And those are techniques that would really get you in a lot of trouble, because they are not made for MMA shoot attack takedowns. They're not. They're made for sort of a football player, guy standing back, running at you, trying to tackle you. That's their effectiveness, is within that range. But the problem is then if the student then goes back and says, okay, what techniques do we have against a shoot attack or an attempted takedown from a jiu-jitsu guy? And the answer is we don't. The only techniques you have are those I just mentioned, which would be highly ineffective and put you in a lot of jeopardy, because you're not hipping out. You're not getting your hips away from the attacker. You're just moving up the circle, which it doesn't create the distance necessary. Because here's the problem. Those takedowns don't come from 3 feet away, 4 feet away, 5 feet away. That guy's right on top of you. You're in the middle of a fight, and he drops down and grabs your leg or your ankle, and down you go. So you can't avoid that. So we have 3 techniques that are set, 4 techniques, and the purple belt that are set to defend against that particular type of takedown attempt. And then the first 3 techniques of blue are actually the answers to the question of, okay, and if those don't work and he takes you down, what do? I'm on my back. I got a guy on top of me. He knows what he's doing. How do I defend against that? So actually the last 4 of purple and the first 3 of blue are actually 7 techniques combined in one particular combat model. I just split them in terms of the belt levels.
I have a good friend who's over at Mr. Sotomayor's school in California. And he's in the 5.0 program, and we've been friends for years. But my experience is mixed. And I've had Kenpo 24 technique, 16 technique. I've worked with your system a little bit, different hybrids. I've had a Tracy system. So we like to compare techniques back and forth. And what I noticed was interesting was The 5.0 that he's doing now is drastically different than the 5.0 I was doing back in 2006, 2007. So
Yes.
what can you tell us about the evolution the 5.0 system has made in the past 15 or so years?
Yeah, I'm glad that you can see that, because it is a pretty dramatic difference. Now, it was 2005 when we came out with the first version of Kenpo 5.0. And then about 12, 13 years later, we had continued to gather information, test things, go to different people, have people like Bobby Sotomayor, who his first belt was a black belt in judo. And my student base is such that these are very accomplished ground fighters, grapplers, jiu-jitsu guys, literally from all around the world. We have franchise schools in 20 countries now. So I'm able to gain a lot of insight and information from not only people outside, but within my group, because those people that love Kempo but left because they knew there's something big missing, then when they heard what we did, then they came back to Kempo to come with us. And when they came back, they brought an enormous amount of knowledge with them, which in turn has added. So those accumulative experiences, picking away at this and what's wrong with that, how can we make that better? What's the problem with this? Like the jiu-jitsu school I went to, I had that gentleman look at our ground techniques and just say, what do you think? I want to hear the bad news, not the good news. And he said, this is like, for example, he would look at one and say, this is a good technique, except it wouldn't work against me. And I thought, okay, I tried to make the system work against a guy like you, and you're telling me it wouldn't work. Can you explain why? And he would show me. And I would go, wow, okay, so we need to upgrade that. We need to change this, because we do have a viable, robust ground system, which has now developed even further from when we did it. So technically, we're really teaching Kenpo 5.0.2. We just call it version 2, which means there could be a version 3, there could be a version 4. I don't think so. But during my lifetime, and I'm 64 and a half years old now, which you count half years once you're past 60, So when you're under 10 and over 60, you count half years. But for the remainder of my time on Earth, we still could evolve further, probably little tweaks in the extensions where there's really sophisticated advanced motion. But everybody benefits from it. But I'm still open, and I want to learn, and I want to grow, and I want to change. And as you can imagine, I've spoken to many, many people over the years who are many more years senior than I, and kind of said, why don't you do this or something like it? Or, my conversations with my fellow advanced black belts or my seniors should be, okay, in this attack, when you're on the ground, you do this, but we do that. This is why we do it. Why do you do it? Now we're comparing, we're learning from each other. We're expanding Kempo to create a greater solution for the common good. Nobody wants to do it. They literally have said, look, I've been doing it this way for 40 some years. I don't want to change. I said, well, I don't want to change either. I don't want to I was 55 years old. I'm rolling on the ground as a white belt in a jiu-jitsu school, getting my ass handed to me every single day I went in. You think I want to do that? I would rather parade in my black belt out in front of my Kempo group and have that, emperor's not wearing clothes anymore, not happen to me. But I said, this has to change. I took very seriously Ed Parker's quote and his influence on me. Obviously, I knew him very, very well. You can imagine how close we were during the filming of The Perfect Weapon and on and on. So I understood what he wanted. I understood how he thought, what his thinking process was when he developed the system. So I went back and said, okay, now we have this huge amount of information. We need to use that same cognitive pattern that he used. We need to use it to expand and adapt the system.
Did Mr. Parker address the rising of grappling at all? Did he foresee the trend of BJJ and grappling coming into the picture, or do you think that happened afterwards?
I am told by people whom I trust very much, who were there, because I saw them, because I was there, and they said that he had files that he was keeping on jiu-jitsu and ground fighting. Now, I never had that conversation with him, but you got to remember, I was just a 3rd and 4th degree black belt when I was with him. So I was still in that okay, I get to learn from Ed Parker now, so shut up and listen, because I started under a guy named Larry Tatum in West Los Angeles. And then when Mr. Parker asked me to start coming to his house with 3 other people, the Kempo he was doing was so different. It was completely different. So that meant that if I wanted to be good at it, I had to go back to yellow belt and relearn the entire system and every move and how he wanted it done. He was very, very solid in his stances. Well, that's the education I had in Japanese Goju Ryu. So Parker's Kempo was power first and speed as an element of power, which is how we teach Kempo. So when I became a student of his, it was like, this is like going home to me. The power base and the solid forward bow, reverse bow, et cetera, on and on it goes. That's how I was taught karate in the beginning by Lou Angel and the Japanese Goju that I studied first. So it was a welcome change for me. It was a welcome transition and a comfortable one for me. So then I carried that forward in the Kempo that I did then. So we backed off on the speed and went more for power, because effectiveness is what you care about. I'm in the game of doing it right. If you want to come and be a part of that, great. And if you don't, that's also great. But I'm not going to accommodate what I know is the right thing to do because I want more students so I can get more money, so I can buy a better house or car, or I don't need the ego trip. I don't need that stuff. Many, many, many other people in all martial arts, not just Kempo, but they need that acceptance. They need that power surge. They need that I'm the one in charge and I say it goes like that. I could care less. I mean, I get out of my own way, because I want to be the best I can be before I die.
And I want to bring this question up. I had a viewer recently ask me, because they look at the techniques that we do, and they asked me, they said, would you say Kempo is more of a percussion striking art versus a penetrating linear art? And I actually stopped to think about that, because the first thing I thought of was actually you, because going to your seminars, you were showing us different ways to hit the body so that the power would reverberate, and then you demonstrated on me, which I swear I still feel today. But it made me think about it. Would you say it's fair that Kempo is more of a percussion striking art versus linear power?
I think it's the best to say it's both, but it changes over time. So when you're in the early belts in Kempo, you really are much, much more Japanese looking in how we do our basics. And we're in a horse stance, and they're very, very linear, very single dot focus, which is the phrase from the Japanese training. It's one move and that's it. So we're very much like that at the beginning. Then when you start getting a little bit higher, those combinations start to include much more circular movement. By the time you get to brown belt, being in the advanced level techniques, then now you're into much more advanced Kempo, and now we're much, much more Chinese looking than we are Japanese. So it's both, as long as you keep it in the framework of a projection over time.
Doing deep dives, I'm trying to learn more of the academic side of the system, and there is so much material. It's like college level course material to see what category completion and how techniques relate to techniques, and all the principles and rules that we have. When you did 5.0, did you try to keep as much of that intact? Are all the principles and concepts the same, or did you make tweaks to the under the hood as well?
Kept all of those. Kept all of them the same. Added them, adapted them to the ground system. And then, in addition to that, we expanded on many of them more, because the greater the scientific application to what you do, the greater the understanding of your movement and the impact on the target. So when you increase your effectiveness, your impact on the target, you increase the reaction from your opponent. So then their next predicted reaction that you set up is a feed into your next move. So that action, reaction, that sequence of events that we happen to throw a name on and call it 5 swords. It's really about the physics and the principles and the application. And then we throw it together in a structure and we call it a technique and we put it up in the syllabus. If you think of Kempo in that way and you teach it that way, it's very, very easy, or let's say it's easier, to adapt to something completely foreign, like how to do your Kempo on your back. That's an enormous jump. from standing up and being highly effective to laying on the ground and have somebody smothering you. There is no target to punch. He's taken all those away from you, and while he's grinding you into the dirt. So you've got to find a way to survive that, use the techniques that are effective on the ground, and then find your way to do your striking Kempo back again on him or her. And I'm still looking, I'm still training, I'm still learning. I have established great relationships with many other martial artists in the world and learned from all of them. And I would love to have that kind of relationship with my Kempo karate family, but I don't. And because I've been ostracized from the group largely, not completely, but largely. And, to be honest with you, I think it's for good reason. I mean, if I was them, I wouldn't like me either. So the fact that for 20 years I haven't been invited to go anywhere, almost literally zero, that, in a way that's like, okay, if you guys don't want to have this conversation, if you don't want to look at what we're doing, if you don't want to consider changing and evolving, then, okay, we probably shouldn't be together, because my message is Ed Parker's message. If you don't change Kempo and live and grow, it will become obsolete. And what a perfect example. Here we are, 20 plus years in the very heavy MMA world, and at least in the United States and in much of the West. And the question is, what have you done? What have you done to adapt? What have you done to make it a better experience for your students and for your group, however big it is, a handful of people or around the world, either way? What have you done to fulfill your obligation as the mandate from Ed Parker to continue and evolve and change the art so it won't become obsolete? That is my argument. That is the only thing that I'm saying to everybody. We could be putting our big brains together and coming up with something amazing. I mean, you look at Taekwondo, it's a radically different art from Kempo karate, and even more different from Kempo 5.0. But in 2008, I was invited by the World Taekwondo Association to go to Ankara, Turkey, to be a guest at their competition there, their world competition. Now, keep in mind, this was for teenage competitors only. So I went there, and I walk out in this auditorium, beautifully laid out, stadium seating packed with everybody, and I'm just floored by what they have accomplished. And I look around, I just think, my gosh, if they are this, now keep in mind, there were 7,000 competitors, teenagers only. Now, if we ever got out of our own way and became united around the system instead of a person, then imagine what we could accomplish. But we can't, because people are hunkered down in their little corners defending they did Kempo this way, they did Kempo, and all of them say the same thing, and they're all correct. Ed Parker taught me this way. This is the way Ed Parker wanted it. That happens to be true, but that doesn't mean that is applicable over here and over there and over there. It's a mess out there. It's just the way that he ran his organization. It's his business. I don't run mine that way. We're fully transparent. Everybody knows everything. We've created a thing we call the 5.0 University, where all my students all around the world have 24/7 access on any device, anytime they want it, with complete video, slow moving, complete explanation by me, and then a written version, which they can download and print if they want, which at the moment is in English and in Spanish. We're going to be moving into French and Dutch and Flemish, because that's where I have schools in Europe. So each student, every time they graduate, they get access to the next belt and the next belt and the next belt, so that they have complete access to the entire system all the time.
The best analogy I've heard about the people saying, oh, this is not how Ed Parker showed me. My instructor told me, he goes, it's like saying, I have the real version of Windows. But it's like, well, that could be Windows 3.0, Windows 95, 98. They're all the real version of Windows. But if you want to be effective in today's business world, you need the most up-to-date version for it to work properly.
Exactly. And that's the perfect analogy. Now take it one step further. Our position is to embrace change, to create the future. Otherwise, the future will create you. Now, if I can get that message out across the world through which I've been able to do through my 5.0 family, the rate of change of everything in our lives as human beings on earth is radically different now. The rate of change in the last 5 years is greater than the last 100 years. And the next 2 to 5 years is going to be far greater than that. It's just increasing exponentially. Your thinking has got to be adaptive to the idea of change, even if you don't like it. And see, this is what I think a lot is what happening in our country right now with this unbelievably ridiculous divide politically between everybody and theologically and ideologically. Everything is everybody's separated in their two corners. Well, if you would just come out and say, okay, you know, maybe I don't like the way this is going, but it is going. So let's wrap our heads around it. Let's talk to other people. Let's try to create a situation where we can get along. And at the end, maybe we have a better world to live in. So by creating a thinking pattern that is solution-based, which we've done in the 5-0 system, in a way you're preparing people to adapt and change to everything else in life. You know, the Webb telescope is up there right now. In about a month, it's going to start sending us information that's going to completely rewrite our understanding of the universe and how it all began and where we came from. If you don't open yourself to that information, if you close yourself to that because of some dogmatic thinking, then you're going to miss an enormous amount of wealth of information. And this is what I see in the Kempo world. And this would be the message that I would send to everybody. There is so much amazing information in this art, whether it's 4.0 or 5.0, I don't care. But there's so much amazing stuff in the advanced material that you're missing out on. And I think for any of the Kempo black belts that are listening to that, I encourage you, whether it's openly or privately, learn that information because it is wonderful and you're missing out on a lot of Kempo. At least know what the contrary argument is. So you can say, okay, here's what we think, but here's what they think. And I choose this for these reasons. Okay, that's a rational, logical, intelligent conversation that we should all be having. Instead of backing in your corner and saying that you're right and everybody else is wrong and I don't even want to hear about it. And this is the travesty, I think, is that this man, Ed Parker, was truly an amazing human being. He was really a genius. For him to take ancient Chinese fighting techniques and then Americanize them by bringing physics and principles and concepts, brilliant beyond compare. No one has done it before or since. And to not appreciate that, to not see him for who he really was, and to be driven and motivated by such a brilliant man to say, okay, we got to keep going here. You know, in walks the Gracies, and we got to figure this out. We've got to address, and we can, because he gave us the tools in the system of Kempo that he created. All we have to do is apply them over here. Well, that means you got to learn that skill set. That means you got to go put on a white belt and go someplace and say, excuse me, would you teach me about this world? And then bring that back and Kempoize it, if you will. And then create Kempo solutions to that problem. And that's what we've done in the 5.0. And I wish everybody else would do that. And you got to believe me on this. I am not pursuing students. I'm not. If you want to do this, then you got to come to us. You got to come to me. And you got to go, okay, I get it. And I want to look more at it. And I want to be a part of that. So, okay, then maybe we'll get along. But nobody comes into the 5.0 family, kind of folds their arm and goes, okay, what's in this for me? Nobody does it. You got to come in and say, okay, get it. I like it. And how can I participate in creating even more of this wonderful positive energy moving forward? You cannot walk in our organization and get a black belt diploma, even for the rank you're wearing now. You have to retest for your first and second and third and fourth degree black belt. After you have proven it, you've learned the system, because I did. I went up, I'm a 9th right now, and I tested for every belt. And in my big camp in July in Las Vegas, and on the board are the very well-known names in Kempo and the very well-known names not in Kempo. I put it out there in front of everybody, and I get in line and I test with all my students. And if things work out this July 7th, I will test for my 7th degree or my 10th degree black belt, sorry. And for the first time ever, as you know, when martial arts came from China to Japan, it went to Okinawa first, and they've kept meticulous records from the last 900 years. One of those 10th degree black belts from Okinawa Goju Ryu is going to be coming to sit on my testing board in Las Vegas on July 7th. So that's a first. So I'm completely transparent, completely open. And okay, I get that I'm offensive to a lot of people, but no, you know, I had this conversation with a very dear friend who I will not name, but a very dear friend. And he said, look, you know, you come across so abrasive, it makes us not want to work with you. So why are you doing that? And I said, okay, you know, I understand that. And in a way I agree. And in another way I don't, because here's the deal. We did this in 2005. 15 years later, you've done nothing. Now, you want to now blame me because of my attitude for the reason why you didn't do anything? Well, you didn't do anything for 15 years. What makes me think you're going to do something if I continue to be Mr. Nice Guy and kowtow and all of that? I'm done with that. When I came out of my cancer in 2013 and I got my mojo back, I lost 80 pounds. You know, I had stage 4 throat cancer, stage 5, you're dead. So it was just a flip of a coin if I was going to leave or not. I came out of that and I started getting my mojo back. And I just said to myself, okay, I'm not doing this anymore. We're going to come out and we're going to come out swinging and say, we got to do something, guys. We got to address this because we have lost our standing in the martial art community as this highly effective street art. We need to get that back. And you are going to be a part of the solution or you're going to be a part of the problem. Either one I'm great with, but just don't drag me down anymore because I'm just not going to do it.
I think you nailed something on the head when you said that a lot of people don't put on that white belt. There's a lot of people who almost feel offended to put on that white belt to start over again. And in the time I've been doing this channel, I've noticed the same trend across a lot of different martial arts that a lot of people will intertwine their ideology, their political beliefs, their training, they intertwine it with their identity. So to challenge the material that they've learned seems to be, they take it as a personal attack on who they are, but if they would only put on that white belt and try again, they could improve who they are. So I think a lot of people have trouble separating this is me versus this is what I'm learning.
Yeah, it's so well said. It really is. And just for the record with us, for example, let's say you're a 3rd degree black belt, you want to come in. You wear your 3rd degree black belt. You do. Only on one side of your belt, you put 3 stripes. On the other side, you put a color of where you are with us. So if you're a yellow belt with us, you have a yellow stripe and 3 red stripes on the other side because you're wearing my crest. So I don't want people to look at you as a 3rd degree black belt and then they go ask you questions. You don't know what the heck you're talking about. It makes me look bad. But on the other hand, I want to respect the fact that you've made a 3rd degree black belt. Now, it doesn't even have to be in Kempo. We have several Japanese guys have left their system and come up with us now. So if they're a 3rd degree black belt in Goju Ryu, you wear your 3rd degree black belt, as long as you can prove you have a diploma for it, of course. And then you study until you can test for your 1st, and then test for your 2nd, and then test for your 3rd. So that's why we have this big event in Las Vegas every year. It's our 27th year coming up. We have 130 to 150 brown and black belts from 15 to 20 countries, all testing for their brown belt or higher or black belt or higher. But here's the kicker. If you're with us, you have to be in that test every year, whether you're testing or not. So if it's 3 years from your 2nd degree black belt to your 3rd degree black belt, you got to be in the test every year because you have to stay up on your material. And the only way that you prove to me that you are is that every year you get up there and you perform a test level of all of the information that you're responsible to know. And everybody knows that, and everybody loves that. That's with us. And everybody who doesn't love that, they're not with us because they don't want to do it. And I'm great with that. I pass no judgment on people who are doing that. My only statement is you're missing out on so much of what Kempo has to offer.
I like the concept of making your students test or show up at the test because you want to keep them, like you said, up to date, keep the pressure on them. And that's another aspect of Kempo 5.0 I really liked was
a step up of that pressure testing. A lot of schools, I don't feel push enough to kind of make the material work, enough sparring, enough pressure testing. But the Kenpo 5.0, at least the school I went to and the people I know, they spar and push a lot more. So what can you tell us about the 5.0 fighter program?
Great. As a byproduct of what we've done, we've created our own system of competition, which you just mentioned, called 5.0 Fighter. So what we wanted to do was create, I guess, an alternative to MMA, because the typical point fighting karate, you know, what we call point break, where there's a referee, you make one move and they stop and start again. That's been obsolete for 20 years. So we wanted to get out of that, but we don't want to go all the way into MMA because it's just too hard. You can't have me or you or people who are out here. You know, you almost have to dedicate yourself to just being a fighter to be able to get anywhere in the MMA circuit. So we created a system of competition that really had the best of all worlds. So it's a 2-minute round, 1 minute rest, 1 minute round. The groin is a full contact target, like it always has been for Kempo. And the tap out is not the end of the fight. It's the only thing you can win 3 points for. So you're on the ground, somebody's in a arm bar, they tap, or the referee taps so they don't get hurt. You stand them back up. There's still a minute on the clock. Great. Award 3 points to that guy. Ready? Fight. And they keep going. So the tap out is not the end of the fight. It's amazing. And we have a European championship, a South American, and Australasia for Australia and New Zealand, 4 regional tournaments throughout the U.S. throughout the year, and then the World Championship, which is my event in July here in Las Vegas. You wouldn't believe it's Kempo. You see people fighting half the time on the ground, passing the guard, defending against the pass, you know, sweeping somebody, regaining control of the situation, making them tap, stand up. Okay, now we start fighting again. Now they're back up to this instead of the grappling on the ground. It's a perfect mix, and it's safe enough that everybody can participate in it, but it's challenging enough that you got to have your game on if you want to get anywhere in it. So we're really, really proud of what we've created so far.
Now, what's your opinion on the, and a lot of schools don't teach this anymore, but the old Kenpo freestyle techniques? Do you think that they have some validity to them? Do they have any place in 5.0 now or in the future?
They have an enormous amount of validity to them. They always have. We don't do them for one simple reason. Our fighting techniques are already in our system. So that augment was designed because the kind of techniques that you would use in a free fight situation were almost, not entirely, but almost vacant in the system. So you had to have your, quote, self-defense art, and then you had to have your fighting drills that you're referring to, B1A, B2A, all of those things, because that skill set wasn't in the original lineup. But for Kenpo 5.0, it is. So we already have all of those moves that are in the techniques that are in what you learn moving up. So there is no need for an alternate set of, okay, if you're in a fight situation, don't do this anymore, do that. We've already got that. It's already built into the system. So the answer to your question, yes, it's very, very valuable, but it's only valuable when you don't have that skill set in the initial system anyhow.
Now, you mentioned the Kempo University, and that's another question people ask me, because, you know, we did the coverage of 5.0 before, and a lot of people asked, you know, where they could find a school, and a lot of people are not in areas where your schools are located. So, of course, The natural question was, is there an online program? Can you tell us a little bit about the online program a little bit and where people can go to sign up for this?
Really important. I've gone over that. We have a thing called the 5.0 University, so all students have complete access 24/7 anywhere in the world on any device. And that's great and groundbreaking and is a huge move for us as an organization. But as of just a few months ago, we now have an online academy where you go there and learn the same material and, of course, have access to the 5.0 University like everyone. And you can access that. If you just go to jeffspeakman.com, you'll see a way to click to get onto the 5.0 or to the online academy. And then you will have access to all the information, and the lessons that are taught by Jenny Kuiper, who owns that project, are also recorded. So whatever time zone you are, literally anywhere in the world, you can now study 5.0 online. You can test through purple belt online. From blue belt and above, you must physically be present in one of our schools around the world. So when you have reached that level where you're ready for your blue belt, and okay, now you need to make a trip to Las Vegas and test here in front of me in my school or any school anywhere in the world. But you have to physically be present to show that you can interact with other people and fight and spar and still maintain the integrity of the system that we've created.
No, and to be honest, too, a lot of other arts, traditional arts, they're testing. I mean, it's very uncommon to see a style actually hold tests for 8th, 9th, 10th degrees. Usually it's ceremonial or honorary. So the fact that that's the path that you're taking, I like that, because I do think that pressure testing needs to be there, and that you need to keep showing that you're up to date, that it's not just, oh, I just got a certificate signed and I'm moving up because people love me or because it's been long enough. Like, a lot of people say, oh, it's been long enough. Well, okay, well, time is one thing, but you have to have the understanding that goes with that.
Exactly. Time is a very important aspect to it, but it pales in comparison to the information. And this is where we're completely disjointed in the world of Kempo. Although it was crystal clear what Ed Parker put together, the extensions, the sets, the form, all of that was absolutely clear. But people don't want to do it. But they still want to wear the rank. Okay, that's perfectly all right. Do you still call it Kempo? Do you still say, use Ed Parker's name? Do you still do all? Well, then if you do, then do what he asked you to do. And if you don't know it, because maybe it wasn't taught back, ask, try, care, and ask somebody to share. If somebody, and which they have, that you may know the name Tom Kelly, he's no longer with us, but he was a tremendous force. You know, he was a giant. He was like 6'3", 410. He was a huge man and unbelievably powerful and great at what he did. And we were very, very close. Well, one day he called me and said, would you come out to where he lived then in Oklahoma, and asked me to come out and teach him Form 7. I went, absolutely, and how great of you to ask. And that's all you have to do. Now, I get why you don't like me, and I get why you wouldn't ask me. Oh, okay, go ask somebody else. It's out there. It's all over the place. The only thing that has to happen is you have to care. You have to care that you're doing the art the way Ed Parker laid it out for us. And if you do, then just reach out. And again, don't reach out to me. I'm not looking for students. I'm not looking for glory. I'm not looking for anything. I got everything I need. What I want is more like-minded people to come and be a part of this positive energy that we've created in this thing we call the 5.0 family, where it's the love and friendship that we have for one another is a far greater thing than the karate that we do. And we've morphed into that over time. And I think we were always like that to a certain degree. But when I almost died from cancer, when I came out of that and I saw my black belts for the first time, and it became the conclusion that I was going to make it, I was going to live. The feeling that we all have for each other, the love and the affection, it was just enormous. And it became the center, the cohesiveness that brings us together. So the last 2 years, we haven't been able to have the camp in Las Vegas, and it just kills everybody because it's the chance we get together from all over the world. And that becomes the most important thing, is the human aspect. The things that are great about being human, that's what we have put as rule number one for us.
You've given us so much information on 5.0. You've answered a lot of my questions, and I think this paints a really, really, really broad picture, and there's a lot of meat here to chew on. If a viewer were to watch this episode and just walk away with just one nugget of idea, one notion, one idea, what would you prefer that to be?
I want it to be, whether it's in this art or not, or in martial arts or not, embrace change to create the future. Because if you don't, the future will create you. There are so many changes in technology and medicine. And imagine a few months ago, we were remotely operating a helicopter on the surface of Mars. Can you believe that? Isn't that amazing? And then you look back at what we're doing to each other politically here in this country, and then look what's happening in Ukraine, and, you know, the barbarity and the murder. And for what? For greed, for an ideology, because your truth isn't a truth to you. In your opinion, it's a truth for everybody. and either you're going to live in my truth or I'm going to kill you. You know, what consciousness is that? What humanity is that? You know, we should be thinking in rational, logical, scientific, and then sprinkle in the emotion. You know, like Mr. Parker used to say, wait for the dust to settle before you clean the table. Have your basis of your thought be about science and cause and effect relationships and making the world a better place before you die.
Well, Mr. Speakman, I'd like to thank you so much for sharing your thoughts with us, spending your time with us today to actually give us a deep dive into 5.0. I'm personally a fan of it. Like I said, I had to taste it for a few years, and anything I could do to get the message out there, because there's a lot of people who are interested in it, and they just don't understand it enough. So I think this goes a long way to help educate those who want to know. So I just want to thank you so much for taking your time to talk to us about it today.
And I want to thank you. You know, this is a great opportunity for me to do, hopefully, what you just said, which is to bring some clarity of what this is and our thinking and why we did what we did. We're very open. I mean, you know, I'm not tough to find. I mean, you know, the convention city of the world, Las Vegas, just show up. Just walk in. We can sit and talk. And I have many people, and everybody is welcome. We need to be open and respectful to one another, but we need to hold that standard. We need desperately to hold that standard. And I, once again, want to thank you, because everything that you've ever said about 5.0 is spot on. It was really, really well done. And I so much appreciate this opportunity to be here and visit with you. And if there's value in having me back again, I wait for your phone call. I'll be glad to be here anytime.
That would be an absolute honor. Thank you so much.
All right. Have a good day.
You too. I had the fortune of training at a Just Speaking school for a few years, and I've got to spend some time with this material. It was a valuable experience, and I'm excited to see how the system has grown since then and how it continues to evolve. I'd like to thank Master Speakman for taking us on a tour behind the curtain into the system of Kempo 5.0. Now, for those of you who don't know, Mr. Speakman is not only a pioneer in Kempo, but he has an impressive standing in the art of Japanese Goju Ryu as well. So be sure to join us in the next episode when he returns to talk with us about how he got his start in Goju Ryu and how it compares to his Kempo training. So be sure to set your reminders and click that bell notification. Thank you so much for watching.